Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Afterwards, Wang Zhong heeded Duke Maishikan's advice and went straight to bed for a good sleep. He hadn't expected to sleep for so long. By the time he opened his eyes and got up, the calendar on the desk showed that it was already August 7th. Just as he sat up, Nellie entered the room. "Would you like breakfast?" It was then that Wang Zhong realized that he was starving. His stomach stuck to his back, an understandable feeling after nearly 20 hours of sleep. "Anything will do." No sooner had he spoken than Nellie came in with a cart. "Nellie, I saw you like walnut jam, so I prepared some, but there's no soft bread left in town. Also, there's no fresh beef anymore, so I made some cabbage soup with canned beef. The yogurt is from cans too." Wang Zhong asked in surprise, "Why are the supplies so poor? We always had fresh meat, eggs, and milk in Araki." Nellie looked at him with irritation. "Araki had a large ranch, this place doesn't, and the people from the surrounding villages have run off, so we can only eat what is brought in by rail, canned goods and sausage." Wang Zhong sat at the table in his room, adopting the posture of someone ready to dine. "Canned goods are fine, too. You've made them smell so good, my appetite is whetted just by the scent." Nellie brought the dishes to the table one by one, and Wang Zhong picked up his spoon to sip the sour and refreshing soup, which was very appetizing. With a pot of sour cream in hand, Nellie asked, "Do you want some sour cream?" At first, Wang Zhong couldn't understand the custom of adding sour cream to sour soup, but now he had grown accustomed to it. Just like Indians can't live without masala. "Add some." So Nellie poured a big dollop of sour cream into Wang Zhong's soup bowl. Wang Zhong stirred the sour cream into the soup and then asked, "Where is Lucia?" "Last night yesterday, she went to the church but didn't come back." "She did return. Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, she didn't wake you and went back to attend the collective funeral of God's Arrow Company." Wang Zhong frowned. "Who died in God's Arrow Company?" "Miss Lucia is the only one left in her Divine Arrow Squad. The nun responsible for launching the arrows, the Guardian Army soldiers, and those protecting them all perished. Many from other squads were lost too, and it's said that a prayerful died as well." Wang Zhong stopped stirring his soup with the spoon. "Yesterday, as we were running out, Lucia's state didn't really show it." Nellie didn't continue the discussion but simply prepared oatmeal with milk and placed it next to Wang Zhong's soup bowl. Wang Zhong continued to eat, asking while he did so, "Did Pavlov set up the command center properly?" "It's in the building across from us." "Has the casualty count been completed?" "He wanted to come report to you yesterday, but I sent him away." Nellie hesitated, then asked tentatively, "Did I do the right thing? N/O/vel/B//in.C//om." "You did the right thing." Wang Zhong nodded, quickly finished his oatmeal, ate up the sour soup along with the chopped sausage inside, and finally nibbled on some bread with walnut jam. After eating, he stood up. "I'm going to the command center. Bring me my uniform." Nellie immediately brought over the uniform and cap, along with a pair of brightly polished leather shoes. Upon entering the command center, Wang Zhong went straight to the map hanging on the wall. Furthermore, the telegraph team made no segregation, ticking away right next to the map table, making the vast command center seem exceptionally busy. Pavlov was by the map, flipping through the report in his hands. "How can the anti-aircraft artillery battalion be left with so few people?" Wang Zhong approached and asked, "What happened?" Pavlov looked up. "You've woken up? You seem in good spirits." Wang Zhong stared at the dark circles under Pavlov's eyes for a few seconds and replied, "And you look like you're about to drop dead. I suggest you get some sleep. You talk as if it's easy. Do you have any idea how much effort it takes to gather a dispersed army like this? Not to mention, I still have 5 staff officers from my staff who haven't rejoined yet, and we're short 27 clerks. I have fewer than 100 clerks in total. All in all, our division, including combatants and logistics, has assembled less than 6,000 people. When we set out, we had over 10,000 in logistics alone." "Wang Zhong, did you set up points outside the city at the village entrance to guide the troops back?" He almost said village entrance, but Shepetovka is a railway hub and a large city. "Yes, we set them up. There are big pots filled with food and plenty of clean water there too. Every so often, some returning troops are led back over." As soon as his voice fell, singing could be heard from outside. Pavlov went to the window and pulled back the curtain to look. He then said to Wang Zhong, "Look, over 100 more people have come. Who knows how many are still rushing this way. By the way, take a look at this roster. The efficiency of the fighters' assembly far exceeds our expectations. We now have assembled more than 3,000 people." Wang Zhong was pleasantly surprised. "There are actually more than 3,000 people? I thought that we had almost run out of people." Some battalions did run out, like the troops of the Bashenk Regiment at height 153, including infantry, armored troops, and anti-tank gun squads, just that handful of men. "I think we can still assemble more fighters. From the enemy's posture, it seems they are in a rush to head south and don't have the energy to capture those of us scattered across the plains. But logistics, the level of organization of the logistics personnel is naturally not as high as that of the combat troops, and many of them can't even read a map, becoming lost in unfamiliar places. They also lack tactical skills and aren't good at hiding when they encounter enemies." Pavlov shook his head. Wang Zhong asked, "What about your 6th level clerk?" The old man got out quite smoothly. "Do you hear this stamping sound? Only then did Wang Zhong notice the thumping stamping sound amidst the dripping noises. What are they stamping? Wang Zhong asked, puzzled. Pavlov casually replied, death notices? Wang Zhong fell silent all at once. Pavlov raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Haven't you gotten used to it? I thought you'd be used to it after going to deliver personal effects in person. Wang Zhong replied, I'd rather hope that I never get used to it. He turned towards the map, then fell silent again. Pavlov took a look at the map and said, that's the situation, it's very bad. The second armored group crossed Araki and rushed south at full speed. The good news is that the first armored group's speed has been slowed down southward thanks to the naval infantry, but it's still not slow enough. Wang Zhong asked, doesn't that mean we'll be encircled in 3 to 5 days? Why aren't we retreating? Is General Skorobo refusing to retreat? No, the front army headquarters already requested a retreat last night, but His Majesty the Tsar did not agree, Pavlov said, pressing his lips together. Perhaps His Majesty feels that looking at the map, there is still such a broad area available for transporting supplies, so there's no need to retreat. At that moment, the judge overseeing the use of the codebooks at the radio station glanced over here but didn't say anything more. Isn't it still wide? Tsar Nicholas V cursed, hitting the map, such a wide area, and you're telling me you can't get supplies through. Your Majesty, the Chief of Logistics at High Command tried to explain, logistics transportation depends on roads and railways. Most of the roads have already been cut off, and the railways have been almost destroyed due to the enemy's advance airstrips. Your Majesty, if we don't retreat now, Nicholas V banged the table, you told me we could hold? You said it. All the generals fell silent at once. Because indeed, they had confidently claimed they could hold. Nicholas V continued to pound the table, you also said the enemy had reached the end of their rope and cited as proof the enemy's central heavy troop clusters halting their advance. You talked about the massive losses of the enemy. And now? What about now? The Chief of General Staff started. The enemy stopped at that time, probably just waiting for supplies and the infantry. That's not what you said then. Nicholas V interrupted the Chief of General Staff. I should have recorded what you said back then and played it here. Wait, there should be records of that meeting, right? Bring them out. Let's see what my generals said at the time. Chief of General Staff said, the battlefield situation is constantly changing, so judgments change as well. At that time, we concluded that we could hold, but now it's proven wrong. If it's wrong, then we need to adapt based on the current situation. If it's wrong, Nicholas V glared fiercely at the generals, you should be shot. Even if you shot us, we should still retreat now, the Chief of General Staff stated. Nicholas V fell silent for a few seconds, then in a much gentler tone said, Archsukov is our most important core city, the origin of ancient anti. Losing it would severely damage our morale? Can you bear this responsibility? We can let General Skorobo take this responsibility, the Chief of General Staff said. Nicholas V sighed, it seems we have no other choice. Can we evacuate all the troops now? The generals looked at each other, and eventually, Marshal Semyon Konstantinovic spoke, it's difficult. Given the current situation, we estimate that we can evacuate 200,000 to 300,000 troops. Nicholas V was shocked, nearly 1 million troops can only evacuate so few? What's the difference between that and not retreating? Marshal Semyon replied, there's no longer 1 million. The enemy's attack has been very fierce, and now there are roughly 700,000 troops in good order in Archsukov. The rest have been scattered and need to be reassembled and reorganized, but currently there are no conditions within the encirclement to assemble and reorganize the troops. Nicholas V said, 700,000 is not a small number. Only 300,000 can get out. No, I refuse such a retreat. Either you give me a secure plan, at least get 600,000 out. I don't care if you use troops to cover the retreat or whatever, but if we retreat, it must be in large numbers. Having said that, Nicholas stood up and walked out of the conference room, visibly upset. The people in the room looked at each other. Another failure, the Chief of General Staff sighed, if it weren't for the princess's actions, it wouldn't be so hard to persuade. Archsukov, the night of August 7, 2010. When the communication staff officer entered the room, Crown Prince Ivan Nikolaevich Andronov immediately stood up. Was it approved? The communication staff officer shook his head. The High Command responded by telegram, saying that our retreat plan would incur too great a loss. His Majesty has not approved it, demanding a better plan. General Skorobo, standing before the map, let out a long sigh, send another telegram telling His Majesty that this is the best plan we could come up with, and if we act now, at least 300,000 men could be saved. The reason we can save so many is all thanks to General Rokossovsky who secured us those precious 2 days. If we do not act now, even those 2 days will be wasted. General Rokossovsky and Duke Myshikin's fierce battle will have been in vain. The communication staff officer completed his stenography, then read it aloud essentially, it was a written version of General Skorobo's words. General Skorobo nodded, send that. Wait a second, the communication staff officer had just turned to leave when the front army chief of staff stopped him, add one more sentence, extremely urgent. The staff officer made a note and then left. Crown Prince Ivan, I don't think this will be of any use. This isn't about whether it's useful or not, we must do our utmost to make His Majesty aware of the seriousness of the situation, the chief of staff sighed, even though it might be futile. As his voice faded, a silence fell over the entire map room. Everyone looked deeply troubled. Just then, the Crown Prince clenched his teeth and at last stood up. What if we take action first and report later? I'll take the lead, order the entire army to retreat, do our best to break through, and then I'll admit my mistake to my father. At most he will depose me as Crown Prince. Everyone in the room looked at the Crown Prince, their faces filled with surprise. The Crown Prince frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Can't I make a brave decision? My dear friend Rokossovsky held out in Araki for 2 days, and broke through on the third. Shouldn't I also do something to rescue the front army? The Chief of Staff spoke. But, Your Highness, you making a decision doesn't stand legally. You don't have the authority to approve this plan. In fact, no one in this room has the power to approve it. The Chief of General Staff at the High Command has the authority to approve this plan, but he has not. The Crown Prince looked puzzled. How can a front army operate without its own decision-making authority? We have it, but for major strategic plans of this scale, it's beyond our decision-making range. The Crown Prince slumped back down. Is there nothing I can do? There is, said General Skorobo. Tell me quickly. The Crown Prince stood up again, urging as he slapped the table. General Skorobo, fly back to St. Yekaterina Fortress and persuade His Majesty. The Crown Prince deflated immediately. No, my father will be furious that I was not supervising the front properly and went back without informing him. Even if I could placate His Majesty, it would still be days later. Sometimes I feel that my father is still a child, fragile, sensitive, and suspicious. In the presence of so many people, only the Crown Prince dared to speak like this. The Crown Prince continued, nevertheless, my father's love for all of us siblings is genuine, and that's why we can persuade him, but it takes time. And we're precisely out of time? Unless we can use my father's feelings for us right now. The Crown Prince suddenly stopped. He looked at the others. I've thought of a highly feasible method. It might just persuade my father to agree to your breakout plan immediately. The others exchanged glances, and General Skorobo asked on behalf of everyone, what method? Nov. L. B /JNN. The Crown Prince, I'll send a telegram to my father saying, since father wishes for me to die here, then your son can only comply with father's wish. Then I'll lead a troop to die in battle, while you all continue preparing the breakout in secret. Because the Crown Prince spoke so casually of his own death, everyone was momentarily speechless. Then the Chief of Staff pounded the table and exclaimed, no, this is not acceptable. You can't predict what His Majesty the Tsar's reaction would be after that. The Crown Prince smiled. I can. I understand my father best. He will calm down after crying his eyes out, and adopt the most direct means to stop the situation from worsening. As long as I die, even just get seriously injured, my father will calm down. The people looked at each other. Nobody dared to agree to the idea of the Crown Prince going to his death. General Skorobo was still trying to persuade, Your Royal Highness, it's getting late. You should rest. Crown Prince, I need an army. No, a division to attack with me will suffice. We'll strike toward Lebedian, and once we've broken through, we can escape. Certainly, Araki wouldn't be bad either. After breaking through we could rush to Shepetovka and even join up with Rokossovsky. The crowd continued to look at each other, dumbfounded. The Crown Prince was displeased and slammed the table with force. What are you hesitating for? Either we completely disregard the opinion of St. Yekaterina Fortress and break out first, claiming an army abroad cannot follow the orders of its sovereign, or let me die and shock my father. These resonant words echoed in the grand map room. Duke Old Rokossovsky put down the phone, looking toward the ever-ready old butler Mikhail. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is preparing to die generously to stimulate His Majesty and to make him see the situation clearly. Mikhail was very surprised. Him? Mistake? Surely? How could he possibly have such awareness and initiative? That's what growth is, said the old Duke Rokossovsky. Think about it. The problem child of our family has already become a war general capable of standing on his own. What's so strange about the Crown Prince making such progress? Besides, he has an example, doesn't he? The example, of course, referred to the former problem child of the Rokossovsky family, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, who was the friend of the Crown Prince and always ranked last. Mikhail, indeed. The growth of the young master is obvious. It's not something that's obvious, said old Rokossovsky as he stood up and walked to the window, looking at the crescent moon that was gradually filling out. After a brief moment of contemplation, old Rokossovsky said, it's not as though we can't give the Crown Prince a hand. Mikhail, you no longer have command authority. You can't lead any troops. Ha ha ha, old Rokossovsky laughed a few times, saying I can't lead the troops is a bit of an underestimation. Perhaps I really can't lead the Navy or the Air Force, but I think I can still lead the Army. I just need to don a coat that looks rather formidable. Mikhail, Your Grace, this isn't a matter to be taken lightly, you will have to answer for this afterward. Old Rokossovsky interrupted his old butler. Mikhail, how many years have you served me? Over 70 years. I have almost been living on your estate since birth, and I started doing things that I could manage when I was 6. Old Rokossovsky nodded. Then you should understand my intentions, right? Please, make it clear, said Mikhail. Old Rokossovsky sighed. Mikhail, Miss Huh, can't you see? This war might not necessarily end in a loss for the anti-empire, but if the anti-empire wins, the power of the church will surely rise like the midday sun. At that time, secular priests will no longer need us nobles. Never need us again. But, Mikhail seemed to want to express a different opinion. There are no buts. The day the war ends, the church's plan to purge us old nobles will begin the countdown. Then, being nobility will become an obstacle for Elisha and might even bring fatal peril. But if I die in battle with the crown prince, or just I die and the crown prince survives, the situation will be different. Nobles will shape me into a national hero to counter the rapidly expanding power of the church in this war. But that's not the main point. The main point is, Elisha will then be the son of a national hero. With his own military achievements, he will attain a lofty status in the reborn empire. Do you understand, Mikhail? The old butler thought for a moment and had to admit, your vision is far-reaching. I am no match. Old Rokossovsky smiled. Anyway, I'm nearly 80 years old, an age where dying any time isn't surprising. Let me die a glorious death then. Mikhail, I am willing to die alongside you. No, Mikhail. If you die with me, how would my contacts be passed on to Elisha? No, you can't die, and you need to board a plane tonight, flying directly to St. Yekaterina Fortress. The old butler was silent for a few seconds and then said, should I also bring the young master along? He is a staff officer. He has his own duties to fulfill. Old Rokossovsky waved his hand. Besides, even if he stays in the encirclement, a staff officer is not necessarily fated to die. The old butler Mikhail stopped himself from saying more. Old Rokossovsky asked, what's the matter? If you want to say something, just say it. Mikhail, no, nothing else to say. Old Rokossovsky, then go and contact my old units for me. I will command them personally. St. Yekaterina Fortress, August 7th in the afternoon. Princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna, the second in line to the anti-empire's throne, once again entered the office of General Tijanaya, the head of the military orders department at the High Command. The general looked up and said, good afternoon, Your Highness. The operations office is next door. Olga, I was kicked out. Well, I can't send you back there. General Tijanaya spread his hands. Our military orders department is just a stamping authority. The operations office makes the plans. We stamp them. Our real function is personnel matters. You should come to us when you want to make personnel adjustments. Besides that, we also manage the awarding of medals. Princess Olga, frowning, why do I feel like you're telling me about the things you can do? Right. Is there a problem in explaining our functions to the royal family? General Tijanaya shrugged his shoulders. Olga, well, can I? At that moment, an aide opened the door. Major General Chekhov has arrived. Let him in. Your Highness, you may sit down and have some tea. General Tijanaya gestured to the tea set on the table. Princess Olga moved to the side, but before she could sit down, Major General Chekhov entered. Seeing the princess, the Major General stopped dead. Huh. Princess Olga, continue with your affairs, don't mind me. Chekhov saluted the princess, and upon fulfilling his duties to the royal family, turned to General Tijanaya. Why have I been called back? The situation at Archsukov is very bad. If I, as the logistics commander, leave, their supply will soon become chaotic. General Tijanaya waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, an army of that scale forms inertia. Your short absence won't cause any major problems. Short absence? How long is that? Tijanaya, that depends on how quickly the Prussians act. It took Major General Chekhov a second to realize that Tijanaya was not going to let him go back, so he stepped forward, tapping the desk with his wedding ring. Are you joking? General Tijanaya, your new assignment is to serve as the logistics commander in the reserve army. It was suggested by Grand Patriarch Belinsky, and after consideration, we believe that you are eminently suitable. You did very well in Archsukov and will certainly make a mark in the reserve army. However, since you have no military merits, there's a problem with your promotion, and it's not necessary for a logistics commander of an army to hold a general's rank. You can go to your new post now, get familiar with the situation as soon as possible. We predict the operations department predicts that the situation at St. Yekaterina Fortress will gradually become severe starting from mid-September. Major General Chekhov stared at the general for a while and said, you've given up on the heavy troop concentration at Archsukov. It isn't we who gave it up, we've always tried to save it, and right now, we're still sending troops to Duke Myshakin, who has the best hopes for a breakout. It was the incompetence of the high command and the senior officers that doomed that army. As he spoke, General Tijanaya picked up his pipe, stuffing it with tobacco, and continued. Back in July, General Gorky Konstantinovich already predicted the risk of Archsukov being encircled, but at that time, the command was filled with an optimistic spirit, believing that once our new tanks entered the battlefield, the war would end quickly. Therefore, General Gorky was relieved of his duties and sent to sit on the cold bench at the St. Andrew Front Army. The only upside of this transfer is that General Gorky will soon show his talents in the coniferous forests and mountains around St. Andrew Fort, as the Northwestern Front Army can't hold on any longer. Princess Olga frowned, looking at General Tijanaya with suspicion. Major General Chekhov, you don't need to shift the blame to a mere major general like me, leave that to the historians. Where is my appointment? General Tijanaya pulled out a document and tossed it to Major General Chekhov, just stamped. There's also an appointment for your adjutant. Where is he? Why hasn't he come in? Major General Chekhov turned and called out, Rokossov. Princess Olga was startled, standing up and watching the door with eager eyes. Instead, a chubby brigadier general came in. Princess Olga hesitated. That's not right. I remember Count Rokossov as a tall, well-built young man. I saw him from a distance at a ball. What you're referring to must be my brother, Count Rokosov. I am Duke Rokosov, Your Highness, the brigadier said as he saluted the princess, fulfilling his obligation to the royal family. Major General Chekhov passed the document from General Tijanaya's desk to Brigadier Rokosov. Reading it, the brigadier exclaimed, "Why am I being transferred to a logistics unit? My training is in operational planning. General Tijanaya, we did consider sending you to command troops, especially since your brother has performed so splendidly and your father also once did very well, which leads one to wonder if it runs in the family. But Brigadier, your map exercise scores are too poor, losing every time, and right now we can't take the risk of you commanding troops. What if you tarnish the Rokosov name?" The brigadier's face scrunched up completely. "You've called me back just to prevent me from becoming a stain on my brother's reputation. General Tijanaya, no, we believe that you have performed excellently in logistical organization, so we are transferring you to a place where you can fully leverage your strengths. After all, our main function at the Military Orders Department is to make personnel adjustments, to get the right people into the right places. If there are no questions, you may leave now. My secretary has already arranged your accommodation and transportation." Major General Chekhov saluted the general and turned to the brigadier general, saying, "All right, let's go, brigadier." Only then did the brigadier general salute and follow the major general out of the room. After the secretary closed the door, only General Tijanaya and Her Highness the Princess remained in the room. "Olga, is this the main duty of the Military Orders Department?" General Tijanaya, "Yes, and it's a very important duty. Without us acting as a lubricant, this huge and outdated machine wouldn't be able to run for even a day. Your Highness, let's talk about the issues that concern you. Olga, you're reinforcing Duke Myshakin's forces. Are you preparing to rescue Archsukov? Nov. L. B //JNN. It's unlikely that we'll be able to save him, but we can try to rescue as many troops as possible. The enemy is very powerful, and without reinforcement for Myshakin, we might even lose Shepetovka. After all, aerial reconnaissance indicates that the enemy's 9th Infantry Army Group is about to move to the front of Shepetovka. The enemy's army group may have that name, but it's not the same as our army groups." Olga asked again, "Will General Rokosov participate in the defense of Shepetovka?" "No, his troops will soon withdraw from Shepetovka to Shostka. We expect that he will have a month to build defensive positions there. Shostka also has a cement factory, so they'll have plenty of cement." Olga frowned. "I don't understand military matters, but it sounds like Shostka is different from Shepetovka. There's a railway connection. After the fall of Shepetovka, Myshakin's troops will retreat through Shostka. Additionally, there's a river there, and although it's not the flood season in September, it's still hard to force a crossing. General Rokosovsky will be able to fully display his defensive talents there." General Tijanaya explained enthusiastically. "Additionally, after the troops arrive here, we plan to invite the Major General, along with his meritorious personnel, to the capital. At that time, we will award him and let him accept interviews from the newspapers. After the massive failure at Archsukov, we will need these." Princess Olga's brows were nearly twisted into knots. "You've already planned these things?" "Yes, if defeat is certain, we must prepare for the aftermath. Don't underestimate the importance of what we're doing. It can prevent a major defeat from becoming a complete rout. The Prasen High Command probably thinks that eliminating 1 million of our men at Archsukov means the overall situation is settled, but the reserve army has already organized over 1 million men, and that number will grow. However, if morale collapses, millions of men will surrender faster than pigs, understand?" Princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna. Olga's lips trembled, and she didn't answer. "General Tijanaya, you must get used to these things quickly. I heard you aim to become a female Tsar like Ekaterina the Great, and the Great Empress wouldn't tremble over such matters." Olga bit her lip to force herself to stop trembling. "General Tijanaya, that's right. As the head of the Military Orders Department, I can assure you that after this, Rokosov will receive ample reinforcements. Olga, are you planning to promote him?" General Tijanaya waved his hands repeatedly. "No, although he has performed extremely well, he was only recently promoted to Major General, and considering his earlier extraordinary promotion from Colonel to Brigadier General, the pace of his promotion has been unreasonably fast. We plan to promote him to Lieutenant General by the end of the year. Not promoting his rank doesn't prevent us from shaping him into a war hero. If he were in the Federation, by now he'd be completely withdrawn from the front lines, going around making speeches, selling war bonds instead. But we're on the brink of national extinction. Such an outstanding commander must continue to serve on the front lines. Of course, as the troops of a war hero commander, we will grant them many privileges, such as returning recovered veterans to his unit as much as possible, rather than to other units. And, for example, giving them a little more technical weaponry than others. Many things will become more manageable after his return to the capital." The general paused, looking at Olga. "When he's in the capital, your highness can accompany him to show yourself more. Of course, when your brother comes back, there won't be any need for you to do so." Olga stared at Tijanaya for several seconds and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The general stared back at the princess for a long time before saying, "During the Civil War, I wasn't actually part of the secular faction. I was with the centrists, working hard to prepare for defense against Bohemia and Mannheim, ready to resist foreign intervention. Later, I became the head of the Military Orders Department. The secular faction who won the war wanted a Tsar because the sanctified faction had the support of so many people. The secular faction says that divine arrows, chants, and the like are natural phenomena, which humanity will one day master, just like wireless radio. But the old farmers in remote areas don't think so. They all support the sanctified faction. Do you understand? But now, the old farmers have been convinced by sausages, champagne, and caviar, my princess. Princess Olga rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. August 7th night, Shepetovka, the headquarters of the 151st Temporary Infantry Division. Pavlov cleared his throat repeatedly, his brow furrowed. Wang Zhong, is your throat still uncomfortable? Yeah, I couldn't help but shout during the retreat, and then I lost my voice. It's better now, it only affects normal speaking slightly. Pavlov raised his voice and said, but when I tried to shout, this happens. His voice broke off abruptly when it reached a certain volume, leaving only the sound of air passing through his throat. Wang Zhong, you sound just like an opera singer who's overused his voice. Maybe you could ask Vasily, the son of the music professor might know what to do. At this moment, the communications staff at the radio stood up, walked over with a telegram in hand. This just decoded telegram is an order for us. Wang Zhong took the telegram, noticed that it was very short, and began to read. Your unit must move to Shostka immediately, to reorganize and construct defensive works there. Where is Shostka? Pavlov approached the map and quickly found the location on the edge. Here, an important railway hub on the Duva River. It's a necessary route by train from Shepetovka to the capital. Wang Zhong also stood up and came over to the map, closely examining the place Pavlov was pointing to. This is really suitable for defense. It's got mountains, forests, and even a river. Get the geographic data. I want to check the periods of high and low water level in the Duva River. The staff immediately began looking through the geographic data. The periods of high water level are the spring and autumn turnover periods. Wang Zhong, so by the end of September, it will freeze over soon, right? But the muddiness of the turnover periods can significantly slow down the pace of the attacking troops, which is advantageous for the defenders, Pavlov replied. At this moment Wang Zhong suddenly noticed something. The border of Khazaria Kingdom just happens to go between Shepetovka and Shostka, even closer to Shepetovka actually. Wang Zhong, we are going to leave Khazarla. Pavlov had also just realized this, opened his mouth but no words came out. At this time, the others in the room were also looking towards them, most of them Khazarlan. Wang Zhong, since the order has been issued, let's get ready. How many men have we assembled now? Pavlov, including those with light injuries, 5,100 combatants and 4,500 logistics personnel. Except for your 6 small tanks, we've pretty much lost all our technical equipment. Wang Zhong, arrange for train cars, start transporting to Shostka. We have enough train cars, right? N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Yes, all day-to-day troops have been arriving in Shepetovka by train, and the trains that were emptied were used to transport local civilians and hospital patients. It should be very easy to get the train cars to send us back. Good, you organize this. I'd like our vanguard to leave for Shostka tonight to set up a camp. Has Popov returned? Have him take care of this, and make sure to secure support from local churches, asking the church to organize labor. Before we arrive, they should start digging anti-tank ditches and pouring concrete for anti-tank obstacles. Just as Wang Zhong finished speaking, Popov entered the room. Did someone call for me? You're finally back. How did it go with replenishing the prayers? No luck. Popov shook his head. Your method of using the divine arrow for air defense is something the church has decided to promote. So the prayers are even more in demand now. Everyone at the front is holding on to them for dear life and even plan to take ours. I've protested fiercely and managed to hold them off. Wang Zhong, good, very good. But I have a task for you. We've just received orders to move to Shostka. I need you to lead the vanguard and lay the groundwork, starting with establishing contact with the local church and recruiting labor. We've suffered heavy losses in our logistics personnel and need reinforcements. Popov nodded. Leave it to me. Shostka? Isn't that outside Khazarla? Popov's shout made even the ticking of the radio stop for a moment. Wang Zhong patted him on the shoulder. You're Khazarlan too. Of course. Can't you tell by the way I eat? My life is owed to the sour cream from my hometown. Wang Zhong, then you should eat as much as you can now. Nelly. The maid entered the room, looking puzzledly at Wang Zhong. Prepare some sour cream for Popov to fill up on, Wang Zhong ordered. At that moment, someone among the staff raised their hand. I want some too. And me. Me too. Wang Zhong changed his request. Nelly, prepare some supper, and get more of the Khazarlan local delicacies. Nelly nodded and left. Wang Zhong suddenly thought, considering how long he had been in this world, he still didn't know what homeland delicacies were and it was a good time to get to know them. To get to know the foods of his homeland. Homeland. St. Yekaterina Fortress, Summer Palace, Command Headquarters Operations Department. As soon as Tsar Nicholas V entered, he asked, have you drafted the new plan yet? How many troops can we save? Marshal Semyon Konstantinovich stood up, took a long rod beside the map, and started gesturing over the map. We are currently reinforcing Shepetovka, and when the relief operation begins, Duke Myshakin of Shepetovka will command an assault. The target is to threaten the supply line of the enemy's 2nd Armored Group. Nikolai V interrupted Marshal Semyon. I don't care about your plans. I don't understand them anyway. I just want to know how many people can be saved. Marshal Semyon and Chief of General Staff Tkachev exchanged glances and replied, 400,000. It's impossible to save more under the current circumstances. Nikolai V slumped into his seat, staring at the map. Is this the best case scenario? He asked. Marshal Semyon nodded. Yes. And the worst case? Give me some mental preparation, His Majesty the Tsar said with a voice that had aged considerably. Marshal Semyon exchanged looks with Tkachev again. He considered for a moment before saying, the worst case scenario is that not a single person can be evacuated. What? The Tsar exclaimed. Not a single person can be evacuated. Chief of General Staff Tkachev spoke up. If we had started to retreat immediately at the onset of the enemy's offensive, we could have saved more troops, but now it's too late. The Tsar stood up, pounding the table as he yelled, too late, too late? That's all you say. Less than a week ago, you were still telling me that we could push the enemy back to the national border any minute? I should have executed all of you cowards by firing squad. You are traitors of anti. At that moment, Marshal Semyon said, it was you who refused to retreat, sire. If we had retreated then, even if the situation was terrible, we could have saved 300,000 troops. Nikolai V fell back into his chair, looking much older. Yes, it was I who didn't allow the retreat. Are you blaming me now? Do you want me to take full responsibility for this great defeat? Is that what you think, without considering who was there, thumping their chests before the war began? And who was it that arrogantly ousted Gorky Konstantinovich? It was you? It was you all. After venting his emotions, Nikolai V sighed, call my son back, have a plane fetch him now. Marshal Semyon asked, what about the retreat plan? Nikolai V said, follow your plan, I approve it. The generals exchanged glances, not concealing their surprise. Tkachev stood up and picked up the telephone from the table. This is the Chief of General Staff. The plan has been approved. Execute immediately. Repeat, execute immediately. Nikolai V commanded, send the best pilot. Go get my son now. Marshal Semyon said, taking the crown prince away now could risk turning it into a rout. After these days of battle, the troops' morale is already very shaky. I don't care. Just as Nikolai V slammed his fist on the table, a communication officer came in through the door. Seeing the situation, he froze, standing at the doorway with the telegram, unsure of what to do. Tkachev noticed the communication officer and said, give me the telegram, where's it from? Communication officer, it's from Archsukov, signed by the crown prince. Nikolai V stood up swiftly, walked over in 2 strides, snatched the telegram, and began to read. As he read, he collapsed to his knees. The gathered generals were shocked and rushed to support their sovereign. Marshal Semyon grasped the corner of the telegram. May I? Nikolai V let go of the telegram and weakly waved his hand. Marshal Semyon looked at the telegram. Dear Father Tsar, I have decided to fulfill my duty as an overseeing officer and lead the troops into an attack against the enemy myself. The current situation is extremely perilous, with Archsukov on the brink of encirclement. As your son, I am unable to stop the enemy's onslaught and save the million-strong army here. I can only contribute a meager effort. Love, Ivan Nikolaevich Andronov. After reading the telegram, the marshal passed the telegram paper to Chief of General Staff Tkachev. The Chief of General Staff finished reading with a very complex expression on his face. At that moment, the Tsar suddenly rallied, shouting, dispatch the plane? The plane? Tie Ivan to the plane and have him flown here. Fly over. Tkachev responded, understood, we'll send a plane right away. Archsukov, Southwestern Front Army Headquarters. When the communication officer entered with uncontrollable joy on his face, he announced, the telegrams arrived. The retreat plan has been approved. The senior officers in headquarters were stunned. It was the Front Army Chief of Staff who first snapped out of it. Let me see it. The communication officer immediately handed the telegram to the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff quickly read through the telegram and his face lit up with joy. It's a retreat order. Plus, High Command is preparing to launch an offensive towards Shepetovka to support our breakout. There's another order here. Your Royal Highness, the plane to pick you up will arrive shortly. Ivan's smile swiftly climbed his lips but vanished just as quick. No, what would happen to the morale if I left under these circumstances? It will collapse, the Front Army chaplain said with certainty. The breakout will turn into a mass of people bumping around like headless flies. The fields of Kazarla are so vast that quite a few should make it out, but that's all they'll be doing getting out. Ivan bit his lip. Then I won't go. Keep to the original plan. I will personally lead a force to break through. Let the whole army know this. Moreover, prepare a royal banner, and make it big, bigger than the red flag of my dear friend Rakosov. On August 8, at 8:30, at Shepetovka, the headquarters of the 151st Provisional Infantry Division, Wang Zhong was originally planning to head out when he passed by Nelly packing up the dining table. Possessed by some devilish impulse, he stopped and scooped up a dollop of sour cream with his finger and popped it into his mouth. Nelly, what are you doing? You're acting like a little kid. Can't you use a spoon? All right, I'll use a spoon. Wang Zhong took the spoon Nelly handed him and scooped up a heaping spoonful of sour cream into his mouth. Sour cream is such a strange thing. At first, it seems so odd to eat, and even odder to put into soup. But after you've tried it once, you can't help but go for it again, the second time thinking, it's so strange, I need to savor it more. And then, you just can't stop, you need to have some with everything. Especially here at Auntie's, where meals are those calorically dense things with lots of fat, you can't do without sour cream to cut through the greasiness. It's like eating pig trotters with noodles. After a bite of the big trotter, you need some sour pickles to refresh the palate. I feel like I'm going to turn into the shape of sour cream. After finishing, Wang Zhong handed the spoon back to Nelly, with a reminder, the division's train leaves at 10:30. Watch the time and don't be late. You are my clerk. After Nelly spoke, she grabbed Wang Zhong who was about to leave. Wait, you haven't wiped the hand you used to scrape the sour cream, give it here. Nelly then carefully wiped Wang Zhong's hand clean with a napkin before letting him go. Wang Zhong, you're almost like my mom. Nelly, incensed, said, I am not that old. That's what she takes offense to. Wang Zhong turned and left the room. No sooner had he descended the stairs than he saw a group of people wearing labor camp armbands streaming into the division headquarters yard. The newly assembled headquarters guard platoon was blocking them. Grigori stood alertly at the door of the building where Wang Zhong stayed, cradling a submachine gun. The workers were fervent. Let us see the general. Yes, let us see the general. Wang Zhong, what do you want with me? The restless crowd paused, their gaze turning to him en masse. It's the general. That's not right, isn't the general supposed to be 6 meters tall? What kind of genetic specimen would that be? Wang Zhong, I apologize for not being 6 meters tall and for disappointing you all. I'm just an ordinary person, but I've also killed 2 Prussian generals. The crowd grew agitated again, speculating about how the remaining 5 Prussian generals died. Wang Zhong couldn't stand it anymore. At this rate, he was going to become St. Andrew's champion warrior. He interrupted their discussions. What do you want? Did you just come to see what I look like? The workers calmed down, and all eyes shifted in unison to an old worker. The old man stepped forward and said, We are workers from the Shepetovka textile factory. We heard that your flag was torn up in the last battle, so we worked overnight to make a new one. Radylov, bring it here. The crowd parted to make way, and a very robust worker carried a fiery red banner over to Wang Zhong, flicking it open fully in front of him with a twist of his arm. It was Wang Zhong's red flag, only 1,000 times more exquisite, and at the base of the flag, there was a line of gold lettering, donated by the workers of the Shepetovka textile factory. The old worker continued, We used all night to perfect this red color. The young people at the factory, God knows where they heard it from, were saying that your flag was dyed red with the blood of martyred heroes, and they wanted to use their own blood. But I thought that wouldn't do. Blood turns black, so we used this blood red shade. What do you think? Someone from the crowd shouted, Balukin is our best dyer, General, please accept it. Wang Zhong, looking at the red flag, the sunlight filtering through the fabric and falling across his face, said, Grigori, he ordered, take the flag, and you'll be the flag bearer. Where I go, you follow. The workers cheered. Archsukov, the Rokossovsky estate. When Mikhail entered the Duke's bedroom, the Duke was comparing clothes against himself. Mikhail hurried over and took the clothes. Let me do it. We shouldn't have let go of all the maids so quickly. It's nothing, I do have hands. You worry too much. Now tell me, what's the situation? The Crown Prince is set to lead the troops out today. It's your old unit. Old Rokossov chuckled. My old unit is the most resolute, and even Major General Skorobo knows this. This is just as well. What's the direction of the attack? Mikhail answered, the attack is towards Shepetovka. First, it can delay the enemy armor from flanking, and second, it can cover our forces escaping through the breach. Old Rokossov added, third, the Crown Prince might just break through if he's lucky. Quite a gamble they're taking. Where's the planned deployment area? Kabusk village. Okay, we'll head straight for Kabusk. We should make it in time. Choose a driver with no family ties to take me there. Then it's only me. No, you won't do. You're taking the plane out today. Mikhail thought for a moment and said, then let's go with Stepan. 2 of his 3 sons are grown up, and the elderly in his house have passed away, which makes him suitable. Old Rokossov nodded. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. By this time, he had already put on his old military dress uniform and adorned himself with all his medals. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, the old man snorted, like a toy doll. My medals could almost be bulletproof. I wonder which Prussian bastard will benefit from them. No, it won't do. I have to take the medals off. You take them to Elisha. Can't let the Prussian devils have them. So for the next 20 minutes, Mikhail, the old servant, helped the general take off all his medals. Rokossov looked at himself in the mirror and said, the first time I put on this uniform, I was as young as Elisha, knew nothing, and all I thought about was flirting with girls at balls. Mikhail, the younger master, is already capable of standing on his own. Yes. Now it's my turn as an old father to show him what a warrior's resolve is. The old man suddenly smacked his lips. My mouth is a bit dry. Get me some sour cream. Is there any sour cream left? Mikhail, of course, there is. Even if everything else was missing, we wouldn't run out of that. I'll go get it for you. And bring some waffles, too, and walnut jam if there's any. Got it. After Mikhail left, the old duke stood alone in front of the mirror, looking at his reflection. Humph, not too shabby, could charm a girl at the bar. He lightly adjusted his beard and put on the old-fashioned military cap. After gazing at his reflection for a few seconds, he suddenly slapped his thigh. I forgot my saber. After the Civil War ended, the troops did away with sabers, so I forgot. Mikhail, where is my saber? Archsukov, Krugen Street, number 43. Mrs. Alexeyevna put a little pot of sour cream on the small tray in front of the wounded man. Help yourself if you want to eat. The wounded man said, Old mother, stop bothering with us, the Prussians will kill you too if they find out you're hiding us. The old lady pushed up her glasses, glanced around the cellar and smiled faintly at the dozen or so seriously injured men hiding there. Don't worry. They don't need a reason to kill an old woman like me. If one day I don't come down, you open the door over there. The old lady pointed to the end of the cellar. The pickled cabbage casks are already moved aside, even you should be able to open it easily. It's a tunnel prepared by the locals when they resisted Emperor Pali. There's also a large community of beggars underneath, and the Prussians couldn't get rid of them all. Just say you're guests of Mrs. Alexeyevna. They'll help you. The wounded men looked at each other while the old lady walked up the cellar stairs and left. Mrs. Alexeyevna came up to the surface and carefully camouflaged the entrance to the cellar before picking up the crutches and slowly moving towards the apartment door. She walked out the door and stood on the desolate street of Archsukov. Not long before, the street was full of pedestrians, and there were queues at the church store not far away to get sausages. But now, the entire street was empty. Mrs. Alexeyevna stood for a moment, decided to go back inside, when a military unit approached from a distance. The soldiers marched in unison, singing military songs, their high spirits in sharp contrast to the desolate surroundings. Mrs. Alexeyevna couldn't help but stop, maintaining the gesture of holding the doorknob as she watched the troops. Her gaze was fixed on those young faces, like a mother looking at her children. An entire regiment marched past number 43 Krugen Street, and then the only tank appeared. Mrs. Alexeyevna could not recognize the model of the tank, but she knew the huge flag fluttering on the antenna behind the tank. A very young captain sat atop the tank turret, looking ahead with confidence. When he saw Mrs. Alexeyevna, the young captain suddenly patted the tank hatch. Stop. He shouted several times before the tank stopped, right in front of number 43 Krugen Street. Mrs. Alexeyevna took a few steps forward and said to the young captain, I think I've seen you before, Captain. The captain laughed. Impossible, it's my father on the coin. Old lady, you better run, the enemy is coming. Mrs. Alexeyevna laughed. I can't leave, I still have things to do, I'll wait for you to come back, child. May Saint Andrew bless you. The captain was confused. What else do you have to do? Shall I have someone do it for you? You should really leave. Mrs. Alexeyevna shook her head repeatedly. May Saint Andrew bless you. She took a few steps back and drew a triangle in front of herself. The captain shrugged and ordered from within the tank, let's go. No, forward? Is that how you give the command? The person inside the tank replied, that's right, Your Highness. Maybe you should come inside, it's windy out. No, I get a headache just a few minutes after I'm in there, the captain said, continuing to sit atop the tank turret. Mrs. Alexeyevna stood at the apartment door, watching the young man and his flag recede into the distance. Kabusk village, near the predestined deployment line of the attacking forces. Ivan Nikolaevich Andronov heard the distant cries of hurrah from the front. Curious, he asked, what's happening? However, no one answered him. The sound of the tanks was too loud, so Ivan reached into the hatch and tapped the tank commander's shoulder. What's happening? The commander turned around. What? It seemed that without an internal line, it was basically impossible to hear anything inside a tank. The crown prince waved his hand and sat up straight again, looking ahead. Finally, he saw clearly at whom the soldiers were yelling hurrah. A jeep was parked on the road, and an old man in an old military uniform was saying something. The tank pulled up next to the jeep and stopped. Ivan recognized that the old man was Duke Rakosov. Your Grace. Despite being the crown prince, Ivan used a respectful title. What brings you here? The old man smiled. I've come to serve as an infantry company commander. I did the job for a good long time when I first joined the army. I'm quite familiar with it. Ivan asked curiously, so, what was that hurrah they yelled at you all about? Ah, it's the young men on active duty showing respect to an old superior. Actually, most privates have never seen me, they don't know why they should yell hurrah, but they yelled anyway. The old duke stopped and looked up at Ivan. Apart from being a bit slender, you look like a soldier. For some reason, Ivan wanted to appear more soldier-like and jumped down from the tank, only to almost fall to his knees as he lost his footing. The old duke grabbed him and pulled him up. Be careful, Your Highness. If your knee hits the ground, I'll have to go to the palace's ceremonial hall for a protocol examination. Those around them who heard this laughed, then the old sergeant major chased the chucklers away. Stop laughing. The battle is unfolding. Do you want to stand still and take the enemy's shelling? Only then did the soldiers move forward, heading towards the deployment line. Old Rakosov pinched Ivan's shoulder and asked, how are you holding up, Your Highness? To tell you the truth, my legs started shaking the moment that Sergeant Major yelled. That normal, Your Grace. Ivan revealed a wry smile. Is this your first offensive? The Duke asked in return. If you don't count the mock offensive drills in military school, yes n/o/vel/b/in.c//om, then it's very normal. The night before my first battle, I couldn't sleep a wink, tossing and turning, and whenever I shut my eyes, all sorts of nonsense would run through my mind. My heart thumped uncontrollably, and even the blood vessels in my neck and temples trembled. Ivan looked shocked. Really? That's exactly what happened to me last night. True. Everyone feels the same, but the difference comes the second time. Brave people are still nervous the second time but can at least sleep a bit. Those bastards born for the battlefield sleep soundly the next time and even snore. Ivan laughed. Really? Then I'm looking forward to my second time. I wonder how Elisha is doing. He's probably like me, sleeps more soundly than a pig the second time around, said Duke Rakasov. Just then, a whistling sound came overhead, and Ivan instinctively wanted to hit the dirt but was caught by the Duke and couldn't move. It's our own preparatory fire, no need to worry. It's for blasting the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, explosions lit up the northern plains. Ivan looked into the distance. Are the enemies that close? Not close, almost 3 kilometers away. It's quite a walk. Of course, Your Highness, you'll get there faster in a tank, whereas this old man here will advance with the infantry. I'll also advance with the infantry. Ivan suddenly looked down, noticing his legs were shaking so much, it was visibly clear from the outside of his trousers. Never mind, I'll ride in the tank after all. I feel like my legs would give out halfway. Elisha has already gone back and forth across the battlefield several times, while I'm just embarrassing. Duke Rakasov glanced at Ivan's legs, hesitated for a moment, but then said, at least you didn't wet yourself, which is quite brave. Ivan also laughed. I think that's just a hateful rumor someone made up about Elisha. Who knows? Duke Rakasov gazed at the distant enemy positions being bombarded. Silence briefly enveloped the two, with only the thunderous explosions in the distance and the continuous whistling of shells in the sky. Suddenly, Duke Rakasov said, originally, I wanted to change Elisha's name, because have you heard that song called Elisha? Ivan thought for a moment and said, the song with the lyrics he can no longer bring flowers to the girl, it's the girl who brings flowers to him. Yes, it's terribly inauspicious, isn't it? But then I thought, the name Alexei is that of a saint, chosen according to the time he was born. It would probably anger some formidable force if I changed it randomly. That idea is very unsecular faction, isn't it? The anti-people's custom was to choose names from a list of saints according to the time of birth, which is why there were so many common names. Ivan laughed, indeed. Now, all we can do is hope that Saint Alexei blesses him to live until the end of the war. The general made a triangle with his fingers and laughed. After the brief exchange, the two watched silently as the artillery pounded the enemy positions in the distance. Time passed unmeasured until a messenger ran up, dismounted in front of the Crown Prince, and saluted. The division commander has instructed me to inform Your Highness that the assault formation is fully deployed. Ivan returned the salute. Tell the commander that I'm just a captain, no need to report to me. Proceed with the attack at his pace. I'll be at the very forefront of the troops. Yes, the messenger saluted, mounted his horse, and galloped away. Ivan turned to Duke Rakasov and said, then I'm off. I'll be right there, the Duke replied, taking a step back and saluting Ivan. Ivan turned to climb onto the tank but his legs were shaking so badly that he couldn't get up. Old Duke Rakasov stepped forward, grabbed him by the armpit, and hoisted him up. The Crown Prince stood behind the tank gun, placing all his weight on the turret, before finally looking down at Duke Rakasov. Thank you, don't mention it. Ivan rapped on the tank turret hatch and shouted loudly, forward, to the very front of the formation. The tank roared to life, thundering forward. Duke Rakasov watched the tank depart before getting into his own jeep. Let's go, to the front of the first line of infantry, and then, Stepan, you can run. Go wherever it is you need to go. Stepan nodded, understood. The car engine started up. Half an hour later, at the very front of the attack front, all the soldiers present could tell that the barrage had turned into Sujin's barrage, signaling that the attack was about to begin. A platoon leader ran up to Ivan's tank. Your Highness, say something to us. Ivan looked at the soldiers awaiting expectantly. I can't. Whenever I had to speak before, someone else would write the script for me. The platoon leader said, but you've got to say something, everyone's waiting. Ivan scratched his head and began, all right, I'm the Crown Prince of the Anti-Empire. We can't hear you, a heckler called out from below. Nov, L.B//JNN. Ivan raised his voice considerably, I'm the Crown Prince of the Anti-Empire, the close friend of that General Rokossovsky, the White Horse General. He has led his troops to many victories. I don't know if I can lead you to victory like he does, but at the very least I can charge with you on a tank, like he does. That's all. The platoon leader, who had asked for a speech, blew the whistle to start the march, whether he was satisfied or not. Ivan patted the tank turret. Move out, forward. The tank began moving, advancing towards the enemy's position. Duke Rakasov was in front of the first skirmish line to the right of the Crown Prince's tank. Seeing the Crown Prince's tank advance, Rakasov shouted, the Crown Prince takes the lead. Sons of Khazarla, forward. He drew his old command saber which despite its age, was so well maintained it reflected light visible hundreds of meters away. Duke Rakasov placed his military cap on the point of the saber and held it high. Follow me, forward, strike up the military song. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy's counterfire fell, exploding amongst the skirmish line. Duke Rakasov moved forward, fearless. The Prussian army, 13th Attack Squadron's squadron leader heard over his headset, "We're under attack by enemy infantry, we're under attack by enemy infantry." The squadron leader tilted his joystick and the aircraft leaned over, revealing the planes originally obscured by the wings. Then, the squadron leader noticed an interesting target, a tank, flying a huge flag that looked somewhat like the royal flag of the anti-empire. The squadron leader turned on the radio, "I've spotted a high-value target. Squadron maintain direction, number 2 follow me in the attack." After speaking, he pushed the joystick to the right and the aircraft rolled and dove into a dive. The squadron leader opened the air brake, and the characteristic screech filled the air. As soon as Ivan heard the screech, his neck was covered with goosebumps. He vaguely remembered that this was the noise made by the enemy's dive bombers, called death scream. He snatched the anti-aircraft gun mounted on the tank turret, looking up for the target. He spotted them, black birds against the direction of the sun. Ivan swung the gun around, crouching down on the side of the turret to raise the gun as much as possible. He fired, tracer rounds soaring into the sky. However, Ivan, who had never received any air shooting training, had no idea about leading the target. Nor did he have a gun sight. There was no chance he could shoot down the enemy aircraft diving from several thousand meters up. The two enemy planes dropped their bombs at 700 meters altitude and then pulled up to leave. As the planes flew over Ivan's head, 2 500-kilogram bombs dropped, one landing right beside the tank. Ivan turned just in time to hear the whirring of the bomb's time delay fuse. The next moment, light swallowed his consciousness. Ivan Nikolaevich Andronov, Crown Prince of the Anti-Empire, was killed in action. Duke Konstantin Alexandrovich Rokossovsky saw clearly as the Crown Prince's tank was engulfed in the explosion. The royal flag, primarily white and blue, gently fell among the smoke and dust. The Duke closed his eyes and whispered, "Godspeed, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." When he opened his eyes, more death screams came from the sky. Konstantin looked up, raising the sword that encapsulated all his glory and military prowess, facing the latest advances in military technology. "A step ahead, my son." Major General Konstantin Alexandrovich Rokossovsky was killed in action. The train of the 151st Temporary Infantry Division stopped at a small, quiet station. "Pavlov, they said it was for a train crossing, and it conveniently gives us a chance to take on water." Wang Zhong nodded, then jumped out of the door of the stuffy boxcar onto the platform. "Is this still within Khazarlan territory?" he asked Pavlov, looking back. "Indeed," Pavlov nodded, "you can tell just by looking at the scenery, there's no other place with such beautiful grasslands, with such fertile black soil." Wang Zhong nodded. For some reason, looking at the grasslands under the afternoon sun, Wang Zhong suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. Logically speaking, this was simply the homeland of Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, while Wang Zhong's own homeland had no such vast grasslands, and the scenery was completely different. Logically speaking, the outsider Wang Zhong should not feel melancholic for a mere place name. At that moment, Ludmila and Nelly came down from the second carriage and stood by Wang Zhong. "Ludmila, as a child, you were only not such a rascal when riding a horse." Wang Zhong looked at his fiancée, "Really? Yes, you would always let the reins go on horseback, letting the horse run on its own, then you'd spread your arms wide, feeling the wind like an idiot," she said. Wang Zhong recalled for no particular reason the sensation of riding Bucephalus and sitting atop turret number 422. Spreading your arms wide, embracing the wind like an idiot indeed, it seemed to be somewhat the case. Suddenly, Wang Zhong jolted and turned to ask Nelly, "Did I also used to love eating sour cream?" Nelly affirmed with certainty, "Madly so, especially the one made by your deceased mother." At that instant, a huge wave of sorrow, like a flood that had been building for a long time, surged forward and took hold of Wang Zhong's heart. Although he could remember nothing, neither racing across the fields nor the taste of his mother's sour cream, the tide of grief that passed through was overwhelmingly real. "Why this melancholy?" "Because I am Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, I was born here, I grew up here, and the milk of the black earth nourished me. Even if the memories are gone, even if the soul has been replaced by another, my body still remembers. It remembers the wind here, everything here." Struggling to keep his voice steady, Wang Zhong said, "Nelly, bring me a lunchbox." "A lunchbox? Or some other metal box, one with a lid that's easy to carry." Although Nelly looked puzzled, she turned and ran off. Wang Zhong stepped forward, crossed the platform, jumped down, and landed on the black soil.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Nelly came running back with the lunchbox. "Here you go." Wang Zhong grabbed the lunchbox, forcefully opened the lid, wedged it under his armpit, squatted down, and scooped up a handful of the black soil. "Nelly, I'll get a shovel." "No, no need." Wang Zhong stopped Nelly and continued plunging his hand into the fertile black earth, carefully placing the soil from this second homeland into the metal box. On the third handful, a startled cricket sprang out and leaped into the grass not far away. Wang Zhong kept filling the lunchbox, handful after handful. Mud packed under his fingernails and filled the lines of his fingerprints. His hands looked like those of a child playing with mud, all dirty. But everyone watched him in silence. Ludmila's eyes even brimmed with hot tears. Grigory, carrying the red flag, stood silently on the platform. Finally, Wang Zhong closed the lunchbox and pressed down hard. He squeezed out a smile for those around him. "Now, my homeland will always be with me. He looked up as if seeing the Khazarlan landscape for the first time, as if greedily wanting to imprint everything in his mind. He remembered countless faces, the unnamed elders of Karlanovka, the worker Luktov who rescued him from beneath the tank, the old lady Alexeyevna from number 43 Krugen Street. In the end, Wang Zhong saw Crown Prince Ivan and old man Konstantin standing in the light, seemingly saying something. They were saying safe travels. At that moment, the train's whistle startled Wang Zhong. He turned his head and saw the stifle cars full of young faces passing by on the opposite platform, heading in the direction Wang Zhong was leaving. Ignoring the mud on his hands, Wang Zhong cupped his hands to his mouth to make a megaphone and shouted to the young faces, "Safe travels." The soldiers of the 151st Division shouted together, "Safe travels." The red flag, gifted by the workers of Shepatovka, fluttered in the wind. In August 914 of the Jules era, on the morning of the 9th, the headquarters special train of the 151st Division rolled onto the Duva River Railway Bridge. Wang Zhong stood in the open door of the stuffy tank car, looking at the dense bomb craters by the river. Accordingly, the bridge bore numerous signs of repair, and through the steel structure, one could still see the scratches left by bombs on the piers. This type of bridge could be easily repaired as long as the piers were not destroyed. Usually broken by day, it could be fixed to allow traffic by night. As for crushing the piers, that would be tricky, as even sticking explosives directly onto the concrete wouldn't guarantee damage unless placed correctly. The piers in Anti were particularly well stocked with materials. Indeed, any anti-construction that used reinforced concrete had more than enough material. No, in the country of Anti, any matter involving materials was bound to be generous, the epitome of crude and overbuilt. The train reached the east bank of the Duva River, where the anti-aircraft artillery positions came into Wang Zhong's view. Pavlov also stood by Wang Zhong and rasped, "Well camouflaged." Wang Zhong said, "See those fresh patches of earth? They must have filled in the craters. This position has been bombed many times." Just then, a captain with a bandage tied around his head emerged from the bunker and stood by the railway, watching the train of the 151st Division, his gaze fixed on the red flag flying from the carriage. At this moment, the train's speed is quite slow after all. A recently repaired railway bridge isn't too sturdy, and speeding could be dangerous. Wang Zhong called, "Captain, do you belong to the garrison command here?" "No, we are from an anti-aircraft artillery battalion of the railway troops. There's no city defense command in this town. All the defenses are on the west side," the captain replied. At that moment, Wang Zhong's carriage passed in front of the captain. The captain asked, "Are you Alexei Rokosov, General?" Wang Zhong waved, "I am." More anti-aircraft gunners emerged from the bunker, watching the train. Unfortunately, the train had already traveled too far for Wang Zhong to hear their discussions. Then the train's whistle sounded from up ahead. Pavlov remarked, "We're about to enter the station. If all goes well, Popov should be waiting for us at the station. I hope he has got the division headquarters ready." Wang Zhong paused before adding, "I'm more concerned about Archsukov's situation, though." The division headquarters kept the radio operational aboard the train, but since they could not unfurl the antennas inside and the power supply was poor, the information they received was intermittent. Wang Zhong was only aware that the Southwestern Front Army had initiated a breakout and that Duke Myshakin was also making an effort to coordinate. As they spoke, the train slowly glided into Shostka railway station platform. Popov indeed was on the platform, standing with his hands on his hips, looking anxious. He had just locked eyes with Wang Zhong and immediately looked away. Wang Zhong had an ominous premonition. He was reminded of the illusion just before leaving Khazarli yesterday. Now the train came to a stop, and Wang Zhong leaped onto the platform and strode up to Popov. "How are you, Bishop?" Popov saluted Wang Zhong, then hesitated to speak. Wang Zhong urged, "Go ahead, I've heard all kinds of bad news since the war started." Popov rubbed his nose. "Last night we received a telegram. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince died leading his troops in a breakout. Alongside him was the founding war general, Duke Konstantin Alexandrovich Rokossovsky." Wang Zhong pursed his lips. In truth, he had only met these two figures upon arriving in Archsukov, and theoretically, he shouldn't be overly heartbroken. Yet, he walked on along the platform, away from the division clerks and staff disembarking, away from tank number 422 being unloaded from a flat car, and away from Bucephalus, the restless horse clattering his hooves. Grigory, shouldering the red flag, wanted to follow, but Popov signaled him to stop. So the sergeant major, holding the flag, followed at a distance, merely maintaining a visual contact. At this moment, Ludmila descended from the train. Popov and Pavlov called out together, "Ludmila Vasilievna." Ludmila ran over, puzzled. "What happened?" "Duke Rokossov and the Crown Prince have both died for the country. Go comfort him." Popov suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Because Ludmila herself was on the verge of breaking down, covering her mouth. "Uncle Connie is gone." Connie was Konstantin's nickname, and according to Antian tradition, only a child who was especially beloved by an elder could use such an affectionate term. Ludmila appeared to be struck by grief, her tears and snot running uncontrollably. Nelly handed her a handkerchief. Ludmila, with the handkerchief in hand, said, "Go to Elisha. He must be more heartbroken than I am." Nelly stuffed the handkerchief into Ludmila's hand and then ran forward along the platform, chasing the figure of Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. Wang Zhong continued to the very end of the platform, where the noise was less obtrusive, and only 2 railway workers stood by the switch, watching him. There were still workers checking the locomotive, tapping each wheel with a hammer to listen to the sound and assess its condition. In the monotonous tapping, Wang Zhong stopped and looked up at the azure sky.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Although he did not know exactly when his dear brothers and old father had passed away, he always felt it must have been the moment he saw the hallucinations. After all, in a world with hymn monks and prayer hands, it didn't seem strange that a dying person could emit a final ripple. Wang Zhong carefully examined his inner thoughts and found that aside from melancholy, regret was what he felt the most. I haven't had enough time to get to know you all. It was then that he heard the slapping sound and turned his head to see Grigori standing in the distance, holding the red flag. Only then did Wang Zhong notice Nelly running over. Nelly didn't seem overly sad, so Wang Zhong asked, "Do you know that my father and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have died for our country?" Luda cried a lot. "Are you going to cry too?" asked Nelly. "Wang Zhong, aren't you sad?" Nelly did not answer but only looked at Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, let me teach you, next time this happens, you just say, I have a high threshold." "Nelly, I have a high threshold. Light speed application, oh." Wang Zhong was amused by Nelly's response and his expression relaxed a bit. He looked at the railway stretching into the distance and said to himself, "I'm a little sadder than I thought I would be. I don't even know why. Nelly, I thought you would say good riddance, now no one can boss me around anymore." "Wang Zhong, am I such a bastard?" "I think so. But now I'm not sure," said Nelly. Wang Zhong thought about it and felt that many might have misunderstood the original host, who was actually quite sentimental, so much so that these emotions even transmitted to him, despite being unrelated. Alyosha, how much more do people misunderstand you?" At this time, Pavlov and Popov appeared together, but did not dare to come over, standing with Grigori. "Wang Zhong, come over here, I'm all right." Popov and Pavlov exchanged glances, then walked over together. Both were big men, walking side by side like 2 bears. "Popov, there's another piece of news, we've been transferred to the reserve army. We maintain our independence as a division. The reserve army has ordered us to construct fortifications on site, in preparation for combat." "Wang Zhong, we're familiar with that, no time like the present, let's set off now to survey the terrain. Call up the mapping officer, that Arkady from last time, he's good at drawing maps. His leg is broken. He's probably been sent back to the medical center in Tula by now." Pavlov interjected, "I'll call someone else, another good fellow who transferred from the forestry department, a former civilian." "Wang Zhong, all right, and get Vasily to bring my captured Prasen radio, and Bucephalus, saddle him up." "Popov, you have 1 day to survey the terrain." Wang Zhong, puzzled, asked, "1 day? Why only 1 day?" "Because the plane coming to pick you up will land at the airport next to the city tomorrow." "The airport next to the city?" Wang Zhong exclaimed in surprise, "So we're finally going to have an air force." "Just 1 fighter squadron, responsible for the protection of the bridge. But they often fail to deploy in time." Wang Zhong, "Put Brother Peter on it. Find a high tower, and set up a sound array for him." "Popov, I'll arrange it, don't worry. Did you hear what I just said? There will be a plane tomorrow to take you to Ekaterinburg." Wang Zhong frowned. "Why would I go there? My post is here. Don't you know that the better the fortifications we build, the fewer casualties we'll have? The reason we managed to escape with so many fighters this time is because we built fortifications for nearly half a month. Do you understand half a month?" "I understand," Popov replied. "Haven't you forgotten that it was I who organized the labor for the fortifications?" Wang Zhong, sorry. "Indeed you did. So you should know, the more familiar I am with this area, the more ingeniously I can command the construction of the fortifications, and the more enemies we can kill. Popov, I suggest you still take a trip to the capital. With the situation as it is, we may soon face the largest defeat since the beginning of the war." "So?" Popov did not continue, but glanced at the railway workers beside them. "Wang Zhong, I understand, you need me for propaganda, right? At the start of the major defeats, you used me to boost morale, and now you're doing it again." "Popov, the defeat is inevitable, so now we need to manage the aftermath and inspire the morale of the entire army. Without morale, even an army of 1 million could collapse in an instant. As Auntie's best war general, you understand this, right?" Wang Zhong understood, of course he did. He clenched his teeth and said to Nelly, "Get my dress uniform ready, spiff me up so I'm presentable by the end of the day, and Grigori, you're my standard bearer, clean yourself up too." Grigori, who was standing far away, heard this and replied, "I'll have Aksenya take care of it, don't worry." Wang Zhong paused. "Who is Aksenya?" "A girl from the laundry squad, I met her last night." Wang Zhong looked closely at his guard. "You, hooked up with someone last night? You're that impressive. Wait a moment, I seem to have been had on the train too. Is this some kind of anti-tradition?" Bucephalus, upon seeing Wang Zhong approaching, immediately broke free from the soldier leading him and galloped straight towards Wang Zhong, opening his mouth as if to nibble on his hair. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. But the horse abruptly came to a halt, snorted in front of Wang Zhong, and then began to nudge his shoulder with its nose. Wang Zhong patted the horse's neck. "Don't do that, you're making me uncomfortable." The horse forcefully blew its nose. 5 minutes later, Wang Zhong set off with a dozen or so riders. On the map, Shostka appeared as a city spanning the Duva River, but in reality, the buildings on the west bank were concentrated around the railway bridge, and mainly, there was just the row of houses on the west side of the riverside street, and further west were fields. Apart from the railway tracks, the railway bridge had only a narrow path wide enough for one person at the edge, impossible for riding horses. To repair the bumped railway bridge, they had to deploy engineering vessels from the East Bank docks. The docks on the East Bank were quite large, with a berth that housed an inland gunboat of the Navy. The docks were guarded by a battalion of naval infantry, whose black uniforms plus sailors' shirts inexplicably gave Wang Zhong a sense of reassurance. He stopped in front of the entrance to the docks and asked a naval infantry lieutenant who was on guard, "Whom do you take orders from here?" The lieutenant saluted, then pointed to a 4-story building by the dock shore. "General, that's the headquarters of the inland fleet. The entire Duva River fleet is under its command, and so are we." Wang Zhong let out an "oh" and turned back to ask Popov, "Did you establish a good relationship with the inland fleet?" "Popov, I wrote a letter to the commander of the inland fleet saying that General Rokossovsky's 151st Division will be relocating here, that you would arrive today." "A letter?" Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "Yes, this is a more prudent approach. The Navy and naval infantry generally take orders from the front army headquarters. It's better for us at the division level to observe some formalities." Wang Zhong nodded, dismounted, and then tied the reins to a hitching post outside the entrance. Having done this, he turned to the sentry and said, "I'd like to pay a visit to the commander of the Naval Inland Fleet. May I pass?" "Your identification, please," the lieutenant at the gate said. Wang Zhong took out his identification and handed it over. "Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, Major General." "Is it that Major General Rokossovsky?" Wang Zhong, "Yes." The lieutenant immediately returned the identification to Wang Zhong and then shouted, "Attention all, salute." The 2 naval infantrymen on guard snapped their rifles off their shoulders and switched to the rifle salute. The lieutenant saluted ceremoniously. "General, I salute you." Wang Zhong returned the salute. "The Navy knows of my deeds too." "Of course, General. Please come in." Wang Zhong nodded, walked into the docks on foot. As he headed to the headquarters, he noticed 2 sailors cleaning the deck on the gunboat and another painting the vessel anew. The armament of this inland gunboat reminded Wang Zhong of the famed Yellow Water battleship, but instead of the twin 57mm guns mounted on the Yellow Water battleship, this gunboat was armed with an 85mm naval gun on the foredeck and 2 twin 37mm machine guns on the aft deck. With this firepower, seemed pretty good for fighting the Prussian tanks, didn't it? Too bad there was only one of them. To go to the capital, maybe assemble a few more? If there were larger inland gunboats available, they could also be brought over, but it was uncertain whether the Duva River's navigation capacity could support larger ships. As Wang Zhong contemplated these matters, he arrived at the headquarters entrance and saw a Navy colonel with several senior officers coming out from inside. Wang Zhong thought they were heading out on business and intended to make way, but instead, they came straight to him and saluted. "I am Kozelsky, commander of the inland fleet. Major General Rokossovsky, the gatehouse called to say you have arrived. We thought you would go straight to the headquarters. We were planning to visit at an opportune time." Wang Zhong returned the salute. "I'm surveying the terrain. After all, the High Command has instructed me to build defensive works here. We've been notified that your division will be establishing defenses here, and that we are to cooperate. Let me show you the defenses we've already built," offered Kozelsky. "That would be excellent," Wang Zhong smiled. Kozelsky gestured invitingly, then took the lead, explaining as they walked, "Though it's called the Inland Fleet, we actually have just one vessel, which you've seen. The Duva River's navigational capability is weak. These small ships occasionally run aground even during low water levels. Apart from this ship, the main force at our command post is a naval infantry regiment. 1 battalion is stationed in the port area, and the other 2 battalions are positioned at the ferry crossings up front. We've built concrete fortifications at the crossings and have relocated the locals from the opposite bank, flattening the buildings to ensure a clear field of fire." As Kozelsky explained, Wang Zhong could see the flattened buildings on the opposite bank, greatly opening up the field of view. Wang Zhong turned to ask Popov, "Are there still locals on the other side? Move as many as possible over here, then flatten the buildings to secure a clear field of fire." "Popov, I'll ask around. We should be able to flatten most of the buildings." "Most?" frowned Wang Zhong. "Popov, some people just don't like leaving their homes and are quite stubborn about it." Wang Zhong, "Even with Prasen's troops bearing down on them." "Right. However, I'll have the parish priest do the work. You don't need to worry too much. What if it all goes smoothly and everyone is persuaded?" Wang Zhong nodded. Having seen Wang Zhong finish speaking with Popov, Kozelsky joined the conversation. "Aside from having the naval infantry build fortifications, we've also had our dredging engineers deepen all the river channels, so the enemy tanks won't be able to ford the river. We've received many reports that when the enemy first started their attack, they used a new type of equipment that allowed tanks to cross the river from the bottom. Now, that situation will be eradicated. The method of river crossing that Kozelsky described is quite common in later eras, as modern tanks are equipped with NBC protection systems that maintain positive pressure inside the tank to prevent the entry of poisonous gases and radioactive dust from nuclear explosions. The bonus that comes with this NBC system is that tanks can enter water with a snorkel attached, and as long as the depth doesn't exceed the limit, they can avoid water intake and drive to the opposite bank from the riverbed. Tanks from this era do not have such advanced equipment for maintaining positive pressure, and in order to cross underwater, they must seal all potential water entry points. The Earth's Sturmtigers used this method to cross the Bug River. Clearly, the Prussians of this timeline adopted the same approach to cross the rivers on the Prussian anti-border. Kozlsky, we've pretty much done everything we can think of. Do you have any additional instructions? Wang Zhong, Is it appropriate for an army officer to instruct the navy? Shouldn't there be an insurmountable barrier between the army and the navy? The order we received is to assist you in defending Shostka, Kozlsky said. Wang Zhong, well then, we are delighted to have a battalion of naval infantry joining us. And an inland gunboat, Kozlsky reminded. Oh, yes, and an inland gunboat. At that time, the air raid alert sounded. The gunboat crew, who had just been painting the deck, immediately sprang into action, moving to the 237mm machine gun mounts on the aft deck and cranking the guns up to aim at the sky. Wang Zhong turned his head to Popov and said, replenish the Divine Arrow troops as quickly as possible, and join the air defense operations. As soon as the words fell, 8 Lag-3 planes swept across the city skyline and flew westward. Kozlsky exclaimed, the fighter squadron launched so quickly today. Wang Zhong, however, frowned, are all the local fighter squadrons equipped with Lag-3? Aren't there any MiG-3S or Yak-3S? Kozlsky asked in confusion, I know about MiG-3, but isn't Yaklive just designing the Yak-1? Wang Zhong was embarrassed, I misspoke, Lag-3, MiG-3, and then I just blurted out Yak-3. I meant to say Yak-1, I mean the Yak-1 modification. Yak-3 isn't so easy to come by. Kozlsky accepted Wang Zhong's explanation readily, yes, sometimes I misspeak too, calling the IL-2 the IL-3 or something like that. While speaking, Wang Zhong extended his hand, now I am clear about the situation of the inland fleet and the naval infantry. I need to inspect other places, so I will take my leave. Kozlsky shook Wang Zhong's hand, goodbye, General Rokossovsky. Just as Wang Zhong was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, apart from the ferry in the city, are there other crossings over the Duva River? Kozlsky immediately answered, if you go downstream 30 kilometers, there's another crossing, but that has already left your defensive zone, and there should be other units stationed at that crossing, right? Wang Zhong, what about iron bridges? There can't be just this one bridge, can there? There are 3 more bridges, all quite far from here. The Prussians would have to make a big detour to cross the river there. Kozlsky gestured, I mean, if the enemy's target is Ekaterinburg. He paused, seeking confirmation, the enemy's next move is to attack the capital, right? I mean, after taking out Archsukov's troops. Even the Navy was aware of Archsukov's situation now. Wang Zhong nodded, yes. High Command estimates it will be mid-September. We still have a month to establish defenses. Kozlsky nodded, okay, I will have the naval infantry continue to reinforce the fortifications. Thankfully, there's a cement factory in the city, so we can build more permanent cement pillboxes. Wang Zhong was surprised, there's a cement factory in the city. Popov, yes, I also found out after arriving. The church is currently organizing workers to produce cement around the clock and has specifically dispatched transport teams to bring in raw materials from the surrounding areas. Wang Zhong, that's excellent news, we can finally proceed with building cement pillboxes freely. In Araki, the enemy's heavy artillery had made a profound impression on Wang Zhong. If they hadn't managed to squeeze out enough cement for those strongholds, Araki would likely have fallen. Wang Zhong muttered to himself while slapping his palm with a riding crop, cement, good, cement is good. Popov, I need to remind you, we only brought people with us, almost all technical equipment was lost. Cement alone is not enough. Wang Zhong, let Pavlov handle that. Popov, I believe Pavlov will do his utmost. However, you could also try hard tomorrow when you go to the capital. At that moment, Colonel Kozlsky, who had already said his farewells, turned back and asked, Your Excellency General, is it true that the princess is your lover? Wang Zhong was shocked. What was this now? That's not right. Hadn't Ludmila said that the princess was out of his reach and that he had struck out with her? It must be a rumor. Wang Zhong, no, the princess and I merely have a nodding acquaintance. Wang Zhong had just finished surveying the entirety of Shostka. Comparatively speaking, the city was larger than Luktov and Araki, making it the largest city Wang Zhong had defended so far, though large is relative.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It had to be said that as a defensive position, this place was much better than the plains of Araki, with its rivers, woods, and high ground capable of overseeing the opposite side. When Wang Zhong had first crossed over to this world, he was nothing but a fake military strategist who had only played war games. Now, he had learned through real battle experience. Sometimes, without even needing an overview angle, he could tell which areas were suitable for defense and which cafe could block off 2 streets. After completing the tour, Wang Zhong had a full understanding of the entire operational area. What's left is to run a check on the areas our artillery can cover, he said to Popov, who had been accompanying him on the inspection. Popov replied, considering the time, don't bother coming back until tomorrow morning if you leave the city today. You still have to fly to the capital. Observing the sun setting in the west, Wang Zhong sighed, then we'll have to wait until after I return from the capital. He paused, then suddenly smiled. However, it's good news to be sure that the naval infantry will be joining the battle. Popov asked with confusion, aren't they just a group of infantrymen? The fame of the naval infantry had not yet been established, which was why Popov found it strange. Wang Zhong, too lazy to explain, simply pinched Bucephalus's belly, urging the horse to run. Let's go back to headquarters. Pavlov must have already arranged everything. St. Yekaterina Fortress, Summer Palace, August 9, 2000 hours. When Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna, who had been prohibited from entering the operational map room, pushed the door open, all the generals inside stood up. Chief of General Staff Tkachev asked with concern, how is His Majesty's condition? Princess Olga, now properly referred to as Crown Princess Olga, shook her head. He is still locked in his study. The generals exchanged glances. Tkachev clicked his tongue. This is bad. Without His Majesty's approval, many orders cannot be executed. Crown Princess Olga revealed a seal in her hand. The Emperor has allowed me to approve combat plans on his behalf. He shouted through the door. After all, the generals just need someone responsible to blame. The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. Semyon Konstantinovich and Chief of General Staff Tkachev exchanged looks before asking, is Grand Patriarch Belinsky still waiting in the reception room? Olga replied, yes, the Grand Patriarch is still waiting, and he has requested that the kitchen provide him with kebabs and champagne. Tkachev remarked, he is a patriarch, kebabs, champagne? Does he also want to toast to the death of the Crown Prince? Olga suddenly said, from the Grand Patriarch's perspective, my brother's death is actually bad news. My brother's death has galvanized the breakout troops, and presumably also the morale of other anti-army citizens. For the secular faction, this isn't a good thing, is it? That you would come to such a conclusion causes me great pain. A cold, steady voice came from the doorway. Without looking, one could tell who it was. Grand Patriarch Belinsky, accompanied by 2 night guards, walked into the room. The Crown Prince's death, of course, deeply saddens me. At the same time, the boost it gives to our military and civilian morale is truly heartening. I've come to discuss with His Majesty the organization of a state funeral for the Crown Prince. Olga was somewhat surprised. A state funeral? Yes, at such a time we need to make everyone forget our grand failure. Oh, it's too early to talk about that. The Grand Patriarch waved his hand. Make everyone forget the grand failure we are about to face. Isn't a state funeral just apt? The generals looked at each other. Belinsky continued, you should understand the importance of morale better than I, a mere priest. Plus, the Crown Prince died for his country, ideally covering up the royal family's decision-making errors, allowing everyone to forget that it was His Majesty the Tsar's mistake that led to the demise of a million-strong army, wasn't it? The words of the Grand Patriarch lightened the faces of many. But then the Grand Patriarch added, of course, the Crown Prince's military identity, along with the late Duke Rokosov's Grand Marshal rank, will also help the nation forget that it was the High Command's incompetence that caused His Majesty the Tsar's misjudgment. Tkachev interjected, no, from the beginning you sidelined Gorky Konstantinovich to the St. Andrew Front Army. You thought that would keep him from demonstrating his command abilities. But the enemy is advancing quickly, and the St. Andrew Front Army has already engaged with them. The Grand Patriarch stared at the Chief of General Staff. Pressured by the Grand Patriarch's gaze, the staff could only turn towards Marshal Semyon for assistance. The Marshal acknowledged, the High Command admits the strategic misjudgment. But, Your Excellency Grand Patriarch, are you intending to meddle in military affairs, recommending that we appoint? Oh no, St. Andrew Fort is critical for both the Eastern Holy Church and the secular faction. We wouldn't trust it to other useless generals. Excuse me, other generals. The Grand Patriarch glanced at Marshal Semyon before resting his gaze back on the Crown Princess. Not only should your brother be honored with a state funeral, so too should the one who died alongside him, Duke Konstantin Alexandrovich Rokossovsky. We also plan to hold a collective memorial service to commemorate the brave warriors who have died since the war began. Such a ceremony needs a hero among heroes to represent the living soldiers and take an oath. I happen to know just such a hero. As the Grand Patriarch scanned the room, everyone had already guessed whom he was about to name, but everyone stayed silent in tacit agreement. Grand Patriarch, he is the dearest friend of the Crown Prince, and also the son of the Duke of Rokossov who died for the country. He is a brave general deeply loved by the soldiers at the front, and he has achieved exceptionally brilliant battle results. There is no one more suitable than him, Your Royal Highness the Crown Princess. Princess Olga, you should speak to the Tsar father. He won't see me, and don't you have his seal? You could stamp the order for the funeral ceremony yourself. The Grand Patriarch gestured, and a cardinal immediately came over with the documents. Olga pursed her lips. The Grand Patriarch leaned slightly forward. Your Highness, I have always thought you are the smartest person in the Antonov family. I hope, at this time, you will make a choice that benefits the whole of Anti. Olga picked up the seal. The cardinal immediately offered the ink pad. A second later, the seal representing the Tsar affixed to the order for the state funeral and collective memorial service. The Grand Patriarch smiled. Very good. Then, as someone who does not understand military affairs, I shall not interfere with your decision-making. I hope you can save as many troops as possible from the encirclement. Having said that, the Grand Patriarch left with his group. No one in the map room spoke for a full 3 minutes. Then Tkachev slapped the table and cursed. He actually outright called us useless. Olga looked at the chief of general staff, saying nothing. Marshal Semyon exclaimed, many of the mid and lower level commanders are already familiar with the military chaplains. There's also intelligence indicating that many commanders who have performed well have been noted by the church. Moreover, many officers have realized that to achieve good results in defensive battles, one must establish a good cooperative relationship with the church's guardian army and the labor camp. Major General Rakosov did just that, working closely with the local church in both Lutov and Araki. The senior officers present looked at each other. What Marshal Semyon had said was essentially implying all the officers who fought well were in cahoots with the church. They can't possibly meddle in military personnel matters, can they? Tkachev said disdainfully. Marshal Semyon replied, they don't need to meddle. Those who fight well get promoted, and generally, only the ones who fight well survive. Tkachev fell silent and after a few minutes, cursed angrily, the most critical thing is, to win, we must promote these officers who perform well. Marshal Semyon, the most critical thing is, to continue this fight, the church must play their role. Tkachev fell silent for a few seconds before changing the subject. That Major General Rakosov, he's a playboy, right? Shouldn't he be more like an old-school officer? Maybe we can win him over. At this moment, General Tijanaya, who had been sitting silently in the corner, spoke up. He has already arrived in Shostka. He will land at an airport on the outskirts of Shostka tonight on a special plane, and after an inspection, he will be brought back tomorrow. Tkachev, what about the arrangements after he's brought back? First, arrange accommodations, and then mainly rest. After all, he has been through a long journey. No, Tkachev interrupted General Tijanaya. Arrange a war experience summary meeting tomorrow night. Gather all available experienced officers in the capital. It's time we probe their depths. We can't always let the church mix with them. Olga frowned slightly. May I attend this meeting? Marshal Semyon, if His Majesty is still in his current state tomorrow, you will probably have to attend. Tkachev smiled. The officers will be very happy with you there. Shostka, headquarters of the 151st Temporary Infantry Division. Wang Zhong looked at the map, his brows furrowed. What if I go to the capital tomorrow and find that it's all peace and joy, with nobles dancing and horses running as usual? He could already imagine that seeing such a situation, his blood pressure would surely skyrocket, and if there was a weapon at hand, it could turn into a situation like how could we ever win against Prasen with these vermin? Pavlov responded with extreme unease. That shouldn't happen, right? With total war breaking out, the capital's supplies couldn't possibly be so plentiful. Wang Zhong, so you think it won't be outrageous because of the lack of supplies, not because you have confidence in the nobles, huh? Just then, a staff officer led 2 Air Force officers into the map room. They stood to attention and reported, Colonel Harlamov from the Air Force, and Captain Ivan Fedorovich. The 2 airmen saluted Wang Zhong together. Your Excellency General, said Colonel Harlamov, I will lead a fighter squadron to escort your plane. Wang Zhong, what planes does your squadron fly? Colonel Harlamov, Yak-1, an excellent low-altitude fighter. It's a shame the enemy advances on the capital from high altitude. I don't know why they would station squadrons equipped with Yak-1s in the capital. The Air Force colonel was probably just casually venting. But Wang Zhong, the listener, had an idea. Would you like to fight here with us? We have plenty of low-altitude combat here. Once the enemy's Stukas finish bombing, they escape at low altitude, which is your time to shine. The colonel glanced at Wang Zhong's shoulder insignia. You're a major general. We all know that it usually takes an army general to command the Air Force. Wang Zhong, well, I'll try my best. What time can we reach the capital tomorrow? Answering Wang Zhong was Captain Ivan Fedorovich. We should arrive around 4 in the afternoon. On August 10th, at 4 in the afternoon, St. Yekaterina Fortress, Airport. As soon as Wang Zhong stepped out of the cabin, the music for The Farewell of the Slav Women began to play. Oh, incorrect. In this timeline it's called The Farewell of the Anti-Women. Immediately afterward, Wang Zhong caught sight of his good brother's sister. He was taken aback for a moment. Compared to the crown princess, my Lucia only wins with her silver hair. This is horrifying. As Wang Zhong reeled in shock, he suddenly heard Ludmila's voice. Walk down, and remember to salute when you're in front of the crown princess. He then descended the airplane stairs and stood at attention, saluting before the crown princess. The crown princess scrutinized Wang Zhong carefully. Wang Zhong felt as if the crown princess's gaze was like that of a cheetah assessing its prey, whether that was just his imagination or not. It seems that during my time in St. Yekaterina Fortress, I have to stick with Ludmila every day, otherwise, who knows when I might make a mistake. Wang Zhong shelved these thoughts and put on a stern face. Your Highness. I have some words to say. The crown princess cleared her throat and put on an official tone. Welcome home victorious, brave White Horse General, Duke Rokosov. Wang Zhong, I'm a count. As far as I know, my elder brother has now inherited the dukedom. I haven't made a mistake, said the crown princess with a smile. We plan to bestow upon you the title of Duke of Karen, and the related procedures are already being prepared. We are planning to establish a crash course school in the Duke of Karen's territory to specifically impart experience in combating the Prussian army to our military officers. Wang Zhong furrowed his brow, his voice raising. You plan to transfer me away from the front line? No, 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 I, with my cheat, am worth 5 army groups. The Crown Princess beamed with a smile. Not right now, of course. Maybe after the war is won. Suddenly, an elderly male voice came from behind the Crown Princess. Wang Zhong turned his head and first caught sight of the marshal's insignia. He immediately saluted the marshal. Relax a bit, the marshal returned the salute, then extended his hand. Semyon Konstantinovic. Wang Zhong took his hand, and before he could speak, the marshal said, Araki was fought beautifully. The first 2 days could be considered perfect. On the third day, the enemy was simply too numerous, but managing to organize a breakout was already quite impressive. The breakout on the third day was thanks to my chief of staff's abilities, said Wang Zhong honestly. On the third night of the breakout, what he did was just driving a small tank around in the front recklessly. The real hero of the breakout was Pavlov. Marshal Semyon appraised Wang Zhong again, very modest, not stealing credit from subordinates, quite different from the Count Rokosov we've heard about. Because it's not the same person. Wang Zhong suddenly stopped himself, unwilling to think that way at this moment. He had already felt all sorts of emotions from Rokosov. He was Alexei Konstantinovic Rokosov. Wang Zhong, people change, Your Excellency, especially in a war that seems like hell. At that moment, a general entered Wang Zhong's field of vision. Major General Rokosov, I've heard so much about you. Not recognizing the general, Wang Zhong saluted first. Oh, there's no need for that. War heroes always enjoy some special treatment. I am Takakev, the Chief of General Staff, said the general, extending his hand. Wang Zhong took his hand. Pleased to meet you. Are you the one who delayed the retreat orders? No, we proposed a retreat plan as early as August 4th, but His Majesty did not approve it. Takakev paused, then continued. Now we are trying to rescue Archsukov's Southwestern Front Army. Currently, Duke Myshikin is making progress, and troops from 2 divisions have already broken through. Wang Zhong was shocked. Why did this man make it sound like 2 divisions were a lot? So he reminded him, Archsukov still has about 700,000 troops. Yes, we are still endeavoring, said the Chief of General Staff. The good news is that due to the Crown Prince's heroic martyrdom, the troops surrounded are fighting with very strong will. Although the enemy's encirclement is about to close, they are still continuing to fight. Wang Zhong, how long the troops within the encirclement can fight depends not only on their will to fight but also on how much supplies they have. We have accumulated a large amount of food and ammunition for Archsukov. There's no need to worry for now, said the Chief of General Staff. We'll talk about these matters at the experience sharing meeting tonight. Your Highness, over to you. Crown Princess Olga gave Wang Zhong a slight smile, took his hand, and said, This way, please. I've arranged a reception feast at the Summer Palace. Wang Zhong, there's no need. As a soldier, I'm fine with eating the same as the front line. Let's get straight to business then. Isn't there a sharing session tonight? Let's bring it forward to now. We can eat sausages and share at the same time. The Chief of General Staff and Marshal Semyon exchanged glances. But the Crown Princess said, That's a good idea. Then I'll notify the officers attending tonight's sharing session to gather at the High Command. Wang Zhong had a feeling that the Crown Princess's appreciation for him had increased. He couldn't help but look towards Ludmila. It was as if the Crown Princess only just noticed Ludmila, releasing Wang Zhong's hand. Ludmila saluted, Greetings, Your Highness. I am Captain Ludmila Vasilievna Malyakhova, a prayer hand. I know. Crown Princess Olga smiled. You're Duke Rokosov's childhood friend, and you have not yet become engaged. Indeed, Ludmila and he had not become engaged. After all, the Westerners have a very complicated procedure for engagements, which takes a long time to prepare. Ludmila, but we've already decided to get married after the war ends. Crown Princess, oh, is that so? Then how about I serve as your bridesmaid? Ludmila didn't expect such a turn of events, a bridesmaid. Yes, the Crown Princess shrugged her shoulders. After all, I am a woman, I can't be the best man. Wang Zhong then saw Nelly hiding and watching from a distance and said, Nelly can be a bridesmaid. Nelly, the Crown Princess looked puzzled. Wang Zhong, she is my orderly, the daughter of the nanny who has always taken care of me and Lucia. She has been with us since she was very little. The Crown Princess was shocked, the daughter of a servant as a bridesmaid. Wang Zhong, what's wrong with that? Nelly could be a woman my mother approves of. The Crown Princess took 2 steps back, distancing herself from Wang Zhong and Ludmila. It was then that Wang Zhong realized the expressions of Chief of Staff Takakev and Marshal Semyon were very serious. Right then, Wang Zhong realized that he might have said something a noble wouldn't say. Nobles wouldn't let a servant be a bridesmaid, would they? Ludmila, however, laughed and said, Nelly is great, I would be happy for Nelly to be the bridesmaid. No sooner had she spoken than a deep laugh echoed through the room. Wang Zhong had heard this laughter before. He turned his head and sure enough, saw the Grand Patriarch Belinsky approaching. On making eye contact, like an old acquaintance, the Grand Patriarch said, Oh, Elisha, I see you again. You've lost a lot of weight since the last time. Wang Zhong, I shouldn't have, our supplies are plentiful, we basically never starve. The Grand Patriarch laughed heartily, then maybe I'm just seeing things. At this moment, Takakev and Semyon Marshal grew even more grim, especially after hearing the Grand Patriarch call him Elisha. As if oblivious to the other 2 men, the Grand Patriarch continued, Your return this time comes with a heavy task. We're planning to have you give a speech during the memorial service. Can you manage that? Wang Zhong, Your Highness, don't you know? I'm quite good at giving speeches to rally the soldiers. Belinsky, I know that. The tribunal has already reported the content of your speeches to me. Judges are good at interrogating and eliminating traitors, but they may not necessarily be able to discern the quality of a speech. When can you give me the speech for the memorial? No way, I have to write a speech too? I hate this the most. Belinsky raised an eyebrow. I get it, you're better at improvising on the spot. Wang Zhong laughed, but it wasn't true, he just had ready-made templates to copy. Without those, his speeches would turn to complete rubbish. Wang Zhong was reminded of the last time he had to give a speech and ended up cobbling together some parallelism, eventually resorting to copying the famous work "If we do not go to war from the field to get through." Damn, he broke into a sweat. He had copied Xu Peng's "We Will Never Surrender," and now he was wondering if he should copy it again. Belinsky seemed to understand everything and thumped Wang Zhong on the shoulder. Very well, then I look forward to it n/o/vel/b/c//n.c//om. Could you not look forward to it? By the way, the Grand Patriarch changed the subject. I heard they're planning to cancel the banquet and do war experience sharing while dining. Can I join in? Wang Zhong thought to himself, I have no say in this, so he looked at the Crown Princess, who turned to look at Chief of General Staff Takakev. The Chief of General Staff, no problem, we would be honored to have your highness with us. Belinsky, then it's settled. Wang Zhong was stunned by the luxury of the summer palace. Theoretically, as someone who had visited the Forbidden City Museum, mere luxury should not astound him anymore. Moreover, Wang Zhong had seen the Soviet version of War and Peace and witnessed their all-out effort to recreate a court ball, but now he realized that seeing it in a movie and actually sitting in the palace were two different things. While he looked around like an idiot, the military officers in attendance were all watching him. That's the man who killed 8 Prussian generals with a horse and a sword. Nonsense, I heard he ran over 8 with a tank. You're all wrong, it was artillery that killed them. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the Grand Patriarch Belinsky entered the room and quietly sat in a corner. At first, only a few officers noticed the Grand Patriarch, but as they sat up straight, more and more officers took notice until the entire room fell silent. Takakev stood up. Today, we have all gathered here for a summary and sharing of experiences. You are all frontline officers who have survived the war, each with vast experience in fighting the Prussians. Today, we aim to. Suddenly, the main door opened. An officer wearing a staff armband came up to Takakev and whispered in his ear. Takakev exclaimed in shock, he's back? How does he have the audacity to return? What about the other high-ranking officers? This is madness. The Chief of General Staff finished cursing, glanced at the curious onlookers, and then said to General Tijanaya, you organize the exchange meeting. General Tijanaya asked, what happened? Who's come back? Chief of General Staff Takakev did not answer but followed the staff officer who had come to report the news, striding away briskly. Wang Zhong, observing the situation, was also moved and stood up to follow them out. The Chief of General Staff seemed to be in a hurry, not noticing Wang Zhong at all. He walked as if he were in the final sprint of an Olympic race walking competition. Even Wang Zhong, a young man, had to hasten his steps to catch up with the older man. At first, he was worried it might be too obvious, but then many others started coming out from neighboring rooms, heading in the same direction. When Marshal Zimiao came out of the building, he saw Wang Zhong, but obviously thought Wang Zhong had been called by the Chief of General Staff and paid him no mind. He went straight to the Chief of General Staff and said, he actually abandoned his troops and ran back. If he had died in the encirclement, we could still provide for his wife and children. Wang Zhong frowned slightly. Could it be that thing has come back? His anger surged up in an instant. In this way, the group barged into the drawing room. Olga Grand Duchess was already there in the drawing room. She stood in front of Major General Skorobogatov, her face red with anger, clearly having just erupted. When she saw the others enter, the Grand Duchess turned around, heading to the window to cool off. Takakev glanced at the Grand Duchess's retreating figure, and, glaring at Major General Skorobogatov, exclaimed, why have you come back? Do you even have the face to return? Sweating profusely, Major General Skorobogatov responded, I thought someone needed to take responsibility for this military failure, so I. Chief of General Staff Takakev interrupted, you have excuses, do you? To take responsibility? Do you think that saying so will cover up the fact that you abandoned your troops and fled in panic? You coward. Stung by the word coward, Major General Skorobogatov protested, I'm not a coward. I can lead an army of tanks to break the encirclement. I will die in battle just as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince did. Wang Zhong sneered, easy to say. Everyone turned to look at him, and Takakev now noticed him for the first time, his face showing surprise. Wang Zhong walked directly up to Major General Skorobogatov. Lead an army of tanks? Haven't you sacrificed enough tank armies already? The 6th and 11th tank armies, with all those T-34S and KV-1S, how many of the enemy did they actually destroy? How many? When the enemy's armored clusters reached my position, not even the paint was scratched off. The 5th, 6th, and 11th tank armies committed to the counterattack were squandered by you. Furiously, Major General Skorobogatov shot back, the extent of the enemy losses from the counterattack requires a detailed assessment, not just your personal impression, Major General Rokosov. Wang Zhong retorted, then let planes sweep over the plains and check whether those tank wrecks have sloped armor or vertical armor. Let them count properly. Major General Skorobogatov fell silent because aerial reconnaissance had already confirmed it. Indeed, more anti-tanks were destroyed. At that moment, the Grand Patriarch and several cardinals arrived with the junior officers who had participated in the earlier military exchange meeting. The originally spacious drawing room suddenly became half-filled. Wang Zhong, not even glancing at the doorway, continued to roar. The reason for this outcome is because some of our commanders are simply not familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of our tanks, thinking that as long as we win in the armor-piercing shell confrontation, we can crush the enemy. Some commanders don't even realize how poor the situational awareness of the T-34 tanks is due to the elimination of the tank commander's role. They have no idea of the advantage the enemy gains through their use of radio. Many tank soldiers among the officers brought by the Grand Patriarch nodded in agreement upon hearing Wang Zhong's words. Major General Skorobogatov challenged, "You knew, did you tell?" "I did. I spent an entire night writing a summary report of my experiences." "Did you read it?" "No, you didn't, because it was the last one on the list. And in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you even said that just having T-34s would be enough to send the Prussians packing." With a trembling voice, Major General Skorobogatov contended, "But you also reported that the armor of T-34s and KVs holds a tremendous advantage in combating enemy tanks." Wang Zhong interrupted, "Yes, indeed they hold a tremendous advantage, which is why I was able to destroy so many enemy tanks at Araki with just over 30 T-34 tanks. Let the planes go see how many wrecks of enemy tanks litter the Araki fields. Even if the enemy's repair crews have fixed quite a few by now, the plain is still littered with wrecks. Me, an infantry division, reinforced with a battalion's worth of tanks, destroyed more enemy tanks than the entire Southwestern Front Army? More than the entire Southwestern Front Army? Those KVS and T-34s of the 6th and 11th Tank Armies could have wreaked immense havoc on the enemy, but because of an incompetent pig, they are now just wreckage on the Khazarlan plains." Takakev glanced at Marshal Zimiao. The Marshal stepped forward. "All right, all this can be documented in a post-war summary. Major General Skorobogatov, you will face a military tribunal. Be prepared." Wang Zhong interrupted loudly, "No. I pointed out as early as July that the enemy might move south to outflank Archsukov. Major General Skorobogatov disparaged me, dismissed my suggestions, then deployed our most advanced tanks in a reckless attack that led to their annihilation. If those tanks had been under my command, set up defensively in the proper positions, the enemy wouldn't have been able to push through at all. Now, the entire Southwestern Front Army is encircled and he has fled. With such actions, I suspect." Wang Zhong took a deep breath. "I suspect he is a spy for Prasen. When I was breaking out of Ronid, I encountered Prasen spies disguised as our military bishops and judges. I suspect Prasen spies have already riddled us with holes." Takakev snorted coldly, "Ridiculous, I've known Skorobo since he was in military school. Such a possibility cannot be ruled out." Belinsky suddenly joined the conversation. General Skorobo led the tank troops in the Castilian Civil War, where there were plenty of opportunities to come into contact with the Prussian army involved in the Civil War. General Skorobo snapped, "This is slander. Nov. L. B /JNN. Marshal Simayanov, this is a very serious accusation, Major General Rokasov." The Marshal purposefully did not mention the Grand Patriarch as if it were an accusation by Wang Zhong alone. "Such accusations need evidence," said the Marshal. Wang Zhong pursed his lips. He indeed had no evidence. His earlier remarks had been made on the spur of the moment. General Skorobo snorted coldly, "Can't you see? This is Major General Rokasov's usual trick. He himself said he executed spies disguised as our military bishops and judges. But who knows if they were spies? Perhaps those bishops and judges were only trying to prevent him from fleeing Ronid. Then he thought about the title of a spy and executed them? Now, he probably thinks the same way and plans to pull out his pistol to execute me, because I ran away just like him? Go on, pull out your gun, Rokasov. What is that at your waist? A toy? If you are convinced I am a spy, then draw your gun. And shoot here." Skorobo pointed at his own forehead. Wang Zhong was also worked up. The anger he'd been brewing all along converged into a volcano, erupting violently. He drew his service pistol and aimed it at General Skorobo. Everyone was shocked. Marshal Simayanov roared, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Drawing a gun in the summer palace?" As if he had won a personal victory, General Skorobo laughed. "See? All the charges are groundless. He just wants to lynch me, because in his eyes, it was me who caused the death of his father. This is a personal vendetta? This guy talks all about with the pretense of worrying for the country and its people, but in reality, he just wants to avenge his father? Princess Olga, remember his shameful behavior at this moment? He drew a gun in the sacred summer palace, disrespecting the dignity of royalty." Crown Princess Olga turned around, looked at Wang Zhong, and appeared very much like she wanted him to fire. General Skorobo continued to agitate, "Come on, shoot, Rokasov, shoot, and after you do, you will be a man who despises the royal family, and none of your honors will save you. Go ahead, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokasov." Wang Zhong fired. The first shot pierced General Skorobo's chest, and then as the muzzle rose, the second shot hit Skorobo's throat, and the third shot hit his forehead. After 3 shots, Wang Zhong's pistol jammed, the brass casing stuck in the ejection port. General Skorobo knelt on the ground and then fell backward. Hearing the gunshots, the guards rushed in. Belinsky, calm down. The guards stopped. Belinsky stepped forward, pushed down Wang Zhong's gun-wielding hand, and smoothly removed the jammed pistol. What I just said meant that this matter should be handed over to the tribunal. You were too impulsive. The report says you executed enemy impostors as a bishop and judge, and the servants of Boy who were preventing your defenses, and now a general. It looks like in the future, you won't be allowed to carry a gun in the summer palace. Wang Zhong, he asked for it. Belinsky, he asked because firing indeed worked in his favor. Lucky you killed him, otherwise there would be many more troubles later. For some reason, Wang Zhong always felt that Belinsky was quite pleased. Finally coming out of shock, Tukayev shouted angrily, this is a grave act of rebellion. A major general has openly executed his superior. A general? Major General Rokosov must face a military tribunal. Belinsky, he was just careless in his actions, but to execute a spy and traitor is not too much of an issue. It is an extraordinary time, after all. Tukayev, this. The Grand Patriarch looked towards the Chief of General Staff. Your eagerness to protect a traitor and your desire to bring to trial a meritorious officer suggests that the tribunal needs to review your family relations and private life. Beating with sweat, Tukayev's poured down his face, literally. The Grand Patriarch continued, by the decree issued by His Majesty the Tsar, all traitors are to be with their immediate family members held accountable. Cardinal Ravkid, you carry out the implementation. The bespectacled cardinal bowed slightly, by your command, your holiness. Finishing speaking, the Grand Patriarch retracted the slide of Wang Zhong's pistol, expertly cleared the jam, then engaged the safety and returned the gun to Wang Zhong. Remember next time, don't be so impulsive, think more. Belinsky said and then lightly tapped his forehead. Wang Zhong finally realized what was happening. Shit, I've caused trouble, haven't I? If the Grand Patriarch weren't here, wouldn't I be in deep trouble? He wanted to ask his own people, but then realized that there was not a single own person around him, not even Ludmila. At this moment, Belinsky said, all right, everyone has witnessed the fate of this traitor. You can return and continue the experience-sharing session. I look forward to you summarizing a set of effective methods to deal with the Prasen army. Off you go. Where are the palace servants? Come clean the floor. Wang Zhong glanced at the Grand Patriarch and felt again how happy he seemed to be. I really need to think this over carefully. Just as Wang Zhong was contemplating, Crown Princess Olga arrived. She was wearing a court dress, the kind from the Victorian era. One of the main characteristics of this court dress was, it was spacious and grand. But Wang Zhong, having seen much of the world, did not stare cluelessly like a virgin uncertain where to lay his eyes. He boldly looked, and then raised his gaze to the princess's face. Just at this moment, everyone else had left, leaving only the servants to replace the blood-stained carpet. The princess took Wang Zhong's hand and dragged him to an outside terrace. Then Olga Nikolavna Andronov whispered, did Belinsky ask you to do it? No, it was truly an accident, Wang Zhong replied. Olga asked again, so, was this your declaration of allegiance? What? No. I just got carried away and didn't think it through, Wang Zhong answered truthfully. Olga laughed, if it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't believe you, they'd think it was a well-considered action, especially since you are Rokosov, the Imperial Iron Wall. What the hell? How did I become the Imperial Iron Wall? As Wang Zhong was puzzled by this title, Olga continued, but I know you just got carried away. After all, you and my brother are so close. Olga, my brother once said, if something happened in the future, and the church no longer needed the royal family, I should find you, and that you would definitely go to great lengths to protect me. Wang Zhong frowned slightly. Had the crown prince said that? That didn't sound like something a profligate would say. So he asked, when did Ivan tell you this? Olga thought for a moment. I think he said it when I was 10 years old. Wang Zhong glanced at the princess's chest. That was quite a long time ago. Olga, as if reminiscing about the past, went off topic. Yes, it was a long, long time ago. Back then, you and my brother were always taking me around the garden to play, and then we would all get scolded by the steward grandfather. There were such events? Olga, once, when you two climbed trees, my dress was not convenient, and I couldn't climb. I sat under the tree crying, and then you found some scissors, intending to cut the hem of the dress, but the whalebone stumped you. To deal with the whalebones, you and my brother even took out the gardener's saw. Wang Zhong could only force a dry laugh, as he had no knowledge of these events. However, wasn't it said that I ran into a dead end with the princess? How did I hit a dead end? Just then, Princess Olga took Wang Zhong's arm. Are you in a hurry to attend the experience-sharing session? Not really, I haven't eaten yet, and there'll be dinner provided during the session, Wang Zhong said, trying to escape. With the princess looking like she wanted to reminisce about the past, he could spill the beans any minute. He even wished his stomach would make some noise to assert its presence. However, Princess Olga, as if she hadn't heard Wang Zhong's words, took his arm and started dragging him away. Keep me company for a while. Soon, they had passed through several rooms and arrived at a secluded corner of the summer palace. Wang Zhong felt he was going to be dumped. The girls here were 2forward.n/o/bel/b/jn.c//om. And their strength was considerable. Being dragged by the princess was almost like being pulled by a bear. Princess Olga banged open a massive door, and as Wang Zhong was dragged inside, he thought it was goodbye to Lucia. Ah Lucia, my Lucia. However, there was no bed behind the door. It was a game room, with several large tables in it, covered with chess sets, playing cards, and other tabletop games. On the inside of a bar on the left wall were countless bottles of what looked like very expensive liquor. In the corner stood a piano and a violin displayed in a glass cabinet. Starkly out of place was a bookshelf filled with large volumes of books. The time was approaching 7 o'clock, and the setting sun cast a layer of warm, pale yellow hue over the room through the windows. Princess Olga released Wang Zhong's arm, walked over to a chessboard, and looked at the game that was halfway done. This is the last game that my brother played with me before he went to the front. I was about to win, and he began to cheat, saying he wouldn't play anymore, and that he would continue when he returned. Wang Zhong looked at Princess Olga's back. Her royal gown left her entire back exposed, appearing so white and slender, fragile it didn't seem like she could wrestle with a bear. Olga, he clearly said he would continue when he came back. Her shoulders started to tremble, her shoulder blades protruding sharply as if they would tear through her skin. Wang Zhong wanted to go up and wrap his arms around her shoulders, but for some reason, he knew the next step after embracing her would be for the princess to throw herself into his arms. Why am I so practiced at this? How many times have I taken advantage of others in similar situations? Wang Zhong forced himself to turn away and started looking at the books on the shelf. He expected to see many novels, but instead, he found works related to economics and philosophy. The most prominent place held a book with the church's insignia, and the author was Saint Andrew. These books all looked very old, their spines creased from frequent handling, and some books were obviously well worn and had their spines reinforced with paste afterwards. Furthermore, all the books were haphazardly inserted on the shelves as if their owner could just pull out any book at random and start reading, so there was no concern for categorization at all. Ivan Nikolaevich Andronov, you damn crown prince playing possum. Wang Zhong picked up a photo frame from the dresser beside the bookshelf and looked at the three people in the photograph. There were Ivan, Alexei, and Olga. The princess sat between the two handsome young men, smiling as if she owned the entire world. Written on the photograph was the line, Yekaterina the Great and the twin jewels of her empire. What stuff are you talking about, idiot? Her claim to the throne is higher than yours. If she wants to be the great emperor, you would have to die first. Wang Zhong was initially ranting when his movements suddenly froze. Brother once said, if something unexpected happens and the church no longer needs the royal blood, I should find you, he recalled Olga's words. Wang Zhong looked at the photo frame again, as if he could see the expression on Ivan Nikolaevich's face when he wrote that line on the photo. He turned again, looking towards the bookcase, as if he could see Ivan gripping St. Andrew's work in front of the bookshelf with furrowed brows and a worried face. He turned again, gazing at the desk, as if he could see Ivan writing furiously at the desk before hysterically crossing out what he had written and then burying his head in his hands atop the desk. Wang Zhong scanned the entire room, and although he had never spent a moment in this room, he could almost see Ivan in every corner. Finally, his gaze returned to the line Yekaterina the Great and the twin jewels of her empire. The Crown Prince Ivan's calligraphy was quite good. Even Wang Zhong, who was not familiar with Cyrillic calligraphy, thought the writing was very attractive. The person who wrote it knew there would be no more great Emperor Yekaterina. But he still wrote down this line, because his sister wanted to be the great Emperor Yekaterina. Wang Zhong put down the photo frame. He remembered the day he set out from Archsukov when Ivan had come to see him off. At that time, Ivan had said, take good care of Olga. Wang Zhong stared at the photograph. The twin jewels of Yekaterina's empire, now only I am left. No, that's not right, none are left at all. Wang Zhong made up his mind, turned around, and walked toward Olga Nikolaevna, who was still recounting memories of her brother. He embraced her shoulders firmly yet gently. The girl seemed startled, going rigid, but the next moment she turned around and threw herself into Wang Zhong's arms, crying bitterly. The long-suppressed sorrow erupted, soaking Wang Zhong's uniform with her tears. Wang Zhong gently patted the girl's back. Compelled by some indescribable force, Wang Zhong glanced toward the corner of the wall. He could see young Olga sitting at the piano, her fingers dancing across the keys. Ivan was playing the violin, accompanying the melody of the piano, and Alexei was holding a wine glass, standing to the side, seemingly laughing at something. The morning sun's rays streamed through the window and fell on the three of them, warm and comforting. Even though Wang Zhong couldn't remember the scene at all, even though it was just two dandies entertaining their younger sister, his eyes were still slightly moist. He could even hear the sound of the piano and violin. He didn't know what was being played at the time. Surely, it couldn't have been a sad piece, as the three of them looked so happy. But the piece he heard was full of sadness and fiery like a blaze. It was the background music from The Invisible Guardian, also one of his favorite game soundtracks. This song called Far Away was most famously used in the game for the scene where everything settles down, and Xiao Tu reunites with Lu Wangshu after returning. Just like this very moment. Even though the Prussian enemy had not been defeated yet, the arduous Great War had barely begun less than 2 months ago. Even though there would be many more sacrifices in the future, and Wang Zhong himself might fall on the road to victory. But the music just started playing. Perhaps, it was to bid farewell to their mutual loved ones. Crown Prince Ivan, born into a family destined to be the last of the royals, never stopped looking for a way out. He was like Don Quixote charging at windmills. He might not be a qualified crown prince, he might not be a competent officer, he might be a demfool and a womanizer, maybe, but he was definitely a good brother, and he should be a good comrade. Wang Zhong gently stroked Olga's hair as he bid farewell to a brother he had yet to become familiar with. Olga suddenly pushed Wang Zhong away, not knowing how much time had passed. Sorry, I lost control of myself a bit, she said, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, shouting as she did, Natasha. Upon hearing this name, Wang Zhong subconsciously thought he would see a hero unit with an AK and a red beret, but instead, an old maid entered. Your Highness, the maid curtsied to Olga. Olga, I need to wash my face, and bring General Rokossovsky a new military jacket. Please wash this one clean. The maid curtsied again, this way, Your Highness. The jacket will be brought immediately. Although there were still tear stains on her face, Olga managed to squeeze out a smile for Wang Zhong. Thank you. Oh, and bring some food, the general is hungry. After saying this, Olga smiled at Wang Zhong again before picking up her skirt and turning to leave. The old maid backed out and closed the door. Wang Zhong looked down at the tear and snot stains on his chest and clicked his tongue. Then the maid carrying the new uniform came in. As for why the Tsar's bedroom was always stocked with a major's uniform, he decided not to ask. After changing into a brand new general's uniform, Wang Zhong was led back to the original meeting location by the maid. Grand Patriarch Belinsky and a few guards stood at the door, as if waiting for him. You've returned sooner than expected. The Grand Patriarch stepped forward and looked at Wang Zhong's new uniform. How's Her Highness Nikolaevna? She vented a bit. Now she's emotionally stable, Wang Zhong replied. Belinsky, honestly, the death of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was unexpected for us. After all, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was more self-aware. It's unclear for the Grand Duchess. Wang Zhong, she will have it. That's good. Belinsky patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder. Right now, it seems that His Majesty the Tsar is too shocked to attend to matters, and the command authority has been given to the High Command. Although what you say will probably fall on deaf ears there, you must still speak. Wang Zhong, what should I talk about? Experience sharing meeting. Just talk about your experience and give your assessment of the future situation at the end. After all, you accurately predicted the enemy's second armored group moving southward. Wang Zhong was about to reply when Ludmila and Nelly came running out. Elisha. Ludmila called out loudly, but then she saw the Grand Patriarch and quickly braked, coming to a stop in front of him, and bowed in a church manner. Your Reverence. Belinsky, I won't disturb you. I'll go in and give an opening remark to buy you some time. After that, Belinsky walked into the room with the guards. Wang Zhong looked toward Ludmila, starting to ponder how to explain that he had just been hugging his friend's sister. Ludmila grabbed Wang Zhong. Did you fire a gun in the palace? Huh? Wang Zhong, oh, that. Yes, I did. I killed a traitor. Ludmila, they are saying you shot General Skorobo dead. Was the general a traitor? Yes, Wang Zhong pointed to the door of the meeting room. It was decided by His Reverence Belinsky, and the tribunal has started arresting General Skorobo's family as well, because according to the Tsar's orders, all traitors' families are complicit. Ludmila stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds. Really? You're all right? You won't face a military tribunal. No, just might not be able to carry a gun in the summer palace anymore. Honestly, Wang Zhong had previously thought that after his glorious achievements elevated him to a marshal, he would earn the right to enter the palace armed. When that time came, he definitely wanted to ride Bucephalus right into the palace. Later, he would also commission someone to write a song called Skorobo's Rainy Season. Now, it seemed, such developments would not be forthcoming. Ludmila looked puzzled at Wang Zhong. Why do you look so regretful? Just because you can't carry a gun into the palace? Today you don't even need to see His Majesty, and normally you can't carry a gun when you do. Wang Zhong, is that so? Anyway, it's fine, don't worry. Ludmila nodded. That's good. So, how is Olga? Here it comes? Wang Zhong, I consoled her and let her cry it out, and then she felt much better. She was suppressing herself too much. That's good then. Ludmila seemed completely relieved. Wang Zhong couldn't help asking, you aren't jealous? Huh? Why should I be? That's Olga, you'd only hit a wall with her. Ludmila spread her hands. Or are you saying, you succeeded this time? I succeeded. Although he wanted to say that, Wang Zhong did not want to complicate matters and told the truth. No, after she finished crying, she pushed me away and called in a maid to change my uniform. She said she was going to wash her face. Ludmila, I just knew it. To her, you're like a big brother. Wang Zhong, I don't know who used to say I was like a little brother. Who was it again? I can't seem to recall. The girl gave him a punch, and then pushed him toward the door. Go to your meeting. I'll be waiting for you in the room assigned to us. Wang Zhong, a room assigned to us? I have a room in the palace. Nov. L. B / JNN. Nelly answered in place of Ludmila, because the Rokossovsky family's house in the capital wasn't ready. The butler Mikhail only arrived yesterday. Knowing this, General Tijanaya asked the palace's protocol office to make arrangements. General Tijanaya, according to Nelly's explanation, seemed to be an ally of the Rokossovsky family. I'll pay a visit later. Wang Zhong pushed the door open. The Grand Patriarch's voice rang out. The situation at the front is extremely grim. Our soldiers have been massively annihilated. The Prasen art of war is not to be underestimated. But all of you have survived. Some have even achieved incredible military feats, such as General Kashuk. Seeing Wang Zhong, Belinsky smoothly shifted the topic onto him, and such as Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. The purpose of our meeting today is twofold, to share experiences and to let everyone know that the Prussians can be annihilated. And in large numbers, too. Wang Zhong entered the room directly and saluted everyone. The door closed behind him. Belinsky yielded the floor. Come up here, General Rokossovsky. Share with everyone your experience in defensive operations. Wang Zhong nodded, strode confidently to the podium, and saluted once again. At that moment, he noticed Olga, dressed as a maid, sneaking in among those who were preparing the meal. No, what on earth is the princess doing? Did I hit a wall after all? Forget it. Deciding to pretend he hadn't noticed Princess Olga, Wang Zhong began, the enemy is indeed formidable, but we also have advantages. First is our tanks, which currently seem to have superior performance in some aspects compared to the enemies. As long as we master the methods of warfare, we can annihilate the enemy in great numbers. Wang Zhong then detailed the methods for constructing tank shelters and allocating fire zones to blind tanks. Through such methods, we can greatly mitigate the drawbacks of not having independent tank commanders and radios. Just then, Chief of General Staff Takhachev spoke up, do you realize that eliminating one crew member allows us to have more tanks driven by the same number of tank operators? Wang Zhong, even if we double the number of tanks, it does not offset the disadvantage brought about by the lack of battlefield situational awareness. The additional tanks would only become trophies for the enemy's ace tank operators. Takhachev turned to the tank operators and shouted, can you tolerate such words? Tank operators of all ranks coolly stared at the Chief of General Staff. If you've been on the battlefield, you know how idiotic it is to have the gunner also perform the tank commander's duties. Takhachev, stared down by these battle-hardened tank operators with murderous intent in their eyes, obviously faltered. It wasn't me who wanted to eliminate the tank commander position. Go talk to the armored troops headquarters, or General Skorobo the defector, who also supports eliminating the tank commander. Wow, already labeled a defector? That was a fast turnaround, Your Excellency the Chief of General Staff. Deciding to ignore this, Wang Zhong continued. Furthermore, in defensive operations, I have two main pieces of experience. First, one must thoroughly understand the terrain of the defense area, not just the terrain where the defensive positions are located, but also the terrain of the surrounding area for about 20 kilometers in front of the defense zone. One should think from the enemy's perspective where they would place their supply center, where they would sleep at night. This way we could shell those locations, inflicting considerable casualties on the enemy, making their lives hell. Second, one must cultivate a good relationship with the local church. The labor camps mobilized by the church can greatly accelerate our fortification speed, the Guardian army can fill the defensive gaps, and block unimportant directions to prevent the enemy from slipping through. Additionally, the meat, eggs, and milk the church can provide, will significantly enhance our military's combat capabilities. Lastly, the masses can serve as our eyes, bringing us intelligence about the enemy. As Wang Zhong spoke about the second point, the Grand Patriarch looked extremely pleased. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officers of noble birth were exchanging glances. However, the lower and middle-ranking officers with military achievements all showed approving expressions, seeming to fully agree with Wang Zhong's words. Next, Wang Zhong elaborately introduced how to conduct staggered defense, how to preset ambush positions to surprise the enemy, and how to protect one's own artillery positions by neutralizing enemy reconnaissance aircraft, among other experiences. When he finished, Belinsky spoke up, it sounds like, in addition to prayer warriors and hymn monks, our sound array masters are also very important. Wang Zhong, yes. The Prussians use radar, and since we don't have radar, we can use sound array masters as a temporary substitute. Very good, very good. Previously we only used them for anti-aircraft early warning, we underestimated them, said Belinsky. Wang Zhong thought a moment and realized that he had shared about all he could. Checking the time, he saw he had been speaking for nearly 2 hours, so he decided to yield the floor to others and listen to their experiences as well. That's about all for my sharing. Next. Just then, Belinsky asked, how do you assess the future situation? Especially, given the rather mediocre performance of our high command. All the senior officers of the high command had darkened faces. Wang Zhong looked at them and then at Princess Olga who was hiding among the maids. He said, I believe that no matter how the high command performs, ultimate victory will surely be ours. Without a doubt, Wang Zhong paused. Prasen is extremely powerful. To deny this fact would be to disrespect those comrades who have sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. Wang Zhong pointed at the map on the wall. It's precisely because they are strong that they now occupy all of Europa except for Anti. But, at this point, Wang Zhong suddenly felt thirsty and picked up a cup to drink some water, which caused someone below to protest. Keep talking? You should be telling us about our advantages next, right? Let's hear it. Wang Zhong, don't rush. However, we have a huge difference from the other countries conquered by Prasen. Look at the map. Prasen has been advancing mightily for a month and a half, but they have actually only occupied a small part of our territory. Moreover, compared with other European countries, our infrastructure is worse, our roads barely have any asphalt, most of them are dirt roads, and our railway system not only has a much lower density of tracks than industrialized countries, but the supporting facilities like locomotive factories are also far less than other countries. This sounds like self-deprecation, but it's actually the truth. After entering our country, Prasen's army of millions must be facing a terrible supply situation. When I escaped from Ronid, I commanded troops to attack an enemy supply depot. There, we captured a large number of depot documents, which showed that Prasen's logistical transport was severely congested. Wang Zhong's words were partially true and partially false. Indeed, the documents indicated congestion, but they could not prove that the problem was widespread. However, as a transmigrator, he had information from another time and space. The Earthstorm Tigers were initially hampered by the Soviet Union's poor infrastructure at the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, and later, under the walls of Moscow, they were hampered again of course. This was mainly due to General Mud and General Winter. Wang Zhong took up a pointer and indicated on the map, "We have observed the enemy stopping twice for repairs, once 2 weeks into the attack, and the second time before the second armored group moved south. The second repair period lasted a week. As the enemy continues to penetrate deeper, their supply lines will become even more extended, and their consumption more difficult to replenish. And as we move into October, the entire Anti will enter the Rasputisa, muddy season. All the roads will be swallowed by mud, Prasen's trucks will struggle to move, and all the supply burden will fall on the railways. However, as just mentioned, our railway network's condition will ensure that the railways alone will definitely not suffice for the enemy. The enemy will be forced to crawl through the mud. At that time, all of their offensives will become extremely difficult." No sooner had Wang Zhong finished than a lieutenant general asked, "The Rasputisa lasts only a month. After that, the ground will freeze, becoming harder and more passable than it is now. What then?" Wang Zhong smiled, "You are correct, Lieutenant General. However, I remind you, we haven't seen any winter gear issued to Prasen's troops on any front right now. Prasen has been conducting lightning wars one after another, whether it was the Low Countries or the Carolingian regions, they surrendered quickly. They will form a path dependence, thinking that defeating us will take at most half a year. They have not prepared winter gear. Of course, with Prasen's powerful industrial capacity, preparing winter gear for millions of troops could be done quickly. But, winter gear, cold protection equipment, heating fuel, etc., will consume transport capacity on top of the troops' regular supplies." Wang Zhong swept his gaze across the entire room. "They won't be able to bring it up in time. After all, before General Winter comes, General Mud runs rampant. The enemy logistics will be in a state of semi-paralysis. This will ensure that the majority of Prasen's troops won't receive winter gear and heating equipment, nor fuel. I boldly predict that this winter, we will launch a large-scale counteroffensive. No matter how much progress they make after September, we will restore the front line to the state it was in before they started in September. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM." Chief of General Staff Takhachev frowned. "A counteroffensive that only restores the situation to pre-September status? What kind of counteroffensive is that?" Wang Zhong, "Prasen is extremely powerful. To think of defeating it quickly is impossible. A quick victory is not advisable. We must be prepared for a long and arduous war of 3 to 4 years with them. I must remind you, Chief of General Staff, as we advance, Prasen's supply line will keep shortening, and their logistical situation will improve rapidly. Currently, we have no way to defeat a well-supplied Prasen army." Takhachev angrily retorted, "You're actually buoying the enemy's morale and undermining our own prestige." Wang Zhong, "War is not a contest of spirit, war requires practical measures." Just then, Grand Patriarch Belinsky spoke up, "Major General Rokossovsky, so you think that the capital can be held?" "Yes," Wang Zhong stated firmly, "the enemy has turned south, and even though the situation for the Southwestern Front Army is very bad, they still have over 600,000 men, and the death of the Crown Prince has boosted their morale. I believe that if the enemy launches another attack on the capital, it will be around mid-September. The Rasputisa is coming, and as long as we hold them off for 1 to 2 weeks, the mud will force them to stop. Belinsky, and then winter will come. Right, the enemy will be at the end of their tether, and the time for counterattack will arrive. Before that, we should accumulate as much force as possible." Belinsky nodded repeatedly. "Good, this is good. This is the best news of today, General Rokossovsky. The best news. Wang Zhong, that is my assessment of the war prospects. I have finished speaking." He stepped back and saluted everyone. Thunderous applause erupted. Many people stood up and applauded for Wang Zhong. Clearly, the judgment Wang Zhong just made was supported by the capable young officers. The Major General who had just asked what to do when General Winter made the roads passable was clapping especially hard, prompting Wang Zhong to give him several extra glances. At this point, Belinsky returned to the stage, seemingly assuming the role of host. "Next up, let's have Major General Kashuk share his thoughts." Then, the Major General who had posed the question waved his hand. No, my experience is similar to that of General Rokossov. My suggestion is that General Rokossov could step back from the front line and compile these experiences into a pamphlet, which would be far more useful than his direct command of the troops." Wang Zhong thought to himself, "No, my cheat code is awesome on the front line. Compiling pamphlets can wait until General Winter has pushed the enemy back." "So," he answered, "the front line is under such strain right now that compiling pamphlets is something we can put off for later. If my prediction is correct, there will be a calm period beginning next February, lasting until the ground dries up again in June. By then, we'll have plenty of time to produce all sorts of pamphlets and introduce the entire army to our experience. Someone among the senior officers muttered, he really thinks he's the modern-day Bonaparte. Wang Zhong frowned, and all the young officers turned to look in that direction. At that moment, Wang Zhong noticed that General Tijana, who shared a name with the literary master, shook his head with a look of frustration. Sure enough, an acquaintance of my father's, I should pay him a visit later. Then Belinsky called on another young officer, Andrei Pupil, you speak about the experience with anti-aircraft field defense. Teach everyone how to deal with Stukas without the divine arrow. Thanks to Rakasov, everyone started using divine arrow to take out the enemy pilots. Andrei Pupil stood up, all right, I'll talk. The conference continued until 0300 on August 11th. When it finally adjourned, Wang Zhong took the opportunity to catch up with General Tijana. General, hi. My maid mentioned you asked to prepare a room for me at the summer palace. Tijana looked up at Wang Zhong, who was a head taller. Up close you indeed look like a tough soldier. Connie will be pleased. Wang Zhong, from the address, it seems you're well acquainted with my father. Of course, General Tijana laughed. Your father and I had debated whether to get involved in the Civil War. That was over a decade ago. Just then, Olga, disguised as a maid, appeared. It was General Tijana who suggested I go to the church to contact you through the choir. When you asked for Air Force support, I turned to the general for help, and he managed to get the Air Force to support you. Did those Air Forces come in handy? Wang Zhong, they were a huge help, especially the MiG-3 fighter regiment you sent. If they hadn't shot down the enemy's Dornier 217 carrying remote-controlled bombs, we probably couldn't have lasted until the night breakout. Olga smiled, glad to hear they were helpful, that's great. At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly picked up on a detail in Olga's words and asked, General, you can command the Air Force. General Tijana, no, I merely suggested possible targets for them to strike. What is it? Wang Zhong, from a colonel escorting me, I learned that keeping Yak-1 planes, which excel in low-altitude dogfights with the enemy, in the capital is a waste. Because the enemy's aircraft attacking the capital enter from high altitude. But if you deploy Yak-1s to the front line, once the enemy Stukas have dropped their bombs, they will be at low altitude, which is the perfect height for Yak-1s. The Yak-1s could shoot down all the Stukas, eliminating a significant threat. The general stroked his chin beard. Your suggestion sounds good. But why are you so familiar with the Air Force situation? Because I've played War Thunder a lot. But of course, he couldn't say that, so Wang Zhong answered, I learned it from chatting with the Air Force pilots. General Tijana nodded. Next time you talk to someone in the Air Force, tell them if they have complaints to go directly to their commander. Don't beat around the bush. Good grief, Tijana seemed to think Wang Zhong knew all this because the Air Force had deliberately leaked it. However, since he had already brought it up, Wang Zhong still requested, at least get a Yak-1 regiment for Shostka, where I'm stationed. Those planes are of no use in the capital. Tijana, I'll try. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to rest. You should rest too. And princess, now that you're the crown princess, you can't be wandering around in maid's attire anymore. Olga clicked her tongue. Oh. On the morning of August 11th, Wang Zhong opened his eyes, stared blankly at the canopy above him for a few seconds, before he remembered that he had taken up a guest room in the Tsar's summer palace to sleep in the day before. He reached to his side and, sure enough, Lucia had already been up for a while. The sheets were cool. Having a fiancé who's too disciplined is not good either. Wanting to cuddle for a bit in the morning is not even possible. Just then, still drowsy, Wang Zhong saw a maid approach the bed, probably Nellie, so he sat up and grabbed her to pull her closer. Nellie is sure to tolerate my babyish behavior with the heart of a mother? Wang Zhong buried his face in Nellie's chest and then realized something was off. Nellie usually wouldn't wear extra perfume, only smelling faintly of lavender. But the scent wafting into Wang Zhong's nose right now was quite expensive. And this softness that rivaled Ludmila's, could it be that Nellie is a succubus, capable of shifting her allure, and she throws dice every morning to change? Wang Zhong regarded her with suspicion and pulled back. The next moment he tumbled out of bed and snapped to attention with a thud. Your Majesty? No, I mean, Your Highness. Princess Olga, so this is how you treat your little maids every morning, huh? No, not usually. It's just the palace's luxury that made me relax, and my head isn't quite right, Wang Zhong replied seriously, while picking up his pants to hold in front of him. He felt he couldn't give the initiative to the princess, so before she could respond, he said, Your Highness, in these extraordinary times, you shouldn't be entering guest rooms dressed as a maid at will. Another scandal in the royal family right now would make things even worse. Princess Olga, I didn't know you would do such a thing to a maid in the morning. I wouldn't do such a thing to a maid. It's the environment that's making me strange, this lavish environment, Wang Zhong asserted firmly. Just as Princess Olga opened her mouth to speak, the door opened and Ludmila entered. Lyasha, are you up? I see you are. I had Nellie bring over the breakfast cart, let's eat here. Nellie pushed in a cart following Ludmila. Princess Olga, with her back to the two who had just entered, seemed somewhat flustered. Ludmila glanced at the back of the princess. Is this a palace maid? I did mention that no one should come in before we leave, didn't I? I need to complain to the head maid. Wang Zhong, no, this is OL. Olga immediately turned around, bowing to Ludmila. I am very sorry. The story about the general drawing his gun yesterday has already spread among the servants, saying the general shot a spy that infiltrated the palace and saved the crown princess. Everyone admires the general, including me, so I sneaked in here. My deepest apologies. Wang Zhong hesitated, not understanding what trickery the princess was up to and could only scratch his head in confusion. Ludmila sighed, I can understand, but don't do it again. You may leave now. Olga raised her head, moving towards the servant's door while expressing her thanks. Wait a minute. Ludmila stopped her, then inhaled sharply, the crown princess. No, I am. Wang Zhong, she's her body double. To prevent assassination attempts. Ludmila, what are you talking about? I've never heard of such a thing. Your Highness, what are you doing? With the current situation, you're already the crown princess. Olga, alright, I know I was wrong. It's just, I don't know what came over me. Last night I dreamed that the Prussians captured me, and then they were going to marry me off to their fat pig-like marshal of the Air Force, Amir. And then at the wedding, Elisha, Duke Rakasov came to save me driving a train. Wang Zhong exclaimed, driving a train? Where's my tank then? Olga, Luda, when I saw Rakasov, I felt relieved. You must understand. Ludmila, I understand. So shall we let him accompany you to sleep by your bed every night? Wang Zhong? Olga smiled, that would be nice. When I was little, brother would read me storybooks until I fell asleep. Looking back and forth between them, Wang Zhong decided it was best to put his pants on first and tidy himself up before anything else. Nelly quietly arranged the food on the table. Ludmila, how old were you when that happened? Around 10 years old, replied Olga. Brother doesn't do that anymore, but whenever he stays overnight in the palace, he comes to kiss my forehead and wish me good night. Ludmila was a bit slow to respond. She probably didn't know how to react either, seeing as the crown prince had died on the battlefield, and her sister's small request didn't seem too much to ask. By then, Wang Zhong had his pants on and was picking up his shirt when he saw his fiancée was at a loss, so he took the initiative to say, Your Highness the Crown Princess, with His Majesty the Tsar in such a state, you must be strong and can no longer act so spoiled. Ludmila glanced at Wang Zhong with a look of gratitude. Olga, Your Excellency the General, as the war hero who will deliver a speech at the public memorial, you too must be strong and can no longer act spoiled with maids either. Nelly, who was arranging the utensils, looked up at Wang Zhong with a puzzled look upon hearing that. Ludmila narrowed her eyes scornfully at Wang Zhong, her expression clearly saying, wait and explain this to me later. But it seemed that Olga had her fun, curtsying with courtly etiquette. Then, I wish you both a pleasant meal and a good mood today. Then she slipped away. Ludmila turned to Wang Zhong, what's with the coquetry towards the maid? Wang Zhong, I just had her help me wash my face. It's not what you think. Then how about you demonstrate it? Wang Zhong, alright, come over and I'll show you. No, Ludmila, with her hands on her hips, Nelly is here, isn't she? Demonstrate how you coquettishly ask a maid for help. Wang Zhong glanced at Nelly and thinking it better to get it over with quickly, he hugged Nelly around the waist and buried his face in her chest, just like this. Nelly, pat my head. Nelly looked at Wang Zhong with a disgusted face and reluctantly patted his head. Wang Zhong quickly stepped away from the steel plate. I've demonstrated. Are you satisfied now? Ludmila, you actually do this sort of thing to Nelly. Nelly, no, today is the first time. Someone pretended not to notice anything was wrong upon seeing the princess and took the opportunity to take advantage. He's a habitual offender. Ludmila, that's true, he is indeed a habitual offender. He just took advantage of you just now. Wang Zhong, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat. Oh, are there any activities planned for today? Ludmila, the military orders department announced that we could have a free day today. And around 5 in the morning, Grandpa Mikhail called to say that the manor is ready for us to move into. Wang Zhong, got it. Free activities today, huh? Then, of course, I'm off to scrounge equipment from the logistics department. Where is the capital's ordnance department? Wang Zhong's main aim coming to the capital was to secure equipment and troops, the rest was just incidental. He put on his jacket, sat down at the table, and started stirring the oatmeal with a spoon. While talking, we need to check and see if there are any Noble Sons observation cars like number 422, get 1 or 2 more, and form a tank platoon with crew chiefs and radios in every tank. Then, there are the heavy artillery and Katyusha rocket launchers, we need to get some of those too. And some of those temporary, emergency Su-76 self-propelled guns as well. Ludmila narrowed her eyes. You don't think that talking about this stuff is going to let you off the hook for this morning's incident, do you? Wang Zhong, can't it? Besides, I didn't do anything heinous. It was the princess who ambushed me, and I just wanted a hug. I was actually planning to ask you for it. You ran away, and left the bed cold. At this, Wang Zhong felt aggrieved. Right, it's all Lucia's fault. If she'd given me a warm hug this morning, given me a good morning kiss, would this have happened? Certainly not. Ludmila sighed and sat down at the table, pulling the oatmeal closer to herself. Nelly quickly poured hot milk into her cup. Ludmila ate while speaking, then Nelly and I will go to the manor first, and Sergeant Major Grigory will accompany you to the ordnance department. All right. Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up. Grigory looked at Wang Zhong with a smile that was not quite a smile, saluted, and said, General, good morning. Wang Zhong casually returned a sloppy salute and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's all around. They say you're going to be a prince." Wang Zhong suddenly recalled seeing the real handiwork of an old friend in the game room yesterday. The Tsar's family might have ended as tragically as they did on Earth, but now, perhaps they could live out their days in a secluded villa, and then be called back to serve as a court etiquette advisor when War and Peace is being filmed? Anyway, judging by how eagerly the palace servants discussed the prospective prince, at least they don't seem too opposed to having a Tsar now. Grigory, so, might I become an imperial guard then? What do you mean? Are you unhappy being my security guard? Wang Zhong retorted. No way. Because of your great popularity, I've become a hot ticket too. Last night was a blast. If it weren't for Wang Zhong's eagerness to pick equipment, he would have liked Grigory to go into detail about just how fun it was. Wang Zhong climbed into the jeep, slapped the driver's seat backrest, and urged, "Come on, drive." Grigory got into the vehicle and started it smoothly. The palace guards seemed to all recognize Wang Zhong, giving him salutes without even checking his ID.N/O/vel/B/C//n.C//om. Exiting the palace gates, Wang Zhong saw all the officers on the street and asked, "Why are there so many officers?" This main street in front of the palace gates is now all officers' quarters, housing not just the officers from the high command but also residences for senior officers who've been called back temporarily. This street is now known as Officers Boulevard. Wang Zhong muttered "oh" in response, and suddenly, he spotted an acquaintance. Stop up ahead, right by the curb in front of that cavalry officer in the lieutenant colonel's uniform. Auntie's cavalry trousers had a very wide seam which was also brightly colored, so it was noticeable from a distance. Grigory skillfully stopped right in front of the officer. Wang Zhong stood up. Colonel Kiriyenko. The cavalry officer, initially startled by the sudden appearance of the jeep, looked up at Wang Zhong's call. "Lieutenant Colonel Rakasov. You're alive too? Oh no, I mean, the newspapers already told us that." Wang Zhong, "But there's been no news of you in the papers? That's great, you also survived." He got out of the vehicle and hugged the colonel, who he had met briefly before, with a warmth like that of an old buddy of 30 years. After the embrace, Wang Zhong said, "When we parted last time, saying see you in Plausonia, I thought it wouldn't come true." "How could it not?" laughed Major General Kiriyenko. "Firstly, I was not surrounded, and secondly, I'm a cavalryman. If I were determined to leave my troops behind, I could break out even if the enemy laid a trap in heaven and earth." Wang Zhong, hearing him mention his own troops, asked, "What about the 7th Cavalry Army?" It was Kiriyenko's 7th Cavalry Army that, when Wang Zhong had lost much of Luchthof, had engulfed the enemy, now at the end of their rope, like a tide, and rescued the beleaguered fight group of Rakasov. This unit was the savior of Wang Zhong's life. Kiriyenko sighed. The losses were heavy. They all retreated to the east side of St. Yekaterina Fortress for reorganization. My boys are all cavalrymen. They are really not suited to meet grinding with Prussians within the city. Wang Zhong, that's too bad. Don't worry too much. I missed the sharing session yesterday, but last night I was drinking in the corridor and bumped into Major General Kashuk, who lives across from me. We talked about your method, using the mud and winter to drag down the enemy. It's a good idea. However, some people also said that your real intention is to level St. Yekaterina Fortress. Wang Zhong couldn't help but smile wryly. Who said that? How could that be? Look around at the reinforced concrete structures, look at the factory buildings in the distant industrial area. How much explosive would it take to level that? No, we won't leave St. Yekaterina Fortress. The enemy won't be able to take it either. If the enemy enters the city, then we rely on the city's reinforced concrete buildings to grind with them. It's not a small town like Luchthof. It's going to cost the Prussians their lives. At that moment, a group of officers gathered around, not coming close, just listening from a distance as if waiting for a commuter bus. Then, Major General Kashuk, whom Wang Zhong had met the night before, came over eating a pastry. "Major General Rakasov, I heard that you'll be assigned under my command." Wang Zhong was very pleased to hear this. "Isn't that a good thing? You spoke very well yesterday, much better than being commanded by that fool, that traitor Skorobo." General Skorobo had already been labeled a traitor. It was said that his wife was found to have a quarter Prussian bloodline. Her grandmother was a noble from Bavaria and had correspondence with the family. One could only say that the tribunal was swift. Kashuk frowned. "Aren't you angry? I was originally a peasant." Wang Zhong, "What's wrong with that? The wheat we eat is planted by peasants, the beef we eat is raised by peasants. If you hate peasants, then don't eat." Kashuk looked at Wang Zhong as if seeing him for the first time, sizing him up carefully. You're not like the rumors say. They say you're a libertine and a womanizer. When it comes down to being a womanizer, who do I know in the city?" Just then, Kiriyenko said, "I guess High Command is trying to create conflict between you two. Most of them are nobles from the old army who picked the right side. Their personal grievances matter more to them than winning battles. If you were to be surrounded, letting the old officers lead troops to rescue you, given their current hatred for you, the rescue troops might only advance 1 kilometer a day." Wang Zhong cursed. "How can we win battles with these vermin?" The surrounding officers didn't express agreement explicitly, but from their expressions, it was clear they shared Wang Zhong's sentiment. "Kashuk, it would be good if Gorky Konstantinovic could come back. His father was a cobbler, he wouldn't see eye to eye with those noble lords. It's a pity he's been exiled." Wang Zhong had long wanted to say that Chekhov, Turgenev, Gorky, good heavens, the whole Russian literary scene had time traveled? But then Wang Zhong thought it over and felt that so many familiar names weren't that strange after all, seeing as the anti-people named themselves after a list. If your name was on it, how could you tell someone else not to use it? Kiriyenko said, I think we should band together, make it so those foolish old masters' orders can't be carried out, and we make adjustments on our own. Look, the three of us, 2 major generals, can both command an army group, and although you're a brigadier general, with so many military achievements, becoming a major general is just a matter of time. All 3 of us together, that's 3 army groups. If all were stationed in one place, we could coordinate. Wang Zhong, isn't your 7th army in tatters? Yes, that's why it was handed over to my deputy. He's been promoted to lead the army. Now that I'm back, I might take over an army group, and Kashuk probably will as well. Kashuk finished the pastry and took out a rolled cigarette. Damn, they won't let my staff move with me. I don't know what kind of chief of staff they'll assign me if it's an old noble. That'll be disgusting. Wang Zhong, as long as the staff can organize the troops well, their impact isn't all that big. If they can't organize well, then change them. And among the old nobility, there are also decent ones. My chief of staff is an old noble, and aside from being somewhat perfectionist, everything else is fine. Both men laughed as they looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, what's so funny? Kashuk, you're also an old noble, brigadier general. There are competent people among the old nobility, you can't lump them all together. Just then, someone rode up on a horse, leading 2 more horses. Kiriyenko, well, my mount is here, time to get things done. Wang Zhong, getting things done. My wife and kids are coming by train today, so I'm going to the station to wait, said Kiriyenko as he mounted his horse and waved to Wang Zhong, see you in Plausonia. Wang Zhong laughed and shouted back, see you in Plausonia. As Kiriyenko disappeared into the distance, Kashuk asked, isn't it a bit early to talk about Plausonia? Wang Zhong, no, it's not early. It'll come true one day. I have no doubt about that. Just then another jeep drove up and Kashuk flicked his cigarette to the ground and crushed it. Here's my ride. He paused, then extended his hand and said, Plausonia greetings. Plausonia greetings. Wang Zhong firmly grasped his hand. After the handshake, Major General Kashuk jumped into the jeep and drove east along the main street. Wang Zhong got into the car that had been waiting for a long time for Grigory, and headed straight for the ordnance department. After their departure, the gathered officers also said their goodbyes. Plausonia greetings. You too, Plausonia greetings. A tradition that had persisted throughout the entire war quietly began. The ordnance department building looked blockish, and out of place compared to the other buildings in the capital brimming with classical charm. No sooner had Wang Zhong gotten out of the car than he heard several engineers emerging from inside, engaged in a heated discussion. Now, they're moving the factories eastward, while demanding that we maintain production. Utterly preposterous. Exactly. The factories in Khazarla have all moved out, some have just relocated, and some are still searching for sites. How are we supposed to produce anything? Thankfully, the factories along the Valdai Hills River are still operational, otherwise, I really don't know where we'd conjure up so many T-34s. Wang Zhong became energized upon hearing T-34, and immediately stopped the group. Hello gentlemen, may I ask who you are? We're from the Land Equipment Production Management Committee. Do you need something, General? Asked the engineer who had just exclaimed utterly preposterous. Wang Zhong, I'm interested in knowing where I might go if I wish to acquire a T-34 tank with an observation tower. The engineers looked at each other, then the utterly preposterous one replied, that would be a special model. You could possibly find one at some of the clubs in the capital. I mean those posh guys card-playing clubs, not the professional technical clubs run by churches. Wang Zhong, okay, then where should I go if I want a regular T-34 and a regular KV-1? The engineers all pointed to the ordnance department building behind them. Wang Zhong, the ordnance department handles that. Of course, they manage the distribution of all equipment. Additionally, the logistics and supply headquarters of the Reserve Army are located here as well. If you're a general from the Reserve Army, it would be completely proper to inquire here, although you may need to fill out forms and get stamps first. Wang Zhong laughed, he had indeed come to the right place. And he even knew where to find a T-34 with an observation tower. He waved goodbye to the engineers. Farewell, Plausonia greetings. Goodbye, Plausonia, huh. The engineers were taken aback. Wang Zhong, along with Grigory, was already heading towards the entrance of the ordnance department. N/O/vel/B/N.C//OM. Upon entering the hall, Wang Zhong immediately saw the sign for the Reserve Army's logistics headquarters. So, he strode confidently inside. The logistics headquarters of the Front Army were vast, filled with the sound of stamps being pressed, and someone shouted into the phone, what did you say? Canned cucumbers? What's the problem with canned cucumbers? You wanted shells. Wang Zhong frowned, what the hell, that dialogue sounded way too familiar. Just then, he heard another civilian officer shouting, your form says sausages. What do you mean sausages are just a code name? Customary practice? I don't care, if the form says sausages, I'll deliver sausages. Next time, make sure to write the real name of the item. Wang Zhong's face fell. What kind of battlefield item is customarily codenamed sausage? How come I've never heard of this before? He made his way through the headquarters offices and barged straight into the logistics commander's office without knocking. And then he realized the guy on the phone looked somewhat familiar. General Chekhov. The general looked up, taken aback by Wang Zhong's appearance, then said into the phone, "I have a real situation here." "Yes, a real situation. I'm not using that as an excuse, General. So goodbye." After hanging up the phone, the general swore at the phone, "Sucka." "Wang Zhong, what's the matter?" "Nothing much. Someone wanted to use trucks to evacuate their estate. If you ask me, estates that aren't along the railway lines shouldn't be evacuated." "Wang Zhong, my estate didn't take up much of the railway capacity. It was mainly for moving people to the rear." General Chekhov shrugged his shoulders, then extended his hand to Wang Zhong. "Long time no see, Rakasov." "Your Grace." "Wang Zhong, still count, the investiture of Duke Karen hasn't been issued yet." Chekhov nodded. "Are you here to see your brother?" "Ah, I knew that couldn't be it. So, what do you want?" "Wang Zhong, my brother still has to go see it. He arrived at St. Yekaterina Fortress so early, how come he didn't stay at his own house?" "Who knows? I'm not your housekeeper. Let's talk about the proper business." Wang Zhong stared at Chekhov for a few seconds. "We don't need to fill out a form this time. If you want to fill it out, that's fine," said General Chekhov. Wang Zhong, "No, I don't want to fill it out. But didn't you say last time that filling out forms was already a special procedure for special cases?" "You misunderstood. Forms still need to be there, but our side can take care of it. Anyway, with so many forms thrown there, no one is really going to scrutinize them. The key is what gets summarized on the dispatch sheet. This practice is a violation of the rules, but the situation is so urgent, even the Crown Prince has sacrificed his life for the country. Of course, we can omit some red tape." General Chekhov spread his hands. "Well, this guy last time simply didn't want to be the one to take the blame, so he went through all the procedures. A special procedure for special cases was within the framework of regular procedures." Wang Zhong, "All right, then I want T-34S. We don't have any ready-made T-34S now. List your needs, and we will allocate T-34S from future factory output to you." Wang Zhong, "Then I'll take 100. Do you have that many tank operators?" No, that's not appropriate. And if you ask for so many at once, other people will have objections. Our logistics headquarters mainly act as a water-carrying department, you understand." General Chekhov leaned forward, staring at Wang Zhong. "Don't take so many all at once. The right way to go about it is to have a large total number, but each item is small, spread out across countless requests." Wang Zhong, "Then how many do you suggest I take? How many tank operators do you have? You must have suffered heavy losses in Araki, right?" That was indeed true. Even adding up the surviving tank operators from the 5th Tank Army, Wang Zhong could not make up 30 crews. But he planned to ask for 30 tanks, plus the ones left from the last battle. He would have 36, although the ones left over from the last battle all went back to the factory for repairs, and it would probably take at least half a month before they were returned. Wang Zhong, "I'll take 30 tanks, don't worry about the crews." General Chekhov rapidly noted it down on the notebook he had spread open. 1 battalion, that's acceptable. Not too excessive. Then there's the ZIS-3. We really don't have many of those. The main production factories are retreating, and the production has basically dropped to zero. But we have ample capacity for the 45mm guns. How many do you want? Wang Zhong, "Let's start with 1 battalion, then I also need heavy mortars. I hope to enhance the infantry battalions with heavy mortars." "You have 2 regiments?" asked Chekhov. Wang Zhong, "Yes, 2 infantry regiments. That's 6 heavy mortar companies, not too many. Actually, the front line's demand for heavy mortars is not high right now. Everyone is crying for anti-tank. Wang Zhong pointed his finger toward the sky. "This is also driven by war. The enemy likes to use reconnaissance planes to observe our artillery positions, then bombard them. If we don't have enough MiG-3s to take down their high-altitude reconnaissance planes, then heavy mortars are necessary to cover positions occupied by the enemy. The Air Force is now focusing on protecting St. Yekaterina Fortress, and most of the MiG-3s are deployed near St. Yekaterina Fortress. Some fighter squadrons have been sent to the front lines, but not many," Chekhov said. "Anything else?" Wang Zhong, "Heavy artillery. My artillery battalion lost all its heavy guns, and my anti-aircraft battalion is gone as well. At the very least, provide me with 24 pieces of 152mm howitzers." General Chekhov raised his eyebrows. "Don't want the B4 anymore? Not a good experience using it." Wang Zhong, "It's too cumbersome, and loading it takes too long, indeed not as convenient as the 152 howitzer. Rather than replenishing me with B4s, it'd be better to give me an extra 12 pieces of 152mm howitzers. The enemy's division-level artillery firepower is very strong, and at the army level, it's incredibly powerful. Without the support of army group level, even strategic-level artillery clusters, we must have sufficiently strong firepower." What Wang Zhong said was actually a bit of an anachronism, as the officers of Anti couldn't possibly be aware of the Prasen army's artillery configuration, at most knowing it as a lot. But Wang Zhong had read a lot of military history, and he knew that the Sturmtiger's artillery was mainly dispersed among division-level units. He even knew the specific artillery configuration of the Sturmtigers. General Chekhov made a note in the notebook, and then looked up. "Anything else?" Wang Zhong, I want the BM-13 rocket launcher. General Chekhov frowned. How do you know about the existence of such a weapon? At this time, the existence of the rocket launcher was still a secret, and even long after the weapon had been deployed to the front lines, the troops did not know that the thing was called BM-13. That's why it got the nickname Katyusha. Wang Zhong smiled. The Crown Prince and I are good buddies. Major General Chekhov was astounded. Indeed. You really will become a prince. No, Wang Zhong said confidently. Anyway, can you get them? Can't. All rocket launchers are being used intensively, they won't be allocated to you, so give up on that idea. Wang Zhong sighed, resigned to the fact. He began to ponder what other powerful weapons he might be able to secure at the time. At that moment, Major General Chekhov said, based on frontline experience, we have produced a type of incendiary bomb that is simple in construction and more effective and safer than the ones you make with bottles. It also has a white phosphorus self-igniting feature. It ignites as soon as you open the lid. Wang Zhong, really? The troops reported Molotov cocktails were very useful, but they had to be lit before throwing, which occasionally resulted in the fuel spilling and igniting the person throwing it, so our design bureau's engineers made some targeted improvements. Wang Zhong, that's excellent, I want enough of them. Chekhov continued, we also sped up mass production of the DSHK heavy machine gun, which performs much better than the older models. Wang Zhong, I need them. We lost all our heavy machine guns when we broke out of Araki, and now the troops only have DP light machine guns. Our light weapons deficit isn't that bad, but if there are Tokarev semi-automatics available, that would be even better. Major General Chekhov nodded. We've also tried copying some of the enemy's combat armor, which could be used by your combat engineers. Do you have combat engineers? Wang Zhong, no, but I can have them. I'll take it. Major General Chekhov, there are also light mortars, which would be excellent support weapons for the infantry platoons. I want them. Wang Zhong said in advance, wait a minute, why do I feel like I don't need to ask? I just leave it to you. Major General Chekhov, no, you still need to approve. How could I make decisions for you? I can't decide on your behalf. But you see, as a logistics major general, I am certainly more familiar with what we have. It's reasonable for me to make suggestions, right? Indeed. That makes sense. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Wang Zhong asked. Then, Major General Chekhov, who is knowledgeable about equipment, do you know if we have anything that can make up for our deficiency in anti-tank firepower besides the 45mm guns? There is, as I just said. Major General Chekhov paused, furrowing his brow. Wang Zhong sat up straight. Is there really? The General, there is a trial-produced gun that has not undergone detailed range testing due to urgency. Do you want it? Wang Zhong, what gun is it? A 57mm gun that was originally sent back for redesign due to design flaws. It's been improved, but not tested because of the urgency. The Ordnance Department decided to utilize the production line by ordering its manufacture. Although the output isn't very high, I estimate we can provide you with 24 units by the 15th of next month. Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow. 57mm. Could it be the legendary 57 God Needle? On Earth, this was one of the Soviet Union's most outstanding anti-tank guns. Even in the latter part of the war, facing a large number of Sturm Tigers, the 57 God Needle still had useful penetrating power. However, this gun had a fatal flaw. It was very difficult to manufacture, requiring a lot of man-hours and skilled workers, hence its production never scaled up. So in the end, the Soviets chose to simply increase caliber, using the crudely made 85mm gun to overwhelm Sturm Tiger units. The performance of the 85mm gun was actually quite mediocre among the various anti-tank guns used by the combatants in the latter stages of the war, but its ease of production was unparalleled. Wang Zhong now felt like he had found a treasure upon hearing that there were 57mm guns that nobody wanted. He wanted to confirm, can you give them to me? These 57mm guns. Yes, we didn't have guns of this caliber previously, with zero design and usage experience, and then this gun was found to have a significant design flaw, so nobody wanted it. Of course, the fact that no one knows these guns exist is a big reason, too. Wang Zhong, give them to me? However many there are, I want them all. Major General Chekhov stood up, went over to the filing cabinet, and pulled out a stack of files. He riffled through them and said, here's a production plan. On August 22nd, number 912 military factory will commence production of the ZIS-30 tank destroyer, also using this 57mm gun. If they are all issued to you, then there's no need to distribute 57mm ammunition to other units. Wang Zhong, what's this, trying to make things easier for yourself? Major General Chekhov shrugged. My principle is to equip a unit with one type of gun, avoid mixed calibers as much as possible. Your unit already has so many 45mm guns, then there are also so many 152s, adding 57mm ammo to the supply isn't too much, especially since there's rail access to your location. Since you want the 57mm guns, how about I don't resupply you with 45mm guns? Wang Zhong snapped his fingers. Deal. 57mm guns, plus ZIS-30 tank destroyers. All of a sudden, the anti-tank firepower was plentiful. Major General Chekhov added, oh, right, looking at this document, I just realized we also have plenty of machine gun tanks, those only equipped with machine guns. How about I treat those as half-track transports and assign them to you? They'd be great for transporting ammunition or towing anti-tank guns. Wang Zhong frowned, pretending to be upset. What do you take me for? A scrap collector? But since you put it that way, give them to me. And make sure you provide drivers too. Major General Chekhov said earnestly, I'm in charge of materials. If you want people, go ask the church yourself. I guess there must be quite a few young villagers who learned to drive tractors and have just been conscripted. When Wang Zhong came out of the Major General's office, Grigory squinted suspiciously. The commander inside is a woman. Why do you look like you just came out of the red light district, General? Humph, Wang Zhong sneered. That's way more thrilling than the red light district. Inside was General Chekhov, an old acquaintance of Archsukov. She approved a whole bunch of equipment for us. Grigory awkwardly reminded him, I'm just a sergeant major, I don't know so many big shots. You mentioned General Chekhov, and I've got no clue who that is. A slick old fox who won't stick to the pot but gets things done. Wang Zhong laughed. If it were peacetime, this kind of person could be the pillar of a department. Actually, Wang Zhong didn't have much social experience, but he had seen the likes of General Chekhov in a British TV show called Yes, Prime Minister. Grigory, as long as it's a good result, that's what matters. Where to next? To the church, for people. We need a lot of new recruits who can drive tractors to operate the machine gun tanks I just got. You mean those BT-1 things? Grigory's face fell. What's the use of those? To serve as ammunition transport vehicles. That could work. The two of them walked to the main gate, one after the other. By the time Wang Zhong reached the church entrance, he saw a familiar scene. A massive crowd of young people crammed at the recruitment station's entrance, blocking the entire street. Grigory honked the horn like crazy to no avail. The crowd simply had no intention of making way. Wang Zhong stood up, looking towards the direction of the church. At that moment, some people around him recognized Wang Zhong. Look quick, it's a brigadier general. So what if he's a brigadier general? St. Yekaterina Fortress has lots of them now. I heard that even the Great White Horse General came to St. Yekaterina Fortress to marry Her Highness the Princess. She is now the Crown Princess. Wang Zhong thought to himself how fast this rumor had spread. There was no internet in this era, so how could it have spread so quickly? Last night's event, and by this afternoon, the whole city knew about it. What he neglected at the time was that last night, in order to have an exchange meeting, a bunch of junior and mid-level officers were at the Summer Palace. After getting pumped up at the meeting, most of them would go out drinking. People boast when they drink, and then the gents would take home what they heard last night, telling their wives, and by the time the market aunties chewed the fat early next morning, boom, the whole city was in the know. It's just that quick. Wang Zhong sighed, cleared his throat, and shouted, lads and lasses, make way, I need to recruit personnel for my troops. Some bold youngster shouted back, Brigadier General, which unit are you with? Wang Zhong, the 151st Temporary Infantry Division. PFF, a temporary unit, count me out. I might consider the Imperial Guard. Has your unit seen combat, Brigadier General? Need you even ask? A temporary unit certainly hasn't seen any action. Wang Zhong furrowed his brows, thinking to himself that these youngsters should show some respect to a Brigadier General. At that point, someone raised a newspaper. Hi, hold on. The paper says the unit commanded by the White Horse General is the 151st Temporary Infantry Division. What? Really? Isn't the White Horse General 6 meters tall? Wang Zhong facepalmed. How had the rumor about a 6-meter-tall general traveled from Shepetovka to the capital? That's nearly 500 kilometers. Forget it, he thought, just corral the people first. He then bellowed, everyone, I am the White Horse General. Although I am not mounted on a white steed right now, I indeed am. I'm here to recruit reinforcements for my division. Can you please clear the way for me to reach the front of the church recruitment point? Just as he finished speaking, a female voice replied, no way, the church says we're not old enough and won't let us enlist. Her statement instantly sparked a chorus of agreement. Exactly, General. We've finished the 10th grade, we're just not old enough. I've got plenty of strength, General, carrying a rifle's no problem for me. I've never lost a fight in my village, I can definitely give those Prasen devils a good thrashing. Wang Zhong finally understood, these youngsters were not old enough, and that was why they were blocking the door, hoping the church would relax the recruitment age limit. Those of age had probably registered already, then been carted off to the new recruits training camp. Wang Zhong, you think you can only fight the Prasen devils on the front lines? Support work is just as important. Without people to grow crops and herd, what are the soldiers on the front lines going to eat? The soldiers' clothes, the ammo they fire, all need to be produced by people. These support positions are equally vital. You should go home and contribute to the war effort through labor, and not waste time here. It's already August, and the harvest is upon us. No one's in the fields to gather the wheat. Without wheat, next year we face famine. The Prasen won't have defeated us, but we'll lose the war to hunger just because you're wasting time here. The children looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone shouted, the newspaper says the war can be won in half a year. Wang Zhong was shocked. What? Who said that? The church's newspaper couldn't possibly say that. Because the Grand Patriarch clearly agreed with Wang Zhong's opinion yesterday, thinking the war would last 3 to 4 years. The Ekaterinburg Commentary newspaper said so. Wang Zhong frowned, not knowing which faction this newspaper belonged to, but it was mostly likely not the church. That is incorrect. Neither a quick victory nor a quick defeat is possible. The war will be a protracted contest of war potential. Wang Zhong tried to make his explanation simple and understandable so that the children could accept it. If you are 1 or 2 years away from adulthood, you can first go home and work, and then join the army when you are of age. You won't miss the war, I promise. Now, can you let me pass, children? N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The young people looked at one another and eventually made way. Grigory started the car and slowly drove towards the recruitment desk, afraid of hitting anyone. When he reached the recruitment desk, Wang Zhong said to the priest in charge, I need recruits who can drive tractors, and I need them right away. The priest said, understood, we will select suitable candidates from the new recruits who have joined these days. However, if you are not in a particular hurry, you could wait for our training class students to graduate. Wang Zhong frowned. Training classes. Yes, for training urgently needed drivers and other technical soldiers. Drivers should be the first to graduate, with the first session finishing at the beginning of September. Wang Zhong said, I want both. Find me those who can drive tractors first, and then I also want the graduates in early September. The priest looked troubled. Isn't that being a little too greedy? At that moment, a blue hat judge ran over quickly and whispered something to the priest. The priest's attitude changed 180 degrees immediately. How many drivers do you need? Wang Zhong said, I need 3,000. In fact, Wang Zhong initially wanted to ask for 5,000, but upon reconsideration, he wondered if it would even be possible to equip his division with 5,000 trucks. 3,000 would have to do, and if there weren't enough trucks, machine gun tanks would suffice. In the history of Earth, both the Sturmtiger and the Soviet Army had used outdated machine gun tanks as ammunition transport vehicles and for other miscellaneous tasks. After all, the tanks had already been produced, and scrapping them in the factory would consume precious working hours, a commodity every factory during wartime wished could be split in two. After the priest recorded Wang Zhong's request, he said, I will do my best to accommodate it. Where should these drivers be sent? Wang Zhong said, Shostka, my troops are stationed in Shostka. All right. With that matter settled, Wang Zhong asked Grigory, do you know where there's a club that noble young masters frequent in the city? Grigory frowned and looked at Wang Zhong. I am a Cossack, don't you think this question is a bit out of my professional expertise, General? Wang Zhong said, all right. He scratched his cheek. Then a young man nearby said, are you looking to confront the hedonistic young nobles? Wang Zhong said, no, I want to find a parade tank and convert it into my command vehicle. The young man said, then you should go to the Novgorod mansion, there's revelry there every night. Wang Zhong asked, do they have tanks there? I don't know about that, the young man replied, spreading his hands, but you can ask the young lords there where to find such parade tanks. Wang Zhong was delighted and patted Grigory on the shoulder, let's go to the Novgorod mansion. The mansion was on the eastern side of St. Ekaterina Fortress, close to the outskirts of the city. Grigory drove the car all the way to the iron gate of the mansion's courtyard. An old servant opened a small door beside the iron gate and said, please go back, you can't enter here in military uniform. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong grew furious, pulled out his pistol, and said, I am Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, go and ask who I killed yesterday and where. The old servant's pupils dilated, Rokossovsky? I will report this immediately. Nonsense, open the gate. Otherwise, I will suspect you are harboring spies. Don't make me call the judge. The old servant shakily opened the gate. Grigory floored the accelerator and the car drove in. Wang Zhong heard the old servant possibly using a telephone or something similar to inform those inside. By the time the car reached the mansion's main entrance, a group of extravagantly dressed dandies had already gathered at the mansion's gate. Like the dandies associated with Archsukov, these people were all in custom-made luxury military uniforms very well, so real military uniforms were not allowed, but ornate fake ones were, right? Elisha. The leading young master spread his arms wide, his insignia was even an imitation of a marshal's rank of course, just an imitation. You're finally back? We were just commemorating Ivan. Wang Zhong frowned, commemorating. Yes, we've been recalling everything about him, several ladies even cried. Come and tell us, what was Ivan like in the end? Among us, you were the last to see him. Wang Zhong glanced at the group and not wanting to waste even a minute with them, said, I am here to find a tank, a parade tank T-34, to be precise. Do you have one here? If not, where can I find one? Facing Wang Zhong's question, the so-called marshal answered, wasn't the only parade tank taken away by Her Highness the Princess. Wang Zhong was stunned, that was the one? There are no other parade tanks. The marshal frowned, aside from you and Prince Ivan, nobody likes playing with that thing. It's just you two commanding it to run around all day. It's so loud when it's running, and riding it is bumpy, one can bump their head at any moment. Nobody enjoys playing with it. The words of the marshal immediately received everyone's affirmation, right, that thing is very loud when it's running. I rode it once and ended up with a bump-filled head. Wang Zhong's mood plummeted. He had thought that this was a popular sport among the young nobles in the capital, but it turned out only the crown prince and his buddies liked it. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Then, several trucks appeared, all loaded with judges wearing blue hats. Upon seeing the judges, a noble lady started screaming, her shrill soprano numbing the top of Wang Zhong's head. Wang Zhong was also confused. Why had the church decided to take action so quickly? No, that doesn't seem right. Based on the Grand Patriarch's intentions last night, it appeared as though he wanted to resolve the primary conflict first. The truck stopped behind Wang Zhong, and the judges disembarked one by one, spreading out to encircle the mansion. The leading judge's left hand was in a cast, bandaged up, and he used his remaining right hand to open the car door and got out from the passenger seat, walking towards Wang Zhong. Yo, hello there, returner from hell. Wang Zhong recognized him as an old acquaintance, the judge who had taken him to the headquarters from Bogdanovka. You escaped from Bogdanovka. The judge smiled, led a group of judges and broke out. Wang Zhong, what about the other one? He stayed in hell, the judge replied. Wang Zhong, my condolences. No, we went to heaven to meet Saint Andrew, there's nothing sad about it. The sad ones are these people. With that, the one-armed judge nodded at the cringing dandies huddled in terror and suddenly, he laughed. Yo, look, someone's wet himself. Wang Zhong, already experiencing stress symptoms, frowned upon hearing about wetting oneself. Following the one-armed judge's gaze, he saw the dandy wearing the marshal uniform, who had arrogantly greeted Wang Zhong, had wet a large patch on his trousers. What exactly are you here for? He asked the judge while meticulously examining the large map. Their parents were found to be spies. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, a chorus of crying broke out. The judge shook his head. No, we heard you were heading this way and followed. In case we arrived to find a field of corpses, we'd be able to quickly take care of the aftermath. After all, the main enemy now is the Prussians, and to resist the Prussians we must unite all the forces we can. Having said that, he looked at the ridiculous state of the crowd and shook his head. Now it seems we've almost scared them to death. On the other hand, each of these guys has a guilty conscience. Wang Zhong, what are you planning to do with the current situation? I just want to confirm, you're not planning to open fire, right? There won't be a bloodbath here, will there? The old servant at the door said something about you coming in armed, just a small mishap, right? Wang Zhong, yes, that old servant said those in military uniforms weren't allowed inside. The one-armed judge frowned, they were so brazen about it? Hey, you all, is it a rule of this club that people in military attire are not allowed in? The latter was addressed to the dandies who were like frightened birds. Someone immediately shouted, it was Penjili who said it. The marshal who had already mapped out his trousers screamed, I was drunk and confused. The one-armed judge commanded, take him away for a thorough examination. Penjili let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Two judges went over to grab Penjili, one on each side, and dragged him off. The one-armed judge gave Wang Zhong a wry smile, since we're here, don't worry, they won't be treated too harshly. So we'll be on our way now. Remember, don't draw your gun lightly, you're in the eye of the storm right now. The judges gathered as quickly as they had spread out, climbed into their vehicles and departed in a rush. Wang Zhong turned to look at the dandies and found all of them sitting directly on the ground. You guys are such cowards, he mocked. We're not princes, someone answered. Wang Zhong, neither am I. The parade tank couldn't be found, which made him quite unhappy, but soon a new idea popped into his mind. Nov, L.B//JNN. After all, the tank couldn't have been handcrafted by the crown prince and himself, and since a tank is such a fragile thing, there must be someone helping with maintenance. So he asked again, do you know who ordered that parade tank? At this moment, the silent club steward answered, it was ordered from the Fort Joint Machinery Factory, which has always been responsible for producing various royal and inspection-specific vehicles. Now they are said to be producing the T-34 tanks on the orders of the Ordnance Department. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. Well, so the hen that lays the eggs is here? The steward continued, you should look for the factory's general manager, Morozov. The design drawings and such should still be in the factory. We indeed still have the design drawings, replied Morozov, general manager of the Fort Joint Machinery Factory, but right now all the workshops are producing the T-34, and the design of the parade tank is very different from the T-34. If we were to produce it, we would have to stop the entire production line to adapt and retrofit, and it would affect our production progress. Wang Zhong, how did you manage to make this one? At that time, our factory was not operating at full capacity, and our main job was producing various vehicles for the royal family. So we just pulled together the strength to make one. Wang Zhong, I am now requesting to stop a production line and shift to this kind of parade tank because its combat effectiveness is much higher than that of the ordinary T-34. Morozov frowned, that's impossible. We are under the leadership of the Ordnance Department, and you are just a major general. Although your military exploits are outstanding, I can't stop the production line just because of a word from you. Morozov paused, then thought for a moment and said, well, we are, after all, a factory dedicated to serving the royal family. If you can issue a task on behalf of the royal family, I could cobble together some labor to start work. We can think of something about the factory building. I believe the original warehouse could be modified to serve as a factory. Now with such heavy production tasks, materials are used up quickly as they come, so we don't really need the warehouse anymore. Wang Zhong, how can I issue a task in the name of the royal family? Morozov looked puzzled. Aren't you a prince? Just have the crown princess say a word, and it's done, right? I'm not a prince. but I can have the crown princess say a word. May I borrow your phone? An hour later, Morozov looked at the dusty crown princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna, who arrived in a hurry, then looked suspiciously at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong was also embarrassed. Olga, wouldn't it have been enough to send a servant? Princess Olga, I'm the most idle person in the summer palace at the moment, so I came in person. Mr. Morozov, here is a production task issued by the palace. We need to order 100 parade tanks for the National Day celebration activities this November. Morozov took the document that Olga handed over and scrutinized it closely. The format and procedures of the document are all complete, and I will start arranging production right away. The document also has a stamp from the Grand Patriarch's office. Ah, yes, I mentioned this matter over the phone to the Grand Patriarch's office, and they also strongly support the production of parade tanks. So, I got it stamped on my way here, Olga explained with a smile. They even said that if we're short on workers, the church can assist the factory. Wang Zhong listened to this conversation, linking it with what the one-armed judge had said earlier. Olga turned to Wang Zhong. By the way, the Major General is here, and he's the most authoritative person regarding the tank's battle performance. Why not let him offer some suggestions for improvement? Anyway, you need some time to organize the production line. Morozov nodded and looked at Wang Zhong. We can make limited improvements. Wang Zhong, can we replace the sighting equipment? We've captured quite a few Prosen scopes, and their scopes have a ranging scale on the right edge for the main gun, which is very convenient to adjust and far more advanced than ours. Thanks to this set of scopes, the Prosen tank operators can achieve hits from a great distance. On the other hand, we can only hit the enemy reliably within a distance of 300 meters. Morozov, do you have captured Prosen scopes? Wang Zhong, I took quite a few from the remains of Prosen, but most were left in Araki, and I only brought out a small amount. Morozov, then give them to me, and I'll see if we can replicate them. Any other requests? Wang Zhong, the reliability of the engine is too low. After about 2 days of fighting, it breaks down and requires a full day of maintenance. Low engine reliability. Morozov wrote this next to the design drawing. Let's see if we can address that. Anything else? Wang Zhong, the turret gets jammed by enemy fire too easily, and the enemy has now caught on to this. Basically everyone is targeting the neck. Also, the tracks are very fragile and often get broken by enemy fire. Morozov shook his head. We can't do much about the tracks being broken by enemy cannon fire, but maybe we can try to deflect the shells with additional obstacles to prevent jamming of the race ring. Wang Zhong continued. Also, and most importantly, every vehicle must have a radio. Morozov, of course, it's drawn like that on the blueprints. Every vehicle will have a radio and a parade seat. But are there really that many nobles willing to watch a parade in a tank? Olga said, I would very much like to, and I bet many young ladies would be willing as well because they all admire Duke Rakasov. I see, said Morozov with a gaze at Wang Zhong that was difficult to put into words. Wang Zhong could only pretend to admire the scenery. Afterward, Wang Zhong provided a series of suggestions, all of which Morozov duly recorded. Wang Zhong still wasn't satisfied and asked, can we design some other royal ceremonial equipment? Like self-propelled anti-aircraft guns or self-propelled artillery. I think the ladies would certainly enjoy riding in those. Right, Olga? Oh, yes, I like them. Princess Olga hurriedly replied. Morozov kept a stern face. Although there is such a demand from the ladies, we are a factory, not a design bureau. The blueprints were also sent to us after being drawn up by the design bureau. Look at this design plan. It includes the signature of the designer Koshkin, who should be the chief engineer of Design Bureau 190. If you want other ceremonial vehicles, you may consult him for the designs, Morozov explained. Wang Zhong was delighted. Where is he? He's in St. Andrew Fort. That's where the entire design bureau is located, Morozov answered. Wang Zhong glanced at the full map of the anti-empire on the wall of the factory director's office, estimated the distance from St. Andrew Fort to Ya Fort, and had to give up the idea. Princess Olga suggested, let's look for another designer. After all, there are so many design bureaus here. Just then, the telephone in the director's office rang. Morozov answered the call. This is United Machinery Factory. The palace? Please hold on a moment. He handed the phone to Olga. Your Highness, it's for you? Olga looked embarrassed. Can you say I'm not here? Do you think that's appropriate? Morozov responded. Olga could only sigh and take the receiver. This is Olga Nikolaevna. I'm not needed for those matters, am I? All right, I'm on my way back. After returning the receiver to Morozov, Olga sighed. I have to go back. Will you be staying at the summer palace tonight? No, I'll return to my own estate, Wang Zhong replied. The steward of my father's estate had it prepared yesterday. I see, then goodbye, Elisha, Princess Olga said as she waved her hand and left with reluctant steps. Morozov looked at Wang Zhong. Your Highness, to help you, did she sneak out of the palace? You're. Wang Zhong interjected. That's not the case. My fiancée is my childhood sweetheart, Ludmila Vasilievna Malyakova. She has already moved into my estate in Ya Fort. Oh, Morozov nodded. I understand now. You don't understand at all with that expression. Wang Zhong couldn't be bothered to clarify further. When can we start producing the tanks? Adjusting the production line and such requires till the end of August. I estimate the first tank can be produced at the beginning of September. Would you like them to be delivered one by one, or should we wait until we have enough for a trainload to send all at once? Asked Morozov. Wang Zhong replied, save up enough for a railcar to send them together. How many can fit in a railcar? 2. Then let's do that. When the time comes, go to General Chekhov of the Reserve Army to get the railcars, he'll handle it. Understood. Morozov took out his notebook, noted down the name and unit of General Chekhov, then I will arrange for production. Wang Zhong checked the time. It was past 4 in the afternoon, and although he had been running around Yefort the entire day, the results were very good, not just good, but could be described as enormously rewarding. He had run through the production process. Once the design bureau was taken care of, he could start manufacturing on his own. With Princess Olga, who held the seal, tasks under the guise of special royal missions could yield many fine things. But he was genuinely tired, having not stopped the whole day, likely covering dozens of kilometers. It was time to return to his own estate for a good rest. Ludmila and Nelly had gone to the estate in the morning, and he wondered how things there were. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong bid farewell to Morozov, then I shall take my leave. Are my guards still in the waiting room? Please notify them. Of course, Morozov replied. Half an hour later, Wang Zhong saw the gates of his estate, and in front of it, a mass of refugees. Rokossovsky's estate was on the outskirts of Yefort, surrounded by the suburban areas of Yefort which were now covered with tents. He saw priests and nuns from the church distributing food everywhere. Wang Zhong instructed, do you see that church stall? Pull up beside it. Grigory immediately complied. Wang Zhong got out of the car and asked the priest, what's going on? Why are there so many refugees? The priest glanced at Wang Zhong, General Rokossovsky. Wang Zhong confirmed, that's me. Answer my question. The priest explained, Yefort is the junction of all railway lines. People fleeing from the west need to pass through Yefort to head east. But now that the railway scheduling has stalled, people have been stranded here. Of course, the east is tough, and some people don't want to go and choose to stay in Yefort instead. No sooner had the priest finished than a woman spoke up, I'm already so old, and I've heard that Siberia can drop to -50 degrees in the winter. Without proper heating and only able to burn wood, I won't survive the first winter. Wang Zhong wanted to say something but found himself unable to speak. Then the priest added, here in Yefort, you also have to burn fuel, where around here is there a central heating boiler. Actually, the east has some warm places too, with huge grasslands. Right now, our meat and eggs all come from there. Wang Zhong silently took a step back and returned to the car. Compared to the church, there wasn't much he could do. Let's go, enter the manor. Grigory released the handbrake. The butler Mikhail, with a team of maids, greeted Wang Zhong beside the fountain at the entrance of the manor's main building. When Grigory stopped the car, all the maids bowed in unison, young Master Rokossov. Wang Zhong frowned slightly, isn't it a bit wasteful to have so many people serving just me? The butler Mikhail immediately replied, they are also responsible for managing the manor's industries. A considerable part of the meat and eggs distributed to the refugees by the church outside is provided by us. Wang Zhong was astonished. Is that so? I thought this manor was only responsible for indulgences of the wealthy. Mikhail, since the civil war ended, the master has been striving to transform the structure of our industries, releasing the farmland to the peasants and mainly operating large ranches, vineyards, meat processing factories, and other grain processing industries. Wang Zhong oed in response. Mikhail, most of these maids are salaried, and only those who have been serving your family like me don't take wages. In fact, in the past, we even had to pay taxes on your behalf. I see, you are my vassals. Wang Zhong got out of the car and waved at the maids. All right, no more bowing, that's enough, don't treat me like a noble. The maids then straightened up. Noticing the absence of Nelly, Wang Zhong inquired, where's Nelly? She is your military orderly now, not part of the maids anymore, Mikhail explained. After all, she wears a boat-shaped cap, not a maid's headband. Is that so? Wang Zhong, then where is Lucia? My dear Lucia, where did she go? I'm tired from the day and want Lucia's embrace. Mikhail, Luda, as the lady of the house, is directing tonight's ball. Wang Zhong frowned. A ball? Do you know what time it is now? To hold a ball at a time of national crisis. Mikhail remained unfazed. Of course, the ball will be as simplified as possible, mainly serving a social function. Many old friends of the master will come tonight, and it's a good opportunity to introduce you to them. I assure you, there won't be any lavish waste. Wang Zhong did not believe it at all. In his view, holding a ball itself was an act of lavish waste because there was no need for such an event during a war. Wang Zhong, don't hold any balls. For introducing my father's old friends, a simple meal would do. Tell Lucia to stop the preparations. Mikhail, a meal? Would that be very impolite? If anyone thinks that's impolite, then he doesn't deserve to be a friend of the Rokossov. Got it. Mikhail looked at Wang Zhong again. Understood. Wang Zhong, also, change the guest list. In addition to my father's old friends, also invite the weapon designers currently in Yefort, as well as the young officers who got along well with me in Yefort. Young officers. Mikhail squinted his eyes, confirming. Yes, young officers. Preferably those without old nobility backgrounds, from families of peasants, fishermen, and cobblers, and also those who have family members working as forest rangers, clerks, dentists are fine too. Old nobility can come too, provided they don't despise officers of civilian origin. Mikhail reminded, young master, it's already close to 6 o'clock now, we can't notify that many people in time, why don't we invite them to dinner tomorrow instead? Wang Zhong looked up at the sky, seeing that it was already dusk, and nodded, that's fine. Let Lucia decide on the menu. Can it still be decided now? Has everything been prepared already? Nov. L. B /JNN. It's all been prepared, said Mikhail. Wang Zhong, alright. I'm going to take a bath now. At the hastily changed dinner party, Wang Zhong saw many old men he didn't recognize at all. If it were a ball, there would be an entrance ceremony before the opening, during which Mikhail and Lucia could introduce each guest one by one. Since it was changed to a dinner party, the only option was for Mikhail to stand by Wang Zhong's side, introducing whomever came to toast. There were indeed a lot of these people, and with the anti-names being so infernally long, after one round, Wang Zhong was completely dizzy, as though he had been drinking vodka instead of plain water. In any case, by 10 o'clock that evening, Wang Zhong's distaste for the culture of banquet dinners had risen to a new level. Right on 10, the maids brought in many chairs, and a small orchestra with their instruments walked in, sitting down in a corner of the dining hall. The conductor of the orchestra, seizing the moment when no one was toasting at Wang Zhong's table, spoke loudly, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, heroic epics have always been an enduring musical theme. As the conductor of the Yefort Symphony Orchestra, I have been moved by the heroic deeds of Duke Rokosov. I have composed a brand new heroic epic, and now, please allow me to dedicate it to the Duke. Wang Zhong frowned, I'm not a Duke yet. Ludmila leaned in and whispered, just be glad he didn't call you a prince. Wang Zhong, why are you starting with this joke too? I'm going to marry you. Ludmila smiled, I know. That's why I can make this joke. At that moment, the conductor turned around, picked up his baton, and gestured to begin. As the conductor turned around, the maid had just brought Wang Zhong a new dish. Since it was time for dessert, it was a cheese curd sponge cake paired with sour cream. Wang Zhong, with a try-it-and-see attitude, cut a small piece of the sponge cake with his fork. To his surprise, the fork cut through as if slicing tofu, the coagulated cheese curd seemingly breaking apart at the slightest touch. The taste was a perfect level of sourness, with the sour cream on top of the sponge cake creating an exquisite combination with the cheese curds inside. Immersed in the gourmet food, Wang Zhong completely ignored the music, and it was only after he nearly finished his delightful meal that he took notice of what the band was playing. It was typical anthem music. You could say the piece wasn't good, but that certainly wouldn't be true. As an animation score, it would definitely enter the Hall of Fame. If paired with some memorable scenes, it could even become a classic. Yes, animation score. That was the only way Wang Zhong could describe the piece. He stood up and shouted, enough. Stop. Some musicians saw Wang Zhong's gesture and stopped playing first. The band leader, about to get angry at the musician's pause, suddenly realized something, looked back, and then quickly signaled the others to stop playing. Wang Zhong, what is this? It has none of the temperament of this war? If you take this music out, people will think the war is merely a battle game for noble knights. No, I refuse to acknowledge that this could be my anthem. The Yefort band leader hesitated before responding. If you have any specific requests, please mention them. I've tried my utmost to make the piece grand and powerful, but if you feel it lacks vigor, that might be because we're only a small ensemble now. It will be great when our complete band performs for you, with the grand and powerful string section added. Grand and powerful strings? The kind that the clients would love? Wang Zhong, no, that's not it. You have the wrong understanding of this war. Are you the best composer in Yefort? The band leader was hesitant, but admitted, in terms of honors received, I suppose I am. Wang Zhong, what is your name? This question set off murmurs among the crowd. After all, a nobleman not knowing the name of the best musician in Yefort, even if he was a debauchee, he should have known better, otherwise how would he have charmed noble ladies at social gatherings? But Wang Zhong truly didn't know. He wanted to confirm if this was one of the musicians he was familiar with by his name. The band leader reported his name, but Wang Zhong had no memory of it. In a world where even a Tajanaya had gone off to be a general, Tchaikovsky might well be commanding an army. Wang Zhong, your music is completely wrong. The undertone of this war, at least now, is tragedy. The people endure great sorrow from the loss of relatives and friends, yet they still resolutely head to the front. The music should feel like that. With that, Wang Zhong hummed a bit of the Holy War. Do you understand? He asked. He thought after his humming, others would start showing their astonishment. Nov. L. B /JNN. However, after a few seconds of looking at each other, the band leader and his musicians replied, oh, you want to incorporate this melody into the music? Sure, I'll give it a try. He then pulled out a pencil and started sketching on the sheet music in front of him, later showing it to the others. After discussing for some time, they picked up their instruments again. Band leader, we've made the changes based on your suggestions, please listen. The band started playing again, but it wasn't at all the piece Wang Zhong had in mind. No, stop, shouted Wang Zhong, interrupting the band once more. What are you doing? Can't you feel the emotion in this melody? Not just the band leader, but all of the musicians looked utterly lost. Wang Zhong gave up. He vaguely realized the problem. It could be two things. First, as a layman, he surely hadn't hummed the melody accurately. Second, besides melody, conveying emotion in a song depended also on the arrangement. Perhaps just humming with the human voice wasn't enough to convey it. All he could do was wave them off. Just go, go. I don't want to hear your pathetic music. Get out. The band leader led the musicians out, running for their lives. Wang Zhong slumped down, looked at the half-eaten cheese curd pastry on the table, and sighed, I'm full, and I'm tired. I want to rest now. After saying this, he stood up and headed straight for the dining room door. Ludmila hurriedly wiped her mouth and stood up, taking control of the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, Elisha has seen too much death on the battlefield. Please try to understand. Dinner will continue, and I will keep you company until the end on his behalf. At 11 o'clock at night, Ludmila finally saw off the last couple of guests and returned to Wang Zhong's study. Wang Zhong sat on the windowsill, staring at the moon. Due to blackout regulations, there were no candles lit in the entire room, which was pitch dark except for the moonlight shining through the window. When Wang Zhong heard Ludmila's footsteps, he said, why can't these people feel it? I hummed it to Vasily, and he felt it. Ludmila, you hummed it to Vasily? The melody from the dining room just now. Wang Zhong, yes, we had just arrived at Archsukov, and I had just delivered the letter from Tank Gun Gunner 422 to his mother. That night, thinking about the old lady's reaction, I suddenly thought of this song and hummed it. Vasily happened to hear it. Ludmila sat on the same windowsill, her knees touching Wang Zhong's. Hum it again for me, maybe I can understand. After all, we've fought together. Wang Zhong looked out the window, where Yefort lay under the moonlight without a single light, asleep in the shroud of night. Ludmila, seeing he did not speak, said, remember when the war had just started? We were trapped in the basement, and the enemy's tanks were passing on the road nearby. Wang Zhong nodded. How could he forget? That was where everything began. One day in the future, he must return to Ronid, to that basement, to see where the story started. Ludmila, from that day onwards, so many people left. Among them, there were actually quite a few I disliked, but now, looking back, Ludmila left her sentence unfinished. Wang Zhong reminisced about the sergeant whose name he had forgotten when he first time traveled. The sergeant had declared he wouldn't take orders from a pissing officer and then led his squad away, getting riddled with bullets shortly after. Then he thought of the female medic who had bandaged him, wondering if she had managed to escape from the encirclement. And then the family he saw dead in a dung pit after capturing an enemy supply station. Too many sacrifices flashed through Wang Zhong's mind, one by one. He began to hum subconsciously, a melody that was sorrowful yet resolute. Rise up, mighty nation, to fight a desperate struggle? Wang Zhong gazed out the window, focused entirely on humming the melody. Ludmila, sitting opposite him, widened her eyes, staring at his face, seeming to forget even to breathe. In Shostka, Private Vasily of the 31st Guards Regiment was furiously scribbling on paper as he lay sprawled on the table. His roommate, Filipov, returned from a shower and curiously asked, what are you writing? Vasily, a composition. Didn't you say you would never touch composition in your life? Because it would remind you of your father. No, Vasily shook his head, I'm not composing. It's a melody hummed by General Rokossovsky, Archsukov. I felt the general's emotion was so intense then. But, anyway, this tune has been haunting me these days. Filipov leaned over and, by the candlelight, carefully examined the musical notation in the notebook, humming it softly. The melody is good, but the mood. Vasily, wait a second. He marked the tempo and key at the beginning of the notation. Hum it again. Filipov hummed it again. I'm starting to feel it. Vasily added a series of symbols to the notation, adjusting the entire composition. Go on. After Filipov hummed it for the third time, he exclaimed, it carries a sense of tragic heroism, a resolute readiness to sacrifice. Good, very good. Vasily, I tell you, I think the general is a layman in music. If I hadn't seen the general's expression while humming this song and felt his emotion, I probably wouldn't have been able to appreciate this mood. Filipov, then aren't you contradicting yourself? Isn't this composition written by the general? I don't know. My father old man Tchaikovsky used to say that the tune is already there, the composer simply fishes it out from another world by chance. I guess it's the same with the general. Filipov, frowning, you're planning to plagiarize the tune as your own. No, of course not. I'll submit it to the journal that old man Tchaikovsky, my father, advises for, under General Rokossovsky's name. But before that, I want to add lyrics to it. You think about it, you're better at writing poetry than I am. Filipov, For the first line, I would write, rise up, mighty nation, fight to live. Good, the first line is great. Vasily quickly parsed the lyrics and slotted them under the notation. We need to adjust the phrasing. Change fight to live to something else. Filipov hummed the melody again and, after a moment's thought, suggested, how about changing it to engage in a desperate struggle? Let me try it. It looks pretty good. The second line, come on, Filipov, quick. Filipov leaned against the window, looking at the moonlit Duva River, and after some contemplation, said, we should state the objective of the struggle. The second line could be to annihilate the Prasen invaders. How about that? Vasily filled in the line, softly singing it over a few times, nodding, works. Keep it going. Stop right there, this song is just the main melody repeating. You should write the chorus now. Vasily smacked his tongue, the general didn't hum any chorus. It's just this part repeating. Filipov, you're the son of a music professor? You come up with one? You've felt the general's emotion, follow that sentiment and add a section. Vasily hummed the main melody over and over until, suddenly delighted, he added a chorus after it. I've added an elevation, like charging at the enemy, like a tank gun firing rapidly. How about that? Filipov, frowning, it's passable, far inferior to the general's main melody, though. No chatter, get to writing the lyrics. Amidst the silence, the moon quietly watched the two men engrossed in their creation. Wang Zhong was immersed in his memories, humming a tune while he reminisced about his war journey until the corners of his eyes began to moisten. But as the saying goes, a man's tears don't fall lightly, so he abruptly stopped reminiscing. He turned his head to look at Ludmila, only to find that the girl was already using a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Wang Zhong felt awkward. Don't cry. Ludmila, I'm crying for you because I see you're so emotional, yet you can't let your tears out n/o/vel/b/c/n.c//om. I'm fine, actually. Wang Zhong scratched his head. He tried to stand up from the windowsill but was pulled back by Ludmila. The girl looked at him and said softly, you can lean on me a little more. When I first arrived at Shostka, I immediately burst into tears when I heard the news of Uncle Connie's death. Later, Nelly told me that you walked to the end of the platform, looking like you might cry at any moment. Wang Zhong laughed. Nelly saw me like that at the time? I really got looked down upon. However, Ludmila gently stroked his face with her hand. No, I don't think Nelly looked down on you, because I felt the same. Alyosha, when it's time to let it out, let it out. After I cried last time, I felt completely different. After I came here, I sorted through Uncle Connie's study and found that he hid the drawings I made for him when I was a child on the bookshelf. Looking at that drawing, and then at Uncle Connie's portrait, I didn't cry again. It seems like the sadness had left with that crying, leaving only wonderful memories behind. I think you should try it. Wang Zhong stared into Ludmila's eyes, reading concern and love from within them. He suddenly realized that the girl might feel guilty for not being able to comfort him that day she received the bad news because she was too busy crying herself. So Wang Zhong said, okay, but you have to let me borrow you for a while, just sit like this. He pulled Ludmila onto a stool to sit down, then knelt in front of her and buried his face in her embrace. Wang Zhong especially liked to have his character get a hug from the sleepy maiden when playing Elden Ring. Actually, the benefits of a hug were negligible, but Wang Zhong just wanted a hug. Ludmila was surprised at first, but soon she wrapped her arms around Wang Zhong's head and gently stroked his hair. Wang Zhong felt elated, his long-held dream had finally come true. Then Ludmila said, so that's how it is, you did this to the princess in the morning. You still remember? Ludmila, it's my fault. From now on I'll wait for you to wake up before I get up, okay? Wang Zhong was silent for a few seconds, then answered, okay. Ludmila, you can cry now, I'll accept everything, and tears and snot and all can be wiped on my clothes, no one will know. With Ludmila having said that, Wang Zhong really wanted to give it a try, but ultimately the man's pointless pride took over. Wang Zhong heard a heavenly king singing in his ear, men cry not because they are wrong. But he just couldn't cry. Wang Zhong heard Lucia giggling, not only giggling, but he could also feel her inhale through the chest as she laughed. Alyosha, she said, her chest resonance making her voice wrap around Wang Zhong, my Alyosha, so stubborn and strong. Wang Zhong raised his hand and wrapped it around Ludmila's waist. Despite the intimate movement, Wang Zhong didn't have a single improper thought. He suddenly recalled a saying, if you're holding a super beautiful and sexy girl and have no desire to ex her, either you like men, or you're in love. Wang Zhong seriously evaluated his feelings, he probably didn't like men, so he must be in love. After who knows how long, he stood up, all right, let's sleep. Ludmila looked up at him, you scolded the bandmaster tonight, who knows what snide remarks they'll write about you in the newspapers tomorrow. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, surely not, isn't the church watching? Aren't they afraid of being labeled as spies by the church? Ludmila shrugged. Wang Zhong threw off his clothes and lay down in bed ready to sleep. Ludmila stood beside him, smiling, aren't you forgetting something? Wang Zhong frowned, look at the mood, do we really have to? No, let's sleep, sleep. What are you doing? Hey. The next morning, as soon as Wang Zhong opened his eyes, he instinctively reached out beside him and this time he touched someone. Awake. Ludmila's voice came, you've really enjoyed your lazy morning, I didn't even have time to do my morning routine. Wang Zhong, morning routine. Yes, a little secret to staying beautiful. Well, do you want a hug? Yes. Just then Nelly walked in through the door. She glanced, quietly left, and closed the door behind her. Wang Zhong, Nelly, come in, it's all right, we're done. Nelly entered the room and frowned at Wang Zhong, are you preparing hedgehog meat? Wang Zhong, hedgehog meat? Why? Then he realized, in the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, hedgehog meat is considered aphrodisiac, seeming to send some men into a nosebleed frenzy after consumption. Wang Zhong, don't misunderstand. It's not that kind of done we're talking about. Ludmila chimed in to help, yes, he's just fine. This morning was just about helping him bid farewell to his weaker self and become the unyielding admiral. Major General, Wang Zhong corrected her, being a Major General is quite good. If he became the commander of Ya Fort, he could even become the president. Nelly exclaimed and went straight to the point. This morning a cardinal from the church came by and brought a schedule, it's for the state funeral and national mourning. It lists the parts you need to attend, Wang Zhong, with details on when and where to go. Also, Ludmila suddenly laughed. Nelly, when did you start doing the butler's job? Where is Mikhail? He said he's the butler of Duke Rokosov, not the butler of Duke Karen. Your dukedom decree arrived this morning, but His Majesty the Tsar is unable to attend to matters, so the ennoblement ceremony can't take place for now, and hence it has not officially taken effect. Nelly paused and then said, you should find your own butler. Wang Zhong, this is troublesome. Ludmila, not only do you need your own butler, but you also need a house mistress who's responsible for managing the female servants, and a housekeeper, among others. Wang Zhong, can't Nelly do it? Nelly, I'm not even a maid, the housekeeper of a duke should at least be of the rank of a lady at court. Wang Zhong, to hell with ranks, if I say you are, then you are, that's settled. As for the butler, is Gregorian option? Nelly and Ludmila exclaimed in unison, no, he cannot. Wang Zhong, holding his head, felt too overwhelmed, unable to cope with all this old society's bureaucracy. Ludmila, however, with the war ongoing, we can ignore these matters for now. Let's have Nelly take on the role temporarily, that should be fine. Nelly, me. Wang Zhong, seeing the expression on Nelly's face and thinking it amusing, decided to tease her. Yes, you. Tell me what else needs to be done today. Nelly, there's a medal ceremony, and since His Majesty the Tsar cannot attend to matters, the Grand Princess will be representing him. Also, there is an invitation for you to attend the music selection meeting for the state funeral. Wang Zhong's eyebrows raised. Ludmila also frowned deeply. This invitation, perhaps you should decline. It seems they want to embarrass you, those musicians. Wang Zhong, no, I want to see what they're up to. The state funeral is for my good brother and my father, and the public memorial is for countless fallen soldiers. I can't allow these scoundrels' frivolous music to resonate at such an event. Not at all. August 12th, noon, Anti-Modern Music Magazine Office. Oshinin, the editor-in-chief, was preparing for a noon rast, with plans to attend the public memorial music selection meeting in the afternoon. He stepped down from his office and upon reaching the reception, the old man there said, Your Excellency Editor-in-Chief, there's an express letter for you. Oshinin stopped, looking inside. Express? A delivery at noon. In Anti, mail was delivered only in the mornings and evenings. Noon deliveries were virtually non-existent. Take a look, Your Excellency. The sender is a celebrity? Especially famous? He might even become a prince? That's why the postman was all flustered when he delivered it. Oshinin was shocked. General Rokossovsky? He just berated the conductor of Yafor Chamber Orchestra last night, and now he is writing to a music magazine. The receptionist had already taken out the letter and placed it at the window. Editor-in-chief Oshinin picked up the letter. Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. Indeed, it's him. Military mail? The postmark is from this morning. From Shostka? What's this about? Isn't Rokossovsky in the capital? Last night he was cursing at the conductor, and the whole music world knows about it. The receptionist shrugged helplessly. Editor-in-chief Oshinin directly opened the letter. The old man was surprised. You're just going to open it like that? Without a letter opener? There's no seal wax nor a family crest on it. It's okay. Editor-in-chief Oshinin pulled out the letter and unfolded it. It's a song. The conductor last night was really angry, although he wouldn't dare speak ill of a celebrity, but he was very clear in his stance. Let's see. With professional skill, Editor-in-chief Oshinin began to hum the song by reading the sheet music, though he had to bring the letter nearly to his face due to his poor eyesight. He stopped. Receptionist old man, what's wrong? I'm not sure, let me look more closely. Editor-in-chief Oshinin took out his glasses from his briefcase, put them on, and assumed the standard reading posture to read again. The receptionist stretched his neck trying to see what the matter was. Having finished reading the letter, Editor-in-chief Oshinin flipped it over, found no words on the back, and flipped it to the front again. Receptionist old man, how is it? Oshinin turned around and shouted to the upstairs editorial department, Hey, editors who can play an instrument, go to the music room. Is Marison there? Get him to the music room too. Marison stuck his head out from the second floor. Editor-in-chief, what's going on? Another submission from some arrogant youngster. No, this is something fierce. Editor-in-chief Oshinin looked at the song in his hand. If you sing this song, you might make history. On August 12th at 1300 hours, at Archsukov, the Southwestern Front Army headquarters. The Front Army Chief of Staff and the Front Army Bishop sat in the map room of the significantly thinned-out headquarters staff, watching the staff officers burn documents. This morning's telegram, Skorobo seems to have been treated as a traitor, and his whole family was arrested. The Chief of Staff looked toward the Front Army Bishop. Is there any different information on the church's side? The bishop clicked his tongue. There's a rumor that Skorobo himself was shot dead by Rokossovsky the Thin One. In the tribunal's underground headquarters, the Chief of Staff asked curiously. No, at the Summer Palace, in front of the current Crown Princess and many senior officers of the High Command. The Chief of Staff's eyes widened. Really? The telegram didn't mention it at all. Could he really get away with such a deed? The bishop spread his hands. Not only has he gotten away with it, but he's also scheduled to speak on behalf of all the soldiers at the state funeral and public memorial service on the 18th. It seems the Grand Patriarch plans to set up Rokossovsky as a brand new role model to stand against the high-ranking generals and marshals of the High Command. The chief of staff actually smiled, a sensible choice, an old noble, very close to the royal family, then ideologically in the same pants as the secular faction, and can fight. The only Achilles heel of this choice now is Rokossovsky's military ability. There are many officers who can command a brigade or a division, but when they start to command an army group, they will obviously hit the ceiling, and when it comes to commanding an army of the front scale, it might turn mediocre. The military education Rokossovsky received goes up to commanding an army at most. According to the usual promotion path, he would need to study higher command courses at a military college for further promotion. This situation probably won't allow him to go back to the forge. The bishop took over. Of course not, even if the church wanted him to go back, the high command wouldn't let him. The high command is probably eager to see Rokossovsky disgrace himself, preferably losing several 100,000 troops like General Skorobo. As the words fell, the chief of staff suddenly laughed. Don't be like this. We are not dead yet. Don't count yourself as dead first. The front army bishop glanced at the map and also laughed. Is there a difference from being dead now? Look at us, both discussing these beheading matters here. The two laughed heartily, drawing curious glances from the nearby staff officer burning documents. At this moment a communications officer came in and saluted. We've received a telegram from Duke Myshakin, reporting that the force of 3 divisions arrived at his positions this morning. The chief of staff snapped his fingers. Good, another 3 divisions have broken out. Orderly. His orderly appeared and stood at attention. The chief of staff said, I have a bottle of vodka in my office that's been cherished for a long time. There's no reason to let the Prussian bastards have it. Bring it here. Moments later, the vodka arrived on the table, along with the glasses. The chief of staff took a glass from the orderly, waved his hand, and said, Don't need you to serve, you better change into civilian clothes and run. Orderlies aren't really soldiers, the Prussians won't treat you as a prisoner of war. The orderly hesitated, then bowed, and left. The chief of staff placed the filled glass in front of the front army bishop. Come on, let's drink. The bishop picked up the glass and gulped it down. As the chief of staff poured another, he said, If we had listened to Rokossovsky's suggestion at the beginning. Don't talk about it. The front army bishop cut him off. At that time, it was impossible to give up Archsukov and retreat under any circumstance. I didn't say retreat. I mean, following his suggestion to set up defenses in the north, to dig in like he did, waiting for the enemy to attack. Perhaps the situation would have been better than this, maybe we could have even held the line. The bishop sighed. It's really hard to say. These days we've fought the Prussians across various terrains. They tend to gain a handsome exchange ratio most of the time, even when we are the defenders. This is not something that can be changed just by adding a few advanced weapons. With the quality of our soldiers, introducing new weapons might end up being used by the enemy as a bridal gown. The chief of staff said, the naval infantry has achieved quite satisfactory results though. Naval infantry has high recruitment standards. Most of our soldiers have at most a 10th grade education, while naval infantrymen are mostly high school graduates, plus their training time is also longer. We simply can't compare. The bishop shook his head. The chief of staff said, yet Rokossovsky has achieved a fairly good exchange ratio. If he survives, I really want to hear his experience sharing. The front army bishop laughed. Let's talk about getting out first. He drank the vodka in one gulp and pushed the glass forward. However, by the time we begin the breakout, it might be a week from now. The chief of staff nodded. About right. By then, the units that can run would have almost all run out or been crushed on the breakout road, and it would be time for us to lead the last of the troops out. At this moment, the staff officer burning documents came over to salute, reporting, Sir, all documents have been burned. The chief of staff said, Very well. You will join the 41st Infantry Army as planned and start the breakout. Yes. The staff officer saluted, but didn't leave immediately. What's wrong? Not leaving? The bishop asked. The officer said, I just want to wish you luck. The chief of staff raised his glass. Likewise, good luck to you as well. The front army bishop said, I heard that when Rokossovsky and Kiriyenko said goodbye, the former said they'd meet in Plosiny and actually had beef stew with potatoes before breaking out. Now both of them are at Yefort. The chief of staff said, we probably can't get beef stew with potatoes now, but we can still say see you in Plosiny. He turned to the staff officers who were reluctant to leave and said, farewell to Prosnia. The staff officers, deeply moved, echoed in unison, farewell to Prosnia. The bishop raised his glass and declared, farewell to Prosnia. Then, the two highest-ranking officers of the front army watched as the staff officers departed. If it weren't for that order from His Majesty the Tsar, we could have let these young men follow the plains, the chief of staff said. Now, to prove they're not deserting, they must charge out with the troops. The front army bishop said, fortunately, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince fought bravely to the end. At least now we don't have to worry about the troops' morale. Chief of staff, although morale can't make up for the gap in tactics and skills, I wonder how long it will take to reclaim Archsukov. It's probably going to take a long time, said the bishop. Arise, the great nation, for a battle of life and death. In the music room on the second floor of Anti-Modern Music magazine's office, Marison, the magazine's featured male singer, sang with vigor. To obliterate the Prasen forces, to annihilate the vile band of criminals, let the noblest wrath roll like waves. The magazine's makeshift orchestra played an uplifting melody that was sad yet laced with anger, evoking a sense of sanctity similar to a hymn. Just by listening to this song, one could envision countless anti-men rushing to the battlefield without a second thought. Marison held the lyrics in his hand. He had seen the lyrics for only half an hour and had heard the tune even less, but he was already able to sing it quite perfectly. This was not only because of his exceptional professional skills but also because the song resonated with him. As Marison sang, he felt a fiery rage welling up inside him. Though he was not on the front line, he felt as if he was there. Let the noblest wrath roll like waves, carry on the people's war. The holy war? This chorus had a completely different rhythm and melody from the main tune, which quickened significantly, like the rapid firing of artillery. After finishing the song, an excited Marison asked Oshinin, the editor-in-chief, "Are you really going to let me sing this? I just need to find a crowded place, and after singing it, I'll be remembered." Oshinin, the editor-in-chief, replied, "Are you not willing?" "No, you will be. The selection meeting for the music to be used in the National Funeral and Public Memorial Service is about to start. Go up and sing it, accompanied by our little orchestra. The song itself is excellent enough that even we amateurs can bring out its power." At that moment, someone knocked on the door. "Come in." No sooner had Oshinin finished speaking than the door to the music room opened, and Vladimir Bradsky, a special consultant for Anti-Modern Music magazine and a professor at the Department of Music at Yafort University, entered. "What was that music just now?" The professor, abandoning all decorum, called out, "Who wrote it?" Oshinin, surprised, asked, "You heard it. A large crowd has already gathered downstairs, all drawn by the music." "What was that music? A new piece from the church? After all, it has a hymnal feel to it." Oshinin replied, "No, it was written by Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky." The professor frowned. "Him? Ah, wait a moment. The main melody does seem familiar. It's the same as the melody that orchestra conductor was making fun of yesterday at the musicians' club." Oshinin frowned. "The melody that was made fun of?" "Yes, Rokossovsky scolded the orchestra conductor harshly yesterday, then hummed a melody." Irritated, the conductor returned to the club and told all of us who were playing bridge about it, and he hummed it to.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. "But I've only heard it once just now, I can't be sure. Show me the sheet music." Oshinin immediately took out the original score they had just copied and handed it to Professor Bradsky. The professor scrutinized the music sheet and frowned. "Is this Rokossovsky's handwriting?" "No, I also found it strange. The general is in Yafort, but looking at the postmark on this letter, it was only sent from Shostka this morning." "Shostka." The professor's brow contorted even more. "That's quite a coincidence." "What's the matter?" asked Oshinin. "Nothing." The professor shook his head. "Hurry up and rehearse. I think this song should be presented at the upcoming selection meeting. The entire country should hear this song on the day of the public memorial. It will greatly boost our morale." Wang Zhong had originally planned to attend the award ceremony first, as scheduled. However, upon arrival, he was informed that the church had interfered with the award ceremony, pushing the event back to the morning of August 13th. The Tsar's proxy at the ceremony, the Grand Duchess, had other matters to attend to and couldn't be present for the time being. Having been stood up, Wang Zhong could only turn around and head to the music selection event. Ludmila, on the other hand, was quite happy. "This is just like joyriding in Yafort, and although I know it's not right to say this during a time of war, but joyriding is so fun." Wang Zhong laughed. "There's nothing wrong with that. It's like playing cards between two fights, nothing of consequence. You were against the ball just yesterday." Ludmila protested. "I was all prepared, and it all went to waste." Wang Zhong could only look to the side. At that moment, Grigory, the driver, slammed on the brakes and turned around to say, "We've arrived at the Grand Theatre. The address on the invitation is here." Ludmila asked with curiosity, "Grigory, how come you're so familiar with the names of places in Yafort?" Grigory replied, "Because of my height. I was first stationed in the Yafort Royal Guard. It wasn't until later that I was transferred to the 3rd Amur Group. I basically got to know the layout of Yafort while in the guard." Wang Zhong remarked, "Then we can count on you if we ever have to fight street battles in Yafort." Ludmila was shocked. "Will it come to street fighting in Yafort?" Wang Zhong stated, "I don't know. Anything can happen on the battlefield. However, my basic judgment remains unchanged. Mud and harsh winters will weaken the Prussians, and will push the front back a bit during the winter. But the war will continue." As he said this, he got out of the car and quickly moved to Ludmila's side. Ludmila had intended to get out of the car by herself, but seeing Wang Zhong coming over, she smiled slightly and extended her hand, giving her fiancé an opportunity. After helping her out of the car, Wang Zhong took her hand and they walked towards the theater, while Grigory handed the car over to an approaching valet and followed them with a submachine gun slung over his shoulder. The Grand Theater had a row of Romanesque columns that looked quite majestic up close, but all Wang Zhong could think about was where to set up a machine gun to lock down the entire staircase. He guessed this symptom wouldn't go away until the war was over. Reaching the top of the steps and looking at the entrance of the Grand Theater, Wang Zhong surveyed the surroundings. "Why is there no one here to greet us? Oh come on, you gave them a hard time last night, so they're giving you a hard time today. You're not thinking of drawing your gun and charging in, are you? Don't be like that. I suggested from the start that you should act as if this invitation didn't exist." But since you insisted on reviewing the music, we're here, so just bear with it, Ludmila said, effectively extinguishing the impulse inside Wang Zhong. He smiled faintly at her and wrapped his arm around her as they walked in. L.B//JNN. As they approached the main door, a group of maidservants appeared, opened the doors, and bowed to Wang Zhong. General Rokossovsky, welcome to the Grand Theater. Wang Zhong was utterly baffled. Are you here to welcome me? Weren't you supposed to give me a hard time? What's the meaning of this? Then Grand Duchess Olga emerged. Both Wang Zhong and Ludmila were stunned. The Grand Duchess said, the court chamberlain asked me to attend this selection event to show the royal family's interest in this activity. Since the award ceremony was cancelled, I came over here willingly. Ludmila said, you came over because the award ceremony was cancelled? Your Highness, are all your activities today to meet with Elisha? No, this is the last event where I'll meet him. I won't be able to attend your officer's dinner tonight, the Grand Duchess replied with a slight smile. Wang Zhong abruptly changed the subject. Why was the award ceremony cancelled? The church said they needed to revise the battle flag and title awarded to your troops, so they cancelled the ceremony. Olga paused before switching topics. I heard you scolded the orchestra conductor last night. You called the music he composed for you effeminate. Yay, did that reach the palace too? Because after that, the orchestra conductor went to a club frequented by musicians and complained bitterly. They also mocked the melody you composed, calling it trash. What was the song? Could I please have a listen? Just as Wang Zhong was about to answer, Ludmila beat him to it. There will be other opportunities, Your Highness. It's not good for us to be blocking the entrance like this. You're right, Olga said with a slight smile, then let's go in. She turned and walked down the grand corridor of the theater interior. Wang Zhong wanted to follow her, but Ludmila pulled him back, waiting until all of the Grand Duchess's maidservants had caught up before following behind them. That's more in keeping with protocol, Ludmila murmured into Wang Zhong's ear, not that I'm jealous. Wang Zhong replied, I'd actually be happier if you were jealous, really. Then I am, said Ludmila, happy now. Wang Zhong nodded affirmatively, yes, no, not happy, I dare not be happy. As they entered the Grand Theater, they found the audience seats filled with Yafort's socialites, or at least those who appeared to be. They were paying their respects to Grand Duchess Olga. Ludmila was pulling Wang Zhong, discreetly moving to the side. An attendant came over to show the way. General Rokossovsky, your seat is over here. The attendant led Wang Zhong and his group to the edge of the auditorium seats. Since inviting you was a last-minute decision, you can only sit here. Wang Zhong said, if I sit in this position, sometimes my voice won't be able to reach the people on stage. If that happens, I may choose to fire a gun. Are you sure that's all right? The attendant laughed, don't worry, the acoustic design of the theater is very advanced. You just need to slightly lift your chin and speak towards that wall. Your voice will carry very clearly throughout the entire theater, just like now. At this moment, quite a few people were looking over here, but most of them had no intention of coming over to shake hands. A well-dressed middle-aged gentleman, accompanied by a 40-something old academic with a monocle, walked over together. The gentleman handed over a business card. I am Oshinin, the editor-in-chief of Anti-Modern Music magazine. This is Professor Vladimir Bradsky next to me. The professor took over, saying, Professor at Yafort University's Department of Music. I have a small question, Duke Rokossov, do you have a young man in your troupe named Vasily Vladimirovich Bradsky? Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow. He had forgotten Vasily's full name, but since the person before him was a music professor and it matched up, he confirmed and asked, could it be that you and your son are not on good terms? I think he should become a composer, but he went off to enlist. Well, that hit the mark. Wang Zhong said, Vasily is indeed in my troupe. Because he is fluent in Prussian, he interprets Prussian radio communications. Would you like me to pass on a message from you? No, the editor with me received an express letter around noon, from Shostka. Do you have any idea what this could mean? Wang Zhong frowned, wondering if Vasily had written a song and sent it over, and it was received by this editor Oshinin? But, he had only hummed a tune in front of Vasily. Had he unconsciously sung the lyrics? Wang Zhong said, I hummed an off-tune melody in front of him, which might have inspired his music composition. If the Holy War had truly been composed by Vasily, Wang Zhong wouldn't mind giving credit to Vasily. After all, he wasn't the original creator of the piece, he was merely a transporter. Besides, he had just brought the tune over. If Vasily could turn it into a full composition, that was his brilliance. It wouldn't be excessive to credit him. And if he also happened to fill in the lyrics, then even more so it would be right to let him have the credit. However, the professor shook his head. No, I know that child too well. If it's his work, he would never let it go. If he lists you as the composer, then it is definitely you. The lyrics are written by Filippov. Do you know this Filippov? Wang Zhong replied, he's a good brother Vasily met at the military academy. The two of them survived the brutal Duff defense and the Araki rearguard battle. The professor hesitated for a moment, then said, if they have such talent, can we get them transferred back to Yafort to focus solely on music composition? Boosting morale is also an important job. Wang Zhong said, you'd have to speak with Vasily about that yourself. Shostka is still safe, the enemy is about 100 kilometers away, and you could go see him. The professor frowned, no, I will not go see him, unless he comes to apologize to me. Good heavens, this father and son pair do have similarities. At this moment, Ludmila spoke, "Don't let stubbornness turn into regret. You should go see him." The professor was clearly hesitant. Then the orchestra conductor called out from afar, "Mr. Oshinin, the auditions are about to begin. Please hurry over." Oshinin called out loudly, "All right. However, respected conductor, I request a change in the order of the auditions. We have a new program we just rehearsed to perform." The conductor's face showed disagreement. At that moment, Vladimir Bradsky spoke, "I support changing the order of the auditions. This song is deserving. Of course, it's the Holy War." But what Bradsky said next was, "After all, it's a composition by war hero Rokosov. It's real music from the battlefield." With that statement, a buzz arose throughout the venue. It was true, the theater's acoustic design was impressive, a whisper suddenly becoming as loud as a marketplace. The conductor frowned. We have a procedure. To add an undeclared piece is already not in accordance with the regulations, to place it before everyone else doesn't seem right." Just then, from the royal family's box, Olga said, "I think it's all right. If it's just cutting in at the very beginning, there's no need to change the rest of the procedure, it just pushes everything back a bit. Besides, conductor, if General Rokosov's music is really so unbearable to listen to, wouldn't it be better to show it to everyone first? That way, the general won't have any reasons to raise objections later, right?" The musicians looked at each other. Ludmila then whispered into Wang Zhong's ear, "She still supports you so much, Your Highness." Wang Zhong instantly broke out in a sweat. At that moment, the conductor sighed, "Since Editor-in-Chief Oshinin and Professor Bradsky hold it in such high regard, let's listen to it first then, this music from the battlefield." After everyone had taken their seats, Editor-in-Chief Oshinin stepped onto the conductor's podium. Within the music pit, there was only a small orchestra. Wang Zhong heard someone ridicule, "Isn't the orchestra just made up of their magazine editors? I remember they're all amateurs, aren't they? Without a single professional musician, what can they possibly perform?" Another person responded, "I didn't even hear about this plan until yesterday. They might have had to hurriedly push ducks onto perches today. Indeed, this could be to make a fool of the general. If it's to make a fool of the general, then what was their intention when they came over to greet us just now?" Wang Zhong could hear these gossipers especially clearly, perhaps due to the unique acoustics of the concert hall. Ludmila clutched his arm the whole time, truly looking as though she feared he would draw his gun and start shooting again. Wang Zhong couldn't help but reassure her, "What do you take me for? I won't draw a gun." "You say that? But you drew your gun yesterday when we went to the club. You might well have developed a habit, resolving problems subconsciously by drawing a gun." Wang Zhong was left speechless, but since Ludmila was pressing his hand in such a delightful manner, he didn't say anything else. Editor-in-Chief Oshinin was already prepared on the conducting platform, and after exchanging a glance with the soloist, he lightly flicked the conductor's baton. The music started. As soon as Wang Zhong recognized the melody, he relaxed. It was just a rearranged version of the Holy War, with a rhythm that felt like a heavy heartbeat at the beginning, something he was all too familiar with. The previously chattering musicians all fell silent. The slightly plump male singer began to sing. The words seemed a bit different from the original, but the overall tone was correct. Wang Zhong completely relaxed, knowing the song would be a success as long as those musicians didn't act in bad faith. They had to admit it was an outstanding battle hymn. Suddenly, Ludmila pinched Wang Zhong's arm so hard it hurt, preventing him from focusing on the song. He had to turn and look at the source of the pain. Ludmila's eyes were wet, and while pinching Wang Zhong's arm violently, she kept wiping her tears and runny nose with a handkerchief. Distracted by his fiancée, Wang Zhong was unable to concentrate on the song and instead looked around, only to discover that most of the noble women were tight-faced, while the older gentlemen all appeared moved. Well, the noble women, who had never experienced war and didn't care about it, remained unaffected. Had the gentlemen been naturally stirred by the song's solemnity? But almost immediately, Wang Zhong spotted an exception. Crown Princess Olga had stood up in her box, pressing her hands against the railing. Such theaters are designed for optimal listening from seated positions. Olga's behavior of standing up during the performance was actually impolite. But the Crown Princess probably didn't care about that anymore. When the song ended, the entire theater was eerily quiet. The next moment, led by the Crown Princess, clapping started, and while clapping, she shouted, "Brilliant. I could almost see my brother resolutely charging toward the enemy. No, in fact, this has nothing to do with personal courage, it's a song that glorifies the entire nation, glorifying the fighting people, Your Highness." Just as Wang Zhong was seriously considering whether or not to stand up and explain this to the princess, Professor Vladimir Bradsky stood up. "This does not only celebrate individual bravery. In my opinion, this song praises the countless ordinary people who rushed to the battlefield. It glorifies the entire anti-nation. This song didn't use any fanciful arrangement techniques. Had it been homework submitted in one of my music theory classes, I probably wouldn't have given a high grade. However, as a war hymn, it is perfect." No sooner had the professor finished speaking than someone objected, "But the lyrics of this song speak of the people's war. Isn't it inappropriate for use at the state funeral of the Crown Prince and Duke Rokossovsky?" "Exactly," another concurred. "It's almost as if the song was tailor-made for the church, especially with that hymn-like chorus." Olga spoke up again, "No, it's very appropriate. My brother would have definitely loved this song. Definitely. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered that he, too, was a relative of someone enjoying a state funeral, so after the princess, he said, when I was writing it, I also thought of my father's face, and the smile of my dear friend Yvonne. Are you questioning the depth of my relationship with the two martyred heroes? The critics fell silent immediately. Then the leader of the Yefort Orchestra spoke, I have to admit the song is very impressive. Even though the melody is indeed what General Rokossovsky hummed last night, but the listening experience is completely different from when the major hummed it yesterday. May I ask, who arranged this piece? Surely General Rokossovsky didn't do the arrangement himself? I doubt the general has such professional expertise. Wang Zhong openly admitted, that's right, the arrangement wasn't mine, and even the lyrics weren't mine. I merely provided a melody, it was the arranger who expanded it into a musical piece. The orchestra leader immediately revealed a triumphant smile, then isn't it somewhat inappropriate that only the major's name is written as the composer? Bradsky spoke up, I know the person who transcribed the major's music onto the score, and his character ensures he would never take credit for himself. Trust me, even if 7 or 8 parts of the song's success are his doing, as long as the original tune came from the major, the composer won't sign their name, absolutely not. When the professor spoke, his tone was one of boasting about his own son, his air of pride akin to that of an angler who had landed a 10-pound fish, wishing everyone would carry the fish around the world and brag with a megaphone. Then Crown Princess Olga said, I think the music for the state and public funeral should follow this one. General Rokossovsky, can you write more? Wang Zhong was terrified at the prospect of the princess calling out Elisha in public. But she didn't. Instead, she used General Rokossovsky, which was much better. Last time she seemed to have called him Elisha directly, possibly considering it was a public occasion this time, she used a more formal appellation. Wang Zhong, I apologize, Your Highness, but as you know, I'm actually not skilled in music. When we were children, you and Yvonne Highness played the piano and the violin, and I could only clap my hands to the rhythm. I can't even play the drums. I also heard this song in a dream, so I remembered it. What Wang Zhong meant was that the world before he transmigrated seemed like a dream to him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone drew a sharp breath. Wang Zhong was stunned. What was going on? Ludmila whispered in his ear, Saint Andrew once said the same thing, that he heard melodies in a dream, and thus he wrote them down. Was Saint Andrew a predecessor? Or did he truly hear angels singing to him? After all, this world really does have mystic forces. Instead of the latter possibility, Wang Zhong rather hoped that Saint Andrew was a predecessor. At this moment, Professor Bradsky broke the silence, then let's settle on this song as the first one. I think we should organize the orchestra to learn it right away and then perform at the train station. The youths from all over the country are gathering there to embark on their journey, heading to the front lines. They need this song to boost their morale. Before the orchestra's conductor could reply, another tall and thin gentleman stood up, agreed. Your Excellency, conductor, I think the orchestra should start rehearsing this song immediately and strive to perform at the train station by tomorrow morning. Wang Zhong asked Ludmila, who was that speaking? The vice-conductor of the orchestra, and he's very close to the church, Lucia answered. Wow, the church has infiltrated every aspect, hasn't it? The conductor stared at the vice-conductor for a while before saying, You are correct, Alexandrovich, go and organize the rehearsal. The vice-conductor immediately saluted and then strode up to the stage to ask Editor-in-Chief Oshinin for the score. As he came down with the score, he also saluted Wang Zhong. The conductor, looking deflated like a withered radish, cleared his throat and said, Then let's continue with the procedure, start the selection. I would like to hear this song again. Olga, the Crown Princess, interrupted the conductor, what is the name of this song? Editor-in-Chief Oshinin on stage rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, It's called The Night of July 15th at Archsukov, a serendipitous composition. Wang Zhong wanted to laugh. Vasily took the time he hummed hung as the title of the song. And he got the date wrong too, it was the night he met Aunt Alexeyevna. Oshinin turned to Wang Zhong, Your Excellency, General, is this the name of the song? Wang Zhong shook his head, No, the song is called The Holy War. Olga, the Crown Princess, asked, Did you also hear this one in a dream? Wang Zhong nodded, Yes, Saint Andrew told me. Having already unwittingly stepped on a landmine, he might as well step down harder to scare this lot of vermin. Sure enough, his words again stirred up waves of shock. But the Crown Princess Olga laughed heartily, as though she took it all as a joke. Major General Rokossov, you really have a sense of humor. Wang Zhong also smiled. A little later, at the Eastern Holy Church's Great Cathedral of Maria, the Grand Patriarch Belinsky took a sip of Triana wine and let out a satisfied sound. At that moment, a judge came in with a report, Your Eminence, this is a piece of music just sent to Anti-Modern Music magazine by Major General Rokossov. Oh, Major General Rokossov writes music as well? Didn't I hear last night that he had offended the entire music world? What, is he now writing songs trying to win back favor? This is not good, no one can excel in everything, there's no need for him to save face in music too. As Belinsky spoke, he gestured for the judge to bring the piece of music over. The judge immediately handed the score to Belinsky. Belinsky didn't understand the score, glanced at it briefly, and then tossed aside the sheet asking, What's the reaction from the musicians? N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. They're extremely shocked, even Yefort's conductor, who had a grudge against the Major General, thinks it's a good piece. Belinsky was surprised, really. He picked up the score again. Oh, there are lyrics, let's see. Let noble fury boil over like waves. Fight the people's fight, the sacred battle. The Grand Patriarch looked at the judge. Go and ask the propaganda department if they were the ones who fed these words to the general. They weren't, said the judge with certainty. Both the propaganda department and the hymn department say it has nothing to do with them. Belinsky raised his eyebrows. Investigate this lyricist, Filipov, and confirm again if this was indeed written by the general. Wang Zhong had no idea that his song had already made its way to the church. He only knew that after Oshanin played the song with some enthusiasts, his own speaking rights suddenly increased. He even felt that after every music piece ended, everyone was waiting for him to say a few words. The presence of Grand Duchess Olga only strengthened this feeling. At the end of every song, the host would anxiously watch Wang Zhong, checking if he intended to make a sharp critique. However, Wang Zhong himself was quite self-aware, so he only spoke up to scold the effeminate tunes when the performance of a song was obviously poor, to uphold the solemnity of his good brethren and his father's funeral. By the time the 2.5-hour audition finished, Wang Zhong's legs had nearly gone numb. Ludmila smiled, pulling him up, and said, "Are you really the fierce general who gallops across the battlefield?" Wang Zhong, when I gallop across the battlefield, I mainly rely on my little tank. After saying this, Wang Zhong seemed to hear the neighing of horses and quickly added, "And my beloved horse." Ludmila sighed, "Your answer reminds me that on the battlefield, you cared more about tanks and horses than me. That's a misunderstanding." Wang Zhong said seriously, "My concern for you is the same as that for my horse and tank." Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong with a teasing smile, while the surrounding young noblewomen already looked at her with sympathetic eyes. Only then did Wang Zhong realize something seemed off, so he corrected himself, "I care about you more than the horses and the tank." "Ha ha ha, I don't believe you," Ludmila said after a dry laugh. Just as Wang Zhong was about to make amends, she sighed deeply, "Oh well, it seems all men are the same. When Uncle Connie and my father gathered, they would be bursting with enthusiasm talking about what phase of the campaign, which general's unit arrived where on what date. You will probably be the same in the future." Wang Zhong looked aside because he also felt that he would become just like that. It was then that Professor Vladimir Bradsky approached with some trepidation and asked, General, do you really think I should go to Shostka to see Vasily?" "Wang Zhong, don't hesitate, go quickly. Shostka is normal for now, even running a regular civilian passenger train each day. But it won't be this relaxed for much longer." Wang Zhong had intended to say that it wouldn't be this relaxed by mid-September, but at this time, it wasn't appropriate to leak military judgments, so he could only say so much. Bradsky, holding his hat, rubbed it nervously. "There's a great war coming, right? Would it be taboo to visit my son in the army at such a time? I've heard that the army is a very superstitious place, where some people carry amulets into battle, believing that if they lose them, they'll never return, stuff like that. So is there any superstition that if you see your family before a war, you will be doomed in the future?" Wang Zhong, "No, not at all. Rest assured. War doesn't take such kind considerations. Death arrives without warning and it doesn't relate to your actions." Ludmila quickly poked his waist, then smiled and said, "What the lieutenant colonel means is, just ease your mind and go. Bring whatever good food you should." The professor nodded repeatedly, ready to leave, then suddenly remembered something, and asked, "Does Vasily hate me?" "Wang Zhong, he's always grumbling that you forced him to be a composer, nothing else beyond that." The professor heaved a sigh, "I'm different from other parents. I saw his talent and steered him in that direction. As you can see, he really has the talent." Wang Zhong had to admit that Vasily did indeed have the talent to make something of a song after hearing it just once. The father before him wasn't wrong. So he said, "Maybe you should have a proper talk with him? Not as a father or an elder giving instructions, but as a friend, just a good, friendly chat." The professor was shocked, "But I am his father and elder? How can I possibly become his friend? I've discovered his talent and shown him the best path. As a father, I have a clear conscience." "Your Excellency, if you were a father, you could." "I am not a father yet." Wang Zhong smiled slightly, "Though I look weathered, it's the imprint of war. I'm actually not even 30 years old. I have no experience as a father, so, I'm sorry, I can't relate to you. All I can tell you is that Vasily hopes you can respect him, wanting to share a drink with you as a friend." Actually, here, Wang Zhong was expressing his own wish. Before he crossed over, he had hoped to have a drink with his father, to chat as friends. But now that was a wish that could never be fulfilled. Thinking this still brought a bit of sorrow. The empathetic Lu Xia looked at Wang Zhong tenderly. The professor sighed, all right, I understand what you mean. I'll bring a bottle of wine and have a good chat with him." "Wang Zhong, as friends." "I'll try." The professor smiled, turned to leave, but then had another thought and asked, "Can I bring my wife along, too? Is there any taboo in that?" Wang Zhong laughed, "No, rest assured." After saying this, Wang Zhong suddenly thought, if Vasily were to die this time, would the couple think it was because they had violated some taboo and caused his death? In such a case, it would be better to concoct a taboo for them to be mindful of at all times. Just as sailors shouldn't flip fish over while eating, and other such superstitions. But before Wang Zhong could spin such a tale, the professor had already left, walking away while putting on his crumpled hat. Ludmila said softly, "What a lovely father." You can tell he loves Vasily very, very much? Yes. Wang Zhong nodded. It was at this moment that Grand Duchess Olga appeared. Finally, it's over. I heard that tonight you will be inviting young officers to a dance at the estate. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. A dinner party. Wang Zhong corrected. Ludmila said jokingly, Elisha doesn't want to entertain the ladies, he only wants to entertain the young men. Wang Zhong didn't deny it. Olga sighed, that means you are definitely not coming to the court ball tonight. Definitely not, Wang Zhong answered. Then the ball is going to be very boring, Olga pouted. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something that pleased her, she said, then I will have the orchestra play the Holy War during the interlude between two dances. Wang Zhong was shocked. He could already imagine how someone was going to have high blood pressure tonight. Ludmila changed the subject, is His Majesty the Tsar still the same? Still the same, locked in his room all day long, the good news is that he is eating. Wang Zhong nodded, trying hard to appear concerned for His Majesty the Tsar. The Grand Duchess Olga said, well then, I'm going back. I hope you have a good time tonight. That evening, in the outskirts of Yafort, at the Rokossovsky estate, a large number of young military officers gathered in the garden set up for an open-air banquet. Many were familiar faces from the previous experience-sharing session, like Kashuk. There were also officers like Kiriyenko, who could hardly be considered young, but weren't old either, mingling among them. If there was one thing that united all the officers gathered at the estate at that moment, it was that they had all personally faced off against the Prussians at the front. Due to blackout regulations, only the food area was illuminated by candlelight, the rest of the venue was bathed in moonlight. In these circumstances, if this had been a dance, many indecent things were likely to happen. But this was not a dance. The young officers were not discussing women but war. Wang Zhong discovered a smoked herring salad at the food station which smelled terrible, but after one bite, he fell in love with the taste. As he was enjoying the food, several armored troops officers arrived at the food station. It was so dark that they didn't notice Wang Zhong and were chatting among themselves. The content of the session the day before yesterday was very useful, but those who went up to share were all people who had won battles, or at least held their ground and then retreated in one piece, so they only introduced how they won, not how they lost. Yet, I think how they lost would be more valuable to share, one said. Wang Zhong, upon hearing this, was very interested and asked, so how did they lose? He intentionally blocked his own major general's epaulets and changed his voice to be somewhat different from Rokossov. The armored troops officers glanced at Wang Zhong, and, seeing that he was infantry, spoke openly, how we lost? You infantry would definitely not understand, but we are all too familiar with it. My unit, the 1st Tank Army, is the rich army of the entire Western Front Army. We have a large number of new tanks. Just KV-1S alone we have 40, and 20 KV-2S. Do you know the KV-2? We call it toilet bullhead. That thing is equipped with a 152mm heavy howitzer. Our army also has 80 T-34S, you understand, 80. The moment there was armored contact, the Prussians were dumbfounded. They had never seen such terrifying tanks, and so many of them. Guess how we got finished? Wang Zhong thought of the fate of the 6th Tank Army and said, 88 guns. No, the officer from the 1st Tank Army shook his hands repeatedly, guess again. Wang Zhong, Stukas. Those indeed destroyed a few, but not many. Actually, the efficiency of Stuka attacks isn't as high as the Prussians advertise. Guess again. Wang Zhong, I can't guess. You tell me. The officer sighed deeply, we lost because, other than tanks, we lacked everything? How many support troops does a Prussian tank division have? Each armored battalion has 3 battalions, and some divisions even only 2. The rest are all support troops. Armored grenadiers, artillery, anti-air battalions, logistics regiments, maintenance battalions. They have everything? An armored battalion can even be directly supported by a grenadier battalion, with half-tracks outnumbering tanks. And us? It would be good if a platoon could get a squad of infantry, sometimes a tank platoon could only get an infantry squad. We may not have enough infantry, but that's not all, our equipment is also poor. Buddy, how many machine guns does your infantry battalion have? Wang Zhong, depends on which battalion, but my Guard 31st Battalion has 114 light machine guns. Mainly because we captured a lot of enemy light machine guns. See, 114. The entire tank army's affiliated infantry only has 81 light machine guns. Our infantry's firepower can't compare with the enemy's armored grenadiers. We get suppressed as soon as we engage and then we're shattered. Then the enemy's infantry can deal with our tanks in close combat. The enemy also likes to throw smoke. As you know, with smoke everywhere and no infantry to accompany, tanks are just sitting ducks. We also lack tractors. My division, the entire division has only 7 tractors, and they are all the artilleries, used to tow cannons. If a tank gets stuck in a ditch, there isn't a tractor to pull it out. Many tanks were abandoned on the battlefield like this, without even fighting. The division commander was speaking passionately when he suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, what did you say about your unit just now? Wang Zhong, Guard 31st Battalion. The division commander, are you Major General Rokossov? Correct. I will reflect all your grievances to the Ordnance Department. We will also try to push for more combined arms units, to fill up other technical service branches for you. The division commander shook his head. It's no use, unless General Sergei, the head of the ordnance department, is replaced. He will only continue to expand the tank forces, endlessly creating disabled tank armies that lack everything except for tanks, and then they will be farmed by the enemy as battle achievements. As soon as the tank brigade commander had finished speaking, another colonel spoke up. The infantry lacks machine guns because they're all mounted on tanks? There's only so much production capacity for machine guns, and if they go to the tanks, there are fewer available for the infantry. Moreover, the number of machine guns on tanks is unnecessarily high. In combat, that machine gun on the back of the turret is utterly useless. Originally, the BT-7 has a two-man turret. During battle, they're too busy to death. Who has the time to operate the machine gun at the back of the turret? Wang Zhong couldn't help but give a wry smile. He had commanded a T-28 himself, which had a machine gun at the back of the turret intended for the commander to use, but Wang Zhong completely forgot about the existence of that machine gun. Hilarious, who has time to turn around and fire the rear machine gun when you can't even keep up with the action in front? The BT-7 also had a machine gun on the back of its turret. When Wang Zhong stood at the back of the BT-7 turret to command the tank, the only use of this machine gun was to occasionally punch him in the stomach. By the way, at first Wang Zhong was still worried that this machine gun would misfire and kill him. Then the commander of the BT-7 assured him not to worry because the machine gun wasn't even loaded with ammunition. The ammo had been moved to save space. Before he crossed over, Wang Zhong had read many memoirs of Soviet tankers. Either they forgot about the existence of this machine gun and never mentioned it, or they complained that it took up a lot of space in the turret and couldn't be used. Yet this rear-facing machine gun persisted. It was present in most tanks at the beginning of the war, as well as the mid-late IS-1 and the late IS-2, until it was finally removed in the IS-3 that only made it to the victory parade. One couldn't help but suspect that this machine gun at the back of the turret was a personal preference of some designer. By the way, many years later there was a hugely humorous end to this story. In War Thunder, a war game made by Russians themselves, all the rear-facing machine guns were just rendered models and had no firing function whatsoever. This design, like the initial removal of the tank commander in the BT series, became the laughingstock of Russian tank design. Before Wang Zhong crossed over, he thought the troops probably had no objections. Now it seems that the troops had a lot of complaints. It's unknown why the Ordnance Department didn't adopt them. Even adding a commander to the T-3485 was only on the T-3485 improvement model. The original version of the T-3485 only added an observation tower for the gunner to enhance his vision when not operating the main gun. Just reading the text description already sends one's blood pressure through the roof. Wang Zhong thought to himself that now he was here, he could take a gun, take out the stubborn designer who wouldn't admit his mistakes, and replace him with a designer who would meet the demands of the troops. While thinking about this, the tankers continued to have a heated discussion. To be honest, I can't understand the use of having two coaxial machine guns in the turret. One machine gun can complete most of the tasks. Is having an extra machine gun going to make the Prussians die more thoroughly? The turret space is already small, adding another machine gun just makes it more cramped. It would be better to have space for more machine gun ammunition. Another said, yeah, removing the rear machine gun would allow us to carry a lot more ammo. The maggots at the Ordnance Department don't understand tanks at all. Even if they don't understand, wouldn't it be good to just copy the Prussian tanks? The Prussian tanks we've destroyed don't have rear machine guns and have commanders, and their new models even have observation towers for them. It was then that a balding middle-aged man leaned in and spoke in a low voice, "Stop talking." The rear-firing machine gun and the elimination of the tank commander were the ideas of His Majesty the Tsar's favorite, Valentin. He, just like General Skorobo, enjoys the Tsar's deep trust, and even General Sergei doesn't weigh as much in the Tsar's presence as Valentin does. He oversaw the design of the B-4 howitzer and the T-35 heavy tank, both of which are very much loved by the Tsar. All the tank commanders present furrowed their brows. Wang Zhong said, "It seems everyone is well aware of how terrible the T-35 piece of junk is. How could we not know? The tank school uses that piece of crap as a classroom vehicle because it's big enough to hold more people for a lecture." The brigade commander who had just spoken said, frowning. "Well, turns out there's that connection." Wang Zhong patted his chest. "The erroneous path of the Ordnance Department will be corrected by me. I'll try to come up with a new tank with a commander and a radio based on my parade T-34 by next year." All the tank operators' expressions brightened up. "Really? I've been to the repair factory to see your tank, number 422. It's really good." Wang Zhong's vehicle actually returned to Yafort earlier than the others. At that time, these vehicles didn't come off the train, they were sent directly to Yafort to return to the factory. Wang Zhong confidently patted his chest, "For real. In fact, as part of a royal special project, I had Yafort's combined machinery factory start on 100 parade tanks. Officially, they're for the National Founding Day parade, but in reality, they're prepared to be sent to the front lines for combat. My division only has one tank battalion, it definitely can't handle all 100 tanks, so we can probably form 2 more battalions. Who gets the parade tanks is up to the royal family, I can pull some strings." In reality, it was Princess Olga who had the final say. Which basically meant that I, Wang Zhong, had the final say. The officers all had a knowing look. But clearly, their understanding might have a slight deviation from what Wang Zhong meant. At that moment, the brigade commander who had spoken before suggested, "We finally heard some good news today. Let's toast to celebrate." He turned to those present and called out loudly, "Gentlemen, just now the general promised us that there would be more and better tanks for the tankers and more machine guns for the infantry. Let us raise our glasses to General Rokossovsky." All the officers picked up their wine glasses. Those who didn't have one quickly asked a waiter for one. Soon, everyone held up their drinks. Wang Zhong picked up a glass of red wine and looked at everyone. "Gentlemen, today, it feels as if a big family has reunited. I'm so happy." He raised his glass. Today I'm the happiest. I estimate it will take 5 years to achieve victory. Let's drink to our success 5 years from now. See you in Prosnia." Having said that, he downed his drink in one gulp. The young, battle-experienced officers present all shouted in unison, "See you in Prosnia." After finishing his drink, Wang Zhong noticed the band appearing near the fountain. It turned out that the dinner party was just beginning, and what had taken place before was merely a time for idle chatter before everyone arrived. The band began to play, and to his surprise, it was the Holy War, which Wang Zhong had only made public that day, a melody that sounded like a combination of a hymn and a march. The small choir of just 6 started singing, "Arise, great nation, to fight to the death." The officers who had just finished their drinks all paused. Those who had been on the battlefield felt a deeper connection to the song than most. Everyone's expression turned exceptionally solemn, perhaps recalling fallen comrades on the battlefield, or relatives lost in the occupied homeland whose fate they did not know. The band made some creative adaptations, such as the heartbeat-like rhythm, achieved by plucking the strings of the double basses, which made the sound even heavier. August 13th, early morning. King's Cross Station at St. Yekaterina Fortress. A train filled with new recruits was about to depart, with girls bidding farewell to their beloved young men. The station band was playing the farewell of the anti-women, and everything seemed no different than usual. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. That was until the musicians of the Yefort Philharmonic appeared with their long guns and short cannons. Their instruments were their weapons. All the musicians had dark circles under their eyes, clearly not having slept much the night before. The deputy conductor Alexandrobov approached the station military band and said to the conductor, "All right, stop now, it's our turn." The military band conductor, who was Alexandro's student, was puzzled. Teacher, what's going on? Are we putting on a public performance at the station?" "No, not a performance, it's to carry out your duty. Just listen." By then, all the Philharmonic musicians had taken their places. Alexandro himself moved a box, stood on it, nodded to the lead musician, then to the choir, and lastly said to the announcer who was waiting, "Announce it." Taking a deep breath, the announcer proclaimed loudly, "Next, please listen to the song composed by General Rokossovsky and written by Warrant Officer Filipov, The Holy War." Alexandro raised his right hand and lightly flicked his baton. A profound and majestic melody filled the air. The male basses in the choir started first, "Arise, great nation, to fight to the death." The young people who had just been whispering sweet nothings and kissing goodbye all stopped to watch the musicians. The civilians sending off their children also paused to listen quietly to the musicians singing. Even the railway workers at the station stopped to be part of the powerful music. A young driver said to the old one, "Everything's almost ready, time to sound the whistle." Elisha. "Let's wait until the song's over. There'll be plenty of time for you to blow the whistle soon enough," chided the old driver, holding up his index finger. Just then, the station master came out of his office, listened for a few moments, then entered the broadcasting room next to his office and said to the technician, "Bring out the microphone. I want this song to be heard throughout the station immediately, and start recording now." The technician replied, "Station master, if we start recording now, we'll only get half of it. You should have them sing it again and record the whole thing." Right, hurry up with the microphone, get it set up. I want it broadcast throughout the station." A moment later, all the loudspeakers at the train station, including the large ones in front of the station, began playing The Holy War. The throng of people in front of the station came to a standstill, looking up at the loudspeakers. "Let the most noble rage roll like waves. Fight the people's war, the Holy War." The forceful lyrics, driven by the melody, ignited an endless fury and a continuous fighting spirit inside everyone. Once the song was over, the whole station, not just the station, but the entire square, erupted in thunderous applause. The overjoyed station master rushed over, taking Alexandrobov's hand. "Again. I want to record it and play it every day. They say La Marseillaise is more powerful than an army corps. This song is the same. Sing it once more, Mr. Musician." Alexandrobov replied, "Sure. Then bring the microphone here, get ready to record, and we'll sing it again." "No, we can sing it as many times as needed." The Holy War was fermenting, and Wang Zhong stood in formation on the parade ground of the Summer Palace with 450 officers poised to receive commendations. Wang Zhong was unsurprised to find that most were familiar faces from the dinner the night before. Upon seeing Wang Zhong, they all came to shake hands with him after saluting. General Takakev stood on the reviewing stand, observing the scene. His adjutant whispered in his ear, "It's confirmed that Major General Rokossovsky has placed an order for 100 parade tanks on behalf of the royal family." Valentin is furious, claiming that producing such toy cars is mocking his perfect design. Before General Takakev could respond, Marshal Semyon said, "The front lines indeed have given a lot of feedback. There's considerable opposition to removing the tank commander's role, and some would rather command a T-28 tank with a commander than operate a T-34. As for the radios, there's unanimous criticism for designs without radios, and many makeshift solutions have been tried, including running telephone wires between tanks. But Valentin's design is much loved by His Majesty the Tsar," said Takakev. Marshal Semyon fell silent, but after a moment added, "The battlefield doesn't change for personal preferences. Not even for His Majesty the Tsar. Now that His Majesty cannot attend to state affairs, we should take the opportunity to." At this moment, General Tijanaya interjected, No, the sudden drop in production due to the factory relocation is already an issue. A change in design now would only worsen the tank output. We should continue producing the flawed designs first and then gradually increase the production of the designs that receive positive feedback from the battlefield. That would also placate Valentin a bit, wouldn't it? Takakev and Marshal Semyon both fell silent. Just then, Her Imperial Highness the Grand Duchess appeared in a corner of the parade ground with a group of maids of honor and headed straight towards the reviewing stand. Takakev glanced at the Grand Duchess, then followed her gaze to Major General Rokossovsky. "He's almost like a prince himself," Takakev muttered. "Did you hear that the song he wrote stole the show at the selection meeting yesterday? His stature is almost like that of Saint Andrew reincarnated." Marshal Semyon said, "This is good for uniting the officers." Takakev remained silent. Then the Grand Duchess approached the reviewing stand and greeted Takakev and the others. "Hello, generals and marshals. Good day, Your Imperial Highness." Takakev and the others saluted the Grand Duchess in kind. The Grand Duchess said, "For today's ceremony, I'm only responsible for presenting the Gold Star medals, right? There are also the flags for the new units being granted the title of Imperial Guard. You don't have to actually carry the flag, simply receive it from the color bearer and hand it to the unit's commanding officer. The command officers will pass the flags to the sergeants standing by. It's really just a formal part of the process. The flags and equipment will later be delivered to the respective units by the transport team," General Tijanaya explained dutifully. The Grand Duchess inquired, "And what about the other honors? Surely not everyone is being awarded the title of Imperial Guard and the Gold Star Medal? With so many honors, I would begin to suspect that we have actually won, and the Prussians are nearly finished." "No," Marshal Semyon shook his head, "there are indeed many gold stars, but not many Imperial Guards. The title primarily requires that units retreat in formation. There are many units that would qualify for the honor based on their achievements but have not pulled back." The Grand Duchess looked sad. "Is that so? I understand. And the others? They are for various other medals, which we will be presenting. Your Imperial Highness, you will only handle the Imperial Guards and the Gold Stars," General Tijanaya advised. The Grand Duchess nodded. "Very well. Let's not delay any further. Begin the ceremony." Suddenly, she paused, looking puzzled at the guard flag formation that had just marched into the area. Among the pristine white Imperial Guard flags, there was one red flag interspersed. Takakev immediately turned to his adjutant. "What's going on? Why is there a red flag?" The adjutant replied, "There wasn't supposed to be. The flag allotted to Rokossovsky's unit was a normal Imperial Guard flag with a blessing from Grand Duchess Olga on it. But the church interfered with our decision. The delay in yesterday's award ceremony was because of this. The red flag was the church's demand, and they even insisted on adding an image of a falcon holding a spear to the flag." Olga slightly tilted her head. "A falcon holding a spear? What is that?" Surprisingly, no one present could answer the Grand Duchess's question. Seizing the opportunity to distinguish himself before the Grand Duchess, Takakev's adjutant said, "It is a bird of prey from Khazarla, typically found in the grasslands." Olga uttered a curious not even glancing at the adjutant, and turned back to look at General Rokossovsky, the eagle of the grasslands, quite fitting for him. Takakev sighed, "We have no precedent for using red flags. The church intends to destroy our traditions." "I've heard about that," the Grand Duchess Olga said with a smile. "The red symbolizes the blood of the fallen soldiers, a display stained with their sacrifice. This interpretation has spread widely, don't you know?" Takakev turned away. Grand Duchess Olga urged, "Let's start the ceremony quickly." The ceremony hadn't yet begun, but Wang Zhong had already spotted the red Imperial Guard flag, which would likely be presented to his own temporary 151st Infantry Division. The only uncertainty was what the new number would be. There couldn't possibly be another 30 Imperial Guard divisions ahead of his, could there? But truth be told, among all the white and blue flags, a single red flag was really eye-catching. Regardless of the number, that red flag had already made Wang Zhong the most striking figure out there. The ceremony officially began, and the military band started playing the national anthem of the anti-empire. When Wang Zhong heard the national anthem, his brow furrowed into a pretzel. He had assumed that for the Tsar, the anthem would be "God Bless the Tsar." If one wanted a bit of a retro feel, it would be the Preobrazhensky Regiment March. If it were the era of a female Tsar, then it would be the Thunder of Victory, since the lyrics did include "Glory to you, Mother Ekaterina the Great Emperor." But now, upon hearing the tune, Wang Zhong nearly lost his composure. He was all too familiar with this piece. Subconsciously, he turned his head to confirm the flag, and indeed it was Auntie's Whitefield Blazwand with the blue St. Andrew's cross and the double-headed eagle. At this moment, people around him started to sing along, and only then did Wang Zhong sigh in relief. The lyrics were wrong, these words were praising the Tsar. Wang Zhong hummed along with the person next to him, managing to get through the song at long last. The princess then stood at the forefront of the parade stand and began reciting her speech. The gist of it was to thank everyone for their valiant efforts blah blah blah. In the end, it was still the same old glory to the monarchy spiel. The speech concluded, and General Tijanaia, whom Wang had met several times before, came forward. We shall now proceed with the award ceremony. First, we shall present the Imperial Guard flags. This time, a total of 11 units have been granted the title of Imperial Guard. Wang Zhong thought that to produce 11 Imperial Guard units in just over a month, given the retreat situation, indicated an enormous intensity of combat. Tijanaia called out the name of the first unit, the 151st Temporary Infantry Division. This division faced enemy forces several times its number at Araki, resisting stubbornly for 3 days, destroyed more than 200 enemy tanks, successfully completed its mission, and managed to break out. For this valiant performance, the military command hereby awards the division the title of the 1st Red Banner Mechanized Infantry Division of the Imperial Guard. Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky of the division, please come up to the stand to receive the flag. Wang Zhong strode out, letting his body's muscle memory carry him with precise military steps up to the parade stand. The princess, with a stern face, handed the red flag to Wang Zhong. Curious, Wang Zhong glanced at the emblem on the flag, only to discover it wasn't a double-headed eagle, but an eagle? What did that mean? They cut off one head of the double-headed eagle to stew it? Or did they think the double-headed eagle wasn't Roman enough, being a Byzantine emblem after all, and that to be truly Roman, they needed to adopt the original Roman eagle standard instead, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. But was there even a Rome in this world? As Wang Zhong puzzled over this, Olga whispered, quickly come down, O eagle of the steppe. That meant others were waiting to receive their flags. Wang Zhong turned his head and saw General Tijanaia waiting. He couldn't proceed until Wang left the stand. So, Wang Zhong handed the flag to the ready attendant and descended from the parade stand with large strides. The Imperial Guard flags were quickly distributed, and next up was the Gold Star Medal ceremony. Wang Zhong and the other recipients of the Gold Star made their way to the parade stand, looking to be about 100 in number. Olga approached Wang Zhong once more, starting with him again since he was deemed the first in merit. As she pinned the medal on Wang Zhong, Olga softly hummed Katyusha. Well, what do you know, the eagle of the steppe is right here. There's a line in Katyusha that goes she's singing of the eagle of the steppe, and the following line is she's singing of the one she loves. Could we not be so on the nose? But now it's the era where women are direct, and men are elusive. Watch me deflect this one. Wang Zhong intended to showcase his world-class evasive maneuver skills, but Olga had moved on to award the next person. Wang Zhong, having no chance to evade? Never mind, maybe I'm overthinking it? Perhaps she just felt like humming Katyusha. Wang Zhong successfully performed a mental sidestep. The ceremony continued for another half hour, and Wang Zhong's legs went numb from standing. Fortunately, he didn't have to carry the flag, it would be sent directly to Shastka. Just when everything was over, an air raid alarm suddenly sounded nearby. Wang Zhong felt like the Prussians had timed it perfectly to bomb the capital right at the end of the ceremony. Under the guidance of the royal palace staff, Wang Zhong followed other officers into an air raid shelter quickly, only to learn just after entering that the alarm had been lifted. It turned out the MiG-3 units guarding the capital had repelled the enemy bombers on the outskirts. Wang Zhong breathed a huge sigh of relief. The award ceremony was over, and now he had one last thing left to do in the capital, attend the state funerals of his father and his good brother and deliver a speech. The thought alone gave Wang Zhong a headache, wondering from whom he should plagiarize the speech. The last time he tried writing his own speech, the results were lackluster. He really needed to copy someone else's. The good news was, the state funeral would be on the 18th, and today was only the 13th. He still had 5 days to stew in his worries. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of August 18th, Wang Zhong stood at the ceremony preparation area, looking at the grand scene outside. Suddenly, he found his mind was a blank and quickly pulled out his speech to glance over it. Seeing this, Ludmila spoke in a soft, soothing voice, "Don't worry, your speech last night was excellent. There won't be any problems today." Wang Zhong, I'm just taking a look. Ludmila, relax, there will be staff holding cue cards in front of you. That's the whole point of you rehearsing the speech. Keep calm. Now, let's head to the spectator stands. Ludmila had not yet married Wang Zhong, so she was not yet a duchess and could not accompany him at such events. Instead, she joined Nelly in heading to the nearby spectator stands, thanks to a special invitation from the royal family. Wang Zhong nodded and then watched the two as they made their way to the spectator stands. Now only his guard Grigory and the staff of the ceremony remained with him at the preparation area. The royal family's grandstand was still empty, and Wang Zhong could hear generals and marshals in the distance gossiping. Will His Majesty show up today? If he doesn't, it will be troublesome. The crown princess seems to have grown close to the church because of her dealings with Rokossov, thereby growing closer to the church as well. With the current situation, we can't win without the support of the church. The royal family needs to rally. I can't even bear to think about it. On a brighter note, the Crown Prince's sacrifice has actually boosted the royal family's influence among the populace, and incidentally allowed Archsukov's heavy forces to hold the line until now. If only more troops could have been rescued. If we could have formed a fully structured group from those trapped, we could claim victory. Wang Zhong originally focused on his speech, but the chatter of the generals caught his attention. Listening to their conversation, he subconsciously glanced at the church's main ceremony stand that appeared to be intentionally opposing the royal families. It was situated right across the fort's widest avenue, facing the royal family's grandstand. Archsukov's logistics were almost completely cut off now, with less than 10 kilometers between the two armored clusters of the Prussians left fortified. The enemy had not attacked because both armored groups had run for hundreds of kilometers and needed to stop for repairs. And though 10 kilometers seemed like a wide gap, it was actually sealed by the artillery and air force, making it impossible for troops to pass through. The enemy had effectively completed their encirclement. It was just a matter of when the Prussian Empire would declare victory. The confirmed troops within the encirclement accounted for 800,000 by formation, but most had been fighting fiercely and suffered heavy losses. In reality, probably only 500,000 were fit for combat, many of them wounded. Even though the Southwest Front Army had dispersed their staff officers and destroyed codebooks, they were still broadcasting in clear text via radio, reporting the situation daily and proudly proclaiming, "The Southwest Front Army is still fighting." It was said that this clear text broadcasting prevented the Prussian Empire's propaganda department from declaring victory. Wang Zhong looked down at the speech in his hand. "Ivan, did you predict from the start that your sacrifice would have this kind of impact?" Wang Zhong didn't know the Crown Prince very well. After all, he had only known him for such a short time. Probably for the rest of his life, he would keep recalling the Crown Prince's smile, speculating about what he had foreseen. If the persistently resistant Southwest Front Army could drag the enemy's main force into the mud upon its arrival, then the pressure on the front would be greatly reduced. In that case, the enemy might be able to spend a well-supplied winter without too many freezing to death at the hands of General Winter, which would make the war next year even more brutal. N/O/vel/B/n/C/om. But with the current situation, any chance to catch their breath was a good thing for Anti. Once the factories moved to the east were up and running again, and the newly conscripted soldiers had completed their training, the elite Prussian forces might find themselves facing a number of anti-army multiple times their size. As Wang Zhong was thinking about all this, someone cleared their throat behind him. It was a crisp male voice. Assuming it was an official related to the ceremony there to finalize details with him, he began to speak while turning around. "I have memorized the speech, just going over it a little." Wang Zhong stopped because he saw a military uniform completely different from those of Anti and Prussian. However, the rank was an oak leaf, and Wang Zhong happened to know of a country that used oak leaves for military ranks. In that country, a gold oak leaf was for a major, a silver oak leaf for a lieutenant colonel, and a colonel was represented by an eagle emblem. The young man should be a lieutenant colonel. "Wang Zhong, who might you be?" Military attaché John Vick from the Federation's embassy, General Rokossovsky. The newcomer saluted Wang Zhong first before extending his hand. Wang Zhong shook his hand. "Hello, what can I do for you? I heard that you once made an assessment of the war situation at a young officers sharing session." Apologizing for his forthrightness, Lieutenant Colonel John wore a sincere expression as he said, "The Federation is deeply concerned about this matter. It relates to a top-secret negotiation currently underway, and a bill under discussion in Congress." Wang Zhong, the Lend-Lease Act, is that it? Lieutenant Colonel John's eyelid twitched. "You know of it?" Wang Zhong then realized he'd been too quick to speak, as theoretically, he shouldn't be aware of the Lend-Lease Act at this point. So, he started blustering, "The United Kingdom is already aware of it, and if the United Kingdom knows, that's as good as us knowing." Lieutenant Colonel John laughed. "As long as Rabowell doesn't know, it's fine." While Wang Zhong heard the name Rabowell for the first time, he was well aware of the infamy of the Sturmtiger's intelligence agency Abwehr from the other side of the earth, notorious for its incompetence, having made an indelible contribution to the world's anti-FXS cause. Rabowell may be the alternate dimension counterpart of Abbeville. After all, the name differs by only one syllable. After laughing, Wang Zhong got straight to the point. "We will hold back the enemy." "Major John, what's your basis for that statement?" Wang Zhong, the basis is Anti's vast territory, as well as the impending General Mud and General Winter. No country can conquer the expansive lands of Anti. Well, maybe the Mongols could. Major John burst out laughing. "You have a great sense of humor. Indeed, the Mongols could. Aside from such timing and geographical advantages." Wang Zhong countered, "With the timing and geographical advantages on our side, what more could you possibly demand?" "Combat willpower," said Major John. Wang Zhong, Archsukov is still fighting, doesn't that say anything? They're already essentially surrounded. Hundreds of thousands of troops must have run out of supplies, but they're still in combat. Major John shrugged. The sacrifice of the Crown Prince has inspired the fight in the Archsukov group, and the continued resistance has indeed boosted the morale of the parliamentarians supporting the Lend-Lease bill at home. However, the performance of His Majesty the Tsar has inspired the opposition. Look at Carolingian. The soldiers of Carolingian still have the will to fight, but the higher UPS chose to surrender. Despite the fact that most of the country has not fallen, despite having 1,000,000 troops, the vast African colonies, and both armored forces and the air force, the high command chose to surrender. Wang Zhong, as far as I know, General Dago is still fighting. Ah, yes, General Dago and his Free Caroling are still fighting, but Carolingian has surrendered. If Auntie were to surrender, you could continue the fight in the Federation. Wang Zhong, I wouldn't. My best friend, and my beloved father have both died on this land. Their sacrifice is what allows me to stand here. To preserve my strength, I have already 3 times abandoned the people who trusted me. I can't stop fighting, otherwise, even if I die and go to hell, they would not forgive me. Just as Major John was about to speak, Wang Zhong continued, moreover, I'm a smart man, this is a battle we are destined to win. As long as we hold on, victory will be ours in the end, and I will become a military strategist as renowned as Suvorov and Kutuzov. As a smart man, I would choose to keep fighting. Major John squinted his eyes, staring at Wang Zhong for a few seconds before revealing a look of admiration. No wonder they call you the Star of Victory. I can feel your obsession with victory, and I'll convey this confidence intact to the president. Wang Zhong, it's not an obsession, that sounds like a pathological paranoia, and I'm merely stating the facts to you. Major John just smiled, saluted Wang Zhong, a salute that was obviously filled with more respect than the one at the start. The Federation Major turned around and left with a brisk stride. Wang Zhong took a deep breath. At that moment he heard the surrounding chatter suddenly grow louder. Everyone turned to look at the royal family's viewing stand. Wang Zhong also looked over, only to see a haggard His Majesty the Tsar appearing with the assistance of the Grand Duchess Olga, slowly making his way to the most luxurious chair to sit down. Suddenly, Wang Zhong noticed, across the street on the church viewing stand, His Eminence Belinsky also appeared holding his scepter. Both sides stood like this, viewing each other across the street, across the parade of people lined up. The Holy War began to play. His Majesty the Tsar appeared startled by the Holy War, looking around blankly like a timid animal. Wang Zhong sighed. In this condition, His Majesty the Tsar might have been better off not appearing. With the grand generals from both sides present, the ceremony's proceedings began to move forward. Wang Zhong didn't think of anything else but kept observing the state of His Majesty the Tsar. He always felt that the Tsar now looked like some character from the movie The Downfall. That tired yet maniacal look, the feeling of being on the brink of collapse was almost identical. It was time for Wang Zhong to give his speech. The ceremonial MC signaled Wang Zhong to prepare. Just then, His Majesty the Tsar stood up. Everyone watched him. There was already a microphone at the royal family's viewing stand, and the Tsar directly motioned for the microphone to be brought to him. My son, Ivan Nikolaevich Antonov, has died a heroic death. The Tsar started, his voice tinged with madness. We lost a hero. But does this mean defeat? No, this is only the beginning. Our military strength now appears far inferior to that of the Prasen people. Despite expanding our army continuously, our forces are as fragile as castles built on sand. The enemy made a crazy advance of 170 kilometers in the first 2 weeks of the war. And yet, my generals have the shamelessness to boast. They said we could counterattack into Prasen territory within a month. And what happened? They even want to push the responsibility for Archsukov's failure onto me? No, huh. Olga whispered a few words into His Majesty the Tsar's ear. The Tsar laughed heartily. Exactly. That General Skorobo is a despicable traitor? A traitor to his country? He has deceived me and the anti-people. All that came before was a deception they concocted? An illusion. My son, my dear son Ivan, died precisely to awaken all of you from such naive illusions? Now, the war has just begun. Our military strength is gradually being restored. The Prasen Empire is no longer something to fear. Your fathers and brothers, too, have perished in the Prasen massacre. We must never forget this sadness and anger. This is the revelation my Ivan gave to us with his death. We should now assemble this fury, annihilate the Prasen army, and win our first true victory. This victory will be the greatest consolation to those who have died in battle. Citizens, rise up. Turn your grief into strength. Rise up, citizens. Auntie needs your strength. Wang Zhong was shocked. This speech sounded a bit familiar. At that moment, the master of ceremonies said to Wang Zhong, the ceremony command has changed the ceremony process. You don't need to give a speech. Wang Zhong frowned, looked towards the stands where the generals were, and then noticed Takakev had just put down the phone. In the row behind him, General Tajanaya shook his head gently, signaling to Wang Zhong with his eyes. Well, this group of people cut off my speech in the battle against the church. Wang Zhong looked at his own speech draft. Most of the content in this draft was indeed repeated in His Majesty the Tsar's speech. It truly was no longer necessary to go up and talk about it again. But as things were going, it felt like the presence of the people was being diminished. Even though the Tsar had mentioned your fathers and brothers, it seemed as if they were just accessories to the crown prince. If this continued, the Holy War would become yet another nobility war between royal families. If that were the case, we might not necessarily win. After all, Prasen is outrageously strong. And it seemed to me that this was not in line with Ivan's wishes. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered the scene when Archsukov was departing for the war. Ivan had said to him, take good care of Olga. He glanced at the crown princess. Then he turned his attention to the church's viewing platform. I always felt like Belinsky was nodding. Wang Zhong pushed past the master of ceremonies, rushed onto the platform, and walked up to the microphone. The person holding the sign in front of the microphone didn't know what was happening, but still raised the sign with the contents of the speech script. Wang Zhong glanced at the sign and thought that following the original script was useless now. He had to turn the whole tone around. So he loudly said, "Everyone." The sound echoed over the entire state funeral venue.n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. After capturing everyone's attention, Wang Zhong raised the speech draft in his hand high and, with a swoosh, tore the draft to pieces and tossed it into the wind. Now everyone's curiosity was piqued. Wang Zhong began his improvised speech. Wang Zhong glanced at the royal viewing platform, mainly to see Olga, but it seemed like she was just assisting her father and happened to catch a glimpse of the Tsar. Wang Zhong continued, "Some of you may already know that Ivan and I were like brothers in arms. At the military academy, we used to play pranks on the professors together, and we were the worst students. I was the last but one, and he was second to last. The ridiculous things we did together would take days and nights to tell. I know my brother extremely well. His Majesty the Tsar, on the other hand, probably doesn't understand him as much." As soon as he said this, the whole crowd was in an uproar. Wang Zhong, ignoring the reactions of others, went on, "My brother indeed was very brave. He died a hero for his country. When I was setting out from Archsukov to stop the enemy at Araki, my brother came to see me off and asked me to take care of our sister, Princess Olga. Thinking back, he already had the intention to die. But if you say his generous embrace of death was because he was the crown prince, because he was a noble among nobles, then I, as Ivan's best friend, his most intimate brother, would be the first to disagree. To say that is an insult to him, to my brother? Why? Are nobles necessarily brave? In Upper Pinyi, the local nobles had run away without a trace, and what's more, they even left a loyal dog behind to prevent us from entering his distillery to take spirits for Molotov cocktails. In Luchtov, the nobles likewise fled without a trace. If you have people around you who have returned from the battlefield for a leave, ask them, and you'll hear loads of stories about nobles running away in the most disgraceful manner. Are nobles necessarily brave? Bullshit. The truly brave are the countless ordinary people. In Upper Pinyi, the gunner in my tank crew gave me a letter when he was dying, to be delivered to his mother. I delivered it, and the old lady calmly asked me which son had died. All 3 of her sons had gone to war, and each could have been killed. Even the old lady herself now stays behind in Archsukov. I believe she will fight the invaders in her own way until her last moment. In Luchtov, when I was trapped in a tight encirclement, all weapons were destroyed by vicious Prussians, and I could only crouch under a tank with a pistol, ready for a do-or-die battle. At that moment, it was the countless ordinary people who rushed out, annihilated the Prussians, and dragged me out from under the tank. Could all of them be princes? Echoes of his words drifted to and fro across the entire square. No, they are textile factory workers, mechanics from the tractor factory, milkers from the ranch, tractor drivers, farmers, and fishermen. If there's one common denominator to define their identity, it is that they are all part of the anti-people. These ordinary folks realized one thing: if they don't fight, their nation will perish. They recognized that if they don't fight, the enemy will not only kill them but also trample over their bones and say, "Look, these are slaves, n/o/vel/b//n.c//om." And so, they erupted with incredible courage. The brave anti-people have supported me, allowing me to fight until now, and my dear brother, as well as my father, were brave simply because they were part of the anti-people. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, he realized it was a bit far-fetched. Indeed, I'm not good at giving speeches. At such times, you just have to bluff your way through with momentum. Wang Zhong, they are children of the anti-mother, grown on the food from the black soil. They cannot ignore the atrocities of the Prussian invaders. So, they died heroically for their country, along with the countless ordinary anti-people. The names of those who died with them may not be passed down, as all the documents of the Southwestern Front Army have been destroyed. But they still chose to march forward without hesitation. Fight. To not be slaves. Not be slaves. Because of his excessive emotion, Wang Zhong's voice even cracked. He paused to give his throat a brief rest. A few seconds later, he began to speak again, as the close friend of Ivan Nikolaevich Antonov. No, as a brother, I am very sad. Similarly, as the son of Konstantin Alexandrovich Rokossovsky, I am also deeply saddened. These days, in the game room of the summer palace that Ivan used to frequent, and in the study of the Rokossovsky estate, I can't help but remember every little detail of the past and recall the faces and smiles of the departed. But I know, I'm not the only one who is grieving. Tens of thousands have already perished, and in the future, hundreds of thousands or even millions more will. Grief will spread across all the mountains and rivers, forests, and lakes of Anti. But we must still fight. Not for those medals or those honors, but for the day when this land no longer mourns. Wang Zhong saw Olga desperately wiping her tears, while on the other side of the grandstand, Lu Xia was also sobbing uncontrollably. He calmed his emotions and continued, "Just now, Colonel John Wick, the military attaché from the Federation, asked me how the war was going, and I said we would surely win. I say this not because I'm an optimist. I have 3 reasons. First, we have the right timing and the geographical advantage. This is our homeland. No one knows its temperament better than us. We know when it will turn into a damn quagmire. We know when the snow will bury us up to our waists. We are familiar with every swamp and every path. The enemy doesn't understand any of this. As soon as they entered our country, their vehicles got stuck because they were not familiar with the road conditions. I could strike them hard at Pini precisely because their heavy artillery got stuck behind and couldn't make it to the front. When I look at the Prussian tanks, I know they are not suitable for the mud because their tracks are too narrow. Look at our tanks' wide tracks, like a girl's large feet. They are made for running on this sloppy ground. Second, we have the people. The Prussians are slaughtering everywhere, but they will soon find that they can't kill all the civilians in the occupied areas because Anti is too vast. Solely relying on Prussia's population is not enough to fill Anti's wilderness, and if they kill all the people, they won't have workers left. Eventually, their supplies will not get through, roads will have no one to repair them, railways no one to maintain and operate. No, they can't possibly kill all the anti-people on anti-soil. But as long as they don't finish the job, the guerrilla fighters will appear in all the places they occupy, in the gazebos of Khazarla, in the forests of Livonia, on the ice fields of Novgorod. They will soon be in a state of paranoia, unable to sleep in peace as long as they are on Anti's land. And in front of them, our armies will continue to emerge endlessly. Even if they defeat 3 or 4 million of our forces, what then? 6 or 7 million will rise. And as time goes on, we too will learn the art of war, we will be as skilled in warfare as they are. Then, their once prideful exchange ratio will become mediocre. We will gradually annihilate them and reclaim our lost lands. Third, the Prussians are too arrogant, they have made too many enemies. The resistance in those countries they have conquered will never stop. General Dago's free caroling is fighting, the United Kingdom is fighting, Anti and the United Kingdom combined are several times stronger than Prussia, not to mention that across the sea, there lies a federation watching and waiting. One day, they will join the fight too. All the just forces of the world will stand with the brave citizens of Anti. Of course, of the 3 reasons, the first 2 alone are enough to defeat the Prussians. One day, we will march into their proud capital Plosiny and place the blade of judgment on the neck of that haughty Plothin emperor. Prussia will be destroyed. The brave anti-people will prevail. Hurrah! Wang Zhong raised his right fist high into the air. Everyone in the venue roared in unison, hurrah! It seemed as if the entire city was shouting, hurrah! Wave after wave of hurrahs soared into the sky. The terrifying roar of countless voices shook the concrete itself, as if thousands upon thousands of troops were sweeping across the land. Hurrah! Grand Patriarch Belinsky stood up and joined in the chanting. The generals on the grandstand looked at each other. General Tejinaya was the first to stand up, followed by the other generals and marshals, one by one. His Majesty the Tsar, helped to his feet by his daughter, looked at everything in front of him, the paranoia and madness fading from his face, replaced by bewilderment and panic. Olga, however, watched all this with a surprise, as if she had discovered a new continent. Colonel John Wick, the military attaché from the Federation, was flabbergasted. The Star of Victory, it seems it's time to return to the Federation. I wonder if the Ville de Vauctos to San Francisco is still sailing. On August 20th, 2 days after the national funeral and public memorial, at the logistics headquarters of the Reserve Army. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the Ordnance Department building, he saw several people replacing the signboard of the logistics headquarters of the Reserve Army. He stopped and watched them put up the new signboard, Western Front Army Logistics Headquarters. This has been changed to the Western Front Army Logistics Headquarters, but where is the Reserve Army Headquarters? Wang Zhong couldn't help but ask. It's still here. The Reserve Army and the Western Front Army have merged, and all logistics are now coordinated by Major General Chekhov, replied the lieutenant, who was changing the signboards, before finally glancing at Wang Zhong and snapping to attention and saluting as if electrified, General Rokossovsky. Wang Zhong, all right, don't be nervous, and stop shouting hurrah. I've had enough of people shouting hurrah every time they see me. It was a fact, now it seemed like the whole city knew him, and they all became as excited as if they had taken a stimulant whenever they saw him. His speech at the national funeral seemed to have been broadcast directly throughout the world, and the old and young men of Yafort had all gathered under loudspeakers to listen to the entire speech. Now, Wang Zhong was Yafort's top celebrity, the kind who could make headlines with just a sneeze. Of course, there were no such things as trending searches in this era, this is just a metaphor. The excited lieutenant asked, "Can I get your autograph?" Wang Zhong, all right, but you have to promise not to make a fuss and go around saying Rokossovsky is here, and then I'll sign. I promise. A few seconds later, Wang Zhong handed the notebook with his signature back to the lieutenant and headed inside. But he had only taken a few steps when he heard someone sharply inhale and the sound of papers hitting the floor, General Rokossovsky. Wang Zhong sighed. 20 minutes later, Wang Zhong finally managed to push open the door of the logistics commander's office. Major General Chekhov glanced at him and said, "Don't look so disdainful, this is your duty, which is better than reminding everyone that there are still hundreds of thousands of troops surrounded by the enemy. By the way, there is also bad news. The Northern Front Army has fallen back, and General Golikov's St. Andrew Fort Army is now fully engaged with the enemy." Wang Zhong, how are things looking? General Golikov is defending using the complex terrain, and for now, it seems the enemy's advance has been halted. Damn it, I'm a logistics commander, why am I discussing this with you? To understand the battlefield situation, go to the military command and look for General Tejinaya. What are you here for now? Wang Zhong, you said you haven't given me enough trucks and tractors. because it's not enough. I've already done my best to allocate them to you. Wang Zhong, I got 3,000 drivers from the church, although many of them are still in training and have not graduated. It would be such a waste for them to come and then find there are no vehicles to drive. Major General Chekhov, not a waste, we are short of vehicles all along the front. The Ordnance Department is producing tanks at full capacity. Wang Zhong, but there's a shortage of infantry for the tank units. That's not my department. I told you, I can only manage materials. If you tell me an infantry unit is lacking machine guns, I can help with that, and I can send extra to whichever infantry unit you mention. For example, you said Kashuk's 51st Army, guarding the downstream crossing point from you, was lacking machine guns, so I sent them 200 more. But if you want me to provide infantry for the tank units, that's something I can't do. I don't control that, you understand? You can only submit suggestions to the superiors and write up summaries of your experience. I do have a suggestion for you, though give your experience summary to Grand Duchess Olga, and maybe one day it'll filter down. Wang Zhong, I've done so. Major General Chekhov spread his hands, then there's nothing more to be done. Wang Zhong scratched his head, if you can't provide enough vehicles, then can you give me more mules and horses? No, Major General Chekhov refused bluntly. Wang Zhong, a straight up no? Not going to teach me any clever tricks this time. You're asking if it's possible. No, it's not, because your division is mechanized, and they shouldn't have mules and horses. According to the regulations, this could impede the mobility of the mechanized troops. As for a trick, well, there could be one. Think about who you are, and what your brother's status is. At first, Wang Zhong didn't follow, but he quickly caught on. You mean, I could organize my own mule and horse transport teams to go to the front? I didn't say that. But look, it's quite normal for the big nobles to be so enthusiastic and organize support teams for the front. Wang Zhong slapped his thigh. The anti-empire used the double-headed eagle as its emblem, and by rounding up or down, it was also Roman, so as a member of the Roman nobility providing mules and horses for frontline support, it was perfectly justifiable. He immediately stood up, ready to leave the headquarters, when Major General Chekhov said, by the way, could you give me an autograph? My son wants one. Wang Zhong was stunned. You have a son. Doesn't it look like it? Come on, give me the autograph. August 25th, Yafort train station. Wang Zhong was at the freight platform, watching the support troops he had recruited from the refugees boarding the train. Most of the mules and horses for this support unit were provided by his own ranch, while the refugees were mainly middle-aged women, inspired by Wang Zhong's speech. They had handed their children over to childcare education institutions for centralized management and education, and came forward to offer support themselves. The childcare education institutions had been established at the request of Wang Zhong, and the children were taken care of by the elderly maids of the Rokossovsky family. Wang Zhong had managed to obtain for them the status of hired civilian workers from General Tijanaya, with uniform clothing provided and a monthly allowance. This effectively solved the issue of insufficient logistics transport capabilities of the troops. Now, these civilian workers in uniform were herding the mules and horses onto the train. The train, apart from closed wagons and livestock cars for transporting the support troops, also had 8 flatbed cars. 3 of them were used to transport T-34 tanks that had been returned after repairs, 1 was used to carry a brand new parade tank, and the remaining 4 were all for transporting the freshly minted ZIS-30 self-propelled anti-tank guns. The ZIS-30 anti-tank gun looked like a big cannon had been forcibly mounted on top of a tractor. Just by looking at its shape, one could tell that it was a product made for emergency situations. But Wang Zhong didn't disdain it at all. In fact, he wanted more. In the game War Thunder, he enjoyed driving this vehicle to mess around and massacre newbies. The only regret was that this vehicle wasn't small enough. It couldn't compare with the tiny M56 when it came to fooling around. As soon as he got to Shostka, Wang Zhong definitely intended to teach his troops how to have fun with this thing. Setting up ambush positions and then running away, he couldn't be happier with the plan. He was overseeing the drivers summoned from the church as they loaded the vehicle onto a flat car when a man in a suit and another man with a camera hanging around his neck appeared. Excuse me, are you General Rokossovsky? The man in the suit asked, his anti-language noticeably accented. I am, and you are. I'm a journalist from the Federation's Hungry Lagoon Daily, and we plan to reprint your speech from the state funeral a week ago in its entirety. Additionally, we want to do an exclusive interview. Wang Zhong said, now, I'm about to return to the front line. At this point, the man with the camera spoke up, could you move a step to the left, please? That way I can use the tank and cannon as a backdrop. Wang Zhong had no objections to getting photographed, so he stepped to the left and even looked back to check. All right, he was perfectly blocking the gap between 2 rail cars, with the smaller ZIS-30 being transported on the front one, and a T-34 on the back one. The journalist from the Federation squatted in front of Wang Zhong and adjusted his position slightly to find a good angle. Please don't smile. Don't smile. Right, keep a serious face. It harmonizes well with the tanks and cannons behind you. The next moment, the photographer pressed the trigger, the flash emitted a sharp pop sound, spewing white light and quite a bit of smoke simultaneously. Flashbulbs were like that in those days. The photojournalist said, perfect, I feel like I could win this year's Pulitzer, Mike. The man named Mike, the text journalist, said, you see, If you have enough fame in the Federation, some things might develop in a way that's favorable for your motherland. Wang Zhong replied, okay, I will accept your interview. How about this, you get on the train and interview me there. This train will unload cargo when it gets to Shostka and then return on its own. You can come back afterward. The journalist responded, that works too. At that moment, Ludmila appeared. This time, the train doesn't have any freight cars, they've specifically attached a passenger car for us, and I've brought some fine tea and snacks from the estate. Before Mike could answer, the photographer requested, could you, madam, please take the general's arm. Ludmila was taken aback, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. The photographer explained, there are no female officers in the Federation at present and you are so beautiful, our readers will like it. Mike offered a wry smile, they'll certainly like it, a beautiful woman, a military officer with distinguished service, and the tanks in the background, oh, they absolutely love these. If madam could wear a sheath dress, they'd like it even more. Ludmila said solemnly, I am combat personnel, and like the male soldiers, I must wear cavalry trousers. A moment later, the second photo was taken, but the photojournalist didn't mention the Pulitzer. Wang Zhong teased, what, my Lucia can't win the Pulitzer. The photojournalist just smiled. Lucia said, let's get on board, gentlemen, the car is over there. The passenger car allocated to Wang Zhong by the train station's central scheduler was an extremely luxurious noble's private compartment. The desk in the compartment looked 100 times more luxurious than the old duke's desk in the Rokossovsky estate. Behind the desk, there hung a shield decorated with the emblem of a double-headed eagle. Seeing the compartment, Wang Zhong was dumbfounded. What is this? Have they given me the carriage reserved for His Majesty the Tsar? Before he could continue marveling, the photojournalist asked, may I have you sit behind the desk, as if you're signing documents? Wang Zhong replied, no, that might spark misunderstandings. But our readers like this. Wang Zhong had no choice but to sit behind the desk and pose as if signing documents. At this juncture, Nellie came in from the direction of the dining car, pushing a trolley through the door. Seeing the two strangers, she frowned slightly but said nothing more. Mike exclaimed, your life on the front line seems quite rich and varied. Nellie is my orderly, said Wang Zhong. As soon as Wang Zhong finished introducing her, the photographer crouched in front of Nellie and snapped a photo. Oh, fantastic, this boat cap and maid outfit, combined with her petite figure, our readers will love it. What's with your readers, seriously? Right then, the train's departure whistle sounded from up ahead. Text journalist Mike opened his notebook again. Shall we start the exclusive interview? Wang Zhong, wait a minute, I don't quite understand. If you're going to reprint my entire speech, why do you need an exclusive interview? The important stuff has all been said in the speech. Yes, it's all been said in the speech. That's why the interview will mainly cover some less important matters, reporter Mike laughed. Just then, a broadcast came from outside the train. Next, we will play a song composed by General Rokossovsky, The Holy War. Please listen. Then, a version performed by the Yefort Philharmonic Orchestra began to resonate throughout the entire station. Even the carriage where Wang Zhong was situated filled with the majestic music. Mike chuckled, let's start from this song. During the preliminary research, I found out that you didn't receive any formal education in music. But you composed this song that's destined to make history in music. Wang Zhong, about that, actually, the situation is like this. I just hummed a tune spontaneously on the battlefield, sort of like this. Wang Zhong immediately hummed a snippet on the spot for the reporter, but it was hard to hear clearly due to the music playing outside. Mike, it sounds. Wang Zhong, pretty bad, right? That's how it is. In fact, I hummed this song during a dinner that night, and the bandmaster fiercely mocked me for it. Mocked you? Yes, mocked. The song you're now hearing was written by one of my soldiers, named Vasily Vladimirovich Bradsky. His father is a music professor at the University of Yefort, and he himself has received the finest musical education. He composed this song based on the tune I hummed and the emotions I felt while humming it. Mike frowned, then why doesn't he take credit for it? Because he detests the thought of becoming a composer, due to a conflict with his father. I think he'll claim the credit one day when he comes to terms with it, Wang Zhong explained. At that moment, a whistle sounded outside the window, indicating that the train was about to depart. Wang Zhong stared at Mike, wondering if he would trigger the passive skill of journalism. However, the reporter from the Federation promptly shifted the subject. I heard that in addition to music, you also like writing poetry. Could you share some with us? Wang Zhong, what? Poetry. At that, Ludmila standing beside him said, he's probably referring to those twisted poems you recited at the salons. Now that your fame has risen, many ladies have dug out the poems you sent them. Wang Zhong suddenly had a bad feeling and asked, I can't quite remember what I wrote. What are those poems about? Ludmila laughed, don't worry, at least they rhyme. Wang Zhong began to sweat profusely. What does at least they rhyme mean? Could they be on the same level as the poetry of Zhang Zongchang? The kind that goes, Lake Daming, big and clear, lotus flowers are growing right here. On the lotus sits a frog, with a poke it jumps into the bog? Mike continued to ask, have you given poems to many ladies? Wang Zhong, yes, that's right. Just poems. Let's talk about the Prasen offensive instead n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Mike laughed. The offensive will always be the top headline, and readers who want to know will read about it. Our interview won't be on the front page. So, just poems. Ludmila, of course not. He also danced with them at balls, right, Elisha? Yes. Wang Zhong nodded. I like dancing. It's good exercise. Mike, I see. Do you often dance with the current crown princess as well? Wang Zhong, of course. I've danced with most of the young ladies in Yefort. It's socializing. And I also like to accompany the crown prince, being a good buddy of his royal highness. That's why many girls come close to me in an effort to get close to the crown prince. Just then, the train jostled slightly, and the platform outside began to recede. Mike kept questioning, your relationship with the crown prince is quite close, isn't it? Yes. At the national funeral, you publicly accused the Tsar of not understanding his own children, which is a very serious allegation. Does this mean that you think that Tsar is a derelict father? There it was, the smoke bomb. Wang Zhong calmly replied, what I meant is that His Majesty the Tsar is so busy with state affairs that he spends too little time on his children. Mike, but you have also repeatedly pointed out His Majesty the Tsar's mistakes in decision-making and army building on various occasions. Wang Zhong, that's my duty as His Majesty's loyal officer. Doesn't your country have loyal officers like me who will unhesitatingly point out the mistakes of the President or the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Mike, of course we do. But some think that you feel that Tsar, as a leader, is failing in this current situation. Wang Zhong, who thinks that? Can you reveal that? I have a friend at the tribunal who's very interested in this subject. Mike smiled and then asked, do you believe that the Tsar should bear the primary responsibility for the disastrous defeat at Arjsukov? Wang Zhong, the primary responsibility should be borne by General Skorobo, a spy for the Prasen Empire, who deliberately lost our army of 1,000,000. He deceived both His Majesty and the High Command. This was the official line, and of course, Wang Zhong would adhere to it. Mike, are you saying that no one else in the High Command should be held accountable? Aren't you worried about more troops being sacrificed? Wang Zhong, I think the High Command will learn from this lesson. Mike looked at Wang Zhong intently for a few seconds, during which the entire carriage fell silent. Outside the adjacent window, the city had disappeared, with the continuous countryside scenery swiftly passing by. The reporter switched to another question. You said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince entrusted his sister to you. Did anyone else hear this? Wang Zhong, does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. How do you understand that statement? Wang Zhong, Olga is our sister in common, and I believe His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would like me to fulfill the responsibilities of a brother on his behalf. Is there a possibility that he wants you to marry her? Asked Mike as he glanced at Ludmila. Wang Zhong, I understand my brother. He's a smart man and knows that a princess's marriage basically has nothing to do with love and is not something we can decide. The princess is an important resource, whether it's used for declaring allegiance or bargaining for crown inheritance rights, or even forming alliances by riding on big legs. It's extremely useful. That's what Wang Zhong, a player of peace society, thought. Mike, but what if? I mean if the anti-empire is no longer an empire but becomes a federal state like the Federation, then wouldn't marrying Her Imperial Highness the Grand Duchess be the best way to protect her? Wang Zhong, Lord Reporter, let's talk about the war situation instead. Alright, we have received information that you believe the Prasen Empire will start another offensive against the capital in mid-September. May I ask? Wang Zhong, where did you get this information? I have a friend at the tribunal who would be very interested in this. On August 25 at 2100 hours, Wang Zhong entered the headquarters of the 1st Guards Red Banner Mechanized Division in Shostka. Pavlov, who hadn't gone to the station to welcome him, saw him and said, you look so haggard. What happened in the capital? Popov, who had gone to the station to pick up Wang Zhong, answered, this is because he took a reporter from the Federation on the car and then got bombarded by him for 8 hours. Wang Zhong, don't mention it. Report to me the situation of the troops. Pavlov, currently, the progress of bunker construction is about 40%. Furthermore, we have relocated all the residents from the west bank of the Duva River to the east side, and we are currently using the mansions of the local nobles to accommodate these residents. The vacated residential buildings on the west bank have all been demolished and leveled. Now the entire west bank is bare, with a good field of fire. As he spoke, Pavlov pointed to the window. Wang Zhong came to the window and looked out, indeed seeing the open space on the west bank of the Duva River, with nothing obstructing the line of fire. Pavlov, of course, we left some inconspicuous items as targets for shooting, like the remnants of that truck. It's actually burned out from an obsolete truck. That's a target at 800 meters. Wang Zhong raised his hand to get a clearer view but realized he didn't have binoculars on his chest and stretched his hand to the side. Binoculars. A staff officer immediately passed a pair of binoculars to him. Wang Zhong took a look and, although it was beginning to get dark, he could still clearly see a strip of white paint at the inconspicuous location of the wreckage. Very good, very good. He just finished speaking when he suddenly reacted, turned his head toward the staff officer who had handed him the binoculars, Vasily. The young warrant officer smiled broadly, it's me. I'm now a staff officer at the headquarters. Wang Zhong punched him on the shoulder, you really surprised me, you rascal. Don't mention it. Vasily laughed. Wang Zhong, has your father come to see you here? Vasily's smile froze and then vanished at lightning speed. What happened? Wang Zhong asked with curiosity. Vasily, don't even mention it. He came, bringing 2 bottles of liquor intending to have a chat like friends with me. Wang Zhong, isn't that a good thing? That's a wish I can't fulfill anymore. Vasily shook his head, but that old man doesn't drink. After a few glasses, he started making a racket, ran out to the street, and began singing the Holy War. That would have been fine, but after singing, he started using a liquor bottle as a saxophone and played it right there on the street. Playing it would also be fine, but he didn't stay in one place. When he saw me approaching, he ran. He ran ahead, and I chased after him. Wang Zhong immediately pictured the scene and burst into laughter. Vasily grew impatient. What's so funny? I was so embarrassed. Even the naval infantry came out to laugh at me. Now the whole city knows me. Wang Zhong, isn't that a good thing, though? Now no one will talk about you carrying dung. I'd rather be carrying dung. Vasily stomped his foot. Now everyone in the room burst into laughter, and the atmosphere inside and outside the headquarters was filled with mirth. After the laughter, Wang Zhong sincerely sighed. Compared to the capital, I still prefer the atmosphere here. Here I can feel at ease. Everyone else was stunned, not understanding why Wang Zhong suddenly expressed such sentiment. At that moment, a staff officer entered. Colonel Harlamov of the 31st Destroyer Regiment has arrived. Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow. Harlamov? Isn't that the one who escorted me to Yafort previously? He's been transferred to the airfield next to us, in charge of air defense, said Pavlov. It's probably about the aerial reconnaissance photos that came out today. Wang Zhong, please have the colonel come in. Harlamov entered the room and saluted Wang Zhong first. Greetings to you, General Rokossovsky. Wang Zhong, how are you adjusting? After all, there are no capital soirees or girls here. I know about you pilots, always quickly hooking up with girls whenever you're on the ground. That's a prejudice, General. We would rather dance in the sky with the enemy than with the girls on the ground. Wang Zhong, and how did that dance go? Shot down 3, Harlamov said with a smile, and all of them were stuck as we caught at low altitude, just like you suggested. They often use their high speed after diving to escape, but we cruise at 3,000 meters to gather speed. Once we spot an enemy plane diving, we are faster, and a simple crossing can secure a victory. Wang Zhong, didn't their 109s engage with you? I didn't encounter any, but my squad mate Semyon said he took them down with a slight maneuver. Wang Zhong chuckled. The performance of the Yak-1 was far inferior to the Yak-3, but it wasn't a problem to take on the current 109s at low altitude. The key was low altitude. Harlamov, General, how are you so familiar with air combat? Because I play War Thunder, but sadly I can't say that, so Wang Zhong casually said. Vasily told me. Vasily was shocked. Me. Wang Zhong, another Vasily. He's in the flying club. Vasily, did he also pick dung? Wang Zhong was embarrassingly off topic, forcibly changing the subject. Where are the photos? The aerial reconnaissance photos. Harlamov took out an envelope marked top secret. Here. After submitting it to the intelligence agencies of the church and the front army, the church said they could give you a copy. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Wang Zhong, because I'm quite familiar with His Excellency the Grand Patriarch. Wang Zhong wasn't lying, he really was familiar. The Grand Patriarch even toasted to me. But everyone else clearly took it as a joke and laughed heartily. Pavlov took the envelope and passed it to Popov. You open it. If something goes wrong, you're less likely to crash and burn. Without hesitation, Popov tore open the envelope and dumped the photos onto the map table. Wang Zhong picked up a photo and then confirmed his cheat was of no use with photos. His cheat could only highlight enemies within his own field of view, and it had been like this from the start. So Wang Zhong gave up on deciphering those very blurry photos and directly asked Harlamov, is there anything notable? Instantly, Harlamov picked out several photos by their numbers. These are enemy supply depots discovered by reconnaissance, located at these places. Harlamov took a pencil and marked on the map the corresponding photo numbers. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Wang Zhong, can our artillery reach them? Pavlov picked up a pair of compasses and measured on the map. No, it's beyond max range. Harlamov continued, judging by the supplies the enemy is stockpiling at these depots, there are 2 main directions for their next attack. The first is here, and the second is the ford defended by General Kashuk's troops downstream. Pavlov, we have a bridge here, but the water is relatively deep. Even if the enemy uses technology to attack from the riverbed, it's difficult to pass here. But General Kashuk's position is shallower due to the dry season. They're likely under more pressure than we are. Wang Zhong nodded, then asked Harlamov, what about the enemy's troop deployment? Are there enemy defenses on the roads to these depots? Yes. Harlamov quickly pulled out new photos. Look, these are trenches. Clearly, there are already enemy forces in front of us. And this village, see here. He laid a photo in front of Wang Zhong, pointing at a courtyard. This is the enemy's truck, and here. It's clear that the enemy has occupied this village. Wang Zhong, can our artillery hit it? Pavlov picked up the compasses, but upon realizing Harlamov hadn't marked the map yet, he looked up at the Air Force Lieutenant Colonel. Harlamov wrote the photo number on the map. Tuhaka. Pavlov muttered the name on the map and measured with the compasses. We can hit it. We've actually scouted the area. There's a slight discrepancy with the map coordinates, but it doesn't affect targeting. Wang Zhong, you've actually scouted it. We scouted ahead before the enemy got here as you suggested when you summarized your experiences. Naturally, we took over when you were away. Wang Zhong, good, fire away. Wait, have we resupplied our artillery? Popov, a portion has arrived. Now, we have 18 operational 152mm heavy artillery. We've also received 1.5 base loads of shells. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, then opened fire. Pavlov immediately picked up the phone, connect to the artillery corps. In the barracks of the artillery corps, the sudden assembly whistle sounded. The transferred artillery operator, Dmitri, exclaimed, I knew it. As soon as the general returns, we'd be firing the cannons? And in the middle of the night, no less. The curious recruit asked, what are we blowing up? The enemy, was the reply. The enemy is here. The recruit was shocked. I didn't see them. Fool, we're hitting the enemy miles away, aiming to send them to heaven in their sleep. Hurry up, get moving. Pavlov hung up. The artillery corps needs time to assemble. After all, they are not in a pre-battle state. And it's so late now, many of the recruits have probably gone to sleep. Wang Zhong said, get them used to it as soon as possible. Any other intelligence? Harlamov reported, currently, our front seems to be facing enemy infantry units. We didn't see any armored units, that's all. It seemed that the efficiency of aerial reconnaissance at this time could only go so far. Wang Zhong pondered when he could take a plane ride himself and light up all the enemy positions. Looking at the map, he suddenly remembered something and asked, with enemy infantry on our front, is the railway to Shepetovka cut off? How will they manage their supplies? Pavlov answered, currently, the route to Bolsk is maintaining supply lines. And it looks like they will retreat in that direction, joining the Bolsk front army. Currently, the Duke is trying to break the encirclement, but with little success. The enemy has reinforced the front with infantry, and in the current state, it's unassailable. Everyone on site, except for the Air Force, knew just how powerful the Prasen infantry's combat strength was. Wang Zhong inquired, do we have contact with the enemy on our front? Our patrols have made contact with the enemy. Pavlov marked 2 crosses on the map, neither side gained the upper hand in the exchange of fire. Just yesterday afternoon, we also spotted a small motorized unit within sight of our bridgehead. The entire western bank was controlled by just 1 guard division in a bridgehead. Wang Zhong asked further, how's the construction of the bridgehead fortifications? They are permanent fortifications cast with concrete. However, the concrete needs time to harden, and if the enemy attacks right now, 152mm artillery could easily breach the bridgehead. Pavlov clicked his tongue. Luckily, the enemy won't attack right away. Wang Zhong deduced, the enemy's armored units should have completed their mission. They are currently resting and reorganizing. I wonder how long they need to recuperate. We expect the rest and reorganization to last until mid-September. Heinz Wilhelm von Mach of the 2nd Armored Cluster told Plothin Emperor Reinhard, we have 2 divisions that suffered heavy losses, with combat-ready tank numbers falling to less than 5%. This is all thanks to the notorious General Rokossovsky's doing. Von Mach saw His Majesty frown and immediately added, fortunately, after driving Rokossovsky's forces out of Araki, our battlefield repair units have fixed some of the tanks. We expect to restore more tanks in the next 30 days. The 2 heavily hit divisions' combat-ready tank numbers will recover to 50%, plus they have some redundant tank operators, just awaiting tank reinforcement. Those divisions could fully regain their strength. Having finished, Field Marshal von Bock immediately supplemented, the enemy abandoned many tanks on the battlefield, which can be brought back into service with minor repairs. This shows the enemy's logistics support is very poor, they have practically no repair capabilities. We can utilize these tanks, turning their weapons against them. Von Mach nodded, yes. The troops have already received some of the enemy's tanks, and they hold a high opinion of the heavy tanks, in addition to the T-34 tanks, which are quite good. However, they find it uncomfortable to use them without a commander and radio. They only want to use the platoon leader's tanks from among those. Additionally, the poor aiming devices and accuracy of the anti-people's cannons have been widely criticized. The Plothin Emperor shook his head, if these tanks are so deficient, how did they achieve such brilliant victories? Especially the heavy tanks, I've read many reports of them destroying large numbers of our tanks, which were ultimately taken down by infantry. Von Mach answered, that must refer to the KV-type tanks. At present, the troops' evaluation of these tanks is quite good, with no bad feedback except for serious mechanical failures. I've already sent a KV tank back to the Imperial Tank Research Center. To counter the enemy's armor advantage, we urgently need a type of heavy tank equipped with an 88mm cannon, and with armor comparable to the enemy's. The Plothin Emperor stood up, shaking his head, no, gentlemen. You are overly concerned. Although it took us longer than expected to eliminate Archsukov's forces, we have already heavily battered the anti-people. The elite anti-troops have been encircled and wiped out by us. Since the beginning of the war, we have destroyed 3 million enemies, and our army has exhibited surprising efficiency. Anti is now like an old house, merely needing a kick to collapse. At this point, Siegfried, the Grand Commander of the Asgard Knights, who had been silent, spoke up, Your Majesty, the enemy has just rallied the nation's morale with a national funeral. Perhaps making such an optimistic assessment is not very wise. Reinhard waved his hand dismissively, that's just a flash in the pan. One kick is all it takes to bring down this old, backward country, and its fertile lands will become the granary of Prasen. The blockades by the United Kingdom and Federation will fall apart on their own, we will gain everything we lack, oil, rubber, all kinds of minerals. In the end, we will emerge victorious, we will have the whole world. Siegfried touched his own red hair. Let's be cautious, Your Majesty. Anti is vast and has great war potential. Reinhard stopped. Yes, they do have great war potential, I know. That's why from the beginning my goal has been to destroy their will to fight. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The morale boosted by the death of the Crown Prince is only temporary. Without a new leading figure to support it, this morale will quickly dissipate. Unfortunately for them, a new leading figure has emerged, but they have not placed this person at the center as a symbol of spirit. This is our chance, Siegfried. According to reliable intelligence, General Rokossovsky is currently at Shostka on the Duva River, which is where we'll strike next. We will launch a pincer attack from both the south and north with 1.8 million men and 2,000 tanks, with Shostka right in front of the southern pincers. To eliminate him, I will reinforce the main force in the south, the 2nd Armored Group, with 2 more Knights Army divisions. Von Makey immediately raised his head. Thank you very much, I will surely not disappoint Your Majesty. Reinhard, you let Rokossovsky escape in the previous battle. But at the time you did not know he would become an important figure stirring the morale of Anti, and you also had the mission of advancing southward. Now, you can make up for that mistake. To help you accomplish your mission, I will also give you Otto Kranz's Brandenburg forces. This is a special force that played an important role in the initial stages of our invasion, capturing many key bridges. You should make full use of these troops to completely eliminate Rokossovsky. Von Makey stood at attention, his head held high as he answered, yes. After 20 days of replenishment, my group will start the offensive. I will finally fulfill my long-standing wish to lead the troops into Ekaterinburg Fortress. My revered Majesty, I request that this operation be named November Festival, to celebrate our total annihilation of the anti-road roller that has always threatened Europa. Reinhard shook his head. No, that would be too kind for an inferior race like Anti. No, we can't use such a weak name. This operation will be called Typhoon. We will eradicate Anti as easily as a typhoon, ending the war before winter arrives. This December, we will sign the surrender document with the enemy at Ekaterinburg Fortress, just as we did last May in Carolingian. Marshal von Bock and other officers stood up one after another, shouting, Long live Prasen! Long live the Emperor! Wang Zhong raised his head upon hearing the sound of artillery fire outside and approached the window. Unfortunately, he could not see the shells being fired in the darkness. Even when he switched to a bird's-eye view, he still saw nothing. In this view, the entire western bank was pitch black, meaning there were no enemy units. Wang Zhong, I wonder how long this calm will last. Vasily, the enemy won't be calm. By tomorrow morning, they'll be digging graves for their comrades who died in their sleep. Wang Zhong, we would do the same if the enemy artillery advanced. The good news is we have ready-made reinforced concrete buildings for bomb shelters. How is the reinforcement of the buildings on the east bank progressing? Pavlov, it hasn't started yet. The main priority right now is pouring concrete bunkers to get them to peak hardness sooner. However, we have reinforced some key buildings with steel. Wang Zhong nodded. Good. Also, we've brought a brand new type of artillery and a new type of self-propelled artillery. Gather the anti-tank artillery units tomorrow, and get them familiar with these two weapons as quickly as possible before the enemy attacks. Especially the self-propelled anti-tank artillery, we need to prepare specific positions and routes for their relocation. Popov frowned. You mean that unimpressive-looking tractor? That thing just looks like a stick tied on top of a tractor. And although I'm not familiar with artillery, that artillery piece looks different from all the ones we have. It looks more slender than the 76 gun, but the barrel is very long. It's like an embroidery needle. Wang Zhong, yes, an embroidery needle, and one that consumed a lot of production hours to create. The time it takes to make one of these guns could be used to make several 76 guns. But correspondingly, this gun has astonishing power and terrifying accuracy. Vasily laughed. Sounds good. Our anti-tank artillery troops have only pulled out the gunner. General, where did you get this gun from? Wang Zhong, no one else wanted it. They complained it wasn't tested. Everyone else was stunned. Vasily laughed. General, you're teasing us again. You blew all this smoke without it being tested. Wang Zhong thought to himself that he bragged because the gun had been tested in combat on Earth. He looked at Vasily. Tomorrow, we will test this gun. Vasily's smile froze. Wang Zhong, you have to understand that our armaments are very scarce right now because most of the factories are being relocated to the east, and even after the relocation is complete, it will take time to restore production efficiency. Because of that, we can only continue producing the flawed T-34 to replenish our forces and slowly expand the production of the highly praised parade tank. Harlamov, being from the Air Force, was puzzled when he heard parade tank. Parade tank. Wang Zhong, in order for a foot soldier like me with no tank training to command from a tank, my vehicle, number 422, was modified from a parade tank. But it turned out to show excellent combat performance. Harlamov blinked. Did you just say a foot soldier with no tank training commanding a tank in battle? Wang Zhong, I'm a foot soldier. Harlamov gasped. What? I thought you were from the armored troops. After all, didn't you kill 8% generals with a tank? 2% generals. Wang Zhong was almost tired of correcting this statement again and again, and one of them was actually killed by artillery. I see. But it's strange, war is really strange. One of the most formidable tank commanders from Prasen actually wrote infantry attack. Harlamov shook his head. Maybe one day you, a foot soldier, could become a marshal of the Air Force. Wang Zhong laughed heartily, but thought to himself, not to hide it from you, I'm a super pilot in War Thunder with over 1,000 enemy planes shot down. If my physique could handle it, I would definitely show you what an ace pilot is. But the planes now don't have ejection seats, and the rate at which pilots are shot down and die is too high, so it's better to honestly be a general on the ground. Though being on the ground isn't necessarily much safer than being in the air. At this moment, Nelly pushed the door open and came in with a cart. Snack time? Today's snack is yogurt, cheese and pancakes brought over from Fort. Harlamov's eyes widened when he saw Nelly. Why is there such a young girl here? She looks about the same age as my daughter, who should be in 5th grade. Nelly looked disdainfully at the pilot. I graduated from 10th grade a long time ago. Is that so? Colonel Harlamov was surprised. Vasily asked, you have a daughter? Of course, I carry a photo of them both as an amulet. Look. Harlamov took out a locket and opened it to show the photo inside to everyone. It was clearly a family photo folded to show only the daughter and wife. Pavlov was amazed at the photo. You're a lucky man. Wang Zhong, Chief of Staff, don't you also have a wedding ring? Yes, I do. But my wife, let's not mention her. The bear-like Chief of Staff shook his head. She's strong enough to go bear hunting in the mountains now. Wang Zhong joked, isn't that normal? Anti-women are eventually going to fight bears in the mountains. Nelly frowned, looking at Wang Zhong. Harlamov looked at the photo of his wife and shook his head. She probably couldn't beat a bear. She's a middle school teacher, quite delicate. She would get a sore back and back pains just from chopping wood outside in winter. After that, the church installed coal stoves for the city's intellectual families, and she has been thankful to the church for many years now. When she sits outside making coal balls in winter, she always tells my daughter about the past when they could only burn wood for warmth. Wang Zhong, isn't heating in winter now all done with fuel from Kubar? Harlamov shook his head. We can't transport it over there. It's better to use coal from nearby mines. Coal production was low before, but after the church took it over, production increased and now everyone can afford coal. Wang Zhong, I see. Harlamov continued. We were planning to move to Khazarla, but now Khazarla has fallen. Wang Zhong earnestly replied. It hasn't fallen. I still carry a box of it with me. As long as I'm alive, Khazarla will always have land that hasn't fallen, and that land is right beside me. Harlamov paused for a moment, then apologized. I'm sorry, General, And now, the Bolsk Front Army is still fighting. That is also Khazarlan territory. So to say Khazarla has fallen is not accurate, Wang Zhong corrected seriously. I'm sorry, Harlamov apologized sincerely. But Pavlov said, the situation for the Bolsk Front Army isn't great either, but if the enemy focuses mainly on attacking Fort for the rest of this year, they might get a chance to breathe. If the enemy wants to get the oil from Kubar, they will eventually have to attack Bolsk. Wang Zhong, no matter how much territory we lose, we will recapture all of it in the end. Definitely. Everyone else in the room unanimously said, of course. Nelly, do you want sour cream with your pancakes? Wang Zhong, yes. August 26th, 0500 hours, Shostka. With the help of Ludmila and Nelly, Wang Zhong dressed himself and, after taking a satisfactory look at his own reflection in the dressing mirror, nodded approvingly. Ludmila, today, I'm heading back to the unit. Wang Zhong, what about my hugs every morning? You can find Nelly for that? As soon as Ludmila finished speaking, Nelly took a step back, her displeasure evident on her face. Pointing at Nelly, Wang Zhong said, look, you've scared Nelly now. Ludmila laughed and gently ruffled Wang Zhong's hair. Lyasha, haven't you always slept on your own before? It's hard to go from luxury to frugality, you know. Lyasha. Ludmila simply called Wang Zhong's name, then gazed at him. Wang Zhong sighed. I'm just showing how hard it is for me to part with you. Shoot down a few more enemy planes, okay? With those words, he embraced Ludmila, allowing the girl to rest on his chest while he gently stroked her hair. After several dozen seconds, Wang Zhong reluctantly pulled away and said to Nelly, see Ludmila off. Nelly nodded. Wang Zhong turned and left the dormitory, speaking to Grigory outside, saddle Bucephalus and gather a competent squad, all armed with submachine guns. A reconnaissance mission. Grigory, flicking the cigarette he was holding to the ground and stamping it out, replied, I'll assemble the troops right away. Nov, L.B//JNN. Ludmila chased after him. Lyasha, as the commander of the entire division, why are you going on the reconnaissance yourself? It's precisely because I am the commander of the whole division that I must go on a reconnaissance mission. Wang Zhong patted his fiancée's shoulder. Don't worry, I have a pair of eyes that can spot the enemy from 2 kilometers away. This was true. Ludmila, but what if you don't spot the enemy? What if you get surrounded? Would you really be willing to hand over the troops you've trained so hard to someone else's command? At that moment, Grigory quietly slipped away, clearly not wanting to get involved in the couple's quarrel. Pavlov emerged from the division headquarters building, peeking over this way, and was promptly seized by Ludmila. Chief of Staff, talk to him. He wants to go on the reconnaissance himself. Pavlov, he pulled the same stunt at Araki, but when the enemy's motorized troops turned up near us, I wouldn't let him go. But now, our patrol units are still patrolling the western bank as usual, so it's fine if he wants to have a look. Ludmila was shocked. You support him going? If the commander personally scouts the enemy, it will greatly boost troop morale. That's what the military academy taught us, right? It has been like this since the days of Suvorov, Pavlov shrugged. Ludmila, but he is the last in our class. Before the words fell, Wang Zhong picked up Ludmila and gave her a nibble. Nelly couldn't help but comment, it's like gnawing on a pork knuckle. Wang Zhong stopped only when Ludmila pushed against his chest with both hands, and, as his fiancée gasped for air, he smacked his lips. Nelly, salty. Wang Zhong looked at Nelly. You're quite humorous. You flatter me, Nelly replied modestly. Wang Zhong looked back at the now recovered Ludmila and said, anti-women won't stop their men from fulfilling their duties, will they? Ludmila sighed. Yes, I'm just discussing the necessity with you. It's necessary, trust me. Wang Zhong looked her straight in the eyes. All right, go on then. Wang Zhong turned and hurriedly ran downstairs. Then Bucephalus appeared, snorting through the bit in his mouth, unable to nibble on Wang Zhong's head and instead blowing air around his face. Gently stroking the horse's neck, Wang Zhong asked with a smile, miss me? The horse whinnied and pranced its hooves. At this moment, Grigori and the assembled guard unit appeared. Mounting his horse, Wang Zhong nodded to a worried-looking Ludmila and was about to turn the horse around when Vasily appeared, carrying a captured field radio. I'm going too, otherwise if something happens, you all won't be able to contact division headquarters. Wang Zhong, that's fine. But why bring the captured one? Vasily, its battery is reliable, I just charged it this morning. Our batteries aren't trustworthy, and we'd have to carry a hand-cranked generator. Get me a horse. Grigori told a soldier, go pick another one from the stables, this one is for the lieutenant. The soldier immediately dismounted and handed the reins over to Vasily. A few minutes later, the small unit was ready. Wang Zhong waved to Ludmila and led the unit out of the division headquarters compound. Bucephalus, cheerful, sprinted particularly fast and soon galloped along the road to the riverbank. He then rushed toward the riverbed and started drinking at the water's edge. Wang Zhong, hey, you're too free-spirited, you know. Just then, the naval infantry patrolling under the bridge spoke to Wang Zhong, General, although it's the dry season, the middle can still be over a person's head. Crossing by swimming requires caution. Wang Zhong, are all the river sections we defend impassable by swimming? I only said to be cautious. We can swim across, armed with light weapons and grenades. I just don't know if the Prasen infantry has as good water skills as we do, said the naval infantry, tugging at his dark uniform to show a bit more of the sailor shirt underneath his collar. Wang Zhong thought for a moment, then asked, what if we were to spray the river with oil and set it on fire, would that stop the enemy from crossing? Certainly, it could. But think of the amount of gasoline that would require, plus it's a one-time thing. It's better to set up a few more machine guns. Wang Zhong, for use in a critical moment. I mean, when the machine guns aren't quick enough to block off the river. Then it's your decision, the naval infantry said. Really, there's no need to worry too much. With the river being so wide, the enemy would likely consider crossing over the bridge first. If not, they might use engineering troops to build a pontoon. Wang Zhong nodded. At that moment, Bucephalus finished drinking, neighed softly, and then started to run on its own, quickly reaching the stairs next to the river, then onto the riverside avenue, and finally turned onto the large bridge. The main body of the bridge was a railway bridge, consisting only of tracks without a floor, but there was a small path with wooden planks laid down next to it. Bucephalus ran along the path all the way to the bridgehead fort. The troops guarding the bridgehead fort saluted Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong stopped to look over the bridge surface, muttering, if the enemy sets up machine guns next to it to seal off the bridge, the troops on the west bank would be isolated. The soldier standing guard next to the bunker laughed, then the enemy's machine guns would have to withstand our artillery fire first. Look around, where is there any cover for the enemy to use? You might as well worry about the wooden planks on the bridge being lifted by the enemy. Wang Zhong turned his head and nodded, true, we'll replace them with iron plates and secure them with bolts. Then on behalf of everyone, thank you, Your Excellency, the soldier said. Wang Zhong then asked, are our supplies of food and ammunition sufficient? Enough to last about a week or so. You can rest assured. Wang Zhong nodded again, spurred Bucephalus once more, and the horse began to gallop. It was half an hour later when they encountered the enemy. And it wasn't the enemy's reconnaissance troops, but Prussian infantry stationed on the high ground. From a great distance, Wang Zhong had his troops dismount, leaving a few men in the woods to watch the horses, and took the rest to a spot a few hundred meters from the enemy position. Unlike the endless Khazarlan plains, this area had many trees, which made it possible to conceal their approach and engage the enemy. Wang Zhong switched to an overhead view to observe the enemy on the high ground. There was a platoon of enemy troops, and they were not in a state of combat readiness. Wang Zhong turned his head to ask Grigori, if we call for artillery fire, can you take the high ground with our current forces after the shelling? There might be a platoon up there. Grigori, my suggestion is to not use artillery fire, so as not to startle the enemy by hitting the grass. We can crawl over and launch a surprise attack. Those who followed are all veterans, and they're all equipped with submachine guns. We have the advantage in close quarters combat. Wang Zhong, okay, go ahead. Just as Grigori was about to crawl forward, he suddenly remembered something, turned back to a sergeant and said, "You stay behind with Lavrov to protect the general." The sergeant frowned. Doesn't the general have Vasily with him? Grigori, follow orders. You must not let the general die, even if you do, understand? Leave it to me, the sergeant saluted. Then Grigori led the men out of the hidden bushes. The sergeant left behind looked at Vasily. The sergeant major doesn't trust you, musician. Wang Zhong, musician. Ever since my dad went on a drinking rage, that's what they've called me, Vasily said with a bitter face. Wang Zhong, it's not a bad nickname. You are indeed a great musician. Vasily, stop making fun of me. I'm not making fun of you, Wang Zhong said, then turned his attention back to the high ground. With the naked eye, it was almost impossible to see where Grigori and his men were, but switching to the overhead view showed they had advanced to a spot separated from the enemy by only a row of hedges. Grigori was assigning tasks to his soldiers, inaudible in the overhead perspective. In any case, they spread out quickly, advancing towards the high ground in pairs. Grigori crawled to the vicinity of the enemy's machine gun position, and when the enemy turned away, he dashed out and quickly eliminated the two men at the machine gun with his knife. The other groups also began their movements, and in the blink of an eye, several sentries on the outpost were silently taken out. However, one of the sentries managed to fire off a shot before dying, alerting the enemy. Several Prussians immediately rushed out from Grigori's cover, only to be mown down by his submachine gunfire. A corporal following him threw a grenade into an opening, and the next moment, the blast wave surged out of the entrance. The others seized key positions and opened fire, the sound of submachine guns and grenades incessant. Grigori charged to the front of the enemy command post, sweeping two guards with a burst of gunfire. He then ordered the corporal to set up the gun as he held a grenade. Wang Zhong thought despairingly, "Don't do it, capture an officer?" However, Grigori had already thrown his grenade. Inside the command post, several were stunned, about to be obliterated, when the enemy commander's adjutant tackled the commander to the ground. Wang Zhong, good. Vasily. After the explosion, Grigori charged in first. The enemy commander drew his pistol, only to be kicked flying by Grigori. Facing the barrel of the submachine gun, the enemy had no choice but to surrender obediently. After confirming that the position had been captured, Wang Zhong personally led Vasily and two guards to the site. Grigori saluted Wang Zhong, "We've captured 15 prisoners, including one major. The rest are at most warrant officers." Wang Zhong, "Is there any medicine here?" "Yes, we have both medicine and bandages." Wang Zhong, "Shoot each of them in the shoulder, then dress their wounds with their own medical supplies, and order them to walk back to their base." Grigori nodded and turned to carry out the orders. He left a corporal behind, guarding the major they had just captured. Wang Zhong, "Vasily, it's your turn. Nov. L. B //JNN. Vasily went up and struck the major with his rifle butt. Wang Zhong was startled. "I told you to speak in Prussian." "Vasily, oh, right." Switching to Prussian, "The general wants to ask you questions." The Prussian major had just been struck by a rifle butt and was still dazed, and responded, in Prussian, "I demand prisoner of war treatment." Vasily, in Prussian, "What kind of prisoner of war treatment do beasts deserve?" At that moment, gunshots were heard from Grigori's direction. From this angle, the major couldn't see the disposition Wang Zhong ordered for ordinary soldiers, so he misunderstood, thinking they were executing prisoners of war. "Major, what you're doing is against international conventions." Vasily struck the major with the gun butt again, skewing his nose and causing blood to gush. In Prussian, "Shit, why didn't you mention international law when you were slaughtering our civilians? You should all be flushed down the toilet and drowned." Wang Zhong, "What's the situation?" Vasily turned back. "He thinks we're executing prisoners of war and is accusing us of violating international law." Wang Zhong, "Tell him that international laws are made for humans, none of which apply to beasts." Vasily immediately translated. The major's eyes widened. Wang Zhong drew his pistol and expertly chambered a round. "This pistol has been blessed personally by the Grand Patriarch of the Eastern Holy Church, Belinsky. It's perfect for executing Prussian devils." After Vasily translated, the major stared in horror at Wang Zhong's gun. "Please don't execute me with this gun, I won't be able to enter heaven." Wang Zhong looked at Vasily, who translated, "He says he can't get to heaven if he's killed with that gun. Tell him, he was destined for hell anyway." After speaking, Wang Zhong aimed his gun. The major rattled off a barrage of words at a rapid pace. Wang Zhong, "What's he saying?" "He's confessed everything, he just begs not to be killed with that gun. Even a bayonet would do." Wang Zhong thought how superstitious these people were and then said, "It all depends on his performance. Which unit does he belong to, and why did he come here?" After Vasily translated, the major immediately replied, "I am a staff officer of the 35th Infantry Division of the 9th Army Group's 337th Army. My division is stationed here, and I came to inspect the defenses." Upon hearing the translation about the 9th Army Group, Wang Zhong interrupted, "Who is the commander of the 9th Army Group?" "Vasily, who is the commander of the 9th Army Group." "It's Major General Walter Mendel." Wang Zhong frowned at the pronunciation. "Walter? Mendel? Does he like to tinker with peas?" Vasily was taken aback. "Should I translate this? I mean, the part about peas." Wang Zhong, no, I just asked subconsciously. Where is your division's headquarters? Where is the army headquarters, and where is the army group headquarters? Major, omitting the translation process, my adjutant's bag contains a map with all the locations marked. After Vasily translated, Wang Zhong immediately asked the corporal guarding the major, where is the bag with the documents? The corporal brought it out. Here. Vasily took it, opened it, and spread out the map. Wang Zhong couldn't understand the Prussian language on the map, but he could read the military symbols. A quick glance told him that there were simply no armored units on the entire front. If it weren't for the possibility of enemy 88mm guns and defensive Pak-38 anti-tank guns, Wang Zhong would have considered launching an armored assault to capture more territory. According to the map, the nearest armored battalion was 200 kilometers away. Wang Zhong, keep the map safe, let's retreat quickly to avoid complications. After making a copy of the map, submit it. As for this Mr. Major, knock him out, tie him up, and place him on a saddle. The corporal guarding the major laughed, I've got this, I come from a hunting background. I've tied up deer and put them on saddles before, and a man is much lighter than a deer. Vasily asked, aren't we going to call for artillery fire? According to the map, the division headquarters of the 337th is within our artillery range. Wang Zhong, if we shell them now, they'll take cover. Let's wait until nighttime. Vasily grinned, you're right. When Wang Zhong returned with his elite troops to Shostka's completely demolished western bank, he found many soldiers active on the western shore. They must have crossed on ferries. A ferry was docked next to the destroyed ticket office of the ferry terminal. These men were unloading concrete blocks from trucks. Wang Zhong rode on his horse past the spot and asked curiously, what's with this mound? The lieutenant who was addressed immediately saluted, reporting to the general, this is a target, the anti-tank artillery troops are going to fire at this mound soon. Wang Zhong, firing at the mound. Lieutenant, I misspoke, it's to shoot at the wooden target board set up on top of the mound, it's just that the target hasn't been mounted yet. The troops have already hit targets at 800 meters before, that vehicle over there, a perfect hit, so they sent us to set up a new target. As he spoke, the lieutenant pointed at the remains of the truck that had served as a target. Using wreckage as a target was indeed economical. He glanced at the remains of the truck, then turned to look toward the eastern shore, only to see a ZIS-30 stopped over there. From this distance, without a bird's-eye perspective, it was genuinely difficult to make out that small object. If they added some camouflaging brush, and set up fortifications, you might fear that without opening fire, the enemy couldn't see it at all. Wang Zhong put down his binoculars and asked the lieutenant who was setting up the target, how's the new equipment? Lieutenant, see for yourself, it pierced right through that rack, and with high precision, too. They aimed for the engine air intake and hit it squarely. And that's from over 800 meters? A 45mm gun might not have hit it. Wang Zhong, because it was so accurate, you've come to set up a 1,000-meter target now. That's right. As they spoke, the soldiers were mounting the wooden targets onto the mounds. Wang Zhong turned and ordered, first send that venison across the river, and we'll see how well the artillerymen do with the new weapons on this side. Yes, the sergeant in charge of the prisoners immediately nudged his horse's belly and rode towards the bridge. The major on horseback looked at Wang Zhong, seemingly sighing with relief. Wang Zhong thought without a trace of pity, in the hands of the tribunal, you'll wish you had been killed by my blessed pistol. A minute later, the target was set up, and the lieutenant said to Wang Zhong, General, you better come quickly, we should take cover a bit further away. Wang Zhong, you drive away, we'll just follow on horseback. Yes. The lieutenant and his men got into the vehicle and quickly distanced themselves from the target. Wang Zhong followed behind the truck on Bucephalus. Soon, they were about 100 meters away from the target when the lieutenant fired a signal flare from the cab of the truck. Lacking radio communication on both sides, they could only use signal flares to coordinate. Wang Zhong raised his binoculars, actually switching to a bird's-eye view, and saw the gunner on the ZIS-30 complete the loading and begin to adjust the gun's elevation. The aiming process lasted about 20 seconds, and then the 57mm gun fired. It seemed to be a bit quieter than the 76mm gun. A flash of light hit the target, the mound beneath it. A cloud of dust rose from the mound. The lieutenant, cursing under his breath, raised a yellow flag to signal the other side to cease fire, and then carrying the flag, he walked towards the target. Wang Zhong dismounted and followed the lieutenant, overhearing him grumble, had to show off like this? That mound is supposed to be the target. Upon reaching the mound, Wang Zhong crouched to inspect it. The shell had penetrated the mound and exited through the side. It appeared that the concrete mound had forcefully changed the shell's trajectory. Wang Zhong estimated the depth of the marks on the mound and was impressed. I fear no enemy tank could withstand such a hit. Lieutenant, I think so, too. After all, we directly pierced through the target using the truck just now. Even though the truck's engine had already been removed, it was still quite formidable. Wang Zhong, pleasing results. If we had more of these guns, not a single Prussian would make it back, the lieutenant sighed. But Wang Zhong could only smile bitterly. No doubt the 57mm gun was superior, but its production time was too long, and the rate was too slow. Desiring more meant hoping that Wang Zhong somehow had a system to conjure equipment from the void. Wang Zhong switched to a bird's-eye view, confirmed he had no such ability, and concluded he would have to make the best use of the 57mm guns he had. Wang Zhong gave another glance across the river to the ZIS-30 self-propelled artillery. After crossing the river, Wang Zhong went directly to the side of the ZIS-30. Among the anti-tank gunners were several veterans who had experienced the bloody Battle of Araki, praising the new weapon. If we had had this thing in Araki, coupled with the trenches we dug for the tanks, we would have completely annihilated the enemy's armored division. Completely annihilated. Wang Zhong, you can still completely annihilate the enemy's armored division now. The men turned their heads, then promptly stood at attention and saluted, His Excellency the General. In that moment, Wang Zhong suddenly wondered if there would come a day when the troops would only shout Yura upon seeing him. Just like a certain little man, the Carolus army would only shout Long live the Emperor at the sight of him. Just thinking about it felt quite stirring. Alas, Auntie probably wouldn't have it Tsar in the future. Wang Zhong, how do you like the thing I got for you? It's excellent, said the veteran who had spoken earlier. It's a pity we're only getting it now. No, this is a result of your struggles in Araki. The outcome of the battle in Araki has given me enough prestige to acquire such weapons for you. Wang Zhong looked at the men. Your valor has been recognized. Do you understand? Both new recruits and veterans displayed looks of joy at this moment. Having their struggle recognized is a great honor for any soldier. Wang Zhong, next, more ZIS-30s will be continuously sent from the rear. You need to familiarize yourselves with them as soon as possible. The enemy will arrive in no more than 20 days. Rest assured, General, the veteran sergeant responded on behalf of everyone. We'll make sure the Prussians can't return. In Jules year 914, on September 9th, at Shostka, the headquarters of the Anti-Army's 1st Guard Mechanized Division, it was 2,300 hours. Pavlov lifted his wristwatch and glanced at it. There probably won't be any telegrams tonight. It looks like Archsukov has finally fallen. The telegrams Pavlov referred to were the open code ones from Archsukov that had been non-stop since early August. Archsukov's codebooks had all been destroyed, leaving them no choice but to send messages in the clear. The content of the telegrams was very brief. Essentially, this is Archsukov, we are still fighting. For a while, Archsukov's radio station also repeatedly broadcasted this sentence over shortwave, and it could be picked up by all radios in Anti. But this broadcast had been interrupted for almost half a month now. Wang Zhong stood in front of a map, looking at the entire defensive posture of the Western Front Army, and said, Archsukov's resistance lasted long enough, which is good. The enemy's armored troops have been resting for almost a month, but the infantry has been continuously fighting. Popov interjected, the infantry of the 9th Army Group we are facing head-on along with Kashuk has also been resting for quite some time. I mean, if you don't count being shelled by us every night. At that moment, the sound of tearing through the air came from the sky. Wang Zhong, like an old soldier, didn't instinctively hit the deck when he heard the whistling. However, he still couldn't judge the falling points by sound alone. He could only switch his perspective and physically look at the place being bombed. Sounds like the train station is being bombed, he said like an experienced veteran. Pavlov replied, it should be. The main buildings of the city have all been reinforced, and they know bombing them won't do much good. It's better to take a chance on hitting our locomotives and the stuff that hasn't been moved out in time. After saying that, Pavlov laughed. Too bad we don't have a single locomotive at the station, as they all come and go within the day. Tell me, why don't these Prussian people change their tactics and bomb during the day instead? Wang Zhong spread his hands. Maybe it's because we bomb at night. Vasily interjected. Sometimes I really think the Prussians are terrifyingly rigid. It's these rigid guys who have got us to the point of losing our homeland. Wang Zhong responded, don't underestimate them just because of their stiff style. Just then, the phone rang and Pavlov picked it up, division headquarters. Can't you wait any longer? Holding the receiver, he turned to Wang Zhong, the artillery battalion is asking if they should return fire. Wang Zhong replied, return fire. But take it easy, we need to save some shells for the future battles. As Pavlov gave the order, Popov remarked, it's obvious that the enemy's supplies have improved, and they don't seem as tight-fisted with their shells as before. It looks like they've finally adapted to our domestic road system. Wang Zhong observed, it could also be that they've restored our railway system. Such a rapid recovery of the railway system can't possibly all rely on railway workers from within Prasen, at least not without them being subjected to a large-scale massacre. Popov clicked his tongue. How should I put it? Railway workers are the closest to the secular faction of the Eastern Holy Church. They've incited the people's rage by slaughtering peasants and then left the railway workers. Wang Zhong could already imagine how the hidden believers of the Eastern Holy Church's secular faction among the railway workers were causing trouble. Should we make a peasant's banjo and send it over as a sacred object? In this world, something powerful might descend, like a steel knife plunging into the heart of the Prasen Empire. At this time, the communications officer came over from the next room. General, a telegram from Kashuk's 51st Army. Wang Zhong commanded, read it. According to our reconnaissance, the composition of the enemy forces directly ahead has changed. We suspect that the enemy's 5th and 9th Armored Divisions have been transferred to face our front. Wang Zhong looked towards the wall map. Finally, armored units have been moved over. Pavlov added, yesterday's aerial reconnaissance also spotted the enemy's field repair factories, and the Air Force even carried out an attack. Although we didn't see any tanks, but the repair factories have moved up, right? N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Wang Zhong nodded. That's right. It's a pity that since our last surprise attack, the enemy has beefed up their defenses. Pavlov mentioned. Since then, the highest-ranked captured enemy officer has been a captain, and none have been caught with briefcases anymore. You've really given the enemy a long-lasting lesson. Popov said. Right, and you've made the enemy afraid to stay in buildings. As long as they're within range of our artillery, all the villagers' houses are empty, and the Prussian army doesn't even dare to pitch tents by the roadside. I heard Kashuk took a leaf out of your book, and on the enemy side of the military demarcation line for 20 kilometers, the rooms are all empty. Wang Zhong laughed heartily. That's mainly because there aren't any sturdy reinforced concrete buildings within range, at most brick houses. Look at us living in the big city, we're not that afraid of the enemy's shelling, right? Pavlov said. We're now guarding against the rain, with this advantage it's not surprising. But when we go on the offensive, will we also be afraid to stay in buildings? Wang Zhong elaborated. The enemy's firepower is different from ours, their heavy artillery only goes up to the army group level, they don't have campaign-level heavy artillery clusters. In fact, at the army group level, our firepower is much stronger than theirs. How do you solve that? Of course, with numbers. Concentrate the use of campaign-level heavy firepower clusters, send all the enemy's key nodes sky-high, and then you don't have to worry about the enemy's routine shelling. Pavlov asked. You're already thinking about campaign-level issues, are you preparing to become a front army commander? Wang Zhong replied. As long as the anti-people need, I can command a division, an army group, a front army. My personal honor or disgrace isn't important, what's important is to defeat those damn Prussians. At that moment, the phone rang again, and Pavlov answered it. Division headquarters. Aha. Engine sounds? Right now? Okay. After hanging up, Pavlov said to Wang Zhong, Brother Peter has heard engine sounds coming from the east, resembling a small plane. We haven't received any notifications from the Air Force, have we? Wang Zhong shook his head. Don't worry, it's our night bombers. Tell the troops not to be alarmed. Pavlov and Popov exchanged glances before picking up the phone. Connect to the anti-aircraft battalion. After passing down the message, Pavlov turned back to Wang Zhong. How did you know they were night bombers? Wang Zhong said. Vasily told me. Was it something I said again? Vasily sighed. Don't be like that, it's not fun. Wang Zhong, a friend from the capital told me. Actually, this was knowledge that transcended time and space. Pavlov, this friend of yours, she's a woman, right? A man, Wang Zhong corrected seriously. Don't make it sound like I can only be friends with women. At that moment, the sound of engines came from the sky, and Wang Zhong stood up, went to the window, and looked up. Actually, if one changed the perspective, they could see 6 Po-2 biplanes slowly flying over the city. The others also went to the window but saw no planes. Suddenly, the roar of the engines got softer. Pavlov, what's going on? That way they can glide quietly over the enemy's heads to attack, Wang Zhong explained. As soon as he actually saw the planes with his naked eye, he pointed up and shouted, Look. Vasily, really? Why biplanes? Are we so desperate that we have to use such outdated things? Wang Zhong, it's called making the best of what you have. What's wrong with biplanes? The bombs dropped from biplanes are just as deadly. Prussia's battleships can even be sunk by biplanes. You're right, aren't you, Bismarck? Vasily shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, you're bluffing me? Sometimes, General, you're as unguarded with your words as I am. You know you're unguarded with your words too. Jules 914, the evening of September 9th. The 2nd Armored Cluster Command of the Prussian Army. The red-haired Major General Siegfried stepped out of the car and furrowed his brows at the sight of the brightly lit command center. Isn't there a blackout? The staff officer from the Armored Cluster Command who came to welcome him laughed. Why enforce a blackout? The anti-people have no more forces to attack us with, and today we captured the Southwestern Front Army headquarters of the anti-army. Archsukov's organized resistance is over. The whole army is celebrating the event. Celebrating and blackout control aren't mutually exclusive, Major General Siegfried questioned. Whose order was it? General von Mackey. Siegfried could only sigh. All right, take me to the general. The staff officer immediately gestured invitingly. Siegfried followed him deep into the command center, to the presence of the general. Your Excellency, von Mackey, from today onwards, my forces will fight under your command, Siegfried stated. Von Mackey glanced at Siegfried and smiled. I don't deserve such courtesy. We are all but troops under the Tsar's command, merely fighting side by side. Major General Siegfried, a unified command helps avoid missing strategic opportunities. Please command me as you do the other army commanders under you. Don't worry, I will, the general said as he approached the map. We already have 2 armored divisions deployed downstream of the Duva River, with 4 infantry divisions supporting those 2. Of course, the battlefield front isn't expansive enough for such a large force, so the infantry will have to wait for the armored divisions to break through the crossing point before following up. Siegfried, are the modifications for the stealth crossing of these 2 divisions complete? General Mackey, we are expediting the process, and it's expected to be completely done by September 19th. Taking account of other supplies, and the accumulation of ammunition, we plan to launch the attack on September 20. Siegfried nodded. My forces will deploy at the Shostka front. My armored grenadier division is equipped with the latest amphibious tanks. Additionally, the Brandenburg troops will be parachuting behind enemy lines, along with Duke Mayer's 100th Airborne Division. Just as General Makey was about to respond, a stone crashed through the command center's window. Everyone turned their heads to look at the broken window, and the next moment, an explosion occurred. The staff officers nearest the window were instantly hit by shrapnel. Everyone else dropped to the floor at once, except for General Makey and Major General Siegfried. At that moment, the anti-aircraft guns began firing outside, and the alarm sounded. General Makey exclaimed angrily, "What's happening?" "Air raid, Commander," someone responded. Major General Siegfried, "It seems, General, that the anti-people have found a way to attack your headquarters. It might be wise to practice blackout control after all." The general shook his head. "No, this attack precisely shows that the enemy is at their last gasp. We should meet them with heads high, and secure our victory. Major General Siegfried, in 2 months' time, we shall be at the Tsar's summer palace, accepting his surrender." Jules 914, September 19, Shostka, headquarters of the 1st Guards Mechanized Division, 2,200 hours. A captive was brought into the division headquarters by a forward scouting squad. The headquarters staff collectively sized up the captive. "Pavlov, this uniform, doesn't it look a lot like the ones we encountered in Araki, that kind of opulent division? The one with especially abundant equipment, where even the Mark II tanks are scarce, and they're all equipped with Mark IIIs and IVs. Wang Zhong, the Asgard Knights Division, the Plothin Emperor formed it to strengthen his political base, independent of the military department's control." "Ah, right, that's the name." Pavlov nodded, "But is it just my mistaken impression? Last time we engaged them, it seemed pretty easy." "Popov, the first 2 days were easy because the pressure of the enemy attack was on the forces of Duke Myshikin. On the 3rd day, we encountered the enemy's main force, and we were immediately routed." "Wang Zhong, your words are not accurate. What do you mean routed?" "We maintained our formation and got out. But let's talk about the matter at hand. Vasily." Vasily stepped forward briskly and punched the captive in the face, causing the captive's nose to bleed. "Oh," Vasily put on an expression of a simpleton, "you mean you want me to translate, right? Damn it, you just wanted to throw that punch? Stop pretending already." Popov frowned. "It's not acceptable to beat a captive without authorization, Vasily. Doesn't the judge also hit them?" Vasily retorted sarcastically. "Popov, when the judge does it, it's part of the job, but if you hit him, you'll be assigned to dung duty." "Vasily, worth it." After speaking, he punched the captive again and then turned to ask Wang Zhong, "What do you want me to ask?" Wang Zhong, "Ask which unit he belongs to and who his commander is." No sooner had Vasily translated than the captive began to prattle, simultaneously exhibiting a look of pride while speaking. "Vasily," he says, "your anti-army is being wiped out like pigs, and millions of troops can't even fight as well as wild boars. I didn't add fuel to the fire," that's what he said. The enemy looked at Wang Zhong with a provocative gaze and continued to babble. "Vasily, he says he recognizes you, all the troops have been given your photo. Capturing you, dead or alive, would grant anyone the title of a count." Wang Zhong frowned. "Am I that famous? Tell him to show me the photo of me." Vasily spoke a few words to the enemy. At this moment, the escort said, "Here, we found it when we searched him, for you." While speaking, the escort held up an image for everyone to see. It was taken by a Federation journalist, clearly removed from a Federation newspaper, hence the image was somewhat degraded, but Wang Zhong's face was still recognizable. Wang Zhong was standing in front of a ZIS-30 and a T-34 tank, with a stern look on his face. "They actually made me look quite handsome." Wang Zhong was astonished, reaching out for the photo. "Come on, give it to me, I need to flaunt it in front of Lucia." Pavlov took the photo from the scout, checked it, and passed it to Wang Zhong. "It does have quite an imposing presence." Wang Zhong looked at it and remarked, "No wonder the photographer boasted they could win a Pulitzer." "What's a Pulitzer?" Vasily asked. Wang Zhong, "An award established by a big con artist." At this point, seeing that he was being ignored, the captive rattled on more. "Vasily, he says his only regret is that he won't have the chance to capture you. But it doesn't matter, his comrades will capture you and kill you. Can I hit him now?" Wang Zhong spread his hands. "Since you've applied, of course, I have to say you can't hit him." No sooner had he spoken than Nelly pushed the door open, click-clacked her way to the captive, and landed a kick to the captive's groin. The captive let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. After all, he was kicked by the very hard toe of a maid's shoe, and his eggs might have been scrambled for good. Everyone else hadn't reacted yet, staring blankly at Nelly. Pavlov was the first to react, turning his head to ask Popov, "What do we do about this?" "Popov, servicemen are considered employees of the unit, the same as laundry workers in essence. We can only criticize and educate, at most confine them to barracks." Just as Wang Zhong was about to give his exclusive laundry worker a piece of his mind, he heard the captive ranting in fury. "Vasily, he says you or us will die tomorrow. The Prasen Empire's new weapons will crush you, and there will be paratroopers coordinating the attack, the Empire's largest-scale assault operation." Vasily hadn't finished translating when the captive broke into hysterical laughter, then made a throat-slitting gesture and rattled off more. "Vasily, he said that our death is imminent and the entire ante will be finished before this year's National Day. Then every person involved in the conquest will receive a huge manor." Wang Zhong and the others exchanged glances. "Popov, a feint. Pavlov shook his head. No, our reconnaissance does indeed indicate that the enemy is about to attack, and as for timing, they must attack now. If they delay any longer, it will start to rain. There are 2 muddy seasons in Anti every year. One is in spring when the snow starts melting, and the ground becomes exceptionally muddy, lasting from March to June. The second, which is shorter, is the late autumn rainy season, when the land becomes exceptionally muddy, and rivers enter a brief period of high water levels. Pavlov, after it rains, the water level of the Duva River will rise to at least the 3rd mark on the hydrological pillar by the bank, making it difficult to cross the river. And after the high water season, the naval gunboats can move upriver. Are they really planning to have tanks and gunboats exchange fire? Wang Zhong, so what he said is true. They'll attack us tomorrow, and there are also paratroopers. Get Major General Kiriyenko on the phone at the rear. Pavlov immediately picked up the receiver, connecting to Major General Kiriyenko. It's the Army Group headquarters? Hello, I am Pavlov, Chief of Staff of the Guards 1st Division. We just received new information. Please have Major General Kiriyenko take the phone. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Moments later, Pavlov handed the receiver to Wang Zhong. The general is on the line. Wang Zhong took the receiver. Major General Kiriyenko, I have some new information here. We captured a prisoner who said that the enemy will launch an attack tomorrow, with paratroopers landing behind our division. Kiriyenko, what scale of paratroopers? Behind you is the position of the 331st Division. They are tasked with protecting the railway lines. Wang Zhong pressed the receiver, turned to Vasily, and said, use reverse psychology on him, try to get him to reveal the scale of the airborne troops. Vasily, in Prasen language, you won't succeed. Our rear forces are strong and can easily crush your airborne troops. Those paratroopers will achieve nothing but provide us with more combat achievements. The captive laughed loudly and spouted a bunch of words. Vasily, he said it, the 100th Paratrooper Hunter Division, and everyone speaks of another special force unit. Wang Zhong, Kiriyenko, the enemy is probably 1 Paratrooper Hunter Division and a special force unit of unknown size. I estimate the special forces will be wearing our uniforms, speaking anti. The last sentence was added by Wang Zhong, based on Earth's war history. Kiriyenko clicked his tongue, the same old deceit and infiltration tricks, huh? Okay, I have an Inquisitor-led internal guard division here, I'll send them, they're professionals. Wang Zhong, there are also tank units. The enemy light infantry has no anti-tank weapons in the plains, tank units can eliminate them. I'll have the tank units on standby as reserves ready to move out. Have you contacted the Air Force yet? Just about to, but I only have the Yak-1 fighter regiment here, and they probably can't intercept the enemy's airdrop planes at high altitude. We need MiG-3S. I'll handle that notification. Kiriyenko out, and with that, he hung up. Wang Zhong gave the receiver back to Pavlov. Call Kashuk again, the attack can't only be targeting us. The 51st Army will also be attacked. And call the airfield, tell them to prepare for emergency takeoff tomorrow morning. We might face enemy air raids. I need Yak-1S to protect our heads. The ZIS-30 is particularly vulnerable to the Air Force because it's completely unprotected. Even if the aircraft doesn't drop bombs, just strafing could kill the gunner operating the big gun. If a Stuka was to drop a 500 kilograms bomb, landing it within 50 meters of the ZIS-30, it could knock it out of action. Apart from the 500 kilograms bomb, the little potato from the 50 attack is also formidable. That's the price of an open-topped vehicle. Of course, the ZIS-30S under Wang Zhong's command may not be that afraid of enemy air raids because these days, Wang Zhong has ordered his troops to construct many shelters for ZIS-30S along the riverbanks. They opened holes in the side of buildings facing away from the river, allowing the ZIS-30 to go in. From there, the windows facing the river became natural firing ports. And as long as they don't stick the barrel out, firing from inside the building, the enemy might not even spot them. Despite these preparations, having Air Force cover is still better than none. If the Stuka can precisely drop a 500 kilograms bomb, it will inevitably cause massive casualties on the ground. After making several calls, Pavlov finally relayed all the orders, then looking at the phone and then at Wang Zhong, he suggested, I suggest you go and get some sleep now, so you will be ready to command us when the battle starts. Wang Zhong looked towards the prisoner and said to Vasily, find a way to make him tell us the time of attack tomorrow. Vasily immediately used his reverse psychology technique. The prisoner revealed a contemptuous smile and said a bunch of things. Vasily, he says that even if we know, we can't do anything about it. The attack will begin at 4:30 in the morning. Wang Zhong and Pavlov exchanged a look. In fact, if it weren't for such occurrences in Earth's history, Wang Zhong would definitely suspect this man was a spy. In Earth's war history, the Stern Tiger prisoners, because of their overconfidence, completely divulged their plans, thus giving the Soviet army time to prepare. Wang Zhong, then at 4 o'clock, will launch counter-bombardment preparations on the enemy assembly area, trying to delay the enemy's attack time to 9 in the morning. That way, they won't be able to coordinate with their airborne troops. Pavlov nodded, that can be done. You better hurry and get some sleep. Have Nelly wake you up at 3. In September of 914, at 0330 hours, Wang Zhong arrived early at the division headquarters bunker. Clutching a large steel cup, Pavlov saw Wang Zhong enter and asked, fancy some tea? Today is likely to be a long day. Wang Zhong, no, I'll pass on your tea. Nelly, make me some tea. Popov, me too. Nelly promptly left. Wang Zhong picked up the binoculars and went to the bunker's observation window to look outside. The field of view from this observation window was much worse than the one from the windows of the division headquarters map room, but Wang Zhong had a cheat. A simple switch of perspective granted him a clear field of vision. In the dim morning light, the West Bank was silent. Even with Wang Zhong's cheat perspective, there were no highlighted units. Wang Zhong, is the enemy completely foregoing reconnaissance? Pavlov answered, after you went to sleep last night, there were enemy reconnaissance squads. Didn't you hear the machine gun fire? Wang Zhong shook his head, then realized something. You didn't sleep. Pavlov, I did for a bit, about 2 hours. Don't worry, it won't affect my ability to perform my duties. I'm the chief of staff, much of my work is mechanical, and sometimes it's sufficient to leave it to the staff officers. Wang Zhong involuntarily switched back to using his own eyes to look at Pavlov's dark circles. This is really worrying. At that moment, Nelly came in with a large platter not only containing teapots and cups but also some pastries. She placed everything on the map table. Wang Zhong, don't put it on top of the detailed fortification map, put it on this one. We won't be using the overall front line map today. Nelly shifted the platter and then poured Wang Zhong a full cup of hot tea. Popov handed over his own teacup. More for me. Nelly poured all the tea from the pot into his cup, then walked away with the empty pot. Vasily, well now, there's none left for the rest of us. Wang Zhong laughed and continued to observe the West Bank. Suddenly, in his bird's eye view, enemy reconnaissance troops appeared on the West Bank. Wang Zhong, here they come. Vasily hurried to a nearby gunner's scope. Where? I don't see anything. Wang Zhong, phone, connect to the anti-tank battalion. Pavlov immediately picked up the receiver and shouted anti-tank battalion, then handed the receiver to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong took it, just as he heard a voice from the other side, anti-tank battalion, go ahead. Enemy reconnaissance troops have appeared on the opposite bank. I'll have the bridgehead fire illumination rounds, you load up the howitzers. Don't use towed guns, let ZIS-30 fire and then relocate after engaging. Understood, ZIS-30 to fire and relocate after engaging. Having said that, Pavlov had already used another phone to reach the bridgehead, fire the illumination rounds, take care not to expose the MG positions, engage with individual weapons. 10 seconds later, an illumination round soared up from the bridgehead, illuminating the enemy scouts crawling forward on the opposite bank. The ZIS-30S, deployed in position number 7 on the riverbank, opened fire immediately, and high explosive shells burst open upon the flat terrain of the West Bank. Subsequently, gunfire burst out like popping beans, all from rifles. Unfortunately, the light was poor, and the distance to the enemy was too far, limiting the accuracy. The second round of high explosive shells arrived. After the first wave's adjustments, this round landed directly in the center of the enemy, sending them tumbling to the ground. Then they began to retreat. Popov had also arrived at the bunker's observation port and was watching the other side with binoculars. They're only conducting reconnaissance now, isn't that a bit late? Could the enemy be falling into a state of complacency? Think about the behavior of the prisoner we captured yesterday. Wang Zhong, isn't that a good thing? Arrogance leads to defeat, let's leave them strewn across the battlefield today. Pavlov joined the conversation. I'm more concerned about the bridgehead. If you ask me, we might as well pull our men back and blow the bridge. Wang Zhong, then the enemy would disperse along the riverbank, and it would be harder for us to eliminate them efficiently. Our purpose in leaving this bridge intact is to draw the enemy's attention and inflict maximum casualties, and the bridgehead is the bait we've laid out. After speaking, Wang Zhong took a sip of tea then reached for a pastry, only to find that they were slices of cucumber. Wang Zhong, where are the pickles? Vasily, we opened all of them a few days ago to use the lids as fake landmines. We discovered something. Real mines would detonate upon being hit by enemy artillery, but the lids of pickle cans don't, so we buried them shallowly. After an artillery attack blows away the soil on top, the enemy engineers have to come and deal with the mines. Nov. L. B /JNN. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily, not bad, musician. This clever use is pretty good. Vasily, on hearing the nickname musician, showed a face as if he had eaten a. Vasily, sure, anything as long as I don't have to write music. At this moment, the alarm clock on the table went off. Nelly had just carried in a new tray of tea when she was startled by the alarm clock. Pavlov stopped the alarm clock. Is it time to start the counter-fire preparation? Wang Zhong looked at the time. Let's start. Pavlov picked up the phone receiver. Connect to the artillery corps. Artillery corps, begin firing. Major General Siegfried Gelais had just arrived at his own forward command post when he heard a sound like rolling thunder in the distance. He frowned and asked his adjutant, what's going on? The adjutant replied, I'll find out right away. The adjutant, who was much older than Siegfried, turned and left. Within the Asgard Knights, it was common to see commanders younger than their subordinates, reflecting Emperor Reinhard's will to replace the old Junker officer corps rapidly with new, younger officers more familiar with the latest military technology. Ironically, without these Junker officers, the massive military machine would grind to a halt. Even in the Asgard Knights, which aimed to employ as many officers of civilian background as possible internally, this was true. In Reinhard's plan, the whole blood transfusion process was to last 10 years. By the time the blood transfusion was completed, Prasen would have set foot on Federation land, becoming the true world hegemon. The adjutant returned quickly. The enemy is shelling our assembly areas and supply centers. Siegfried, is it the usual shelling? Unlikely, the timing is wrong. Plus, the enemy didn't shell last night, resulting in many people not sleeping well. Siegfried frowned deeply. Has our attack plan been exposed? Possibly. The soldiers have been openly talking about quickly annihilating Anti and spending New Year's Day in Yefort. It's possible that the enemy captured some prisoners who relayed this information. Siegfried, can our artillery suppress the enemies? Yes, aerial reconnaissance has located the enemy's artillery positions. Siegfried, then open fire. Pavlov was the first to look up. This whistling sound is wrong. Wang Zhong looked puzzled. Since the beginning, all he had heard was the whistling of their own artillery shells flying over, and he was unable to distinguish which was wrong. However, the sound of explosions came from behind them, and Wang Zhong quickly shifted his perspective, seeing the enemy's shells continuously falling. They were falling on the fake artillery positions made of wood and camouflage nets. Did you not expect that? Not shooting down your scout planes was so you could see the fake positions. This is called deception in warfare. You Prussians have much to learn. Sun Wu of series is way ahead of you. Without any cheats, Pavlov could only make phone calls to confirm where the enemy was bombing. It took him 3 calls to get accurate information, which he reported to Wang Zhong. The enemy is bombing our fake artillery positions. Wang Zhong, add a meal for the deception troops today. Have them quickly set up new fake positions after dark. Vasily muttered, fake artillery positions, fake landmines. Rokosov's warfare is all about fakes. Wang Zhong, this is called deception in warfare. The enemy is stronger than us, so we have to use our brains to fight them, understand? After speaking, Wang Zhong realized, damn it, the fake landmines weren't even my doing? Before he could explain to Vasily, the phone rang again. Pavlov, as usual, picked it up. Headquarters. How many planes? Has the Air Force been notified? Good, understood. After hanging up, the bear-like chief of staff told Wang Zhong, Brother Peter heard a lot of 3-engine transport planes, probably paratroopers. The Air Force has been informed and is taking off to intercept. Wang Zhong, 3-engine transport planes, Junkers 52, right. Vasily exclaimed, General, you really know your Prasen weaponry. Wang Zhong thought to himself that of course he did. Most military enthusiasts were initially drawn in by German military wear, and over time they gradually shifted to other types of military hobbies. Hence, most enthusiasts were quite familiar with Sturmtiger's equipment. Wang Zhong, I've long been aware that we would inevitably clash with Prasen, so I've made it my business to covertly learn about them. The others at headquarters exchanged glances, tacitly not mentioning the least favorite topic. Even Nelly didn't bring it up. Just then the phone rang again. After Pavlov answered, he reported to Wang Zhong, the anti-aircraft observation post has spotted enemy planes flying in this direction. As he spoke, he drew several lines on the map with a pencil. Wang Zhong, it looks like the drop zone is between Karlinka and Seneca. Call Army Group Headquarters, notify Kiriyenko. As Pavlov made the call, Popov said, the tribunal's internal security forces will take care of them. They are better equipped than the regular infantry and are all soldiers of steadfast faith. Plus, they now have tank support. Wang Zhong, I trust Kiriyenko. I had a heart-to-heart with him at Yefort. He's a commander you can rely on. Popov stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds. Is that so? Just then, the enemy's preparatory artillery fire against the defenses officially began. The heavy artillery shells sent dust drifting sparsely from the bunker's ceiling, which had been well built for just over 20 days. The enemy's artillery preparation continued until 7 o'clock in the morning. Unlike the previous artillery preparations, this time Wang Zhong and the others sat on chairs and endured the barrage. After all, the bunker was well constructed, posing little danger unless it was directly hit by heavy artillery. A direct hit might also be harmless, considering the bunker was topped by an entire building reinforced with steel and concrete, having been converted from an original basement. Wang Zhong looked out from the observation post. By now, the sun had risen, offering an unobstructed view of the entire West Bank, where no figures could be spotted, with or without the help of cheats. Vasily monopolized the artillery periscope and after a long watch commented, It's so quiet, I can't hear any enemy tank engines at all. Even Brother Peter had not heard the engine sounds, which meant the enemy was likely confounded by the counter-artillery preparation. Just then, the telephone rang. Wang Zhong said, It's probably Brother Peter. He must have heard the tank engines and is calling to notify us. Pavlov picked up the phone. Division headquarters, what's the situation? All right, keep monitoring. After hanging up, he turned to Wang Zhong and said, The reserve force standing by at the rear reports gunfire to the east, but it's not particularly intense. Wang Zhong said, It's the enemy paratroopers. Tell them to stay alert. And remember to call Kiriyenko at noon and ask about the progress in clearing out the paratroopers. No sooner had he finished speaking than the phone rang again. Pavlov picked up the receiver. Division headquarters. Okay, got it. After putting down the receiver, the chief of staff looked up at Wang Zhong and announced, Here they come, the sounds of engines. Wang Zhong ordered, Follow the original plan. Artillery battalion, begin firing. Pavlov picked up the receiver he had just put down again. Suddenly, Nellie whispered, "The chief of staff looks like a bear eating fish." Wang Zhong, who had wanted to peek through the observation window, turned his head upon hearing Nellie's comment and burst into laughter, seeing that Pavlov indeed resembled her description, with the receiver as the fish, being gnawed at by Pavlov single-handedly. Unaware of Nellie's murmur, the chief of staff gave a loud command, "Artillery battalion, execute fire mission, commence interdiction fire." Instantly, Wang Zhong heard the sound of artillery shells flying overhead, but unlike last time, he could also hear their explosions on impact. The sound rolled in like thunder from the horizon. Pavlov was about to leave the phone and join Wang Zhong at the observation post when the phone rang again. After answering, Pavlov said, "The lookout has spotted dust clouds. Enemy tanks are approaching." Wang Zhong hurried to the observation window to take a look outside. However, given the low position of the division headquarters bunker, he couldn't see anything, neither the dust clouds nor the explosions from the interdiction fire. Even when Wang Zhong changed angles, he saw nothing. He withdrew his gaze and then noticed Nellie trying to peek outside eagerly, tiptoeing in an effort, but even at her most stretched, her eyes barely reached the lower edge of the observation window. Wang Zhong pulled over an ammunition box and lifted Nellie up onto it. Vasily laughed, "This reminds me of a British novel I read as a child, where a dwarf warrior couldn't see outside during a siege because of his short stature." Nellie frowned, stepped down from the ammunition box, and picked up the large tray loaded with tea and refreshments, ready to leave. Wang Zhong said, "Wait a minute, just leave that there. Stay in the division headquarters bunker during the battle, it's unsafe elsewhere." Only then did Nellie set down the tray and dashed to a corner to stand, her hands folded in front of her, pressing down her skirt. Wang Zhong continued to look outside. Just then, the telephone rang again, and after a few seconds, Pavlov reported, "Brother Peter hears the sound of dive bombers, escorted by fighter planes." Wang Zhong asked, "The enemy finally brought escorts. Have our planes taken off yet?" Pavlov replied, "They've just landed to refuel and rearm, now they're taking off again." "Vasily, bring over that Prussian radio. Broaden the reception frequency, let's listen to the situation in the skies." Vasily promptly brought out a seized Prussian radio and while adjusting it, praised, "Prussian stuff is definitely better than ours. Charged in the morning and after 4 hours, it's still powered." At that moment, sounds came from the radio, in the Prussian language. Vasily translated, "Ready for combat, drop the auxiliary fuel tanks." Wang Zhong frowned slightly. In War Thunder, when he flew the early models of the 109, he had never used auxiliary fuel tanks. But then again, it wasn't the same time and space, the Fritz X had already been in operation 2 months into Barbarossa, so he shouldn't sweat the small stuff. The radio crackled again as someone urgently shouted something in Prussian, and Wang Zhong recognized the word Achtung. Vasily translated faithfully, "Enemy fighters spotted at 2 o'clock, also below us." Then, an older Prussian voice came on the radio, sounding more steady. Vasily conveyed, "Dive to engage the enemy, protect the bombers. If the enemy pursues, disengage, do not enter a turning dogfight." Wang Zhong added, "Actually, the early 109s can engage in a bit of a dogfight, but the commander's right, you shouldn't tangle with yaks at low altitude, even if it's just a yak 1. Just drive the yaks away to allow the bombers to drop their payload." The others exchanged knowing glances in silence. And then, at last, the radio broadcast something Wang Zhong could understand, "Enemy fighter planes. Semyon, take the 2nd squadron and tie up with the enemy, I'll go hunting the bombers. Harlamov, you're after bomber kills again. But no worries, let's see how many fighters I can take down. That way, I'll be the ace with the most merit." Immediately after, the airwaves became tumultuous. With 2 languages intermingling, Vasily couldn't keep up with the translations. "Misha, the enemy is behind you. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Alois, rate of climb 0. Where did he go? I can't see him. Turn left, all turn left. Any not turning left are enemy planes." Wang Zhong frowned as he approached the observation window and switched his view to watch the aerial dogfight. Both sides had fighters being shot down, trailing long flames and thick smoke as they plunged toward the ground. At this moment, Wang Zhong spotted 30 dive bombers approaching from the north side of his field of vision. It looked like they had circled around to evade interception by the Air Force. The bombers began their dive. Then, 6 divine arrows shot up from the ground. The next moment, the dive bombers scattered like birds and beasts. But their altitude was too high, and one of the bombers was hit before it could escape the reach of the praying hands. The bombs dropped from too high an altitude, with half of them missing the water's surface, erupting in rows of 10-meter-high water columns. A second wave of divine arrows was launched, but this time most missed their targets. Only one relentlessly pursued a Stuka that had entered low flight to escape. Then, the Yak-1S, which hadn't joined the fray in the air, appeared. The Stuka pilots formed a dense diamond formation, creating a net of fire with their rear-mounted machine guns. Wang Zhong saw a Yak swoop below an enemy plane, then pull up, preparing to attack from below, thus evading the enemy's rear machine guns' firing arc. Then it disappeared from view. Wang Zhong cursed, "Sucka," and grabbed Vasily's radio microphone. "Harlamov, respond. Harlamov, who's calling me?" Then Wang Zhong switched views, only to realize he couldn't see through Harlamov's eyes, because the Air Force was not under his command. Still no result was seen. Wang Zhong put down the microphone, not wanting to disturb others in combat. At that moment, a staff officer who had been on guard at the western bank shouted, "Tanks!" Because the enemy planes were overhead, the artillery had ceased firing. With the anti-infiltration fire net gone, the enemy tank troops finally entered the division headquarters view. Wang Zhong hurried to the observation window. The enemy's tanks were in a standard attack formation, but there were some gaps in the formation, obviously caused by the recent anti-infiltration fire net. Some of the gaps were quite large, suggesting that a platoon of tanks had been lost. It was unclear whether they had been destroyed or if the tanks had been damaged and temporarily abandoned. Nonetheless, the enemy's numbers still looked incredibly vast. Wang Zhong estimated that there were 200 tanks arrayed in front of the whole division. Behind the tanks, the number of accompanying infantry was alarmingly high, as if all of today's shelling had done no damage to the enemy. Of course, the shelling would have caused casualties. The only possibility was that the enemy was too numerous for the losses to matter. Wang Zhong, tell the mortars to fire according to the prearranged firepower plan. As a defender, all of Wang Zhong's artillery units had prepared multiple fire plans. As long as they fired according to plan, they could ensure the shells landed roughly on the enemy's lines, blocking their advance. Now, with enemy planes in the sky, the heavy artillery dared not reveal their positions, leaving mortar fire as the best option for blockade. After Pavlov issued the command, the first volley of shells fell, plumes of small mushroom clouds blossoming among the enemy's lines. According to the firepower plan, each gun's responsible sections were clearly defined, evenly distributing the shells across the entire enemy line, immediately causing the skirmishers to go prone not because so many were killed in an instant but because the instinctive reaction to nearby shell landings was to duck. Even the experienced Prussian veterans did the same. After all, no one wanted to gamble against shrapnel seeking them out. Just then, the new staff officer, also observing the western bank, commented, "Why aren't the enemies deploying smoke?" Wang Zhong, based on our previous engagements with the enemy, Prasen commanders don't deploy smoke when they believe they have a superior direct fire capability. Vasily added, especially since the enemy knows the general likes to use divine arrows for air defense, they're even less likely to deploy it. The new staff officer acknowledged this with an O. Wang Zhong was about to continue when he noticed Nelly had climbed back onto the ammunition box to look out. Do girls also get curious about the battlefield? Vasily, enemy tanks have passed the 1,500-meter mark. No sooner had he spoken than the enemy stopped and began their first round of firing. Explosions thundered overhead. Pavlov looked up at the sky, they're targeting the windows. Wang Zhong, just like in Pinyi, first they target the windows, probably to suppress the divine arrows. Pavlov, all our divine arrows are in the back. Isn't that just a waste of firepower? Wang Zhong, if I were the enemy commander, I would still shoot, just in case, right? At that point, the enemy tanks proceeded with their second volley of fire. Phones in the bunker started ringing. Pavlov answered, "Division headquarters. Don't fire? What's the rush? Wait until they're within 1,000 meters." After he hung up, he said to Wang Zhong, "The rookies in the anti-tank artillery battalion are getting antsy." Wang Zhong smiled, "They'll have their chance to fire today." The enemy conducted several more rounds of salvo fire before they started to advance. Pavlov picked up the phone and then reported to Wang Zhong, in addition to attacking the windows on the second and third floors, the enemy also targeted the shelters we used this morning to fire upon their scouting team. Of course, those shelters are now empty. 3 machine gun teams were caught by the enemy. We managed to salvage 1 machine gun, but lost 10 men with more than 10 wounded. Wang Zhong, that's acceptable, we'll make the enemy pay in blood. Vasily, would our losses be greater if the enemy stayed put and shot at all our windows one by one? N/O/Vel/B/Jn.C//OM. Wang Zhong, the Panzer IV's short 75 at this distance is not that accurate. Haven't you noticed that their main forces are mostly using the short 50 guns? The high explosive shells from those aren't that powerful. If the enemy keeps firing from this distance, I'll have the anti-tank artillery battalion open fire. Do you think their short 50s can compare to our newly acquired 57mm guns? Caliber is basically equivalent to power, and the high explosive shells from the short 50 guns, which we experienced in Upper Pinyi, are more like hand grenades. To expect them to take out sheltered anti-tank guns is wishful thinking. And the newly acquired 57mm guns, while they can't penetrate Tiger or Panther tanks at a distance of 1,500 meters, that's not what the enemy is driving. They have early models of the Panzer III and IV. Who's afraid of whom? The newly appointed staff officer who was observing called out, "The enemy has passed the 1-kilometer mark." Wang Zhong quickly prostrated himself at the observation window. And right then, the anti-tank guns opened fire. The new 57mm gun shells were incredibly fast. With a whoosh, the shell flew out of sight, barely visible. Immediately, 7 or 8 tanks in the enemy formation came to a halt. One caught fire, and its tank operator scrambled out of the tank like a flying escapee. Before he got far, the tank exploded, and the turret was flung into the sky. A few more tanks showed no external damage, but their crews still ran out and took cover behind their vehicles. As for the tanks with no visible damage and no crew fleeing, from Wang Zhong's perspective, they looked as though everyone inside was already dead. One shot penetrated, and the entire crew was sent to heaven. Like my 57mm shells, do you, Prasen bastards? Wang Zhong knew this, but the gunner did not, so during the second wave of attacks, several shots were double taps aimed at the seemingly unresponsive targets. At this point, the enemy had pinpointed the rough location of the anti-tank guns and began swiftly firing back. Wang Zhong hurried to assess the situation on his side and found that the enemy had detected the ZIS-30 posts after all. These vehicles are quite noticeable due to their size and the higher firing position which made them hard to conceal. But the first salvo landed on the shelters, with only one of the ZIS-30 gunners injured by shrapnel. The enemy did not spot the towed 57mm gun positions at all. Ironically, because the towed 57mm gun crews were numerous and fired rapidly, with 12 guns sounding off, it was almost like a string of firecrackers. The entire battlefield was now filled with roaring gunfire and the thunder of tank engines, a lively commotion indeed. However, the absence of machine gun fire felt strange to Wang Zhong, mainly because enemy infantry were held back by mortar fire. Leaving the machine guns without targets firing blindly was inefficient and would attract direct return fire from enemy tanks, so it was better not to fire at all. Now it was a pure artillery battle, the main force being the gun regiment that had been replenished on the basis of the original anti-tank artillery battalion by the Guards 1st Division. It now seemed that the attack on this side of the crossing point would be rapidly defused. At that moment Vasily said, "Enemy tanks are nearing the bridgehead." Wang Zhong immediately looked in the direction of the bridge and indeed, the enemy tanks were approaching the bridgehead. No sooner said than done, the T-34 on this side of the bridge fired. The T-34 couldn't shoot as far as the new 57mm guns, but there was no problem supporting the bridgehead at close range. Plus, the T-34s had armor, unlike the naked ZIS-30, so they could push to the river's edge, taking cover and engaging the enemy in close-range firefights. While the Panzer IVs were initially focused on suppressing the bridgehead, they swiveled their guns to fire at the T-34s. Caught off guard by the sudden barrage from the T-34s, the enemy didn't even manage to switch to armor-piercing shells. High-explosive shells simply hit the T-34s positions. After several exchanges of fire, the remaining Panzer IVs deployed smoke and began to retreat. Seeing the troops attacking the bridgehead deploying smoke, the other units also started using traditional skills to lay down smoke screens until the entire west bank was enveloped in white smoke. Wang Zhong, machine guns, open fire. Form a fire zone. As the enemy had deployed smoke, and they couldn't see our machine gun positions through the smoke, it was time for the machine guns to fire freely. The sounds of machine guns erupted like popping beans, weaving into a dense web of fire that stopped the enemy infantry who tried to advance amid the confusion. Suddenly, Wang Zhong saw a Panzer IV at full power heading toward the bridgehead, with 3 half-tracks loaded with infantry behind it. The Panzer IV crashed into the bridgehead, diverting all the attention of the defenders to itself, and then the 3 half-tracks raced to the side of the bridgehead. Elite Prasen grenadiers jumped out, throwing grenades and shouting, "Charge!" Then, within the bridgehead, combat engineers clad in battle armor appeared. Surprise, I stationed combat engineers here. The Prasen grenadiers, armed for close combat with submachine guns which fired pistol rounds, could not penetrate the brand new combat armor. Wang Zhong equipped the combat engineers with papa-shots that had drum magazines, predecessors to the more modern versions, capable of being used as blunt weapons when the bullets ran out. Wang Zhong watched contentedly as the combat engineers brutally killed the Prussian soldiers in close combat. At that moment, Vasily suddenly shouted, "Quick, look over there." It was then that Wang Zhong snapped out of his spectator mode and reverted to his naked eye, following the direction Vasily pointed. He saw the naval infantry boarding speedboats and crossing the Duva River. What did this mean? Had the naval infantry assessed that the bridgehead was in danger and thus took the initiative to strike? The naval infantry didn't fall under Wang Zhong's command. Although they accepted his orders, they weren't his troops. Therefore, from his bird's-eye view, he could only see a massive naval infantry insignia amid the smoke and not the individual soldiers. Nevertheless, he watched the insignia throw a left hook, wiping out the Prasen infantry that had used the smoke to approach and even burned a short-barreled Panzer IV that was supporting the Prussians in the smoke. Meanwhile, the naval infantry's inland gunboat also sailed out, anchored on the river, and started bombarding, the automated guns sweeping through the smoke. Good lord, just now when the visibility was clear, they feared that a single ship might not be able to defeat the tank group. Once the smoke arose, they began to take advantage of the automatic guns, right? The quality and initiative of these naval troops. As Wang Zhong was reflecting, the telephone rang. The phone was right beside him this time, so he picked it up directly. "This is Rakasov. This is the bridgehead. We have repelled the enemy. The machine guns can cease fire now, General." "All right." Wang Zhong hung up the phone and said to Pavlov, "Cease the machine gun fire. No need to maintain the fire net anymore." Pavlov immediately picked up the phone. After he had relayed the orders, he said, "Should we consider setting up a direct command communication system? I'm getting tired of making calls all the time. At least some simple commands could be conveyed via broadcast or something." Wang Zhong, "That's worth considering." Popov, by the observation window, said, "Has the enemy's first wave of attack been repulsed?" Wang Zhong glanced over and saw that the enemy hadn't fully left his field of vision but had stopped at the edge of it and started engineering work. Wang Zhong used his bird's-eye view to confirm there were no enemy aircraft in the sky, but he was still uneasy and said to Pavlov, "Call Brother Peter to confirm we have no enemies overhead." Pavlov immediately carried out the order, and 30 seconds later, he put down the receiver. Brother Peter says there are no enemy planes anymore. Wang Zhong, order the artillery to fire to prevent the enemy from approaching and starting their engineering work. Again, Pavlov picked up the receiver. Moments later, the sound of artillery shells tearing through the air echoed overhead. Through the bird's eye view, Wang Zhong could clearly see shells falling near the enemy engineering troops. Watching the enemy being blasted and knocked off their feet, Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. The first wave has been repelled. Vasily clicked his tongue in amazement. How come the enemy infantry had no hesitation and just charged at us, rendering our fake landmines utterly useless? Wang Zhong, perhaps the enemy wasn't as sharp-witted as you, thinking that after our artillery bombardment there wouldn't be any mines left, and even upon seeing the exposed fake mines, they didn't consider that possibility. Vasily frowned. I don't know whether to praise them or mock them for being so rigid. I didn't expect my clever idea to be frustrated like this. At this moment, Popov interrupted Vasily's casual talk. What do you think the enemy's next wave of attack will look like? Wang Zhong, I think they will use smoke to obscure our view, and then with the support of direct fire, they will mount a strong attack on the bridgehead. Popov, then do we proceed with the defense according to the original plan? Correct, I haven't seen anything unexpected so far. Wang Zhong returned to the city defense map, making gestures over it. With a fortress like the bridgehead, the enemy can at most deploy 2 companies for the attack, and those 2 companies can't attack simultaneously. You see, 1 company here, 1 company there. According to our prepared fire plan, the mortars can completely cover the enemy's attack formation. We aim to cripple 2 of the enemy's companies in one go. When evening comes, we'll switch defenses under the cover of night, replacing the garrison troops with fresh forces. We'll keep bleeding the enemy infantry this way. Pavlov, once we've bled them enough, we'll pull back, blow the bridge. The enemy won't be able to repair it under our fire. Wang Zhong, exactly, this time we have the terrain, the manpower, the firepower, and the support of brother units. We will hold out here until it rains. Popov, I actually hate the rainy season. My legs start to hurt as if I've got gout whenever it rains. Wang Zhong, are you sure you don't actually have gout? Of course not. I haven't eaten anything that would cause gout. I'm a priest, understand? A priest. Popov gestured over the holy emblem on himself. But now, I am hoping for the rain to come sooner. At that moment, a staff officer came in, reporting, the reserve troops have captured a Prussian pilot who has been brought to the door. Wang Zhong, what unit's pilot? A fighter. It's a bomber unit, the staff officer replied. Wang Zhong, bring him in. Soon, a pilot wearing a flight jacket was brought in. The enemy pilot started speaking volubly as soon as he saw Wang Zhong's military rank, with saliva flying everywhere. Wang Zhong, Vasily. Vasily silenced the enemy with a heavy punch. Then Vasily said something in Prussian, and the enemy curled up. Wang Zhong asked, what did you just say? I told him he's going to be handed over to the tribunal anyway, so I thought I'd acquaint him with it in advance, Vasily explained as he rubbed his fist. Wang Zhong, okay, so what was he saying? I mean, when he first came in, he said that using our blasphemous weapons for air defense is a war crime, Vasily answered. Popov, he said that? Then you don't need to add time-scooping manure for that punch. That punch showed the will of Saint Andrew. Coming from an atheist environment, Wang Zhong took a second to catch on. He said using divine arrow for air defense is a war crime. Yes, said Vasily. Wang Zhong, why? Just for religious reasons. Vasily translated. Nov. L.B//JNN. The Prussian pilot became agitated again and rattled off a bunch. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily. Vasily, he says divine arrow attacks are hard to dodge in the air, especially during a dive. It's not fair. Wang Zhong, you attacked us without declaring war, a surprise attack, and you tore up the non-aggression pact we had. Is that fair? After Vasily translated, the Prussian hung his head. Wang Zhong was surprised, he actually hung his head. The Prussian pilot spoke up, and though Wang Zhong couldn't understand him, he could feel the other's remorse. Vasily, he says he's sorry about that. He also says that if they really believe they are the superior race, they shouldn't have resorted to surprise attacks and should have defeated their opponents fair and square. Wang Zhong shook his head. No, even if they had used a surprise attack, we would still win. We will surely win. After Vasily translated this, the other side got agitated again and said a lot. Vasily, to summarize, he basically said that the Prussian military has superior technology and combat experience, and they've already inflicted heavy casualties on us, wiping out millions of our troops. Wang Zhong stood up, walked to the observation window, looked outside, and saw that the wind was strong today. The smoke laid by the enemy had dispersed, allowing a clear view of the wreckage on the battlefield and the corpses of Prussian soldiers. Bring him over. Vasily, Cam. The Prussian pilot came over, trembling. Wang Zhong handed him his binoculars. Look for yourself. Look at the wreckage and corpses on the west bank. This time, the pilot understood without needing Vasily's translation. The majority of human communication after all is conveyed through actions and facial expressions. The Prussian pilot picked up the binoculars and surveyed the battlefield. His expression grew more solemn. Wang Zhong, ask him if he needs me to tell him about our losses. After Vasily translated, the pilot put down the binoculars and shook his head. Wang Zhong, then tell him, scenes like this will happen over and over. I personally have fought the Prussians multiple times, each time achieving a very eye-catching kill ratio. There will be more and more generals like me, and our troops will become more and more elite. You may currently have a huge advantage in the kill ratio along the entire front, but one day, it will fall back to 1-to-1. Anti has vast lands, brave people, and you are doomed to not win this war. With a proud tone, Vasily translated everything Wang Zhong had said to the Prussian pilot. The pilot put down his binoculars and muttered a word, nai. Wang Zhong understood this word. It meant no, because before his transmigration he had seen an actor use it impressively in a movie, saying, nana nana. Wang Zhong, he doesn't believe? It doesn't matter, whether he believes or not, things will develop this way. Prasen's defeat is inevitable. After Vasily translated, the Prussian pilot turned, stared at Wang Zhong, and babbled a string of words, among which Wang Zhong faintly heard his own name. Vasily, he's asking if you are the defense expert, the White Knight General Rokossovsky. Wang Zhong, I am. What about it? After Vasily had translated, the pilot stepped back to look Wang Zhong up and down. Curiously, Wang Zhong asked, shouldn't you have been given my photo? How come you haven't seen me? Vasily had only translated half of it when the other began to speak at length. Vasily, he says the Air Force didn't distribute photos. At that moment, Wang Zhong suddenly had a thought, turned and asked the soldier who had brought the pilot, where's his map case? Pilots always carry maps with positions of both enemies and allies, helpful for making an emergency landing in an area controlled by their side if they're shot down. The soldier was shocked, there's such a thing. The others were also astonished. Pavlov said, that's new, but on second thought, it makes sense. Wang Zhong thought it obviously made sense, that's how it was always done in the movies. Red-tailed aircraft, seen it? The Beauty of Memphis, watched it? And The Great Escape. Wang Zhong, the map won't just have the positions of friend and foe, it also will have the locations of where their own men parachuted and where enemy planes went down. Have a company from the reserve spread out and search the place where he crashed. Wang Zhong paused and asked, did he try to escape when you captured him? The soldier replied, he did. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, that's right. He wanted to run, so it's impossible that he would have set fire to the map. That would be too obvious and would reveal his location. I guess he hid it in a tree hollow or buried it somewhere. At this moment, Popov stopped the staff officer who was about to deliver a message and said, have you forgotten about the judges? A fully staffed regular division always has a contingent of judges, who are responsible for overseeing the use of code books and internal counter-espionage operations. Of course, they also interrogate prisoners of war. Wang Zhong replied, you're right. Let's have the judge ask him kindly. He might just lead us to the map. Vasily was so engrossed in the conversation that he didn't translate. The Prasen pilot looked back and forth at everyone. Popov said, then I'll go call the judge. Wang Zhong said, wait a moment, first ask him, what if he's willing to talk? Vasily, ask him where the map is hidden. Vasily asked, and the reply came immediately. He said that when he parachuted, the bag with the map got torn, and he doesn't know where it fell. Wang Zhong said, is that so? Then tell him that we are about to hand him over to the judges of the Eastern Holy Church. Vasily conveyed the message. The other party shook his head repeatedly. Vasily said, he says it's no use who you hand him to, he really doesn't know where it fell. Wang Zhong said, then tell him a story. There was once a historian who discovered a mummy. Vasily was shocked, a mummy? Isn't that something from Iggy country? Does Auntie even have such things? Wang Zhong replied, just translate, why bother with so many questions? The archaeologist tried every method and couldn't determine the age of the mummy, so he handed it over to the tribunal. A day later, the tribunal told the archaeologist that the mummy was 500 years old. The archaeologist was shocked and asked the tribunal how they knew. The judge answered, he confessed. Vasily struggled to contain his laughter and translated the story to the pilot. The pilot looked utterly terrified but still shook his head. Just then, two judges entered the room. Wang Zhong gestured for them to proceed. An hour later, a map case was placed in front of Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong asked, where was it found? The judge replied, in the woods, hidden under a cluster of fungi, damaging the mycelium so that no new mushrooms will grow there even after it rains. Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow, what are you talking about? Isn't this nature's generous gift? With that, he tossed the map case to Vasily, see what's inside, musician. Vasily, with a gloomy face, opened the map case and unfolded the map. Everyone in the bunker crowded around to see the contents of the map. Vasily said, the Prasen are quite meticulous, they've marked the positions of their troops very well. We have 2 units in front, let me see, Asgard Knights divisions, the kind we've encountered before. There are also 2 divisions in the rear, and there's the emblem of a grenadier division. My god, the enemy has prepared such a thick force on our front. Wang Zhong cursed, what are you panicking about? No matter how many troops he has, he's still got to come at us in waves. No sooner had his words fallen, the howl of artillery shells came from the sky. The explosions soon followed from nearby. The heavy artillery firepower of the army level mercilessly rained down upon Shostka city. While the earth shook and the mountains trembled, Vasily, as if nothing was amiss, pulled out other documents from the map case and spread them out on the table. Wang Zhong thought about going over to ask him what he had found, but the chandelier in the bunker suddenly fell and hit him on the head. He shoved the chandelier aside and felt the lump that had formed. Sucka. The shaking continued for almost half an hour before ceasing. Wang Zhong, leaning against the wall, rose to his feet, dusting off his clothes while looking outside. The enemy's second wave of attacks had begun. They're not using smoke bombs. Wang Zhong was surprised when suddenly, smoke bombs landed on the former anti-tank gun positions. But the anti-tank guns had already been relocated. Especially the ZIS-30, as soon as the enemy retreated, these were swiftly moved. Pavlov also came to the observation window and observed the enemy's advancing formation. It looks like they're applying pressure from two directions again, the ford and the bridgehead. Are they completely disregarding the other side of the river? The ford was to the north of the bridge, and to the south of the bridge, the river was wide and deep, suggesting the enemy had no intention of crossing there. As another round of smoke was deployed, covering the east side of the bridge, the former position of the T-34S. Pavlov said, "Just as you've said." Wang Zhong smiled, "Isn't it so?" At that moment, Vasily spoke up, "I think I know what the enemy commander in front of us is called now. His name is on this document, Siegfried Julies. Then on this map, there's the initials of his name, right here." Vasily showed the map to Wang Zhong, pointing at a spot. "Look, in this empty place, an initial. Don't you find that strange?" In the year 914 of the Jules calendar, September 20th at 1230 hours, the command headquarters of the Asgard Knights' First Army of the Prussian Army, Siegfried Julies, awaited reports on the second wave of the attack. However, the first news to arrive was the reorganization report for the forces involved in the first round of attacks. A captain staff officer, holding the report, entered the division's map room, assembled from several armored command vehicles, and saluted Julies, "Lieutenant General, the troops from the first attack round have been reformed." Julies said, "Read it." The captain immediately lifted the clipboard to his chest and began to recite, "This morning, our forces committed 4 armored battalions with a total of 160 Panzer IIIs and 65 Panzer IVs ready for combat. Now we have 121 Panzer IIIs and 27 Panzer IVs in combat readiness." Julies did not speak. Instead, the chief of staff was the first to exclaim in shock, "We lost over 70 tanks just in one morning." The captain said, "They're not all completely destroyed. According to reports from the crews that withdrew, a considerable number are presumed reparable. Additionally, 15 were able to retreat but cannot be redeployed due to mechanical failure." The chief of staff sighed with relief and remarked, "Thank goodness our logistics aren't as bad as those of the anti-people. We can repair our lost tanks." The tanks of the anti-people would be discarded by the roadside at the slightest malfunction. It was unclear whether their tactical manuals prescribed such actions or if it merely reflected low morale and the tendency to abandon their posts when their tanks broke down. Julies asked, "What about the tank crew casualties?" Aside from the crews that withdrew with the tanks, 37 incomplete crews managed to get back. The infantry checked the tanks with no escaping crew before the retreat, but found no survivors. Julies frowned. "Have there been this many complete losses of crews before? Even against the enemy's 76mm anti-tank guns, usually, some crew members survive, right?" The captain replied, "We need a detailed investigation on this matter. However, the troops have reported that the enemy's fire is extremely precise, and their positions are well concealed, making them hard to detect. It's likely that exchange fire with the enemy is not a good idea." After the captain finished speaking, the chief of staff waved his hand. "That's why on the second wave, we resorted to the conventional use of smoke cover to advance. We should achieve excellent results." Julies, however, asked, "What about the infantry casualties?" The captain reported, "The first wave assault infantry reported 471 missing, but an ongoing count of those who have returned is underway. Accurate casualty numbers will only be available after a detailed tally tonight or after we have occupied and cleared the battle zone. The chaos inherent in a failed retreat, compounded by the enemy's artillery fire, often leads to troops becoming scattered or lost in the process. Casualty counting is a complex science. The most direct approach is actually to count the bodies after clearing the battlefield. This is why armies maintain so many staff and clerks. Without them, the casualty figures would be unmanageable." Julies sighed, "Such heavy casualties in the first round of attack, and without gaining anything. The White Horse General is indeed a formidable opponent." Julies' adjutant took a step forward. "Facing such impregnable defenses from the enemy, we should avoid direct confrontation and instead outflank them. We, the Asgard Knights, are His Majesty's elite personal guards. It's not appropriate to sustain such losses here in a frontal assault. Moreover, I have reservations about the decision to airdrop hunters so forcefully behind enemy lines at such a heavily defended river. Paratroopers should be used where our forces can break through quickly. Otherwise, they will become isolated behind enemy lines, vulnerable to annihilation by the enemy's secondary or even tertiary forces." Siegfried Julies nodded, "You are correct. Such robust defenses should not be attacked head-on. But our current battle is primarily considered from a strategic standpoint. His Majesty the Emperor instructed us to shatter the enemy's heroes. This White Horse General is known as the Empire's Iron Wall, so we are to breach it frontally and shatter this iron wall. As for the deployment of paratroopers, I suspect it's more about placating Duke Meyer. The Duke's heritage is complex. His biological father is not of the Junker nobility, so His Majesty hopes to use him to balance the old officer corps." The chief of staff looked uncomfortable. "Should I be hearing this? Siegfried smiled at the chief of staff. Your position as chief of staff means that you have the emperor's trust. He then turned to his adjutant. In any case, the Asgard Knights must shatter this White Horse general and his myth here, no matter the cost. This is to ensure we shed less blood in the future. If we can't force Anti to surrender quickly, the war will become a war of attrition. His Majesty originally hoped to negotiate for a ceasefire with the United Kingdom following Carolingian's surrender, but the wartime Prime Minister is not the one we favored initially, and so the United Kingdom continues to fight. Adding Anti to the mix would be even worse. Julius looked towards the map on the wall. If we don't quickly destroy Anti's will to resist, as we did with Carolingian, the entirety of Prussia's blood might be drained. Just as he finished speaking, a crisp sound came from the floor. Siegfried Julius looked down to find the lower half of a toy tin soldier at his feet. Felice frowned. Felice, leave it to me, these tin soldiers are easy to fix. At worst, if they're completely melted, we can just recast them using a mold. Giles shook his head. Now isn't the time to worry about that. Tens of thousands of soldiers are charging towards the enemy's heavily fortified lines. As a senior commander, there isn't much I can do for them at the moment, but the sound of artillery shells tearing through the sky could be heard. Wang Zhong frowned as he looked at the initials on the map. At that moment, the observing staff officer shouted, "Enemy tanks passing the 1,000-meter marker." Wang Zhong switched to a bird's-eye view, saw the anti-tank guns that had completed their relocation fire away, quickly decimating the enemy tanks just like the first wave. Then he turned his attention back to the map. Vasily, should we bombard them? Wang Zhong, how? Look at the size of this initial on the map. Considering the scale of the map, think how much artillery we'd be wasting to cover the whole area marked by that initial. Vasily, then, just hit the central point, leave the rest to chance, and the enemy's diligence. Bet that the geometric center of this initial is marked exactly on top of the enemy headquarters. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue. All right, let's fire 3 rounds 2 barrages, save on some ammunition. Popov, since it's all down to chance, why not just make it 1 round? That way, we might even seem more pious, and who knows, we might actually hit the target. Wang Zhong, that works. Make another call to have the Divine Arrow Unit's prayer warriors pray for the rounds to hit. Popov was shocked. Is that necessary? Wang Zhong, the girls are free right now anyway. Might as well offer a prayer. Popov sighed while his bear-like companion, Pavlov, considerately picked up the handset. Here. Wang Zhong then turned his attention back to the battle situation. The enemy indeed discovered the ZIS-30's hiding place. Then the Panzer IV hit the position with a smoke bomb from its short-barreled howitzer. No sooner had the position been covered than the ZIS-30 was retreating. On the eastern shore, there was a row of houses just in time, and the big street behind them couldn't be seen from the opposite side, perfect for the ZIS-30's small frame to move quickly and change positions. However, before the ZIS-30 could maneuver to a new location, the enemy began blanketing the East Bank's buildings with direct fire under a smoke cover. If they couldn't shoot over it, they decided to blanket it completely. With the firepower on the eastern bank suppressed, the enemy tanks made for the crossing. The naval infantry's boats were still on the shore. Seeing the situation, the boats headed back first, while the naval infantry dressed in black naval shirts hid along the shore. On the western shore, the wave breakers were mostly exposed, forming just enough cover for a person to hide. The naval infantry lay flat like dried salted fish, waiting for the enemy tanks to come closer. Wang Zhong watched the battle situation tensely. That's when Pavlov reported, "The artillery has fired." "Good, got it." Wang Zhong waved his hand, "Get our machine gun firepower ready. When the naval infantry goes up to attack the tanks, we need to use covering fire to block enemy infantry." Pavlov picked up the handset again. Headquarters of the First Army of the Prussian Army's Asgard Knights. Giles pushed Felice away. "All right, the bombardment is over. Get up." Felice raised his head. "It's over after only 1 round. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Giles straightened his red hair, picked up his hat from the ground, put it on, then retrieved the toy tin soldier that had been thrown on the floor, gripping it in his left hand, before opening the door of the armored command vehicle and stepping outside. Whoever had provided the intelligence to the enemy didn't get it quite right. More than 30 heavy artillery rounds were all off target, uniformly landing in the woods beside the headquarters. Of course, it wasn't entirely off target. The guard battalion's mess hall had been destroyed, and a mess truck had landed not far from the headquarters. The stewed potatoes scattered everywhere, and the coffee pot had a hole in it, leaking mud-colored coffee like a broken tap. Besides that, a tank platoon assigned to headquarters had also been hit by the heavy artillery. Of the tanks parked side by side, 2 were burning. It seemed the shell had landed right between them. Giles looked down at the toy tin soldier in the palm of his hand. Felice also came out, looked at the devastation, and exclaimed angrily, "It must be a spy. The Imperial Household Ministry needs to thoroughly investigate." Wang Zhong had no idea that he had blown up the military department's cauldron, causing a huge psychological shock to the enemy. He was focused on the imminent close combat happening across the river with the naval forces. The Navy's inland gunboat, seeing so many tanks approaching, promptly retreated back to the harbor for cover. The machine gun positions on the eastern bank opened fire, with tracer bullets flying over the enemy tanks and falling beyond them. The enemy infantry was already hindered by the mortar fire, and now encountering the overhead shooting, they were completely obscured. Yet the naval infantry didn't rush forward but lay prone on the breakwater, waiting for the tanks to come closer. When the enemy tanks advanced to within less than 10 meters from the riverbank, the first group of naval infantry jumped up, lunging forward to a distance where they could throw Molotov cocktails. The new model of Molotov cocktails Wang Zhong procured from the capital did not need to be ignited first, they would combust as soon as the cap was pulled off. In critical situations, these devices could even be thrown directly, as the white phosphorus inside would ignite upon shattering. The glow of the white phosphorus was like will-o'-the-wisps, tossing patches of ghostly fire onto the enemy tanks, breaking into areas of blazing inferno. The tanks caught on fire and came to a halt. As soon as the tank operators popped their heads out, they were mowed down by the naval infantry's submachine guns. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 tanks were aflame, and those further from the riverbank stopped, using their machine guns in an attempt to push back the naval infantry. Just then, an enemy tank from the direction of the crossing charged down the riverbank, half of its tracks submerged in the water. He pivoted the tank gun and began to strafe along the riverbank with the coaxial machine gun. Immediately, several naval infantry were brought down, and the remaining men were pinned to the ground. Wang Zhong grabbed the anti-produced wireless radio next to him and called out loudly, 422, 422. Vasily, better use the captured one, I've set the frequency. Here. Wang Zhong took the microphone, 422. General. The response came immediately. It was Alexander Yefimovich filling in for Wang Zhong's position for now. Take out that Panzer IV in the river. Then Wang Zhong saw Tank 422 make its way to the end of the bridge approach, aiming from an elevated position. Alexander's gunnery was as reliable as ever, with the first shot hitting its mark. The Panzer IV's turret hatch burst into flames, sending a jet of fire over a meter high. Its crew all scrambled out, each one ablaze. But since the tank was in the water, diving in quickly extinguished the flames. However, the suppressed naval infantry did not let them escape. A hail of bullets from submachine guns swept over them, creating ripples in the water. The enemy tank operators soon vanished from sight, likely pulled under by their gear. Only the spreading red in the water marked their fate. The enemy tanks began to turn their barrels, exchanging fire with 422. Unfortunately, at this distance, the enemy couldn't penetrate the T-34's angled front armor. At that moment, Vasily exclaimed, the bridgehead fortifications. Wang Zhong swiftly shifted his focus and indeed saw the enemy infantry closing in on the bridgehead fortifications. Cover them with fire. Blast them, don't let them enter the bunker. As soon as Wang Zhong shouted out, Pavlov said, I've already given the order. The sound of whistling shells followed his words. That's the advantage of the defender, all parameters had been calculated, and firing for coverage meant heavy artillery shells could even land 100 meters in front of the position. The telephone suddenly rang, and Pavlov answered, Division Headquarters. I understand, no need to call for this. Pavlov hung up the receiver and seeing Wang Zhong was watching him, he said, the bridgehead fortifications, they said the shelling was good. Wang Zhong, the commander of the bridgehead fortifications is. Some of the new arrivals. This time, the 1st Guards Division was almost fully replenished with personnel, and because of Wang Zhong's great reputation, many officers were eager to transfer into the 1st Guards Division. Wang Zhong, new arrivals, huh? That's understandable. Popov approached the observation window, peering outside. Strange, the enemy has covered our fire points with smoke, and then their tanks charged to the riverbank. What are they planning? They can't cross the river either. No sooner had he spoken than a strange-looking tank appeared. It looked like a Panzer IV with a tall hat on. Wang Zhong, submersible tanks, those are submersible tanks. They're planning to force their way through at the crossing point. Popov squinted. Are those the tanks reported at the start of the war, appearing from the water? Can that thing really come across? Wang Zhong, it's the dry season now, and although the Navy said they dug the channel deeper, who knows? Tell the infantry on the eastern bank to prepare for close combat. Also, it's time to bring out our secret weapon. Pavlov, are you sure you want to use that thing? Wang Zhong, I'm sure, let them roll out. And, give me the radio. He took the microphone from Vasily's hand. 422, clear the tracks, clear the tracks. Our maidens of the earth are about to be revealed. That thing is coming into play? All right, we'll clear the tracks. Wang Zhong watched as Tank 422 withdrew from the bridge approach, making way on the rail tracks. Pavlov put down the receiver. It's coming? The next moment, 3 flat cars rolled onto the railway bridge, each carrying a KV-1 tank. These were the only 3 KV-1s Wang Zhong had left. They were moved using a locomotive, avoiding the limitations of the KV's poor mobility and frequent mechanical failures. The flat cars themselves were very sturdy and had a simple structure, which made them hard to damage. The vulnerable locomotive was placed behind the flat cars, and it was reversed. Coal cars followed the 3 flat cars, and then came the reversed locomotive. The flat cars backed onto the bridge. In this way, the most vulnerable part, the locomotive boiler, was protected at the very back and even obscured by buildings, making it impossible to hit. The KVS fired. Wang Zhong, watching the fully engaged 3 KVS, thought to himself that if these were KV-2s, it wouldn't be possible to play this way. With their poor balancing, firing sideways might just flip both the tank and the flat car into the river. JNN. Vasily complained, this dame is blocking all our vision. We can't see the situation at the ford. Wang Zhong switched to a top-down perspective and thought smugly, how about that, Vasily, you say the disadvantage of not having cheats? At that moment, the Prussian tank crews, with nothing left to lose, charged headlong towards the ford. The accompanying infantry released smoke bombs for cover. The first wave of tanks entered the water. Wang Zhong could no longer see them with his own eyes, and as a result, he lost the highlight. But relying on the vision of his deployed troops, he could see the snorkels making progress under the water. Wang Zhong, order the artillery. The phone rang, interrupting Wang Zhong's order. After answering the call, Pavlov reported, Brother Peter heard the reconnaissance plane. It's an old acquaintance of ours, up high. Wang Zhong sighed. They could no longer use heavy artillery to bomb the submerged tanks. They could only hope for the infantry meat grinder now. Popov, shall we call in the mortars? Wang Zhong, no, the mortars don't have delay fuses. They'll explode upon hitting the water surface. Leave it to the infantry. Let our boys teach the enemy a lesson and tell them that without accompanying tanks, they are easy prey to the infantry. No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw the snorkel at the forefront disappear with a plop. This was followed by the second and third snorkels, while the fourth sank halfway and then stopped, stuck and immovable. Then the enemy tank operators emerged from the water, gasping for air, and turned to swim towards the western bank. More and more tank operators surfaced. Wang Zhong was stunned. The others couldn't see the situation in the river and were all fretting. So Wang Zhong's expression stood in stark contrast to theirs. Vasily noticed this contrast. He looked back and forth between Wang Zhong and Popov. Then Vasily fell into thought. It was at this moment that Wang Zhong finally figured out what had happened to the enemy. The naval infantry had dredged the riverbed, but with the water level low now, it was not washing away the silt, so the banks were gradually silting up again, but the middle was still deep. The Prussians had fallen into a trench halfway across. If that was the case, Wang Zhong thought, it was truly amusing. By now, the smoke on the eastern bank had dissipated quite a bit, and the infantry units on this bank, seeing the situation, immediately began sweeping fire. The enemy tank units, originally positioned on the western bank for fire support, were now stunned by the 3 kVs and had no time to deal with the exposed machine gun fire points. By the time the enemy mortar units, set up to cover the assault, had their smoke completely cleared, the blocked-off 57mm anti-tank guns began firing. The enemy tanks scattered smoke not to cover an assault this time, but to cover their retreat. Wang Zhong put down his binoculars. The enemy's been driven back. Vasily, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Vasily, nothing. I just think you look very handsome commanding the battle. Nelly was shocked, looking at Vasily. Wang Zhong also took a step back from him. What do you mean by that? Vasily, just stating a fact. Popov, so how exactly were those submerged tanks destroyed in the end? Wang Zhong then realized Popov couldn't see. He pondered a moment, then said, it might be because the naval infantry dredged the riverbed, deeper than their submerging depth. Prussian Army, Asgard Knight's 1st Army Headquarters. The hydrographic data was wrong, the submerged tank unit commander said to Giles. Theoretically, our submerging depth was more than sufficient, but once we got to the middle, the water went over the snorkels causing the engines to cut out. Many loyal soldiers drowned like that. Giles, the enemy might have dredged the riverbed. That White Horse general made ample preparations. It's impossible he didn't anticipate our submersion. He's considered everything, a formidable opponent indeed. Feliz, the adjutant, shook his head, using flat cars and heavy tanks as an armored train. What a terrible idea, it lacks any aesthetic sense. But it's effective, Giles said, toying with a toy tin soldier with one hand. All of the enemy's actions are plain and effective. And they've posed us a significant challenge. The river surface can't be blocked with smoke, as smoke bombs lose their effectiveness quickly when they fall into the water. As long as the armored train is on the bridge, we cannot cross. Feliz frowned deeply. It might be better to bypass this bridgehead instead of forcing a crossing. Giles, contact General Walter Mendel of the 9th Army Group and ask if he's made any headway downstream. Prussian Army, 9th Army Group Headquarters. 3 Prussian generals with red collar patches and a colonel without a red collar patch were playing cards. Yes, despite the continuous artillery fire outside, they were indeed playing cards. At that moment, a communications staff officer entered, stood at attention, and saluted. Major General Siegfried Jalais from the 1st Army of the Asgard Knights is asking about our progress in the attack. One of the 3 generals, middle-aged and ranked in between his peers, lifted his head and adjusted his monocle. Doesn't he know the attack isn't directed by me? Questions about our attack should go to our hero of lightning. Isn't that how propaganda portrays him? The younger brigadier general beside him corrected. It's Blitz Hero, Your Excellency. Oh right, Blitz Hero. I just had my infantry follow the tanks in the attack. The communications staff officer asked. Shall we reply like that? No, said Major General Walter Mendel, standing up and looking at the map. Such a direct reply seems too dismissive towards His Majesty's favored minister. So how is each unit faring now? The staff officers responsible for updating the map turned their heads toward the Major General. At least on the map, there is no progress at all. Walter Mendel walked over to the map, scrutinized it, and huffed, the same as this morning. So we've finally hit a snag? What happened to the enemy crumbling like an avalanche as promised? When I visited the Army Group headquarters, Marshal von Bock was writing in his journal, even read it to me, saying, the enemy is collapsing at a staggering rate, and the war will end within 3 months. Mendel turned around, pointing at the map and addressing the others, because it will end in 3 months, everyone is out for glory, and so I even lost command of my own army group. After venting, Mendel turned to the communications officer, tell Major General Jalais that we have made no progress. No progress at all. After the communications officer left with his orders, the oldest general among them, Mendel's chief of staff, said, High Command estimates we have eliminated 40% of the enemy's total forces. According to this estimate, if we eliminate about 1 million more, Anti will be left with no more troops capable of combat. Right now in the north, St. Andrew Fort has no fewer than 700,000 people tied down. That means if we can eliminate another 300,000, their defense line will collapse. Mendel looked at the map again. High Command also predicts that we have at most 1 million in front of us, while a total of 1,800,000 troops are part of rolling operation, with a battle troop ratio of 180 to 100, giving us the advantage. But on the first day of the attack, the enemy's defenses didn't budge an inch. The old chief of staff theorized, this means the enemy's fortifications are good. But as the heavy artillery and aerial assaults continue, the fortifications will gradually be worn down, the enemy will suffer casualties, and then we will be able to break through. Mendel stared at the map for a while before saying, let's hope so. Let's hope so indeed. Prussian Army, 1st Army of the Asgard Knights headquarters. Siegfried Jalais put down the telegram and sighed deeply. At that moment, the chief of staff reported to him, the third wave of attacks is ready, shall we proceed? Jalais looked at his watch, it's almost 7 o'clock, why has the assembly taken so long? Because you ordered division headquarters to move positions, said the chief of staff. No one can move and assemble for an attack simultaneously. Considering this, having completed it by now is already a good outcome. Shall we attack? Jalais studied the map, launching the attack now, it might be dark by halfway through, and even if we break into the eastern city, we'll be forced to fight at night. No, we can't engage the enemy in night combat on their familiar terrain. Let's call it a day. Have the artillery open fire and let today's operation end with a barrage. Yes, responded the chief of staff as he turned and left. Feliz stepped beside Jalais and said, the entire southern line hasn't budged, and while the north has made some headway, it's not as rapid as it was at the start. The enemy is getting stronger. Jalais spoke in a deep voice, have the engineer troops start digging works. Feliz asked, digging works? Are we going to dig tunnels like in the trenches era, maybe blow them up with explosives? Jalais replied, it's just a precaution, a second line of preparation. Tomorrow, we need to change our method of attack. The enemy has the advantage in armor and fortifications, and judging from today's situation, trading shots with enemy anti-tank guns is proving to be a terrible exchange ratio. Should we go have a look at the tanks that were hit and have come back? Feliz suggested. Jalais nodded, let's have a look, since we are not attacking tonight. There's no harm in leaving the headquarters. 1st Army's Field Armor Maintenance Factory. When Jalais appeared, the mechanics and tank crews were taken aback and quickly saluted. Don't be nervous, Jalais waved his hand, I've just taken command of this army, and you're not familiar with me yet. With time, you'll see that I am just like you, a child of a civilian. It just so happens that I had the chance to meet His Majesty back in the military academy. He redirected the conversation to the tank being repaired. How are the tanks doing? Are there any that clearly show enemy armor-piercing shell calibers or other such data? Yes, here we have one that was hit in the turret, said the factory director immediately. It's this one, tank 331. Look, it took a hit in the front of the turret, and then the shell went right through from the back. All 3 men inside the turret died, but the driver and mechanic were able to drive the tank back. Jalais carefully examined the impact hole in the turret front. It doesn't seem to be a 45mm gun, nor a 76mm. We estimate the shell caliber to be between 50 and 60mm, considering their usual practice, likely 57mm. Jalais turned to Feliz, does anti-army have such a caliber anti-tank gun in the armament table, with such strong penetration? No, Feliz declared without even checking the equipment roster, it's a new weapon we don't know about that High Command doesn't know about. Giles nodded, then asked, since the holes before and after the shell are so neat, indicating that the shell itself didn't leave behind many fragments, why did everyone in the turret die? The head of the repair shop replied, the internal armor of the turret deformed and then collapsed, forming shrapnel that killed the people inside the turret. You'll understand once you come in and see for yourself, the area around the shell hole has all collapsed. Giles climbed up the turret and examined the area around the shell hole with assistance from the head of the repair shop. It seems that preventing the internal armor from collapsing can effectively increase the survivability of tank crew members, he said. This suggestion should be passed on to the Science Academy. Feliz remarked, but it's certain that we won't be able to make use of that now. Red-haired Major General Giles nodded, exactly. Now we know the enemy has a type of new, excessive anti-tank gun. It's unwise to continue exchanging fire with such a gun. The focus of tomorrow's attack should be on depleting the enemy's living forces. Feliz asked, how do we deplete them? The enemy is holed up in sturdy defenses. I'm thinking, Giles said, pacing back and forth with hands behind his back, and sighed deeply. At 2020 hours, at the Shostka Guards Division's divisional bunker headquarters, Wang Zhong put down his binoculars. Strange, why have the enemies stopped attacking? They bombarded us for over an hour just now, and then it stopped. Popov suggested, the enemy might not want to battle at night. Wang Zhong retorted, we originally told the troops to hurry up and eat because we were planning to engage them again in the afternoon, and now look at us, we haven't even fully digested the food. Pavlov said, isn't this a good thing, then? We can save on ammunition and food. It's getting dark now, should we rotate the troops at the bridgehead fortifications? They report minimal losses. Wang Zhong answered, rotate them. Even with minimal losses, we need to rotate to give more troops experience. Arrange the rotation as previously scheduled. Let's go with Action 2100. 2100, a military time expression, using this phrasing can avoid being misunderstood. Pavlov replied, can do. Popov, smiling, said, today was easier than expected, perhaps we can hold out for 20 days. The remaining question is just when it will rain. Hopefully, the Mud General will arrive early this year. At 2100 hours, on the eastern outskirts of Shostka, with the Guards Division Reserve Force, the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Belyanskyi Regiment. The sentry suddenly saw a group of people in a neat formation approaching from the east, so he lowered his rifle and shouted, halt! Who goes there? The approaching group immediately stopped moving, then 2 individuals who appeared to be officers walked toward the sentry post. The 51st Regiment's 3rd Battalion of the 11th Internal Guard Division. The sentry turned and called out, platoon leader. The platoon leader appeared with 2 soldiers in tow, we're here, we came when we saw people approaching. Show me your IDs and your transfer orders. We weren't notified of your arrival. While producing his ID, an officer of the Internal Guard Division said, we're on a special mission, it's normal that you don't know. After checking the IDs, the platoon leader pressed, and the orders. We're on a special mission, we can't tell you, the officer chastised. Who are you to question matters concerning the tribunal? The platoon leader was unmoved, our division commander is General Rokossovsky, and he received his weapon as a personal gift from the Grand Patriarch. Since the day they caught that Prasen major who'd rather die than be executed by Wang Zhong's pistol, many legends concerning that pistol had spread throughout the Guards Division.N/O/Vel/B/Jn.C//OM. The officer from the Internal Guard Division burst into rage, are you trying to shield traitors? There are no traitors in our division? Andrei, set up the machine gun. Call headquarters and report that a suspicious group of Internal Guard troops has arrived. Suddenly, 2 figures dashed out from the shadows and slit the throats of the 2 soldiers accompanying the platoon leader. The original sentry, shocked, opened fire immediately. After the shot rang out, the entire reserve force was alerted. The Internal Guard soldiers immediately adopted combat formations and charged the position. The entire position erupted with gunfire. Wang Zhong was having dinner when he heard the gunshots and looked up, from the east. He adjusted his view and noticed that on the symbols representing his own troops from the east there was an indicator of exchange of fire. But since there was no direct communication, he couldn't see what was happening exactly. Wang Zhong remained calm, get the airport, artillery, anti-aircraft guns, and Divine Arrow Company's guards up. Have them enter alert status, and no one is to be allowed near. Then call Eugene, and have him clarify what's happening with the 3rd Battalion and who they're fighting against. The report came swiftly. Colonel Eugene said they found a squad of the Tribunal's Internal Guard troops. The sentry reported to the division headquarters, refused to let them pass, and a fight broke out. Pavlov put down the receiver. Could this be a case of a flood breaking the Dragon God's temple? After all, Major General Kiriyenko did dispatch a special force of the Internal Guard to sweep the enemy. Wang Zhong, contact Kiriyenko and ask him how far his Internal Guard troops have advanced. Pavlov immediately picked up the receiver, connect to the army group. What? Check the lines immediately. Nov, L, B //JNN. After he spoke, he put down the receiver and looked solemnly at Wang Zhong. The phone lines to the army group have been cut. Things are getting more suspicious. Wang Zhong, send a telegram to the army group to confirm the situation. Also, update Kashuk's army on the situation. The enemy may be targeting more than just us. Pavlov turned and hollered for the communications staff officer. Wang Zhong turned to gaze at the western bank, now completely enveloped in night. Because it was the 20th, the moonlight was decent enough to clearly see the enemy tanks in the fields. The anti-army's repair capabilities were too poor, otherwise, they might have been able to fix a good number of these tanks. Wang Zhong thought for a moment, then said, I'll go personally to see if these really are enemies. No way, Popov and Pavlov objected in unison. Then, the 2 exchanged glances and with a gesture of courtesy from Pavlov, Popov said, it's night now, and the situation is very complicated. Even if you ride in a tank, there could be danger. What if, apart from those disguised as the Internal Guard, there are also forces masquerading as others? Wang Zhong thought to himself that as long as he could confirm they were enemies, he could highlight them. This wasn't like General Skorobo, who had been forced to betray his country. If it were a special enemy force, his cheat would light the people up. He tried to persuade Popov, look, during Araki's breakout, I was the first to charge on a tank. Popov, during Araki's breakout, any of us could have died in the next second. It didn't make much difference where you were. It's different now, if you're in the division headquarters, you won't die. So stay put in the division headquarters, don't go anywhere, and let the troops handle the problem. Wang Zhong, trust me, I handle things faster. Popov turned to Pavlov, seemingly suggesting if I can't persuade him, you try. Pavlov immediately picked up the phone, connect to the division commander's wife's position. Wang Zhong, all right, fine, I won't go. However, he had already heard Lucia's voice from the receiver. Hello, who is it? Pavlov, division headquarters here. The commander intends to personally investigate the firefight in the rear. What is your opinion? Ludmila, he is not allowed to go. Tell him to trust his subordinates a little more. Pavlov, you are not allowed to go, you need to trust your subordinates a little more. Wang Zhong, I freaking heard that. Fine, I won't go. And your tone just now was disgusting. Pavlov shrugged his shoulders and said to the other end of the phone, thank you, Ludmila Vasilievna. He deliberately used her full name and patronymic as a form of respect. After he spoke, he hung up the phone. Wang Zhong, we need to strengthen the security of the division headquarters as well. Grigory. The sergeant major pushed open the door of the bunker and snapped his heels together with a loud click. Go inspect the sentries, thoroughly check for any suspicious individuals. The sergeant major nodded and left. Then Wang Zhong pulled out a pistol blessed by the Grand Patriarch and slapped it onto the map table. Nelly, would you like some tea? Wang Zhong gestured with his empty cup towards Nelly. Holding the teapot, Nelly filled his cup to the brim. Touching the teacup, Wang Zhong yelped from the heat, Ayo. Half an hour later, 2 soldiers escorted a blood-covered internal guard officer into the bunker. Upon seeing Wang Zhong, the officer shouted, you are in rebellion. How dare you fire upon the internal guard? We are on a secret mission from the tribunal. Wang Zhong switched his view and found the man had a red name, but couldn't understand the name of the unit. It seemed he really needed to learn Prasen speech, otherwise, even if these things were highlighted, he wouldn't understand them. Now reassured, Wang Zhong said, we have already sent a telegram to confirm this matter. If you do have a secret mission, we will help you to complete it, Mr. Judge. Judge, you've already alerted the target. The mission has failed. You'll all be brought before the tribunal? Just you wait. Wang Zhong, if that's the case, we'll accept the tribunal's judgment. We are devout followers of the secular faction, and we trust the tribunal to make a fair ruling. Instead of worrying about that, shouldn't we be considering how to remedy the situation now? At that moment, several real judges entered the room, with a major leading them nodding at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong pointed to the judge major, meet your colleagues. The captive turned around and, upon seeing his colleagues, was unfazed. We are. The major interrupted him, you better pray first. Him monk, if you please. Sufang Badawenjisu entered the room. Nelly's shoulders immediately tensed up. Sufang smiled at Wang Zhong, hi. Wang Zhong said, I didn't know the hymn monk had this function. Sufang said, if it's a sincere prayer, I can feel it. The more devout, the more obvious it is. But actually, many people are not very devout when they pray. But the judge is definitely devout, even somewhat fanatical, said the major judge who had called Sufang in. The captive's face had turned red, and he suddenly lunged towards Wang Zhong. Nelly threw the teapot in her hand, spraying the man's face with scalding tea. The captive let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, and his charge came to an abrupt halt. Popov lunged forward, pinning him to the ground with the force of a mountain. As he hit the ground, Wang Zhong clearly heard a sound like an egg cracking against the edge of a chopping board. Wang Zhong stood still, never having moved, because the captive was actually quite far from him. Grigory put down the submachine gun whose safety he had already disengaged just now. He had been in the perfect position to fire without hitting anyone else outside the target. Vasily moved in front of Popov and snatched the knife from the captive's hand. How did this knife remain on him? Your search wasn't thorough enough. Grigory said, I didn't do the search. It should have been me. Mine. Pavlov also came over, took the knife from Vasily's hands. It looks poisoned, best hand it over to the tribunal's poison expert. Wang Zhong said, Vasily, ask him in Prosnian what unit he's from and what his mission is. Vasily immediately translated. Though pinned down by Popov, who was bear-like, the captive still managed to laugh. You will be annihilated. Prasen will ultimately triumph. Wang Zhong said, all right, I've grown tired of matching wits with Prosnian captives. Leave him to the gentlemen of the tribunal. Thank you for supporting our work, said the major judge with a smile, stepping forward to replace Popov in holding the man down, while another judge brought out handcuffs and chains, securely binding the captive. The major then said to Wang Zhong, if you're tired, go to sleep. I estimate we'll have the results by tomorrow night. Wang Zhong, that long? The pilot spilled the beans in less than an hour. The major laughed, I sense a familiar scent on this man. They've been trained to resist interrogation, it won't be easy to make them confess. If we're unlucky, it might take days, they might have to be sent to a rear tribunal base equipped with a complete interrogation facility. Wang Zhong nodded, it's in your hands now. The major then escorted the captive away. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov, confirm our casualties. Already confirmed. The reserve troops had 32 dead and 15 injured. Those sons of bitches fought fiercely, Pavlov cursed. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue, these men died in battle against the enemy, apply for pensions in the event of death in action. No, they protected the key units of the division, we should apply for medals. You handle it. Pavlov nodded, don't worry, my level 6 clerk will take care of it. Wang Zhong nodded, then looked at the time. It's time for the artillery barrage. Did we capture any prisoners? Did they reveal where their division and regiment headquarters are? Pavlov pointed at the map. It's marked here. But today we didn't capture any officers above the rank of lieutenant, so it might not be accurate. Wang Zhong, never mind, bombard. An hour and a half after the artillery shelling, the major judge entered the bunker. He confessed. Wang Zhong was surprised. Huh? So, is it the 21st already? No, the enemy isn't as formidable as we imagined, shrugged the major judge. He belongs to the Brandenburg unit, an enemy force specialized in disguise and infiltration. They parachuted down today with the 100th Airborne Ranger Division. They have 3 other squads, one in charge of sabotaging our communication lines, one tasked with surveying our artillery positions and airfields, and another whose mission he did not know. Wang Zhong asked, what about the mission of their unit? To assassinate you, the major said seriously. Wang Zhong frowned. To assassinate me, they dispatched an elite unit to kill a brigadier general. Yes. According to the confession, Prasen seems to believe that you are one of the spiritual pillars of Anti's ongoing resistance. Killing you would rapidly dismantle the entire Anti-army's will to resist. Wang Zhong laughed dryly. How could I be so important? Even without me, the Grand Patriarch would lead the Anti to continue the resistance. The major said, you don't have to downplay your importance in front of us. We also consider you one of the spiritual pillars of the resistance. Wang Zhong shrugged. Okay, I know the general situation now. The major interrupted Wang Zhong. We think it's necessary to strengthen your guard, so a real inner guard battalion is currently on their way here. Wang Zhong said, thank you for your concern. Let me clarify in advance, if the situation becomes critical, I will commit the inner guard battalion to combat as a fighting force. Please do so, the major judge stated. We excel in dealing with any form of the enemy. Any form. After the judge led the prisoners away, no sooner had he left than Pavlov's 6th-level clerk came in with a stack of documents. As soon as Pavlov saw the old man, he showed a face full of trouble. Didn't I entrust you with the seal and everything? That's according to the rules? You guys should handle these matters. I have a lot to do, and I need to focus on military affairs. As a military enthusiast, Wang Zhong was particularly sensitive to certain terms. For example, hearing full of vitality and everything thriving. He would recall a specific scene, and automatically add a map background board behind the person speaking. I need to focus on military affairs wasn't as famous as the previous line, but it made Wang Zhong unaccountably think of a certain balding man and start worrying about Pavlov's hairline. The old man frowned. I am here to report the casualty situation. Isn't this a military matter? Wang Zhong looked at the time. It wasn't even the next day yet, so he said, the casualties have been tallied so quickly? Let me have a look. He reached out and took the documents that were originally for Pavlov. The list detailed today's casualty numbers, meticulously sorted by their respective units. Wang Zhong flipped through and was shocked. How come the logistics suffered even more casualties than the frontline troops? The old man immediately answered. Many in logistics hadn't undergone artillery evasion training. When the shelling occurred, they just lay down on the ground, resulting in many being concussed or killed by the blasts. Today, the division's field hospital received many casualties with organ ruptures and vomiting blood, and reports indicated that the hospital lacks the means to treat them. They could only provide emergency treatment before preparing for evacuation. Wang Zhong, isn't it night already? Evacuate them by train. The old man, no trains have arrived at the station up to now. It's assumed that the railway has been severed somewhere along the line. After the old man finished, Pavlov pointed to the phone. The telephone lines to the army group have been cut. The railway probably has been sabotaged by the enemy's infiltrating forces. After inquiring about the logistics casualties, Wang Zhong continued to review the casualties of various units and, after finishing, handed them over to Popov. The combat troops generally have few casualties. The biggest losses actually came from the Brandenburg unit that sneak attacked the 3rd Battalion's position at Bishinsk. While looking through the casualty roll, Popov answered, the Brandenburg troops are, after all, specialized units, with better training than the ordinary Prussian army, and it was a sudden attack. The 3rd Battalion performed well. Given the situation tonight, we can apply for medals for them. Wang Zhong, medals are useless. Notify logistics to give the 3rd Battalion an extra meal tomorrow morning. Having said this, he told Popov, this is what really works. Morale will definitely be high. Vasily, it would be even better if you personally visited their position, General, and said a few words to them. If you don't want to write a speech, just come out with a tongue twister. Dust whirls up with the sound of horse hooves in the field or something. The feeling of reading dust whirls up with the sound of horse hooves in the field in anti-language is probably similar to reciting fertilizer turns black as it volatilizes in Mandarin. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily. So if I really go there tomorrow and deliver a tongue twister and their morale doesn't change, what then? Vasily, I was only making a comparison. If you insist on taking it seriously, then I'll go pick dung. Wang Zhong, good, you're already a staff officer who can take responsibility for his own words. Pavlov, speeches are not good right now. We shouldn't use them when the situation becomes tense later. For now, let's stick to extra meals. When the situation gets more severe, we'll distribute vodka. Only then comes the general's speech. By then, Popov had also finished going through the casualty list and handed it over to Pavlov. Pavlov had just opened it when he clicked his tongue in surprise. So few casualties on the front today? Even the troops holding the bridgehead haven't suffered much. Seems like our technical work has yielded some results. We have many permanent fortifications alongside our border and by Archsukov. Why haven't they played their part? Especially the ones in the middle segment of the front line, and with the Bug River as a barrier too. Wang Zhong, don't mention such things. When we push back to the border line, we'll naturally have time to investigate how the enemy broke through the fortified region. That makes sense. After speaking, Pavlov yawned at length. I can't do this anymore. I need to sleep for a while. I suggest, General, that you should sleep too and let Popov, who's had the most sleep among us, take over the duty. Popov nodded. I drank quite a lot of tea this afternoon and feel quite energetic. I won't be able to sleep even if I tried. You guys go and rest. Wang Zhong took one last look at the pitch-black battlefield, making sure no enemy was highlighted. Then he told Nelly, I'm going to sleep. The enemy might shell us at night, so I won't sleep in the dorm. Get the camp bed ready in the next room. Nelly, do you need a body wipe? Wang Zhong shook his head. No need. I didn't sweat today. Even though there hasn't been autumn rain yet, the temperature on the battlefield has already dropped, and it's necessary to cover up with a blanket at night. Wang Zhong wasn't really accustomed to this temperature. As for someone from south of the Yangtze River, this would be proper winter weather. Yet for the anti-people, this was not even late autumn, a chilling thought indeed. Nelly asked again, do you need me to call the lady back? This lady referred to Ludmila. Wang Zhong, she has her post to hold. Just then, Wang Zhong suddenly heard a low hum of engines in the sky. He looked outside again, or rather, switched perspectives, then saw a flight of 6 biplanes coming from the enemy's side. Brother Peter hadn't reported, presumably having recognized the engine sound of this type of biplane and knowing they were friendlies. These biplanes weren't carrying bombs, clearly indicating they had completed their bombing mission. Wang Zhong asked Pavlov, where is our night bomber squadron based? Their range shouldn't be too far from the front line, right? If it's close by, they can carry less fuel and the planes will be lighter. Pavlov frowned. Don't planes always take off with a full fuel tank? Wang Zhong uttered an "oh," as he just remembered that reality wasn't like a game. In reality, to deal with complex aerial situations, planes generally took off with a full tank. Unlike in games, where the plane's internal fuel would only last for 10 minutes before dropping an extra fuel tank of over 1,000 liters. Once it took off and reached the battlefield, it would discard the external tank. Then I'd become the most agile dog in the mountains. Before the 10 minutes of fuel burned out, either the enemy would be wiped out, or I'd be dead. On closer thought, even tanks in games only carried 20 shells, whereas in reality, tank operators wished they could cram as many shells as possible because there were never enough during intense battles. After the engine noise subsided, Wang Zhong said, then I'll withdraw first. Pavlov, okay, I'll withdraw too n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Before that, you need to sign the casualty report, the level 6 clerk suddenly said. And by the way, the tea at the division headquarters is quite good. Who brewed it? Nelly raised her small hand. Me. Oh, the general's little maid, huh? Could you also brew a pot for us clerks over at the bunker nearby? The enemy began their attack, and, naturally, important division headquarters moved their operations underground. Otherwise, a single shot could disrupt the troops and plunge them into chaos. Nelly, if it's just brewing tea, no problem. Wang Zhong suddenly joked. Nelly was very happy watching the battle from the division bunker today, but starting tomorrow, she will switch to the boring duty of managing warm tea. Nelly, I wasn't happy. I was just curious about what the enemy looked like. During the breakout, it was nighttime, and I was sitting at the back of the tank, shrinking my neck all day, so I didn't really see what the living enemy looked like. That's why I was curious. During the breakout, Nelly had sat on the engine hood of Wang Zhong's tank number 422, shrinking her neck behind the tank gun turret the whole time. At that time, Nelly must have looked quite cute, but unfortunately, Wang Zhong was too busy aiming the machine gun atop the tank turret at the enemy to notice how Nelly looked. Just then, Pavlov finished signing, handed the document back to the old man, and said, you take a break too. The old man chuckled. You don't know this, but an old guy like me gets by on 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day. When you get old, you'll miss being able to sleep for long periods. As he spoke, the old man picked up Nelly's teapot and walked away with it. Nelly, my teapot has been swiped. It was brought from the Rokossovsky estate in Yafort. Wang Zhong, no problem, we'll get it back tomorrow. After saying that, he yawned deeply. The next day, early in the morning of September 21st, Wang Zhong was woken up by the sound of artillery. He immediately rolled onto the floor, flattened himself into a defensive position, and cursed. This early. Given the rigid nature of the Prussians, he estimated that they would probably bombard them every morning at this time from now on. It took Wang Zhong a moment to remember that he had slept in the division bunker's rest area the day before, which meant he didn't need to be overly afraid of the bombardment. Or rather, if the bombardment even reached the bunker's rest area, his own position probably wouldn't be much help in surviving, so he might as well pray to the concrete gods. Wang Zhong stood up and got dressed. He had slept in his trousers the night before, so he could get up quickly in case of emergency, and now he dressed in no time. At this moment, Nelly entered the room. By the look of things, the bombing had caught her off guard as well, and she had flattened herself onto the floor immediately. Wang Zhong, prepare some refreshing tea, I'm going straight to the division headquarters. After saying that, he pushed past Nelly and rushed down the corridor toward the division bunker. In the bunker, the night shift staff officers and Popov were peering out of the observation post. Wang Zhong made his way to the observation post in 3 steps, picked up the binoculars, and asked simultaneously, "What's the situation?" "Just artillery fire, no sign of troop assembly. Should we return fire?" Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "Do you think the enemy will still form up for attack waves in the same place as before? They suffered for it yesterday." "Popov, a little return fire wouldn't hurt. The supply train arrived at 2 last night, replenishing us with a whole lot of heavy artillery ammunition. The person organizing the train is an old hand, knowing what gets used up the most on the first day of a defensive battle." Wang Zhong involuntarily thought of General Chekhov's face, flat as a frying pan. In the era before Wang Zhong crossed over, frying pans were usually non-stick. This general was truly capable, never clinging to a pot, always reliable in his duties. One day, he'd have to get General Chekhov to write his memoirs and then produce a movie based on them, titled The Cannon, the Seal, and the Non-Stick Pan. Since the non-stick pan general had delivered the ammunition, it was only natural to give the Prussians an entertaining start to their day. "Wang Zhong, tell the artillery units to use the same firing elements as yesterday's counter-battery fire. Fire when ready." Time moved a little backward, to 1 hour before dawn. At the headquarters of the Prasen Asgard Night Orders Ampler Division, Kluge, an old acquaintance of Rokosov and the acting commander of the Ampler Division, was addressing his troops. "No, that's not right." For after the courageous performance in the offensive actions following the crossing of Araki, Commander Kluge had officially become a division commander, promoted to the rank of Major General, just like the White Horse General, Rokosov. At this moment, Kluge was lecturing the newly supplemented staff at the division headquarters. "I'm very familiar with the White Horse General, especially familiar. He's a cunning man, the master of trifles, but if you're not careful, you'll fall right into his trap. Yesterday, he bombed our deployment area, flipping over our troops that were setting up for the attack, forcing us to delay our offensive for over 2 hours. I believe he will try again today. However, there will be a slight change in the bombing positions. He'll bet that we're deploying further back, trying to dodge the bombardment with a small sacrifice. The reason troops need to deploy just before they encounter the enemy is that maintaining the formation after deploying for an attack is extremely difficult. The formation used while marching is favored because it's manageable. Attack formation, on the other hand, cannot be managed. It's manageable to march in attack formation for 3 kilometers, but any longer distances will lead to all sorts of problems." Looking proudly at the map where he'd drawn the deployment location, Kluge said, "That's why we should do the opposite. We deploy in the same position as yesterday, which will cause the bombardment to fall behind us, allowing us to initiate the attack on time." Then, the newly appointed chief of staff commented, "But I've looked through my division's combat logs against General Rokossovsky, and his nightly artillery barrages have been hitting fixed targets, without any variation. Even when our troops had moved far from the villages and camped in the open, he bombarded the villages. Could he bomb the original locations this time as well?" Kluge frowned. "Impossible. I have a basis for my prediction. Last night, Commander Giles' headquarters was bombed, but the shells fell off target, only flipping over the military police battalion that was having dinner. Clearly, Rokossov had our intelligence, perhaps a military map. But think about it, how could our own map be off? It's our army's map. The location of the headquarters must be clearly marked, not a single coordinate wrong. That must be Rokossov playing clever, that's why it was off. He'll continue to act smart today." After a few seconds of thought, the new chief of staff nodded. "That makes sense." Kluge declared, "Then it's settled. Let us mock Rokossov's cleverness." An hour later, the artillery staff suddenly entered to report, "The enemy has begun to bombard our deployment area." Kluge laughed. "Where did they hit? Is it our rear?" Staff, "No, it's our troops that are currently deploying." Kluge's face changed, and he hurriedly strode out of the headquarters' armored command vehicle. The Prussian army now dared not stay in buildings when facing the White Horse General, instead residing in armored command vehicles in open fields. Looking at the shells continuously falling less than 2 kilometers away, Kluge nearly lost his footing, but the new chief of staff came to support him. He shouted with all his soul towards the bombing area, "My newly replenished troops. Under the heavy barrage, all lives are equal, no matter if they're veterans or not. If a shell lands nearby, those who should die will die." At that moment, the communication staff came out of the communication vehicle and saluted Kluge. "Major General, we just received a telegram from the Emperor's Personal Guards Division, who were also bombarded but suffered minor losses due to their assembly point being moved back a kilometer. Only stray shells fell on the troops that were deploying." The new chief of staff looked at Kluge, wisely choosing not to speak. Kluge sighed, "Tell the Emperor's Personal Guards that my division can't launch the attack as scheduled. Ask them to also postpone their attack time, or they might be flanked by the enemy." The staff saluted and then ran toward the communication vehicle. At 0800 hours on September 21st, near the headquarters bunker of the Guards Mechanized Infantry Division in Shostka, Wang Zhong looked outside, then at his watch. "Even if we hit them this morning, shouldn't they have launched the attack by now?" Pavlov joked, "Maybe you killed their division commander again, leading to command chaos." Wang Zhong shook his head. "Impossible. Prussian commanders like to come to the front to see the situation firsthand. In Pinyi, their combat group commander was staring eye to eye with me the whole time. I was prone on the water tower, and he was standing on the high ground, with the weeping Khazarla between us. Back then, I didn't have a T-34, if I did, I would have charged at him. And yesterday, guess what? I saw a battalion commander. After speaking, Wang Zhong realized he had said too much and hurriedly corrected himself. I spotted a tank that seemed to be a battalion command tank, then I called in heavy artillery cover. In reality, Wang Zhong had already noticed this glaring flaw in himself, only being able to illuminate enemies within his eyesight. Now in command of a division, with such a broad front, staying in the division headquarters bunker only allowed him to illuminate a sector of the enemy in front. In order to make efficient use of this cheat, Wang Zhong had to treat tank number 422 as a parade tank sitting on it and doing nothing, just patrolling along the position. Light up an enemy commander, and boom, gone. Of course, there was a downside to this. The gunner of tank 422 was a tank instructor, so he shot more accurately than anyone else. He was also well acquainted with the tank's quirks, so if he switched to another gun, he couldn't achieve the same level of precision. This problem was easily solvable. After all, the parade tanks ordered in the name of the royal family by Olga had already been produced in the dozens, all of which were in Wang Zhong's unit. It was simply a matter of switching to another tank. However, Pavlov would get upset if Wang Zhong left the headquarters to hop into a smaller tank. At the time, Pavlov had persuaded Wang Zhong with these words, "The front line is still stable now. There's no need for you to run around everywhere. You are most effective when you hold the command post. If the defense line is full of holes in the future, then wait to run around as a firefighter." Pavlov's words were logical and in line with military common sense. Moreover, the Prussian troops were well organized. In Luchthof, when the enemy commander at the front was killed, the division only descended into chaos for an hour, after which they launched a fierce infantry assault that nearly penetrated Wang Zhong's imperial iron wall. It seemed that killing the enemy's battalion commander wouldn't have an immediate and significant effect. Just yesterday, when Wang Zhong blew up that battalion commander, the enemy's attacking troops didn't stop at all. It appeared that to the Prussians, a battalion commander's rank wasn't enough. Only by killing a division commander could they stop the enemy's attack for more than an hour. But where was the enemy division commander? In Luchthof, the enemy's division commander was less than 4 kilometers from the front line. Wang Zhong could find him just by charging with a small tank. The longer the war dragged on, the farther the enemy division commander stayed from the front line. JNN. Could it be that they were scared off by me? I'm thinking, I haven't blown up many division commanders. While Wang Zhong pondered, a new staff officer operating the artillery mirror asked Vasily, "Musician, why is there a layer of net on the artillery mirror?" With pride, Vasily replied, "Don't understand, do you? They didn't teach this at the military academy, right? This is General Rokossovsky's invention? With the net over it, due to the imaging principle of the artillery mirror, we can't see the net, but we can see the enemy because the imaging position of the net isn't on the eyepiece." Staff officer, I understand the principle, but what's the point of it? To prevent reflections. The bunker now faces west, and in the afternoon, sunlight could come in and potentially reflect light, exposing our position. Learn this, it might save your life one day. The new staff officer looked convincingly impressed, although his rank was much higher than Vasily's military academy trained junior officers, while the staff officer had attended the same academy as Wang Zhong. The staff officer leaned closer to the eyepiece of the artillery mirror. Indeed, I can't see the net, but the amount of light entering is obviously affected. I feel that aside from preventing reflections, it could also maintain a good field of vision in the afternoon against the setting Sunday. Vasily was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered. Right? Exactly? The general has said so already. Wang Zhong thought to himself that this was nonsense. He had never said such a thing. How could he know this if it wasn't depicted in the movies? But he just smiled slightly, of course. Then he added to the story, this technique was actually developed during sniper competitions between the Crown Prince and me. Back then, our game involved both of us entering the royal hunting grounds from different directions, fully equipped. New staff officer, in the royal hunting grounds of Oriol. Wang Zhong, right. After entering, we would move forward and hunt for our daily food, silently advancing until one of us discovered the other. Whoever fired first and the bullet landed within a 2-meter radius of the other person would be considered the victor. Of course, it's hard to determine the winner in such a game, so in the end, it came down to who admitted defeat. The new staff officer laughed. The Crown Prince must have won all the games. Wang Zhong kept smiling, not because he agreed with the answer, but because he suddenly realized that he had oversold his story. If some nosy person later went to the royal hunting grounds to inquire and was told that nothing of the sort ever happened, wouldn't that blow his cover? He could only hope that everyone would comply in silent accord. It was a bit like the time before his traversal, riding on the slow greenskin train, where out of sheer boredom, passengers resorted to chatting to pass the time. Everyone would ramble on about all sorts of topics, knowing full well that the stories were made up but never calling each other out, treating them like stories. The situation on the greenskin train was similar to the current one. Everyone inside the command post had to stay confined in this small space, bored stiff, killing time as best as they could. Unable to play poker, they could only resort to harmless boasting. No sooner had Wang Zhong finished embellishing than player Vasily began. Filipov and I didn't have such extravagant hobbies. Our entertainment was, new staff officer, enemy incoming? The attack has begun. Popov heard that the enemy was approaching and immediately went to the observation window to look outside. 5 minutes later, he put down his binoculars and said to Wang Zhong, smoke, Sujin barrage, tank assault, still the same old tricks. Were yesterday's casualties not enough, so they're trying again today. Wang Zhong, listening to the sound of our mortars and heavy artillery interception fire, shrugged his shoulders. Why don't you ask the enemy commander? At this point, Pavlov had already finished issuing orders to the artillery, so he too joined the conversation. If the enemy hasn't changed their tactics, we'll just deal with them using yesterday's methods. This makes my job easier. The orders to the artillery can just be the same as yesterday. Vasily said, no, there is something different, haven't you all noticed? Everyone looked at Vasily, indulging his desire to perform, until he finally said with an air of mystery, there are no planes today. Yesterday with both the Yak-1 and the Divine Arrow, we can conservatively estimate the enemy lost 30 to 40 pilots in one day, and today they didn't show up, not even for high-altitude level bombing. As everyone in the bunker exchanged glances, Wang Zhong suddenly slapped his thigh. Aren't the pilots just sitting idle then? How can it be like this? Can the Yak-1 carry bombs? Wang Zhong had flown the Yak-1 before in a game, but he had only used the Yak-1 for air combat, so he only knew that the Yak-1 couldn't carry auxiliary fuel tanks and gun pods. He had no memory of it carrying bombs. Pavlov looked at him with frustration. You're always finding more work for me to do. After saying this, he picked up the receiver. Switchboard, connect me to the fighter squadron. Hello, is this Harlamov? No? Well, you'll do. Can your Yak-1s carry bombs? Can they carry 2 100-kilo bombs? Alright, got it. Hold on to the phone for a minute, I need to check with the general. Pavlov looked over without bothering to repeat the conversation, since everyone had heard it anyway. Wang Zhong said, carrying 2 100-kilo bombs would affect the flight performance too much, and pilots are still very precious. Let's go with 2 50-kilo bombs instead. Vasily was puzzled. Why not just hang one bomb? Wang Zhong explained. What do you know? 2 bombs are hung under the wings, one on each side, to balance. They are dropped simultaneously. If you drop from one side and the other side fails and doesn't drop, it could be disastrous. Vasily remarked. So that's how it is. After their conversation ended, Pavlov asked, so the order is for them to carry 2 50-kilograms bombs each. Dispatch a squadron, the rest will be on standby for air defense. Tell them, accuracy is not demanded, just dropping the bombs near the enemy is fine, but the key is to return alive. I need their reconnaissance reports, especially any area with antennas. Actually, Wang Zhong didn't think the pilots could spot the enemy's antennas from the air, knowing from personal experience how difficult it is to see ground targets with camouflage from above. In the game, if the enemy put some grass in front of their tanks or parked under a tree, Wang Zhong would be virtually blind to it. That was just a game, but reality has 1,000 times more ground details to obscure the view, and even upon returning with pictures, it would take professionals a long time to identify them. There was an example from history where a Sturmtiger's No. 4 tank had its track broken, was reported by Soviet infantry, and the Soviet Air Force dispatched 40 Il-2 aircraft to bomb it, only for the closest bomb to land dozens of meters from the tank. It wasn't that the Soviet Air Force's bombing technique was poor, but because the No. 4 tank was on the battlefield surrounded by complex situations, and the pilots could not distinguish the target. Of course, the bombing technique of the Soviet Air Force was indeed poor, lacking adequate training time. Wang Zhong's orders were passed on unaltered by Pavlov to the fighter squadron. The chief of staff put down the receiver and said to Wang Zhong, fighters going on a bombing run, isn't that like a dog catching mice? None of its business. So anti-people also have this proverb. Wang Zhong replied, what's wrong with that? It's just that our engine technology is inferior, and we don't have enough power, so we can only carry 2 little sweet potatoes. Vasily interjected, a 50-kilogram bomb is no small potato, it's a big watermelon. No, I don't even know if there's a watermelon that heavy. It's scarier than heavy artillery. Wang Zhong said, just you wait, once we bring in fighters from the Federation, we'll show you what mixing business with pleasure really means. At this moment, the only one in the bunker still at his post, a staff officer, shouted, I hear machine gun fire. Yafort has engaged the enemy. Pavlov took up the receiver. Shortly after, the sound of heavy artillery shells whooshed over everyone's heads. Wang Zhong could see through the smoke, so he clearly saw that around Yafort 2 companies had unfolded. After breaking through the barrage of the mortar fire, their formation had thinned out, but because Yafort was a single point, the sparse formation was forced to clump together again. And then they were covered by heavy artillery fire. Wang Zhong couldn't help but mutter, is the enemy commander's head made of iron? This kind of offensive just won't do. Our infantry can't accumulate combat experience like this. Popov replied, what are you talking about? Do you really think we send greenhorns across the river just to gain experience? No, it's to build their courage. Fighting skills, that's something the old soldiers will teach them when we pull back for rest and reorganization. Just then, the phone rang and Pavlov picked up the receiver, division headquarters. What's the matter? Understood. He put down the receiver and immediately picked it up again to issue the order to cease firing to the artillery. Wang Zhong asked. The enemy is retreating. In fact, Wang Zhong saw the enemy retreating but had to pretend a bit, since, after all, the division headquarters bunker the entire east bank was shrouded in smoke and nothing could be seen. Pavlov, the enemy didn't even try to cross the river. What's going on here? Just as Wang Zhong was about to answer, he saw a squadron of Yak-1s carrying bombs fly over the river. The sound of the plane's engines became the only noise on the battlefield at that moment. As Wang Zhong prayed for them to find the big fish, the phone rang. Pavlov picked it up. Headquarters, go ahead. Okay, I'll get him now. After he finished speaking, he handed the receiver to Wang Zhong, Army Group Commander. Wang Zhong took the receiver. Hello, Kiriyenko, this is Rakasov. What's the situation? Major General Kiriyenko, how are things on your end? Kashuk is under fierce attack, but the concrete you sent him has been very effective. And there are no bridges on his side, so the enemy has to advance through water. Wang Zhong, I have bridges here, but the bridgehead is actually an anvil I designed for the enemy. My sledgehammer has already smashed them to pieces. I've evaporated 4 enemy platoons, 4 platoons. Yesterday alone, the enemy left behind more than 400 bodies. I'm afraid a single assault today has cost them nearly 300. Major General Kiriyenko, are you sure you don't need reinforcements? Wang Zhong, I haven't even used my reserves. In fact, the reserves had suffered the second highest casualties yesterday, after the logistics personnel, due to being attacked by infiltrating enemy elite troops. Hearing Wang Zhong's confidence, Major General Kiriyenko said, that's great, but let me know immediately if you can't hold on. I've already prepared troops to relieve you. You now represent more symbolic than actual combat significance. Although I doubt anyone can defend as well as you, what I mean is, if you need to retreat, retreat, don't feel burdened. Wang Zhong, don't worry. Once my troops' casualties reach 40%, I'll withdraw. After a moment of silence on Kiriyenko's end, he said, all right, I understand. We'll leave it at that. Then he hung up the phone. At the Army Group headquarters, Major General Kiriyenko put down the phone and looked at the Army Group Chief of Staff and the military bishop. This Rakasov, he's assured me with such confidence that he will request a retreat once his casualties reach 40%. The Chief of Staff twisted his eyebrows into knots. Even Archsukov's troops, inspired by the Crown Prince, didn't fight that resolutely, did they? They fell apart when their losses reached 30%. Are his troops made of iron or what? And the military bishop very firmly said, it's possible for Major General Rakasov's words to come true. At Araki, his troops managed to organize a breakout after suffering 50% casualties, although those losses were tallied after they had broken out. Kiriyenko approached the map, looking at the overall situation. Right now, it seems possible that we can completely stop the enemy's offensive in the south. The question is how long we can hold in the north. The north doesn't have any rivers to defend, and the only fortified areas are around Yafort, which is precisely the kind of battlefield suitable for enemy armored forces. Chief of Staff, on the bright side, if we can save a lot of troops here, the Western Front Army can shift forces to the north. Major General Kiriyenko nodded. Let's hope so. At the Prasen Army side, headquarters of the 1st Army of the Asgard Knights, Giles frowned. We've suffered such heavy losses without even exchanging fire with the enemy's anti-tank guns. It seems we can't keep charging in blindly. Change strategy, switch the operation to trench warfare, and request engineering troops from the Central Army Group. All the staff officers looked at each other. Then the Chief of Staff spoke on everyone's behalf. Your Majesty has high hopes for us, Giles, which is why we can't continue to throw our lives away. How is this different from Carolingian officers forcing their soldiers to their deaths with military execution squads? Trench warfare offers better resistance against heavy artillery. Even under heavy bombardment, we can continue to advance. This will render their current biggest threat to us useless. I've thoroughly reviewed the White Horse General's battle records. The greatest crisis in his lines of defense at Araki came when reconnaissance aircraft were overhead, and his heavy artillery dared not act. While our reports like to portray the White Horse General as a tank commander, his true strength lies in the use of artillery fire, so we must take a targeted approach. At that moment, aide-de-camp Feliz approached. How long will it take for trench warfare to get close to the enemy? Giles, I ordered an engineering assessment yesterday, and the detailed report should be done today. According to my experience, we might need 15 days to get close enough to launch an attack. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Feliz, but His Majesty hopes that our pincer movement will be completed by mid-October. To capture Yafort by November. Giles, don't worry, if we launch the attack on the 5th of October, and break through around the 10th, we can still complete the pincer movement by the 20th. The key that His Majesty expects is to penetrate what the enemy has propagated as the Imperial Iron Wall defense of the White Horse General. Feliz, but, Giles, I will explain this personally to His Majesty. You needn't worry, call off the attack, and let the artillery continue bombarding the enemy's defenses. Feliz hesitated for a moment but still replied, yes. At this moment, in the skies, Harlamev personally led a squadron to execute this unprecedented bombing mission. Before that, the fighter regiment pilots didn't even know their Yak-1s were capable of carrying bombs. The main and Air Force particularly emphasized specialization, with each plane designed for a specific mission, striving to perfect it for that purpose. They even considered removing the rear machine gun from the IL-2 to save those 200 or 300 kilograms of weight. Under this design philosophy, why the Yak-1 could carry bombs was no longer a question. Pilots simply didn't understand why a field mainly housing fighters would have both 100 kilograms and 50 kilograms bombs available. The pilots were even excitedly discussing the possibility that a female pilot who flew the Po-2 bomber was going to transfer in. How else could the presence of these bombs be explained? Until today, when they strapped on bombs and took off. It was anticipated to be an easy job since most Prussians hadn't been air raided before, and those who had only experienced night raids by the Po-2. Most Prussian soldiers had never seen a daytime air raid by the IL-2. They hadn't even bothered to camouflage. Some Prussians waved at the passing Yak-1s, probably mistaking Harlemeff's squadron for friendly forces. Over the radio, the number 3 of Harlemeff's squadron, the lead plane of the second pair formation Captain Semyon asked, "What should we bomb? It looks like there are targets everywhere." Harlemeff, "We should bomb high-value targets, like adding another general to our respected Major General's list of accomplishments." Harlemeff always spoke of the respected Major General without a hint of sarcasm, but with an adjective to describe his admiration for Rokosov. Captain Semyon grumbled, "Let's not even talk about whether we can find the antenna-laden house we're imagining. Even if we do, and we spot a Prussian national flagpole outside with hundreds of people being awarded, even if we find such a target, our bombs might not hit the mark. I've only received air combat training. At the aviation school, I did learn ground attack, but that was in an IL-2. After joining the unit, I haven't had any ground attack training. Since the war started, all I've done is strafe ground troops." Harlemeff, "Stop complaining, everyone's in the same boat. Let's just focus on finding a target. Even if the bombs aren't accurate, we can still strafe." At that moment, the number 4 of the squadron said, "I see a large house on our right. It may be Lord Boy's estate. I bet there's a division headquarters in there, at least one." Harlemeff looked to the right and caught sight of the distant estate, which seemed to be slowly retreating because of the distance. "Let's circle around," he said, "break formation and operate in pairs. Semyon, maintain visual contact with me." Formation changes in a 4-aircraft squadron were very complex, so pilots usually entered air battles in pairs, which made it much simpler to change formation. RA Beta. Moreover, Harlemeff couldn't see Semyon's plane during the formation change, so he had to remind him to keep visual contact, to ensure the pair didn't get separated. It was very easy to lose sight of targets in the sky, whether enemies or allies, and quite common to realize you can't see your wingman anymore while flying. So each pilot had their own map case to ensure they could navigate back to base using landmarks on the map if they were left alone with no contact with their squadron. The map case also ensured that in case of an emergency landing, they could aim for areas controlled by friendly forces. After completing the formation change, Harlemeff called out on the radio, "Semyon, do you see me?" "I see you, don't worry boss. Let's go take a look at Boy's estate. It's definitely a division headquarters." A few minutes later, with his plane tilted, Harlemeff circled the estate and cursed, "Who was it who said this was a division headquarters?" The estate was empty, and the series of substantial craters visible in the yard told the pilots why there was no enemy division headquarters there. "Captain Semyon, if you think about it, none of the Prussian army we've flown past have been housed in buildings. So, what do we do now?" Harlemeff sighed, "Look for enemy tanks. Hitting a tank unit would also count as striking a high-value target." At that moment, the pilot of plane number 2 said, "Isn't there any obvious target? I mean, don't the enemy's artillery fire? Hitting their artillery would count as a great achievement, right? Besides, artillery firing makes such a commotion, we should be able to see it from afar, right? You generally can't see distant targets on the ground, due to the curvature of the Earth. But now as the Yak-1s flew low, around 500 meters, their field of vision greatly expanded. The pilot's vision was well screened, with the sharpest hawk eyes in Harlemeff's fighter regiment capable of spotting twin-engine bombers 10 kilometers away. However, there were too many varied ground targets, and even pilots usually couldn't spot them from several kilometers away, which was why Harlemeff chose to fly at a low altitude of 500 meters. But if the target was an actively firing artillery position, climbing to 3,000 meters was also feasible, which would allow them to filter targets, as only heavy artillery fire would be visible from such a height. So Harlemeff said, "You're right, let's climb to 3,000 meters and see if we can spot any enemy firing." After he said this, he glanced at the fuel gauge and muttered, "Fuel consumption is higher than usual." He started to pull back on the joystick, climbing steadily at a 15-degree angle while still vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Unfortunately, the early versions of the Yak-1 had a hump behind the cockpit that blocked the rear view, so Harlemeff could only rely on his rear view mirrors to watch his back, even though that was the most dangerous direction. Suddenly, Captain Semyon shouted, "Look at the ground. They're firing." Harlemeff, "Where?" "At 11 o'clock. Harlemeff rolled the plane upside down so that with the glass cockpit rushing downwards, he could get the best view below. He saw the artillery position that was firing. "Everyone, drop bombs with me." "Captain Semyon, damn it, I feel like I can only bet my life on faith now. Who isn't? Drop the bombs and pray to St. Andrew at the same time." Harlemeff directly went into a dive towards the ground, heading straight for the firing artillery position. The Yak-1 was not a dedicated ground attack aircraft and had no ground targeting sights. so Harlamov simply aligned the gun sight's crosshairs with a cannon. The Yak-1's sighting system worked like this: if an enemy aircraft with a length of 10 meters and a wingspan of 10 meters was locked by the crosshairs of the sight, then the enemy aircraft filling the first aiming ring indicated a distance of 500 meters, and filling 3 aiming rings meant the range was around 100 meters. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. According to Harlamov's experience, firing when the enemy aircraft filled 3 rings had a high probability of hitting the target. Now Harlamov was treating the enemy's artillery position as an enemy aircraft, with the crosshairs set on it. He fired a burst with his machine gun when the artillery position filled the first ring to observe the fall of shot. The machine gun rounds landed 10 meters behind the enemy's artillery position, exploding on the ground, while a nearby coachman clasping his chest fell over. But the horse was fine. Harlamov suddenly realized he didn't have time to correct his aim, as he was diving at the enemy and the machine gun rounds hit the ground even closer than before. In that instant, he simply pulled the trigger, spraying about 10 rounds from his machine gun and cannon, then pressed the bomb release button and pulled up. As he pulled up, he saw where his ammunition landed. The aircraft's ammunition belt was mixed with tracer rounds, so he could precisely see the impact points. This strafe mostly hit the artillery position, and the gunners who were focused on firing didn't have time to take cover. Several were knocked down instantly. Harlamov couldn't see exactly how many were hit, as he was pulling up and the aircraft's wings blocked his view. Whether it was a Yak-1 or another aircraft, the downward and rearward visibility of the aircraft of that era was terrible. He couldn't see anything. That's why they needed to watch each other's blind spots. Harlamov couldn't see where the bombs had landed. He could only hear the explosions behind him, and he could see the flash of the explosion when he looked back, but he didn't know where they had hit. All he could do was ask over the radio, "Did anyone see where my bombs hit?" "Can't see. We've also dropped bombs and pulled up. We just can't see the results," someone responded over the radio. "Then let's turn left." Everyone turned left and confirmed the results. Harlamov's squadron all entered a left turn, and by this time their formation was completely scattered, but the wingmen managed to barely keep up with the lead aircraft. From above, they clearly saw 8 columns of dust, 2 of which were accompanied by flames. The entire artillery position had stopped firing, but at least from the air, the damage to the cannons seemed minimal. Captain Semyon suggested over the radio, "Let's call for an artillery strike." Harlamov: "Easier said than done. Do you know where we are?" Heavy bombers had specialized navigators who would estimate a flight path based on various instruments and the aircraft's heading, which would give them an approximate idea of their position and guide the bombers back to base. Therefore, heavy bombers could fly thousands of kilometers to hit a target. But a fighter like the Yak-1 only had 1 pilot, and during the flight, they were entirely focused on surveillance, without time to plot their course on a map. Fighter pilots generally used landmark navigation to determine their position based on distinctive features on the ground. Therefore, even if the pilot saw the target, they could only remember the direction of the target relative to a certain landmark. The Prussian Air Force's reconnaissance aircraft could direct artillery fire because they had specialized observers who could determine the approximately location of the aircraft and then the coordinates of the targets they discovered. But the Yak-1 had no such capability and couldn't directly guide artillery fire in practice, unless they got in contact with someone who had an external plug-in. Just then, Harlamov heard the voice of General Rokosov over his headset. "Harlamov, I heard you've found the target." "Harlamov, report your position." 30 minutes ago, in the bunker of the Guards Mechanized Infantry Division headquarters, Wang Zhong had actually been using a captured Prussian radio to follow the situation in the air. However, due to the poor performance of the anti-produced Yak-1 radio, he couldn't make out many details. So while he was listening, he asked Pavlov, "How many radios did the team manage to dismantle from the enemy tanks yesterday?" Pavlov shook his head. "The enemy tanks are very complex, and the radios are delicate. Our technicians dismantled 2 radios, but both were damaged. This morning I reported the situation to Commander Kozlsky of the Inland Navy Fleet. They will send technicians from the ships tonight to dismantle, with naval infantry providing cover. The technicians from the ships have university education. They should be capable." "Wang Zhong, don't just let them dismantle, see if they can patch one together from the 2 broken ones." Pavlov nodded, reached for the handset, thought for a moment, turned around and wrote a note, then handed it to a messenger. "Take this to Inland Navy Fleet headquarters." After the messenger ran off, Pavlov noticed Wang Zhong looking at him and explained, "If it's not too urgent, we send a note. Maybe they need the phone line for more urgent matters." Popov pointed to the peaceful battlefield outside the observation window. "Are you suggesting that there might be urgent matters in this kind of situation?" Wang Zhong also looked outside. "Why aren't the enemy attacking? It's been 2 hours since the last wave. Shall we hit their assembly area to prod them a bit?" Nellie's eyes widened. "Although I shouldn't interfere in military command, but why do you talk as if you and the enemy commander are good friends?" "Wang Zhong, the enemy gives me promotions and bargaining chips with their lives. Of course they are my good friends." At that moment, the voice of a pilot came through the radio. "Artillery, open fire." Big commotion. "Far away, can see." Wang Zhong's brows twisted into knots. What's with so much noise and so little substance? Can't Auntie produce some reliable radios? Vasily checked the captured Prussian gear and looked up at Wang Zhong saying, "It's not our problem. The situation over there is just too bad. They're flying low, which is affected by the curvature of the ground. Wang Zhong, it seems they found artillery. Was that word just now artillery? They also mentioned a big commotion. Keep listening. After waiting a few more minutes, a clearer voice came through. Look at the ground. They're firing. Where? Vasily squeezed in with a comment. They might have flown higher, so. Wang Zhong slapped him and mouthed, shut up. The radio continued to transmit, 11 o'clock direction. Fellows, follow my lead in bombing. Immediately after, the communication became fuzzy again, the only clear word being turn left. Wang Zhong frowned. Why is there always turn left in the communication? Is it because the barrage on the port side is thinner? Then a pilot suggested, let's call in artillery fire. It seemed the attack wasn't effective. But this suggestion was immediately rejected. Easy for you to say, do you know where we are? Wang Zhong picked up the radio handset and pressed the button. Rakasov calling Harlamov? Rakasov calling Harlamov. Wang Zhong released the button and waited for a response. For some reason, he suddenly felt tired from standing, so he ran to the table near the observation port, pushed aside the record books and other items, and sat down, leaning against the wall with the handset in his hand resting on the observation port. A with circumflex and Thailand bot yes. Vasily said, you look like a dandy in a cafe whistling at girls. Wang Zhong, is it possible I am one of those dandies? I just happen to be good at fighting. Vasily slapped his forehead. I forgot. There was still no response. Wang Zhong pressed the handset's button again. Rakasov calling Harlamov? Rakasov calling Harlamov. This time the response came immediately. General, please speak. Wang Zhong, while maintaining his position looking outside, switched to an overhead view. Then he realized there was only the squadron symbol for Harlamov's forces and not its field of vision. Damn, do I not count in Air Force Command unless I'm promoted to general? Even if I can order them to load up and strike, are they not considered my forces? But it was still fixable. After all, the position of that flight squadron was already in sight. Wang Zhong pointed at the map on the table and kicked Vasily.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At the same time he loudly asked, you've spotted the enemy artillery units, have you? Yes, we've carried out an attack. We didn't destroy a single cannon, nor did we see any ammunition explode. The effect was not good. We are preparing to continue strafing. What direction are they from you? Speak in terms of east, west, north, south. Wang Zhong asked. Mainly because his view was too high, he couldn't tell the exact direction of the nose of the planes. Watching the movement direction of the squadron symbols was misleading since the squadron consisted of several airplanes, and it was not good to assume the direction of movement as the nose direction. So Wang Zhong specifically emphasized using east, west, north, south. At this time Vasily had moved the whole map table over, probably not knowing which map Wang Zhong wanted. Wang Zhong picked up the small map stacked on top. These types of maps are printed for commanders to freely draw on, and then marked an X on the map with his fingernail. Vasily pushed a pencil towards Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong took the pencil and drew a cross on the map. This was the position of Harlamov's squadron. Although it kept changing, as long as Harlamov said hurry, it should be fine. Harlamov, we're to the northeast. About a distance of. Wang Zhong, no need to say the distance. He drew a line towards the northeast and then, according to the map scale, marked a point on the line. Wang Zhong, fly higher, communication will improve if you fly higher. Climb to 3,000 meters, repeat, climb to 3,000 meters. Understood, climbing to 3,000 meters. What are you planning to do? I'm going to fire a shot over there, and you'll correct it. Alright, but how can you guarantee that the shot will fall within our field of view? Harlamov was clearly confused. Wang Zhong, you don't have to worry about that. After Wang Zhong released the button on the microphone, he said to Vasily, tell the artillery to fire on this spot, just one round. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 1st Army of the Asgard Knights from the Prussian Army, senior officers dressed in the Knights' black military uniform were gathered around a field telephone. They had also been listening to the conversation between Rakasov and the Air Force a moment ago. Giles's adjutant, Feliz, said, we should commend the communications personnel who found this conversation. Giles nodded, yes. We'll deal with that later, but he only has one direction. How can he determine the location of our artillery positions? Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Feliz said, it could be radar. He just had the aircraft fly higher, essentially to let the radar see it. All the other Prussian senior officers gasped in shock. Giles, the United Kingdom has already transported radar here, and it's been installed? How did they transport it? From the north of the Balas Plateau and then across the inland sea. Feliz walked over to the world map. The timeline works, leaving from the United Kingdom's colony in Balaha, heading across the Balas Plateau, and then shipping across the inland sea. At this point, a communications officer came to report, Artillery Regiment 511 reports being bumped by enemy aircraft and that the enemy's artillery is test firing, requesting repositioning of our forces. Giles, initiate emergency evacuation. Emergency evacuation is a more urgent command than repositioning, essentially meaning that the artillery must abandon all equipment and evacuate the position, while the ammunition vehicles, driven by the Daredevil squad, move in the opposite direction of the personnel evacuation. Wang Zhong, hearing Harlamov's radio report, adjust aim coordinates 100 meters to the north. Before Wang Zhong could pass on the message, Pavlov, who had been maintaining his position holding the receiver, gave the order, shift 100 meters north. What followed was a long wait. The time it took for a howitzer shell to travel 10+ kilometers was astonishingly long. Finally, Harlamov reported, shift 200 meters east. Wang Zhong didn't even need to pass on the message, he just maintained his playboy posture, observing the scenery outside the observation port. Harlamov, suspect indirect fire, requesting 3 rounds to verify. As Pavlov relayed the message, Popov murmured, "Isn't that a naval term? This pilot is quite knowledgeable." Wang Zhong spread his hands. An Air Force pilot, guiding the Army's artillery fire using naval terminology. In some countries, this would have resulted in an uproar. Vasily, the general, is also very familiar with aircraft. At that moment, Harlamov reported, indirect fire successful. Ready to fire. Pavlov, confirmed target area coverage, artillery regiment to fire 3 rapid rounds. The sound of the artillery battery firing in unison soon followed. Popov asked Wang Zhong, "Do you think the target is divisional artillery, or corps artillery?" Wang Zhong, "Don't know, whether it's corps or division, hitting them is a win. Didn't you notice that the incoming fire started decreasing just now?" Vasily, indeed. At that moment, Harlamov's voice came over the radio, "Direct hit, repeat, direct hit." Just then, a scream cut into the calm of the radio communication, "Enemy aircraft, diving from above." Wang Zhong's first reaction to hearing this was enemy aircraft climbing steeply, diving quickly, a syndrome that afflicts military enthusiasts, where various strange memes can be triggered at any time. He pressed the microphone button and yelled, "Break into S. Everyone break into S. Dive into the blind spot under the enemy's belly." The 109's roll is poor during a dive. Roll performance worsens during a dive for the 109, meaning that when it sees a target breaking into an S-turn into the blind spot beneath its belly, the 109 in a dive might not be able to invert its body in time. The spatial position of both sides in air combat changes dramatically, and once visual contact is lost, it might not be regained. Although Wang Zhong shouted, the communication was already in chaos. "Disperse, disperse. Where's the enemy aircraft? I can't see it. I see it, breaking away. My rudder pedals aren't responding, I'm going to have to make an emergency landing. I got one. He's on fire. Xiao Miao, you have one on your tail. Turn left. Xiao Miao." Wang Zhong's expression was stern, and he held the microphone several times, thinking about pressing the button to speak, but ultimately he did not say anything. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after the enemy's shelling had completely ceased, a jeep carrying Harlamov and a pilot arrived at the headquarters of the Guards Mechanized Infantry Division. Having been informed in advance, Wang Zhong led all the staff of the division headquarters to meet them at the entrance. Seeing 2 people getting off the jeep, Wang Zhong asked, "Did we lose 2 people?" "No," Harlamov shook his head. "Another had a rudder failure, and the last message from his radio was that he flew over the river, but we don't know where he landed. If he makes contact with our forces, he will return by car. Since pilots are so precious, any unit that finds one will send them back to the airfield by car. Do you know the family address of Captain Semyon? I want to personally write him a letter of thanks," Wang Zhong added. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a guard from the sentry unit click his tongue in awe. A general personally writing a letter of thanks, wouldn't that be something to have? Popov looked like someone who had just been enlightened, turned his head, and looked Wang Zhong up and down. Wang Zhong forcefully pretended not to notice the expression on his face. Harlamov said, "Through official channels, you could do this through the church at the airfield. If you want to send it yourself, I know the address, after all, he's an old soldier from the 1st Squadron, and I'm quite familiar with him. Should I give the address to your maid?" Wang Zhong nodded and gestured for them to enter. "Please come in. Let's not stand out here, lest the Prussians learn from us and start shelling unexpectedly." The group entered the bunker like so. Upon entering, Harlamov's first words were, "General Rokossovsky, during the enemy aircraft attack, no one was paying attention to your radio communication, but thinking back now, you seem to have a good grasp of air combat tactics. You also knew that enemy fighters have trouble rolling during a dive." Wang Zhong quickly said, "That's just common knowledge, most aircraft will see decreased maneuverability when diving beyond a certain speed." This was true, so during a dive, it was necessary to control the speed well, often throttling back to prevent the aircraft from going too fast. A Yak-1 becoming unresponsive when diving too fast is also a risk of wing failure, given that the wings of the Yak-1 were made of wood. However, the Yak-1 rarely executed dive attacks. When Wang Zhong played War Thunder, he would dogfight with a Yak-1 at low speed and low altitude. Harlamov stared at Wang Zhong. "Common knowledge, I see. So among the nobility, this kind of knowledge, typically held by seasoned veterans, has become common knowledge." Wang Zhong firmly said, "Yes. It all started when a buddy of mine took a girl up for a flight, and afterwards, she was totally devoted to him. So flying became popular. It's all for wooing girls, and I'm the second playboy of Yefort, understand?" Harlamov nodded. "I don't understand much about nobility, but it's true that pilots are very popular with the girls. More than once, we've asked hospitals not to be set up near airfields because the more nurses that are close by, the more socializing happens, and after socializing, many nurses get pregnant." Wang Zhong's sympathy for Harlamov's squadron suddenly halved. Vasily asked, "And what about you, Colonel? I remember your wife is a high school teacher. Do you also get cozy with the nurses at the dance? Harlamov replied, of course not. Roughly 6 years ago, when a fighter group I was with stationed near an airfield that had a high school next to it, my wife-to-be had just started teaching there. We had a mixer between the pilots and the teachers, and then I got married. Vasily remarked, it's good that I didn't join the Air Force. Wang Zhong exclaimed, you like men? No, I just don't want to get married yet. Popov interjected, he hasn't had enough fun yet, I can tell just by his expression. When I was still a priest at the church, over half the young lads who came to confess were just like him. At this point, Pavlov joined the conversation, let's get back to serious matters, Colonel Harlamov. The colonel nodded, right, back to business. We came here to report what we observed while flying at low altitude. Wang Zhong asked, the enemy didn't hide. The colonel shook his head, no, they have no air raid awareness whatsoever. Their tanks and tents had no camouflage, not even a net covering. Moreover, when they saw the planes, they didn't scatter or duck, they all stood in place waving at us. Wang Zhong wasn't surprised by this, as those who hadn't experienced airstrikes tended to be lax. On Earth, when Amy Adulite air-raided Tokyo by flying along the coast, fishing villagers seeing the planes at first mistook them for their own, waving and cheering. Popov snorted, they'll quickly learn their lesson from the war. Wang Zhong continued, you flew behind enemy lines, did you find out why they stopped? After this morning's wave of attacks, the enemy just shelled us without launching any further attacks. We speculate that the enemy may have suffered unexpected losses or had a death that caused low morale. Harlamov replied, no, the soldiers we saw from our low-flying sortie didn't seem like they had been defeated. They were spirited and seemed jubilant, not bothering to take cover. They gathered in the canteen, a single heavy shell could have killed 100 people. I actually feel like the enemy thinks victory is within reach. After Harlamov finished, his wingman added, another thing, all the enemy stayed in tents, and we noticed many nice houses that were completely unoccupied. Wang Zhong speculated, they are probably scared by our nightly shelling. Pavlov asked, knowing that the enemy isn't occupying the houses, do we still bomb tonight? We can stop tonight, even for a couple of days, wait until the enemy starts taking shelter in the houses, then strike. Pavlov nodded, okay, then tonight, the artillery can rest. Having said this, he turned to see to this matter while Wang Zhong kept questioning Harlamov, any other intelligence? It's unlikely that the enemy won't attack, but we've been on guard all day with no activity. Harlamov shook his head, I'm just a pilot, I can only tell you that the enemy's air defense awareness is very poor. Wang Zhong stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. At this time, Harlamov swallowed hard, as if he had made up his mind to ask, General, how did you manage to get the shells within our line of sight? If you hadn't sent the first one over, today's tactics would have been impossible. Vasily also looked at Wang Zhong. He had personally witnessed Wang Zhong drawing crosses on the map with his fingernail today. Wang Zhong had actually thought it through already and concluded that he couldn't hide it. He could only say that it was really cool. Luckily, this world had divine power. So he said, I prayed to God, and he told me the location. What's the deal? Girls are allowed to pray to guide divine arrows, but I, a good-looking young man, can't pray to guide a cannon. Besides, the praying hands were equally split between men and women. It just so happened that all the praying hands in my troops were females. Popov's expression immediately became very subtle. For the first time, Wang Zhong actually noticed. After all, one must pay attention to the bishop's subordinate's response, right, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. So, he added, based on his understanding of the secular faction's doctrine, I think there must be scientific principles behind this, maybe due to blackbody radiation inducing quantum entanglement. Actually, Wang Zhong was completely bluffing at this point. He didn't understand quantum mechanics at all. He had just watched a video titled The Ultimate Battle at the Summit of Quantum and remembered a few terms because they sounded cool. It was like those pseudo-intellectual youths on some platforms who watched 5-minute speed read of XX masterpieces on TikTok and, after remembering a few keywords, started to show off and act pretentious. What he hadn't anticipated was that these few words were as long as names in Auntie's language. After a string of gibberish, everyone was confused. Popov, what the heck is that? Wang Zhong, I mean, based on the Planck constant and de Broglie resonance, I knew the location of Harlamov and the others. Vasily, I'm pretty sure what you just said is different from what you said before. Wang Zhong, I just piled up a few of the most cutting-edge scientific terms. Eventually, they will be explainable. Science that's advanced enough looks just like magic. Popov, don't worry, the sanctified faction has been wiped out, and moreover, the Grand Patriarch has given special instructions that the judge will turn a blind eye to what you say. Wang Zhong, that's really scientific. Harlamov chimed in, so, does that mean we will be able to guide artillery by keeping in radio contact with you in the future? Wang Zhong, first, you'll need to get a better radio. Actually, contacting you today was a fluke, the weather is going to get worse soon, and the increasing clouds might further affect radio communication. Harlamov, right. And after all, we are fighter pilots, it's not suitable for us. I think we could request to dispatch Yetu bombers. The Yetu bombers have dedicated navigators, and they know their own positions. I've always thought we should make heavy bombers into reconnaissance planes like the enemy does. Wang Zhong, maybe we could get some B-17 support from the Federation. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Popov coughed. Did you just leak some secrets? Wang Zhong, oh, you mean Mike, the reporter from the Federation? He told me a lot about what's going on in their country. It's not a leak, they are already discussing in Congress whether to help us or not. It's not leaking secrets, their newspapers are reporting it every day. The others exchanged glances and collectively decided to accept that explanation. Harlamov sighed. Well, I do hope they send more fighters. I'm sick of these wooden planes. Wang Zhong thought, just wait, you'll get to fly a Yak-3. That thing is all metal and known as the perpetual motion machine at low altitude. It can make a fool out of any plane that dares to battle it at low altitudes. Pavlov had finished arranging the artillerymen's rest and came back, asking, so, why exactly did the enemy stop attacking? Everyone looked at each other, clueless. Tomorrow morning, I will personally fly to explain to His Majesty. In the headquarters of the First Army of the Asgard Knights, Giles said so. His adjutant looked at the telegram in his hands with worry. This telegram is so strongly worded. Aren't we taking a risk by going to His Majesty now? Won't we be asking for trouble? Giles, but it's a fact that our elite armored units were useless in the attack on Shostka. Even if we move them to the northern line, it would be more useful than wasting them here. I will make His Majesty understand this. The other officers glanced at each other. Giles added, or do you think His Majesty doesn't have the magnanimity to understand such things? The other officers immediately shook their heads. Giles, that's settled then. I will leave the front line tomorrow, and you will continue with the engineering work. Within the territory of the Prasen Empire, Eagle's Nest, the headquarters of Emperor Reinhard. At the airport near Eagle's Nest, a Junkers Ju-52 tri-motor airplane elegantly landed. After the plane came to a stop, a jeep followed by a medium-sized truck carrying a squad of soldiers drove up to the aircraft. Giles stepped out of the airplane and glanced at the deserted airport, his brow slightly furrowed. The welcoming major said at that moment, Your Majesty is waiting for you at Eagle's Nest. Due to the urgency of military affairs, no one else has been arranged to receive you besides the guards. Understood. Giles descended the gangway and got into the jeep. His aide-de-camp Feliz took the seat of the co-driver directly. Seeing this, the welcoming major stood directly on the step outside the truck's door, holding on to the door, and then made a gesture, let's go. The jeep driver pressed the gas pedal, and the motorcade left the airport, heading for Eagle's Nest along the winding mountain road. On the way, they passed by a ruin, and Giles, curious, asked, what's the story with the ruin? Then he realized that due to his aide-de-camp's actions, the available person to answer this question had taken the guard's vehicle. Giles could only close his mouth. A moment later, the car drove into a tunnel on the mountainside and continued to the deepest part, entering a large electric elevator. Accompanied by the sound of the electric motor, the elevator began to ascend. This elevator seemed to have been built solely to boast of the Prasen Empire's achievements in mechanics and electrical power. It could lift the weight of a jeep and a truck, plus 17 adults all at once. When the elevator stopped, the welcoming major made a gesture, if you please. The elevator doors opened, and Giles stepped into the passageway of Eagle's Nest, making his way to the Emperor's office with ease. At the entrance to the office, Giles was just about to hand over his sidearm to the secretary, but the secretary said, His Majesty said you may carry your sidearm into the office. Giles hesitated for a moment, then took off his sidearm with the holster anyway. I can carry my sidearm in, but it's not required, is it? The secretary bowed, then I shall keep it for you. After taking the sidearm, the secretary pressed a button on the desk, and the doors to the office automatically opened. This fortress, seemingly to boast of Prasen's technological prowess, had automated doors driven by machinery everywhere. Prasen Emperor Reinhard stood in front of a massive sand table, staring at the entire battlefield as if he were a colossal god in control of everything. Hearing the door open, Reinhard, without turning his head, directly questioned, I hear you stopped the attack and began digging works. Yes, I discovered that our armored forces are not suited for such an offensive. Reinhard, nonsense. In Carolingian, our armored forces broke through the fortified regions. Back then, our forces still had many Type 1 and Type 2 tanks. Now our forces also have many Type 1 and Type 2 tanks. In Carolingian, we indeed achieved a glorious victory, but here, after attacking for a day, I achieved nothing but the loss of several hundred casualties and 70 tanks. Giles, neither servile nor overbearing, continued, Your Majesty, I understand that destroying the symbol of the enemy's will to resist has decisive significance, and war indeed is an extension of politics, but in the end, war is not politics. I know you pursue the gains of having the Asgard Knights, which symbolize your ideals, destroy the enemy's imperial iron wall, but the fact that our armored division is not suited for attacking fortified regions is ironclad. In Carolingian, our armored division was mainly responsible for encircling the enemy and cutting off their logistics. To present the armored division in front of the enemy entrenched along the river is a bad idea. Faced with Giles's forceful statement, Reinhard looked at the sky. You, make sense. That iron wall of Antes, is it really that formidable? It made Siegfried, whose name is celebrated alongside our ancient heroes, give up in just one day. Giles, I'm named alongside heroes because my father named me after a hero. It's not a coincidence, nor is it any divine power bestowed. It's my father's heartfelt wish. But under the propaganda, it's no longer the case. Zig, you must defeat your enemy. Reinhard stepped forward 3 paces, grabbing Giles's shoulder. Understand. That's why I've come to earnestly explain the pros and cons to you. We need the engineering core for earthworks, to cope with the enemy who excels at using artillery. As long as we render the arcs drawn by their artillery in the sky ineffective, we can approach the river. Then, crossing it in smoke or using concealed 88 guns to destroy the enemy's armored trains will be as easy as flipping one's hand, said Giles. The Emperor released Giles's shoulder and walked up to the map. What about the armored forces, then? The armored forces can't just travel to the front through tunnels, can they? Giles, we could move the armored forces to the north to join the offensive there. Organization-wise, both the southern and northern pincers are troops of the Central Army Group, so such a move wouldn't be particularly troublesome. But what about the distance? Reinhard looked at his classmate from Military Academy. Anti is not Carolingian. In Carolingian, such a move would be easy, just a matter of transporting them by train. But in Anti, without railroad transportation, by the time they reach the north, most of the armored division will have broken down, with no more than 30 tanks able to move. The Emperor returned to the map. As for using the railroad, look at Anti's railroad lines. All of them are radial, designed precisely for his troops to be continuously sent from the rear to the front. From the perspective of transporting reserve troops to the front line, their railways are extremely efficient. Giles, not to worry. Once our infantry and engineers break through the defenses and capture Shastka, the armored forces will still have a chance to gallop across the plains. Beyond the Duva River, it will all be open land to Yefort. Reinhard, looking at the map in silence for a while, asked, how long do you estimate it will take to break through the Duva River and capture Shastka? 20 days. That's a conservative estimate. In fact, before I took off, the engineer's latest report stated that the digging work would almost reach the riverbank in about 10 days, after which we can consider building a pontoon bridge under smoke cover. Reinhard glanced at the calendar. Acceptable. A breakthrough in 20 days is manageable. The Emperor came in front of Giles. I ask you, can we publicly claim that you will break through the enemy's last hope of a defense line within 20 days? Giles nodded. No problem at all. And then, my armored army will gallop across Anti's fields. The Emperor nodded. Good. Then let's do it as you say. Break through the Duva River and capture Shastka on October 12th. In the year 914 of Jules, on September 23rd, Shastka. Early in the morning, Wang Zhong arrived at the division's bunker headquarters and found only a few staff members on duty. The night shift's Popov was nowhere to be seen. N/O/bell/b/jn.c//om. What's going on? Where's the bishop? He had bad luck this morning and got diarrhea, a staff member said. Wang Zhong sighed, knowing that nobody could blame a person for having diarrhea, and it certainly couldn't be allowed in the division's bunker. The smell would have been too much of a test. He went to the observation post and picked up the binoculars to take a look at the opposite riverbank, but as expected, he couldn't see anything. Then, he casually changed his viewing angle. This time he actually spotted the enemy. All day yesterday, the enemy didn't appear within the range he could highlight. He almost suspected they had suddenly gone offline. Now, they finally appeared. Wang Zhong quickly checked what the enemy was doing and discovered they were digging trenches. Trench digging? Because in various World War II games, depictions of trench digging are rare, and most of the time it's soldier against soldier, tank against tank, locked in battle. The last time he saw large-scale trench digging was in the movie The Great Battle, where our forces, with inferior equipment, used trench digging to approach enemy positions with superior firepower. The movie even included a classic scene shot from a first-person perspective that simulated moving through trenches. He remembered the dialogue in the movie. The trenches must be dug to within 50 meters of the enemy's position. Could the enemy be thinking of using this same tactic? So, you're not using your tanks anymore? Wang Zhong suddenly realized that seeing the enemy meant he couldn't just ignore them. Regardless of what the enemy was doing, the thing to do was to start bombing. So he said to the staff member on duty, get in touch with the artillery battalion. The enemy is engaged in trench digging. Implement fire plan 1, open fire. 5 minutes later, artillery shells fell. Hearing the sound of the artillery, Pavlov and Popov both hurried to the division command post. Pavlov, what happened? Wang Zhong, the enemy was advancing their trench digging. I spotted it, so I ordered a round of bombardment. Pavlov and Popov quickly grabbed binoculars and ran to the observation post to look out. There really is trench digging, and that mound of earth looks obviously like it was dug out. I'm quite sure that wasn't there yesterday. Pavlov put down the binoculars. I suggest we get Colonel Eugene to take a look at it. He comes from a mining background, and has basically overseen the construction of all our fortifications. Colonel Eugene observed solemnly for half an hour before he put down the binoculars and said to Wang Zhong, it's definitely trench digging. Wang Zhong thought to himself, I used a cheat to see that. Tell me something I don't know. Eugene continued, the bombardment this morning doesn't seem to have done much, mainly because our artillery can't ensure the shells fall into the trenches. Plus, trenches are generally W-shaped, so even if a shell falls into one, it can only kill the people in that section of the trench. Wang Zhong, so the bombardment is useless. It has some use, the enemy can't work when we're bombarding. As long as we have enough artillery to keep bombarding, the enemy can't possibly advance. Wang Zhong's face crumpled. Eugene understood immediately, we can't keep bombarding, can we? Correct, Wang Zhong nodded. It was time to think of a strategy. He started pacing in the bunker. Popov even tried to console him. It's not like the moment they break through that we're inevitably going to fall. Our plan also accounts for the possibility that the enemy successfully crosses the river and then we battle them on the beachhead. Wang Zhong pursed his lips. Suddenly, he asked Colonel Eugene, how long do you estimate it will take the enemy to dig through? Eugene, when we were building the fortifications on the opposite bridgehead, I tested the soil on the western bank. I estimate it will take 15 days. Wang Zhong turned to ask Pavlov, the airfield has a meteorological unit, right? What's the latest weather forecast? How soon will it rain? Pavlov, according to the forecast, it will be another 20 days. Wang Zhong slapped his thigh. We should inform the commander on the other side of this situation. Let him know he's running out of time. Wang Zhong finished speaking, and the others in the room were slow to catch on. Vasily, wait a minute. So General, are you saying you want to talk to the enemy? Call out to them using radio. Wang Zhong shook his head. No, that would seem too informal, and it would only let our immediate enemies hear us. After all, even with the best radio equipment we have, the communication range is only so far. We need to make sure that all the enemies facing us get this friendly reminder, so let's use a radio broadcast in plain code to openly tell them. Pavlov frowned, looking at Popov, if this doesn't violate military discipline. Popov scratched his head, which was already quite bare. Sending messages in plain code to our own troops and leaking military information would definitely be treason. But sending messages in plain code to the enemy, and talking about the weather, that should not count as treason. I think it should be treated like having a casual chat over the radio during non-combat times, which means being confined to barracks. Vasily was shocked. Won't they do something more severe? Popov, usually not. So, we can make the telegrapher who sends the message take the blame and confine him to barracks for a week. Wang Zhong, that works, let's send the message in plain code then. Pavlov, still clearly wishing to prevent this unconventional tactic, said, the enemy's meteorological department should know about this, right? No, their observation equipment is better than ours. Are we meddling unnecessarily? Wang Zhong, since the enemy's meteorological department also knows, then there's even less of a problem with us sending this telegram. Go ahead and send it. Prussian Army, Asgard Knight's 1st Army Headquarters. Giles was meeting with the commander of a newly joined engineer brigade when suddenly a communications staff officer entered, stood at attention, saluted, and said loudly, report. We've received an unsigned telegram in plain code, sent using the International Civil Aviation Organization's standard code. Judging from the tone of the telegram, it seems to be from the enemy. Giles frowned. International Civil Aviation Organization's standard code. The communications staff officer immediately explained, even when sending telegrams in plain code without encryption, the codes for different languages vary. The International Civil Aviation Organization's standard code is a set of international codes adopted to solve this problem, based on the Anglo language of the United Kingdom. I see. So, what does the telegram say? Giles asked curiously. The staff officer picked up the telegram paper and read from it, to the respected commander of the Prussian army, having observed your forces carrying out earthworks, we kindly remind you that in half a month, the autumn rain season will begin, and conditions will become unsuitable for offensive operations. Giles's eyebrows knitted together. What does that mean? Why would the autumn rain make it unsuitable for an offensive? The adjutant, Feliz, reminded, in the situation reports issued by the High Command about Anti, it was mentioned that transport in Anti would be somewhat affected during the rainy season. As soon as he finished speaking, the Chief of Staff confidently said, that's why we planned for a 20% redundancy in our supply plans. Even if it rains, it won't affect our offensive. Giles thought for a moment and said, let's still consult the meteorological department. And call over the Air Force commander too. After we push the trenches to the western bank of the Duva River, we'll need their cooperation. The Prussian army originally had its own meteorological department, but Dukemeyer, believing that meteorology also fell under the jurisdiction of the Air Force, protested to the Emperor for many days. The Emperor, with the intention of weakening the traditional officer corps, transferred the meteorological responsibilities to the Air Force. Therefore, even though Giles was favored by the Emperor, he still had to invite the Air Force commander and the meteorological department personnel together. 30 minutes later, an Air Force Major General, accompanied by a colonel and several aides, arrived at the headquarters of the 1st Army. Giles, did you receive that plain code telegram? Of course, we did. We even conducted triangulation to confirm that the telegram came from that White Horse General. The Air Force Major General deliberately paused before mentioning the nickname of the White Horse General. Rokosov would surely have an interesting expression if he knew he'd been given a space before his title, but sadly he would never know. Giles, so, are we really entering the rainy season? The Air Force Major General stepped to the side, yielding the floor to the colonel he brought with him. The colonel's sleeve bore the insignia of the meteorological troops. With the Major General's permission, he immediately opened his briefcase, took out the documents, and placed them on the map table. We've been discreetly recording the meteorological information from all over Anti since the year 910. Our intelligence department promised to steal Anti's own meteorological records, but so far, they have not fulfilled that promise. Upon hearing this, someone among Giles's subordinates laughed. Isn't it normal for Rainbow Well to fail? The colonel ignored the jab at the intelligence department and continued. According to our records, Auntie really will enter the rainy season in the middle of next month. The timing of the first rain each year is quite consistent. In the year 910 it was on October 11th, in 911 on October 9th, and the following year on the 14th. We believe this year will also see rain around the 10th. Giles, is the impact of the rain significant? Colonel, it will cause a certain level of traffic congestion. Giles, will it lead to difficulty in military operations? No, in fact, during the civil war within the anti-empire, they often operated during the rainy season. The colonel took out another record. Before I came here, I specifically compiled the war history of the anti-empire's civil war. There were many military operations during the rainy seasons over 3 years, like the 1st Cavalry Army's famous raid. Giles frowned deeply. Cavalry isn't quite the same as our mechanized units, is it? Feliz, General, could the hooves of a horse possibly have better terrain adaptability than our tracks? Colonel, still, it's best to prepare for the worst and to assume a redundancy of about 30% would be appropriate. Giles still frowned deeply and, after pondering for a while, said, get a local, ask about the situation. You haven't killed them all, have you? Feliz immediately said, don't worry, when we occupied Archsukov in August, the Emperor had already issued an order. Considering that the occupied area is too large, it's necessary to retain a sufficient labor force. Therefore, systematic cleansing has already ended. I'll have them bring a few locals over now. Giles, go ahead. After the adjutant left, the Air Force Major General said, why did the White General send this telegram? Giles wore a pensive expression. Clearly he hadn't figured it out either. But the Chief of Staff of the First Army spoke up, because earthwork is his Achilles heel, his most adept artillery fire has no place to be used. He's in a hurry now. I see, the Air Force Major General nodded and continued, this White General is a bit strange. Yesterday when the pilots from JG-17, the Prasen Air Force's unit number, were hunting down their artillery spotters, they heard shouts in anti-language. Shouts in anti-language. Giles lifted his head. Major General, there are quite a few playboys among the pilots, and many of them know anti- and Carolingian languages. So someone heard, they were shouting break S, drill into the blind spot under the belly, the 109S roll is bad during the dive. Giles, and the actual situation, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I've flown the 109 × 10 cube that our troops are currently equipped with, and indeed, the control stick is very heavy during a dive. Actually, it's not because of the dive, but because of the speed. The Air Force Major General gestured with his hands. The 109 can never exceed 600 km/h in level flight. In fact, we rarely fly to the maximum speed of 536 km/h listed on paper during operations. But the speed might reach 700 km/h during a dive. Giles, you mean, the White General is very knowledgeable about our fighters. Right. Giles, and the break S, is that a term? Yes. It's the exact opposite maneuver of the Immelmann turn. The motion is roughly like this. The Major General snapped his fingers, and his adjutant immediately stepped forward with a box. Opening it, there were 2 intricate fighter plane models inside. Then the Major General picked up one of the models and began to demonstrate. While demonstrating, he also explained, you can use the break S during level flight. If an enemy is on your tail, you can use a better roll to enter a break S, which can instantly make the enemy lose sight of the target. And when the attacking aircraft is diving from a higher altitude, because of the attacker's high speed and decreased maneuverability, the break S often allows slipping into the attacker's blind spot. However, this maneuver doesn't give the defender an advantage. As long as the attacker doesn't forcibly follow but instead pulls up to regain altitude using their speed, the next engagement will still be in their advantage. Giles, what if the attacker does follow? The Major General shrugged. First, you have to control the speed, throttle back while adjusting the pitch of the propeller, using the resistance of the propeller and the like. Fighters don't have air brakes like dive bombers, lacking means to quickly reduce speed under such circumstances. Even if the speed is controlled, you've needlessly lost lots of energy. It's foolish. So, experienced pilots who encounter a break S from the enemy will give up the attack and recover altitude to seek another opportunity to battle. But most of the time, there's no chance for another battle. Our pilots like flamboyant liveries, a pride inherited from the Red Baron, but enemy pilots prefer camouflage. Once they dive close to the ground, they blend in with it and are difficult to detect. Yesterday's battle was the same. Our lads shot down one, the rest of the enemy planes all flew low and escaped. Our lads are proud eagles, while the enemy is just a bunch of sparrows. Giles, you didn't have to go into such detail. I understand that break S is a practical aerial combat maneuver. But how would the White General know about this? Isn't he from an infantry background? Everyone looked at each other before the Chief of Staff finally said, maybe the Crown Prince of Anti is quite versatile? Many noble young masters like flying. Giles nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. At this moment, Feliz entered. We've caught some locals. Bring them in. Giles paused then corrected himself. Please bring them in. An anti-man dressed as a farmer was brought into the room. Giles scrutinized him for a moment and praised. Farmers are most familiar with the conditions of rainfall and the earth. Very good. Ask him how much autumn rain can affect transportation. The lieutenant who brought in the farmer immediately asked in the anti-language. The farmer didn't hurry to answer and instead looked curiously around, showing no sign of fear at all. The lieutenant cursed in the anti-language, "Sucka, answer the question." The farmer glanced at him and then at Giles. "The impact of the rain is just that, isn't it? Mule carts can't carry too much, or the mules won't be able to pull. Also, you must reinforce the axles of the carts in advance, or there might be accidents. The hooves of horses always have a variety of problems, and sometimes horses sprain their legs. Such horses prone to spraining cannot be used for breeding, as they might pass the defects to the foals. In the end, all you can do is kill them and eat their meat. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Enough, the lieutenant cursed. Answer the question. The farmer widened his eyes at the lieutenant. Aren't I answering the question? Isn't this the impact of the rain that you asked about? The captain sighed and began to translate for Giles. Giles listened seriously and said, "It seems that the rain has quite a severe impact on transportation." The chief of staff said, "This might be because the anti-people are too negligent in the care of their livestock. For instance, the part about horse sprains seems like a problem caused by poor care. This just shows that inferior races are like this." However, Giles didn't pay attention to the chief of staff and continued, "Is the circulation of goods still normal during the rainy season? Can you normally purchase goods?" After the lieutenant translated, the old farmer laughed. "Buy normal goods? How could that be possible? Before there were no church stores, all sorts of goods were incredibly expensive during the rainy season and the grain mashing period. Now the good people of the church sell goods at fair prices, and the judge even had that hoarding Lord Boy shot." Once the lieutenant translated, the chief of staff scoffed coldly, "Humph, just the church's way of buying people's hearts." Giles angrily said, "Don't speak." Then he turned to Feliz. "It looks like the impact of this rainy season might be bigger than we anticipated." Feliz said, "Our contingency plans already have a 20% redundancy. Can a little rain reduce our transport capacity by 20%? Moreover, the old farmer also said that mule carts could be used, they just need frequent axle maintenance. Our mule carts are much more sophisticated than those of the anti-people. How about we increase the redundancy to 30%? Giles nodded, "Yes, 30%. At this moment, the old farmer asked, "What, you can't attack anymore, waiting for the rain to come?" The others, who could not understand the anti-language, looked curiously at the old farmer. The lieutenant, who understood anti, promptly slapped the farmer. "That's none of your business." Giles said, "Don't hit him." "What did he say?" "He asked if we can't advance and if we are waiting for the rain," the lieutenant replied. Giles said, "Answer yes. Once the lieutenant translated, a smile appeared on the corners of the farmer's mouth. Giles asked, "Ask him why he is smiling." After translating, the farmer replied, "I just thought of something pleasing, Colonel sir." Feliz was about to get angry, but Giles stopped him. "Let it be. Our night orders generals don't have red collar patches, the anti-farmer doesn't recognize them. Saying the highest military rank is fine. Take him away, give him some gifts and food." Feliz nodded and then, with a stern voice, gave the orders, while the lieutenant who did the translation roughly dragged the old farmer out of the room. Feliz turned back, seeing Giles with a serious face. "Don't worry," he reassured, "even if the anti-people can maintain transportation during the rainy season, it just proves it's not that scary." Intelligence shared by the High Command also mentioned rain, which might affect transportation. Giles replied, "Remember the big traffic jam at the start of the war? High Command wasn't reliable last time." At this moment, the Air Force Major General present who also didn't have the red collar patch said, "We have already established modern airports. Even if ground transportation is hindered, we can airdrop supplies." Giles nodded and turned to the map of the war zone. "We will still proceed with the earthwork. Meanwhile, let all units start stockpiling ammunition and other supplies." Feliz asked, "Should we reply to the enemy?" After thinking it over, Giles said, "Send a clear telegram, state that we are aware and appreciate the warning. Sign my name at the end of the telegram." Inside the bunker of Anti-Army's Elite Mechanized Infantry Division headquarters, Wang Zhong looked at the enemy's reply, his face long with disappointment. The enemy didn't fall for it. Pavlov looked worried. Have they really prepared for the muddiness? If so, General, your war concept has flaws. For a moment, Wang Zhong truly felt as if Prasen, being Jude, might actually have some impressive countermeasures. But then he thought that although Prasen had rolled out some equipment that Sturmtiger on Earth would only be able to have in a few years, their overall level wasn't too far beyond Sturmtiger. Moreover, Prasen had basically stepped in all the traps Sturmtiger had encountered in the Earth's war history without missing any. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Wang Zhong, since the enemy doesn't accept our kind advice, let's just play trench warfare with them. Tonight we'll organize a night raid squad, sneak over, and give them a surprise to slow down their digging. Pavlov, okay. Wang Zhong, Grigory. The sergeant major entered the bunker. What's up? Wang Zhong, tonight, you'll lead the raid team. Don't cross the bridge to get there, it's too conspicuous. Have the naval infantry row you across quietly. The key is to be silent. Grigory, understood. Am I to select the troops for the assault myself? You pick them yourself, Wang Zhong nodded. Pavlov, should we coordinate with the naval infantry? They're continuing to send people over tonight to cover the technicians dismantling the radio station. Why not send them together? Wang Zhong, that's fine too. You contact the naval infantry. To cover the raiding troops, we'll provide artillery preparation tonight. With our current fire support plan, the raiding troops can get as close as 30 meters without worrying about our own fire. Fine. Pavlov picked up the handset, then suddenly laughed. This thing is becoming my tool of the trade, like a farmer and his hoe. Wang Zhong, what are you talking about? That's clearly your weapon. Just like my little tank. Pavlov frowned. What little tank? Your way of putting things is kind of disgusting. It was you who started it? At 2 in the morning. Wang Zhong, more tense than during the day, lay beside the observation window, watching the opposite bank. Thanks to external support, he could clearly see that the enemy's trenches had advanced 100 meters and were now 1,200 meters from the bank. At this rate, they would reach the bank in another 12 days. Wang Zhong's external aids were many times more powerful at night than during the day. Under this visibility, the fact that he could see Prasen troops making coffee in the distant trenches was terrifying. Wang Zhong even thought, if he hadn't joined the anti-people but instead gone to the United Kingdom, he probably would have been part of the Allied forces' daredevil squad, causing trouble for the Prussians with that hero who played the bagpipes and brandished a long sword and longbow. At this moment, he saw the naval infantry's boats setting off. Originally, Wang Zhong thought the boats would be rowed with oars, but the sailors placed ropes in the water, stretching straight to the opposite bank, and, like tug-of-war, pulled themselves across. Wang Zhong didn't know when the naval infantry had placed the ropes. Maybe they did it on the first day when they landed to flank the enemy, left the ropes there just for nighttime raids. One had to admit, the initiative of the naval infantry was terrifyingly high. Wang Zhong watched as Grigori led the commando team ashore and was surprised to find an entire company of naval infantry moving with them. It appeared that the naval infantry also planned a night raid and had readily agreed to join forces. Now, from Wang Zhong's vantage point, there were 3 of our army's markers landing at the crossing point. A naval infantry company halted in place, likely in charge of covering the technicians' dismantling of the radio. The other 2 markers slowly approached the enemy trenches. Due to low visibility, Wang Zhong could only see the unit's markers and not the specific actions of the people. On the other hand, the enemy was quite clear because of the highlighting feature. No, that's not right. Only those within Wang Zhong's line of sight were highlighted, just one section of the trenches. The target of Grigori's raid was just out of Wang Zhong's highlighting range. Wang Zhong sighed, send me 2 more guards, I need to get closer to observe the situation. Pavlov was shocked, are you planning to cross the river? Popov was off catching up on sleep, not in the bunker, but he probably would have had the same reaction if he were present. Wang Zhong, no, I'm just walking along our positions. A walk. I overate tonight. Nelly, overeat? But you didn't eat much, did you? Wang Zhong, I had a lot of pastries, and they expanded with water. Now I need to walk it off, that's all. Pavlov, but the artillery preparation is about to begin. Is it okay for you to leave the command post at this time? The enemy might retaliate too. Wang Zhong had to give up. He had enough experience with enemy shelling over the past few days. Without solid concrete fortifications, the barrages would have been sufficient to break the guard division. He had no desire to face the shelling outside the bunker. If he thought about it, even if he made it to a position where he could highlight the target location, he wouldn't be able to help. After all, this wasn't him personally commanding tank combat, where he could immediately direct tank fire upon highlighting the enemy. Just then, music suddenly drifted from across the river. Because the sound was too faint, Wang Zhong couldn't clearly make out the song and asked Vasily, musician, what song is that? Vasily listened intently for a few seconds, then said, it seems to be Katyusha. Wang Zhong, the enemy is playing Katyusha. Vasily listened again and nodded, yes, it's Katyusha, and a woman is singing it. Probably played on a captured phonograph. Wang Zhong's mouth formed an O shape. At that moment, Pavlov said, it's time, shall we start the artillery preparation? Just as Wang Zhong was about to say fire, he suddenly saw the 2 units making their way towards the enemy lines speeding up their movement. Wang Zhong, don't fire, there's a change in the situation. Comment 0 comment. Vote 2 left. On the west bank of the Duva River, Prussian army frontline trenches. Captain Hans looked at the thing the engineers were carrying over and asked, so, you want to listen to music in this kind of environment? Someone from Hans's subordinates shouted, there isn't a tailcoat for you to change into here. Nor are there any pretty girls, another sergeant shouted. Everyone burst into laughter. We found this in a nice house nearby. That house was turned into a dangerous building by the anti-people's own artillery fire, so we rescued the phonograph. There's also a piano that our colonel plans to take for his father-in-law, the captain of the engineers, who was in charge of moving the phonograph, said. Captain Hans, your colonel's father-in-law. A general, an old junker, said the captain as he pointed to the newly dug bomb shelter entrance, just put it at the entrance of this hole. The soldiers moving the phonograph said, there's no electricity though. This machine can be cranked by hand. Idiot! Hurry up and connect the speaker, then grab that handle and start winding. The private fitted the speaker and began to crank by hand. The captain then picked a record from a box held by another of his men. Look at this, damn, can't understand what's written on it. Let's have a listen. After saying this, the captain placed the record on the spinning turntable, then picked up the sound box and placed the needle on the record. At first, only a soft static noise came from the speaker, then the music began to play. Captain Hans smoked and listened to the music, even starting to tap his foot to the beat. Not bad at all. Someone shouted, "That woman's got a real nice voice, must be great when she calls out. Bastard, don't defile art." Hans scolded, thinking about effing all day long? Can't you properly assimilate what's the word? Forge? Smoke cure. Cultivation, said the captain of the engineers. Oh right, engineers sure know a lot. I studied architecture in Vienna, now I spend all day researching how to blow up buildings. Being transferred here to dig is like returning to my old trade, the engineer captain said. Hans laughed, don't worry, you'll have your moment to shine. His Majesty the Emperor said that once we conquer Anti, we'll drive them all out, and each of us will have 1,000 acres of land. 1,000 acres, exclaimed the soldier who had just been thinking about effing, that's going to be deadly tiring to farm. Right, so a fine Prussian man will need to marry 4 wives then, and have them give birth every day, Captain Hans said, puffing out a ring of smoke proudly and watching it disperse into the night. Beside him, the phonograph emitted a song that was unintelligible. The song isn't lively enough, turn it up faster, the engineer captain said. The soldier operating the crank immediately quickened his pace. What was originally a sentimental tune instantly became something full of passion. Grigory was originally crawling on the ground, but when he heard what the song was singing, he stopped abruptly, his brows furrowed. Seeing this, everyone else also stopped. The lieutenant commanding the company asked Grigory softly, did they capture a singing girl? Grigory shook his head, no, it feels like a phonograph. Listen, it's speeding up and slowing down, obviously someone is cranking it by hand. At that moment, laughter from the enemy came through the song, not knowing what they were laughing at. Then the singing of Katyusha suddenly sped up. Hearing the familiar melody turn into a tuneless thing, Grigory stood up and strode forward with great strides. The company commander following him was shocked, are you mad? The enemy sentries will open fire if they spot us. However, there was no firing, and the enemy didn't even realize what Grigory meant. Then the men from the naval infantry stood up, quickly advancing in a skirmish line. Seeing this, many from the army also stood up. Their skirmish line was not as neat as that of the naval infantry, but they advanced rapidly as if competing in a race walk with the sailors. The captain saw the situation and also stood up, cursing as he did so, damn it, forget about it. Seeing the captain stand up, the rest of the company got to their feet as well. In the pitch-black night, the skirmish line rolled forward like a tidal wave, heading towards the enemy trench. Grigory, walking at the front, heard another burst of laughter and quickened his pace. At that moment, the captain ran up to him, what will we do if they fire at us? Grigory, the general said as long as we keep 30 meters from the enemy, we won't get hit. If artillery falls, we can still get down in time. If we are already within 30 meters when the shelling starts, we can charge forward and take cover in the trenches. The captain was astonished, is this tactic even sound? Grigory didn't answer, but broke into a run instead. The nearby naval infantrymen immediately caught on and started running as well. Soon, the entire line was running, with nobody shouting. Only footsteps and the sound of breathing filled the night air. And just like that, this bunch of men charged to the front of the trench, the whole time unnoticed by the Prussian sentries. Perhaps the Prussian soldiers had all their attention captured by the images depicted in the imperial propaganda. Just then, Grigory heard the sound of an electric buzzer coming from the direction of the trench. Hans was in the midst of laughing with his men when suddenly the electric buzzer sounded, so he turned his head and shouted, time's up, fire the flares? Let's see if any anti-rats are sneaking around. The sentry watching their side immediately replied, got it. Then he picked up the flare gun, and as he loaded the illumination round, he glanced toward the gramophone. Just at that moment, a sentry from farther away shouted, who's there? Allow. In Prussian language, one can shout allow when spotting something unusual, or more formally, cry a coup tong. The sentry's shout didn't alert the Prussian soldiers, who were gathered together laughing and chatting. However, in the next moment, gunfire erupted. The Prussian area instantly fell silent, even the soldier who was cranking the gramophone stopped. Captain Hans reacted, yelling, a coup tong. To your positions? Machine guns, fire. Light the flare. As he shouted, the sentry completed loading the flare and stretched the flare gun out of the trench, shooting it into the sky. The red flare soared, unveiling a corner of the night. The anti-soldiers in black revealed their snarling faces. Hans shouted, fire at will. The machine guns started firing. But the soldiers in black seemed not to fear the machine guns at all. As the bullets flew, they showed no intention of ducking and instead started running, quickly moving out of the flare's illumination. Captain Hans heard the machine gunner wailing, they're not afraid of the machine guns. The captain replied, don't panic. Fire? If they're human, they'll fear the machine guns. Suddenly, the flare seemed to be hit, its parachute damaged by bullets, and so the still-burning body of the illumination flare rapidly fell to the ground. Now the entire battlefield plunged into darkness. The captain ordered, another flare? And bring up the mortars? Fire to halt their advance. As soon as he spoke, the flash from the machine gun fire illuminated an angry face, along with a sailor's jumper visible within the V-shaped collar of the black uniform, and the streamers hanging behind the cap. The machine gunner, terrified, swung the gun toward the demon, but his adversary charged at him with a stride and lunged with a bayonet. The machine gun fell silent. More soldiers in black jumped into the trench. Grigori entered the trench from the opposite side. Just as the flare was fired, the Imperial Guards division infantry he led had not been hit by the light. Since the machine gun fire was mostly concentrated on the naval infantry, Grigori sprinted madly, closing to a distance where he could throw grenades. He didn't charge directly into close combat like the sailors, but instead lay prone and lobbed grenades first. After the explosion, a piercing shriek, like that of a pig being slaughtered, rose from the trench. Grigori, clutching his submachine gun, leapt to the edge of the trench and sprayed bullets inside. At that moment, other soldiers' grenades fell into the trench. Seeing this, Grigori hastily slid to the side and lay at the trench's edge. The next moment, a barrage of explosions erupted within the trench. Then the Imperial Guard infantry, with bayonets fixed to their Tokarevs, moved in. Grigori exclaimed, "You bastards nearly blew me up. But we didn't, did we?" Grigori barked, "No chit-chat? Clear the trench, recognize the cloaks? Also, the sailors with streamer caps and large lapels? Those without these are the enemy? Hurry." No sooner had he finished speaking than another series of explosions burst from a trench less than 10 meters from him. Grigori shouted, "It's our own men in the trenches now. Stop throwing the grenades. Risk of friendly fire. Engage in close combat? Watch for the cloaks and large lapels." Suddenly, Grigori saw someone standing up from the trench nearby, firing with a Prasen MP40. He immediately retaliated with his own MP40, unleashing a burst that sent the enemy ducking back into the trench. Then he lay on the trench edge to reload. In the dark, someone shouted in Prasen language .n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Grigori, after reloading, got up, leaped into the trench, and charged toward the voice, only to come upon a golden trumpet. Beside the trumpet, a Prasen, likely an officer, was yelling. It was too dark to see clearly. Grigori fired a long burst, probably hitting the man with about 5 bullets, who then clutched his chest and fell. With the Prasen officer down, it revealed another Prasen soldier behind him grasping the handle of the gramophone. Grigori locked eyes with the Prasen. The next instant he pulled the trigger, feeling not a shred of pity for the enemy engaged in an activity so out of place on the battlefield. After downing the private, Grigori rushed forward, grabbed the record of Katyusha that had been on the player, tucked it into the pocket behind his magazine pouch, and then with a single swing destroyed the cumbersome gramophone with the butt of his gun. By then the anti-forces had seized control of the trench, and Grigori shouted, "Find the maps. Everyone look for maps. The general needs a map to arrange artillery fire." At that moment, an infantry lieutenant approached. "Why hasn't the artillery fire come? It's past the agreed time." Grigori replied, "The enemy fired a flare. The general probably knows we've broken through, so he didn't call for the artillery." The lieutenant exclaimed in astonishment, "The general is that impressive?" "Of course. How else could he make the enemy tremble at the mention of his name?" Grigori said with undisguised pride. "Stop standing around. Find the maps. Hurry and find the maps. Grab any documents if you can't find maps, otherwise our assault would have been for nothing." Then a sailor in black approached. "Stop yelling, we've captured a wounded captain." "Has he confessed?" Wang Zhong asked, rising Popov. This time, capturing prisoners, he didn't waste time meeting with them face to face but handed them over to the professionals. "Popov, he has. In fact, he spilled everything as soon as he saw the judge, and even embellished a bit." Wang Zhong asked curiously, "Embellished a bit?" "Yes, saying that we are about to lose anyway, so it doesn't hurt to tell us," Popov said, spreading his hands. "Are they colluding? Normally, I'd suspect this to be an enemy trap." Wang Zhong, "All right, so what did he reveal?" "The progress chart for the earthworks, the rotation schedule, but the recent night raid has nearly wiped out a company, and the rotation will definitely be disrupted. Additionally, there's interesting news that now, any command post above the division level within our artillery range relocated every 2 days." Wang Zhong replied with suspicion, "Relocate every 2 days, must they lay the phone lines all over again?" Based on Wang Zhong's experience thus far, once the division headquarters was established, it was quite difficult to change because a plethora of phone lines ran from the headquarters and needed to be relayed entirely if the location was to be altered. This was a very, very troublesome task. Given the communication battalion's capabilities of the anti-army, it would take about a day to lay the lines to each regiment, meaning that every time the division's location changed, a day was spent laying lines. Before the lines were done, communication had to be conducted via couriers. Popov, the interrogated man, was a captain, just a company commander, so how could he know how the phone lines were laid? Anyway, they change headquarters every 2 days. You forced them to. Wang Zhong, this is a good thing though, their communications will definitely be affected when moving the command post. It's a pity we are not the attackers. Attacking while the enemy is relocating their command post would be excellent. When we attack, the enemy's command posts should be in concrete bunkers. They're not necessarily afraid of being bombed, said Popov. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue. That's true. Let's consider such matters when it's our turn to attack. Popov continued. Moreover, the captain also disclosed the location of his battalion's headquarters, which is in a temporary bunker here. As soon as the words were out, there was the sound of an explosion from across the river. Wang Zhong quickly stood up, went to the observation port to look out, and although he could barely make out the smoke rising opposite, after changing the view angle, he saw an injured soldier in the trench, probably wailing. Wang Zhong couldn't hear, only guess by his movements. Then, medics carefully approached to administer first aid, and a lieutenant was issuing orders to subordinates. Sappers with mine detectors then appeared. Wang Zhong, the mines are effective. Too bad we didn't have them bring pickle jar lids over. Vasily, the note I wrote for Sergeant Grigory is in Prasen language, stating we planted 200 mines. Wang Zhong, might that be a bit excessive? I signed it with your name, Vasily said with a mischievous smile. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue. What's the logic in that? The enemy will believe it just because it's signed with my name. Vasily, you never know. The enemy is famously rigid. Maybe they're still looking for the remaining 15 mines in Karlinovka. Wang Zhong waved his hands dismissively. Not likely, not likely, those are just stereotypes. Turning to Popov, he asked, did you say the captain confessed the enemy's battalion headquarters? Popov took up a pencil and marked an HQ symbol on the detailed map of the front line on the table. Here. They've set up a shelter with wooden support structures. It's said the soil layer is 1 meter thick. Unless a 152 artillery shell hits the battalion's shelter directly, it's unlikely our shelling will do much. Also, right next to the battalion headquarters is the brigade headquarters of the engineers responsible for the earthworks, also dug in, added Popov. Looking at the battalion headquarters label, Wang Zhong clicked his tongue. So enemy command posts will all be digging these bomb-proof types from now on? Will decapitation become impossible then? Vasily, we could have the Air Force give it a try. A 100 kilograms bomb dropped right on the bunker would definitely blow the whole thing sky high. Popov admired the idea. Good thinking, let's give it a shot. Wang Zhong shook his head. No, they couldn't hit the artillery positions accurately, so we would need to cover with our shelling. This bunker would be definitely harder to identify from the air. I doubt the accuracy. Vasily, let's just try. Don't worry about the plane losses. The airstrike target is just 5 kilometers in front of us. After dropping the bombs, they can fly low to return to the safety of Divine Arrow. The pilots are idle anyway. Wang Zhong and Popov exchanged glances. Popov, I support giving it a try. Fine, Wang Zhong conceded, we'll have the Air Force give it a try after daybreak. We didn't hit the target, Harlamov's voice came through the phone. Actually, we're not even sure which one the bunker was, it's too hard to distinguish. We can try again after the planes are serviced, but honestly, don't get your hopes up. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wang Zhong, understood. Continue with your combat readiness and air defense duties. Thank you for your hard work. This is what we should be doing, Harlamov replied. Wang Zhong put down the receiver, looking at Pavlov who had not been present when the decision was made last night. That's the situation. The airstrike was ineffective. Pavlov clicked his tongue. Shelling's useless. Air is ineffective. It seems taking out that battalion headquarters is no longer an option, indicating the enemy's earthworks method is working. Last night's raid delayed their progress, but tonight, they will certainly be prepared. Should we consider retracting our defense line to the east bank and abandoning the original plan of letting the enemy bleed at the bridgehead? If we only defend the east bank, the enemy would have to cross the river, and the exchange ratio should be favorable. Wang Zhong, shells falling on the water can't compare to the damage they do on land. Although underwater shockwaves will injure many people, the water itself absorbs a lot of energy, preventing the waves from traveling far. Underwater explosions have a smaller lethal range, but their lethality increases. However, the problem is, for the fragile human body, this increased lethality doesn't make much difference. Whether a person is killed by partial organ bleeding or by all internal organs bursting, there isn't much difference to the dead. Moreover, underwater explosions also affect the lethal range of shrapnel. That is to say, there is basically no shrapnel. Firearms designed for underwater use on Earth after the war use special bullets with a lethal range of only about 30 meters. Don't underestimate water, this almost incompressible material. Popov, arms crossed, this way, we've come across a formidable enemy. On land they use trenches to advance and negate our artillery, and once they get to the riverbank, they rely on the water to weaken our artillery fire. What did that guy sign his name as last time he invented Morse code for us? Wang Zhong, Siegfried Julies. He remembered it so clearly not because the enemy made a big impression, but because his name was only one letter different from the good redhead in Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Wang Zhong looked across the river again. The enemy had begun to advance again, slowly but surely. Now, Wang Zhong saw the enemy like he used to watch ants move when he was a child squatting next to an anthill. But as a child, when he got bored, he could pour water from his kettle to create a flood, then pretend he was God, choose a lucky ant to be Noah, and give it a piece of leaf as an ark. Now he could only watch the enemy advance, right? Wang Zhong suddenly spotted an oversight by the enemy. Wait a minute, have they pulled up any anti-tank guns? The others also came to the observation window, looking through their own binoculars. I don't see any, but they might be camouflaged. Our own anti-tank guns are very well camouflaged. Wang Zhong, Grigory. Grigory immediately entered. Here. Wang Zhong, did you see any anti-tank guns yesterday? Grigory, no, we used up all the enemy's flares before we retreated, and we didn't see any anti-tank gun positions. Wang Zhong picked up the receiver. Connect me to the airfield. Soon, the voice of the ground controller from the airfield came through. Who is it? Wang Zhong, it's Rakasov, let Harlamov listen. All right. After a moment, Harlameff's voice came through. Major General? What's the matter? Did you see any anti-tank guns while you were flying? No, I'm pretty sure of that. The enemy's trenches were freshly dug, camouflage nets were barely up, and we could clearly see each section of the trenches. They didn't set up any anti-tank guns. Wang Zhong, good, thank you. He hung up the phone and grinned at the others. The enemy wasn't expecting us to attack. They didn't set up anti-tank guns at the front. Pavlov, are you planning a tank assault? But how are you going to cross the river? The Prussian submersible tanks all fed the fish. And then these chunks of metal conveniently turned into reefs. Ferries don't dare go to the opposite bank now. Wang Zhong, I'll go over the bridge. Drive the KV off the flatbed, 2T-34S on a car, then unload on the other side of the railway. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Pavlov, what about enemy artillery bombardment while you're unloading? Wang Zhong was at a loss for words. It was then that Vasily said, we'll bombard them first, then lay down a smoke screen at the bridgehead. Pavlov shook his head. No, that would obviously signal we're up to something, eliminating the element of surprise. The enemy would be prepared. We can't stake victory on the enemy's negligence. If the enemy reacts and starts bombarding us, we would suffer huge losses, especially the locomotive, which is most vulnerable. Wang Zhong suddenly slapped his thigh. No, we won't unload the KVS. Instead, add a few more tank cars behind the 3 flat cars carrying the KVS, and load them with naval infantry. And don't reverse the locomotive onto the bridge, just drive straight, pushing the train forward. He excitedly went to the map table and examined the map closely. Look, the enemy's regimental and brigade headquarters are right beside the railway tracks. They have no reason to dismantle the railway, so our armored train can definitely charge right up to the entrance of the enemy's regimental headquarters. Just the KVS is not enough. After all, the tank's coaxial machine gun can only fire forward. It's nearly useless. We can add sandbag fortifications on the flat cars and mount machine guns. Pavlov, we can even put one of our anti-aircraft guns on there, a 25mm machine gun whose effectiveness against personnel has been confirmed. Wang Zhong, and add elite naval infantry. Then to prevent this raid from being caught by enemy dive bombers, deploy a divine arrow team as well. After thinking for a while, Pavlov said, this tactic completely defies common sense. If I had submitted such a plan back in military school, I would have surely failed. But strangely, now I actually think this plan might work. Wang Zhong, of course, it's feasible. The enemy doesn't have anti-tank guns. What will they use to hit our armored train? Plus, we can prepare artillery fire, and with the train's speed, we can rush up to the enemy in an instant. Of course, to execute this plan, we need highly skilled infantry. These soldiers must have enough initiative to spread out and control the surrounding area when the train stops. So, we must get help from the naval infantry. I'll make a phone call. Wang Zhong then turned to Vasily. You stay at the locomotive with the captured radio, and keep in touch with me at all times. Okay, with you. Wang Zhong, of course, I'll personally command the leading KV tank. The reason Wang Zhong personally took command was to draw out the enemy's anti-tank guns ahead of time. The biggest threat to the plan was the anti-tank guns, especially the enemy's 88 gun. A direct encounter with it would be like walking into the tiger's den. So, Wang Zhong had to take the risk himself. Wang Zhong was worried that Pavlov would object, so after speaking, he looked towards him. Pavlov was also looking at Wang Zhong. Would you listen if I objected? Wang Zhong, no. Then that settles it. Pavlov sighed. Moreover, compared to your previous reckless plans, this one is much safer. At least you'll be in a KV-1, and even I know that its armor is reliable. Wang Zhong, really? You won't report me? The moment you pick up the receiver, you're contacting Lucia. No. Popov asked, if we're not letting Ludmila Vasilievna know, then which team should we choose? Wang Zhong, Yekaterina Andropovna Bolenkova, that little one who'd keep chasing the enemy even if she lost sight of the target with her divine arrow. Nelly raised an eyebrow. Wang Zhong continued, her abilities are more suitable for this mission. After all, there might not be many opportunities to directly see the enemy while the train is moving at high speed. It was then that Pavlov put down the telephone receiver. The train station said they can add another locomotive. That way we can maintain high speed both coming and going. Wang Zhong, good, let them proceed with that. It was not until noon that the armored train was fully prepared. Wang Zhong looked at his watch and said to Pavlov, from 5 in the morning until now, it took a full 8 hours for you to get ready. Pavlov, combining so many carriages and piling sandbags on top, installing machine guns, and allocating ammunition, finishing all that in 8 hours is quite good. Wang Zhong stood up. All right, I'll go check out my little train. Just as he was about to leave the room, Pavlov stopped him. Wait a minute, this operation needs a name, otherwise I can't even log it in the diary. Wang Zhong was taken aback. Defense operations did not require creative plan names, just a series of contingency codes was enough. Offensive plans actually needed names. Wang Zhong thought of many clever operation names in an instant, such as Charlie Don't Surf, a name first used by the American military in Vietnam, before they got a wallop. Later, in Somalia, the Americans tried it again, not taking the hint, losing the ACU. Damn it, what else could stand in my way? And they got a wallop again. The name was later appropriated by the video game Call of Duty: Modern Warfare, in which the American assault troops ended up being hit by a tactical nuclear missile, becoming one of the memorable scenes in video game history. So, no matter what the operation was called, it most definitely shouldn't be Charlie Don't Surf. Christmas Offensive was another name to avoid. After thinking for a moment, Wang Zhong said, let's call it Crossing the Marefengman River. Pavlov looked puzzled. Where is the Marefengman River? Wang Zhong, it's a fictional planet where I buried my naivete, arrogance, and countless comrades in arms. Pavlov was full of question marks, but Wang Zhong just patted his shoulder. It's just something from a dream, don't worry about it. Pavlov hesitated. Are you sure you want to call it that? Should I write it in the operation plan? Wang Zhong was astonished this time. We have an operation plan. Yes, I had the staff write it while I was dispatching forces. I read it, and it's not bad. Looks like a plan that's been carefully considered for a long time. Vasily, preparing to follow Wang Zhong to the station with the radio on his back, heard the words carefully considered and burst out laughing. It's clearly just a spur-of-the-moment plan hatched by the general. Wang Zhong sternly scolded, turning such an improvisational plan into reality, making sure it's thoroughly implemented, shows that Pavlov is an excellent chief of staff. Pavlov shook his head. You don't need to butter me up with flattery. I didn't oppose your plan because I saw its feasibility. The enemy most likely wouldn't have expected us to strike in this way and will be caught off guard. He paused, then said, let's not call it Crossing the Marefengman River. Wouldn't it be just fine to call it Crossing the Duva River, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om? Wang Zhong thought about it. That works too. After all, naming it after a sci-fi game was a bit too much. But in the future, if there comes a time to attack on a bright, sunny day, I'll definitely name it Climbing Nerida Peak, whether or not this world has such a mountain. Pavlov, now that the naming issue is resolved, you can depart. Good luck, General. After that, he stood at attention and saluted. All the people remaining in the command center saluted Wang Zhong, Grigory, and Vasily as well. Wang Zhong saluted back. Wait for news of my victory. September 24th noon, 1230 hours, Shostka train station. As Wang Zhong walked onto the platform, he saw that the lead car of the armored train, a KV, had been painted with the number 422, and a red flag hung from its radio antenna. All the tank operators were standing outside in a row, as if they were waiting for an inspection. When they saw Wang Zhong arriving, the captain gave the command, all crew, attention, salute. The anti-people's salute emphasized puffing out the chest and raising the chin, exuding an aura of fearlessness. Wang Zhong said to the captain, I'm sorry for taking your place. I will be in the anti-aircraft gun carriage behind to oversee the direction of the anti-aircraft guns, the captain said. But what about the original crew of train 422? Won't you need them? Wang Zhong, they're more familiar with the T-34. You've been fighting alongside tanks for so long, I wouldn't separate you from them. Only those faithful war machines will provide us with a steel tomb, said the captain. Wang Zhong, no, the Prasen tank operators are excellent, but don't emulate their military songs. We aim to annihilate the enemy and then return alive, to see our mothers. Wang Zhong raised his voice, addressing everyone. I know many of you might think this is a suicide mission. That is completely wrong. We are going to deal a heavy blow to the enemy forces and then return alive. You can look at my record. My troops often fought brutally, but each time, we killed even more enemies. This time will be no different. After his speech, the entire train started to chant Yura. Wang Zhong suddenly thought, if the enemy chose this moment to shell the station, they could likely break up our offensive in one fell swoop. Too bad the enemy's regular shelling had stopped earlier today. Prasen people stand out for being clock-punching and businesslike. Wang Zhong, board the train, prepare to depart. His command was passed back by each car commander, spreading to the distance. Vasily, with the radio on his back, jogged toward the rear of the train. Wang Zhong was the last to climb aboard the tank, squeezing into the turret. In front of the tank, the machine gunner behind the sandbags was ready. The flat car Wang Zhong was on now had sandbags arranged in an arrowhead formation at the front, with no machine guns at the back because the directional machine gun on the tank chassis could sweep the area in front. Behind the arrowhead sandbags, there were 2 machine gun nests, each with 1 machine gun aimed at the sides. There were also 2 more machine gun nests behind the tank. 1 car with 1 KV-1 tank, plus 4 machine guns, symbolized a ruthless lack of familial affection. The flat car behind had fewer machine guns, but behind the sandbag barricades, lay 2 squads of naval infantry, ready to disembark for combat. Section 3 of the flatbed car sported 4 additional machine guns. Section 4 was a sealed boxcar stuffed with 2 platoons of naval infantry. Section 5 was an anti-aircraft artillery car, equipped with a 72K anti-aircraft gun and the Divine Arrow team, plus a squad of naval infantry to protect those praying. The 6th and 7th sections were both sealed boxcars, filled entirely with naval infantry in black uniforms. Next came the locomotive and the coal tender. A squad of naval infantry had also clambered atop the locomotive, and there was another squad on the mountain of coal in the tender. Anyway, Wang Zhong's armored train was notably crammed with enough naval infantry. By the end of the day, Black Death's fame would be thoroughly established. Wang Zhong put on his headphones and picked up the handset. Vasily, can you hear me? Vasily, I can hear you. You're asking for tomatoes, aren't you? This was the agreed-upon code indicating that Vasily had reached the rear locomotive, allowing Wang Zhong to command the train through Vasily's Prasen-made radio. Wang Zhong, that's right, tomatoes. Just then, the sound of artillery fire could be heard. The artillery position was well camouflaged in the nearby woods. At the same time as the artillery barrage, 8 Yak-1 fighter planes flew over the train. Wang Zhong had not requested air support, but it seemed the Air Force pilots had taken their initiative. Without even changing his viewpoint, Wang Zhong could see the 100 kilograms bombs carried under the wings of those Yak-1s with his own eyes. Wang Zhong thought to himself, I've somehow instilled some battle habits into the Ant Air Force that they should not have. Then, Harlameff's voice came through Wang Zhong's headphones. Old farmer, what are we eating today? Wang Zhong had not arranged code words with the Air Force, guessing the pilots had come up with something on the spot after hearing his previous conversation with Vasily about tomatoes. Today, we have tomato egg soup. Wang Zhong replied. Really looking forward to that. By then, Wang Zhong could no longer see the planes, and the radio communication began to crackle with static. Auntie's radios were just like that. The radios salvaged from enemy tanks were tank models, and the naval technicians were still figuring out how to adapt them. Looking at his watch, Wang Zhong saw the artillery assault had 15 minutes left before it ended. It was time to move out. So, he said to Vasily, add 2 more eggplants. Understood, adding 1 more eggplant. Hardly a few seconds had passed in response when the train suddenly jolted and then began to move forward slowly. Crossing the Duva River required first traversing the entirety of Shostka. As the train moved, the railway sides were lined with Shostka residents who had not yet fled. Those who had not evacuated were basically working on logistics, and when Wang Zhong's troops needed to retreat, they would be evacuated first. Wang Zhong heard a woman crying, "What a great general, going off to a generous death. No, why does everyone assume I am heading to my death?" It seemed that the enemy's prior victories had indeed severely dented the confidence of the anti-people. Today, I will let the civilians know that we can mount an offensive that isn't a death sentence. With that in mind, the train rolled onto the great bridge over the Duva River. Wang Zhong looked down at the glittering Duva River below and suddenly remembered his childhood, the first time he crossed the Yangtze River Bridge in Nanjing by train. Sometimes, Wang Zhong really couldn't distinguish between Anti and the homeland from his memories, perhaps because both were vast and beautiful. Who knows when I'll cross the Duva River again? As the train passed the bridgehead, soldiers guarding the fortress cheered, "Yura! Damn it, the enemy is less than 2 kilometers away, and though they're currently under artillery fire, shouting like that might alert them?" Carrying these worries, Wang Zhong glanced at the enemy position and realized there was no issue. The enemy was in disarray from the shelling and couldn't concern themselves with this. At this moment, the artillery began to extend their fire, and the barrage pushed forward. The train coincidentally advanced along with the barrage. The enemy trenches, just a mere glance away, quickly approached. Wang Zhong yelled, "Open fire!" All the machine guns began to fire. The enemy was clearly bewildered, having never seen such an operation. Wang Zhong, Vasily, reduce an eggplant. Got it. Then Wang Zhong distinctly felt the train slow down. At this speed, the naval infantry could disembark to fight. Wang Zhong had it all arranged. The infantry needed to clear the enemies on both sides of the railway and establish defense positions to ensure the train's safe retreat. After all, the locomotive would be leading the way during retreat, and should its cylinders be punctured, that would be problematic. Wang Zhong switched his viewpoint and saw 2 platoons of infantry disembarking from the train. But instead of establishing defensive positions, they charged toward the enemy, who were still stunned. The rattle of submachine guns and the thunderous Yura cries merged into one on the enemy lines. Even though the train had slowed, it continued its trotting gallop along the tracks. The machine guns on the flatbed cars fired in all directions. After breaking through the enemy's first line of defense, the guns began to target the mules and other transport vehicles on either side of the railway. Wang Zhong himself grabbed an anti-aircraft machine gun from the tank, firing down below while shouting, "Fire! Fire! Don't spare them just because they are logistics personnel." Wang Zhong began to push forward, only to discover the enemy's defensive line was meticulously dug, with a reserve trench behind the first trench, followed by the second trench. All the trenches were dug in a W shape, which made it difficult for the armored train to effectively use its firepower, requiring the infantry to clear it bit by bit. Luckily, Wang Zhong's car had plenty of naval infantry. When they reached the communication trench, a platoon of infantry voluntarily went down and advanced along the trench. The Prussians hadn't placed any soldiers in the communication trench, but the naval infantry still advanced cautiously and searched vigilantly. After crossing the third trench, the enemy's regimental headquarters and the sapper brigade's headquarters were just ahead. They were completely out of sight. Clearly, the Prussians had reinforced their camouflage after yesterday's Air Force bombing. But from Wang Zhong's viewpoint, the Prussian officers inside the bunker were highlighted in red, making them hard to miss. Wang Zhong immediately ordered, "Turret, turn 30 degrees to the left. You'll see a cluster of chopped down birch tree stumps. The entrance to the enemy bunker is right next to it. Fire." The KV-1 tank gun spat out flames. Because the train was moving, the first shot hit next to the entrance, sending the guard at the door skyward. Wang Zhong, Vasily, reduce by 1 eggplant. The next moment, the train started braking. Only upon actually arriving did Wang Zhong realize how many enemies there were. Apart from 2 command centers, there were a large number of the enemy's logistical units, and even a battery position within view. His view was crowded with red humanoid icons, reminiscent of the Forbidden City during a long holiday. No, that was an exaggeration. After all, the Prussians adhered to the principle of dispersal, spreading out quite widely. It was only because Wang Zhong had a raised perspective that it seemed so crowded. Seeing so many enemies, Wang Zhong instinctively ducked, pulling the turret hatch down, retracting his upper body into the turret, with only his eyes looking out and the hatch resting on his head. But as he looked around, it seemed like the enemy hadn't even bothered to target him, their commander. The naval infantry disembarked. They didn't like to shout hurrah and just silently charged forward, efficiently eliminating the enemy. All machine guns were firing. The Sol 72K anti-aircraft gun was also in action, its shells continuously landing amidst the enemy. Wang Zhong popped his head out again, watching the scene and feeling a sense of déjà vu. Oh, right, there's an American movie called Pearl Harbor by Michael Bay, in which the Japanese air raid scatters American soldiers chaotically, a scene that became a popular meme among military enthusiasts. The Prussian soldiers now resembled the panicked American troops from the film exactly. The naval infantry, clad in black, herded them like sheepdogs chasing a flock. Looking at the scene, Wang Zhong suddenly thought, isn't this going a bit too smoothly? Usually, when things go this smoothly, shouldn't a tiger tank suddenly emerge from the woods, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om? Where's the tiger tank? Oh, it hasn't been developed yet, never mind then. At that moment, Wang Zhong noticed something else. The color of the surrendered enemy highlighted in his vision would change, turning to a lighter shade of red. He hadn't noticed this before, either because there were too few surrendered enemies or they were isolated individuals. Now it was obvious, patches of bright red turning into lighter shades, just like dim neon lights. Then something even more ridiculous happened. The force Wang Zhong had brought with him wasn't that large, at most a reinforced company, so he couldn't possibly control the entire front line. Yet, he had illuminated a whole 4 kilometers of the front line, controlling perhaps only a kilometer on either side of the railway. But the entire enemy line began to collapse. It started with the nearest units abandoning their positions to flee, and like an avalanche, the wave of collapse spread north and south. Wang Zhong fell into thought. Could it be that the enemy wasn't as elite as I imagined, determined to fight to the death? This Asgard Knights unit should be on par with the Sturmtiger's ex-guard troops on Earth, right? They could break too? At that point, Naval Infantry Commander Major Galinin approached Wang Zhong's tank and saluted. The organized resistance of the enemy has been crushed. We're capturing prisoners, how should we deal with them? Wang Zhong was about to proceed as he used to, but then he remembered something. Previously, he didn't take prisoners, but simply shot them in the shoulder and let them go because there was no choice. Now, why not take these prisoners and send them back? The enemy was collapsing. Let those at the bridgehead come out and give assistance. Couldn't they cover a few kilometers on foot? Send these prisoners back, stuff them into sealed wagons to Ye Fort, and let the locals have some joy? No, first let the supportive locals in Shostka have their fun, to see that we, too, can win battles. Make these prisoners parade the streets, indulging in the people's rotten eggs and piss mud. Wouldn't that be splendid? Wang Zhong's expression wasn't visible since he wasn't using a picture-in-picture screen. If he'd seen it, he surely would have asked, "Whose granddad are you?" Yes, his expression was just like that of an old granddad in classic films who sees a pretty girl. Chinese audiences seeing this expression would instinctively imagine the line, "Yo-ho." Of course, Wang Zhong didn't see this, missing the opportunity for self-mockery. He sternly told Major Galinin, "Disarm them, and send absolutely reliable soldiers to escort them across the bridge. I'll notify Shostka to be ready to receive them." Major Galinin, "Yes, sir." As the major went to carry out the orders, Wang Zhong directly addressed Shostka plainly, Headquarters, I have crushed the enemy's defenses. Preparing to send back the prisoners, be ready to receive." After a moment's thought, he added, "Tell the armored units, prepare for a counterattack, straight to the heart." Having given the order, he put down the handset and shouted to a naval infantryman beside him, "You, run fast. Tell headquarters, no armored counterattack." That was just to deceive the enemy. The naval infantryman saluted and jumped off the train. He didn't start running immediately but looked around for a bit and found a motorcycle to ride off on. Wang Zhong was stunned as he watched the naval infantry leave. "I didn't even think of riding a motorcycle." As he rode the motorcycle, the large lapels and streamers on the naval infantry's cap danced wildly in the wind. Pavlov put down the radio headset and looked at Popov. "Popov, armor counterattack." "Pavlov, I think this might be a ruse to deceive the enemy. He likes playing these little tricks. Someone should come running with orders soon, telling us not to counterattack." "Popov, let's still prepare for it. Anyway, it will take an hour to organize an armored counterattack." "All right," nodded Pavlov. At this moment, a captain of the naval infantry came to report to the general, "We have captured 12 heavy cannons. Judging from the numbers on the ammunition boxes, they are likely 150 mm. Wang Zhong, do we have enough mules and horses to haul them away?" "We do." "Wang Zhong, then haul them away." The captain also reported, "We also found 8 50mm mortars." "Wang Zhong, haul them away." How many millimeters?" 50 millimeters. That's garbage, blow it up so the enemy can't use it. In theory, any weapon should be utilized, but those 50mm mortars of the Prussians were truly garbage with a short range and low power. On Earth, the Sturmtiger had tried them and found them unsatisfactory, so they stopped producing them and even decommissioned the ones already in service, handing them over to the rearguard troops for fighting insurgencies. Then the rearguard troops also didn't like using this stuff against insurgents because it was simply too crappy. Not long after the captain left, a squad of naval infantry escorted a large group of Prasen officers over. The leading ensign stood at attention and reported, "General, these men want to see you and refuse to march to the other side of the river." Wang Zhong looked at the group of officers, recognizing their insignia one by one. Then he remembered, shouldn't I be able to use an external plugin? Forget it, identifying insignia also has its own charm. Among these captured men was unexpectedly a colonel, who according to intelligence should be the brigadier of an engineer brigade. Wang Zhong, I am Rokossovsky, you wanted to see me, and now you have. He then looked at the ensign, expecting him to translate because he thought the ensign knew Prussian. However, the ensign remained silent, only gesturing with his mouth to one of the majors among the captives. The major immediately translated Wang Zhong's words for the others. Well, it turned out they had a translator among the enemy. Then the colonel reached for his pocket. All the surrounding infantry were alarmed. Don't move, hands up. Wang Zhong, let him go for it. The colonel stared at Wang Zhong for a second before he took out a monocle from his pocket and clipped it to his eye socket. Only then did he carefully observe Wang Zhong, who was sitting in the tank gun turret. He then scanned the tank's tactical number and the red flag atop the radio antenna. He spoke, truly as formidable as your reputation, a man of fine presence. Wang Zhong, you speak the language of anti. The colonel seemed to be taken aback by Wang Zhong's crude expression. His brow furrowed, but he continued, deploying irregular forces to break the norm is unconventional but an excellent offensive tactic. We were all fooled by you, General Rokossovsky. Wang Zhong, after being night attacked yesterday, you should have been more vigilant. Colonel, we were vigilant, and surely, your night attack tonight would not have succeeded. And then you forgot to be vigilant during the day, huh? The colonel continued to make excuses. Our mission was to perform civil engineering work. Nobody told us we had to resist an elite infantry raid. Moreover, both the infantry and artillery had no idea what they were doing. What could a single engineer brigade do? We only have one battalion of combat engineers with fighting capability, but our main task now is civil engineering. There's no use for combat engineers. Wang Zhong, where is your combat engineer battalion stationed? It makes no difference now, they must have retreated with the other units. The colonel sighed, now that you've captured all the military engineering experts of the entire army, I suppose the progress will be significantly delayed until the new experts arrive. Wang Zhong chuckled, isn't that a good thing? All right then, gentlemen, you have seen me, it's time to cross the bridge obediently, isn't it? The colonel nervously asked, what kind of treatment can we expect? Wang Zhong, first, you will be paraded through the streets. I guess as soon as you are escorted over, the parade will commence, and your pretty uniforms will likely be covered in rotten eggs and urine mud. Ah, urine mud is when children pee in the dirt and then pick up the soil. The colonel's eyebrows twisted tightly, that's against international conventions. Wang Zhong, be grateful. I've witnessed the atrocities you have committed with my own eyes. I won't bother to distinguish who did what. All these acts of brutality must be borne by your entire army. International conventions are made for humans, not beasts. Take them away. At the same time, in Shostka, Pavlov, I've just realized, after being bombarded for days, there aren't many intact buildings left to hold the prisoners. Popov, there's no need to house them. The enemy is likely to reciprocate our artillery fire tonight. The bombardment could well kill off half of these prisoners. Just put them next to the train station, and when the supply train arrives tonight, we can unload the supplies and load them up immediately. Popov paused, then added, if the enemy begins shelling during this process, we can say that the enemy deliberately killed these prisoners. We'll use that for propaganda purposes. Pavlov thought about it and nodded, all right, let's do that. There's a large storage area right next to the train station. They can sunbathe there. It's autumn, so they won't get heat stroke. Having decided, Pavlov picked up the phone to issue orders, calling for a company from the reserves to deploy along the railway. Suddenly, Popov said, no, they can't go along the railway. Pavlov, confused, held the microphone of the handset and looked at the military bishop. What's wrong? First, if the train needs to retreat, it will be blocked by them. Second, only the civilians working by the railway will be able to see them. We need these prisoners to get off the railway bridge, walk down the city's main thoroughfare, pass through the district on the east bank, and then turn towards the train station. That way, the entire Guardian army and the labor force can see them. Even those laborers who are working will be able to see. Pavlov, enlightened by Popov's words, exclaimed, to boost everyone's morale. All right, I'll make arrangements. He immediately amended the order, instructing the called-up company to spread out along the streets all the way to the train station. In the afternoon, the common folks of Shostka gathered on the main thoroughfare, looking puzzled at the Imperial Guard soldiers lined up along it. The priest, with a metal megaphone, was shouting, please do not gather, please do not gather. The enemy could shell us at any moment, the enemy could shell us at any moment. But not a single person left. Everyone was whispering among themselves. What's going on here? I heard that the general has just crossed to the opposite bank, maybe he has become a martyr. Nonsense. Be careful lest the judge hears you. But why are they lined up like this? The crowd discussed back and forth to no avail, but more and more people gathered. Suddenly, cheering erupted from the west end of the street. Hooray! Curious, everyone pushed forward to see what was happening, but the lined-up Imperial guards blocked them with their rifles held sideways. Don't push, don't push. You'll all get to see. An old woman, curious, asked the leading lieutenant, what's going on? What's there to see? I don't know either. They just asked me to line up. I'm even more curious than you, ma'am. As everyone was chatting away, the cheering gradually drew closer. Then, a child who had climbed onto the roof shouted, "It's the Prussians? The Prussians are entering the city." His mother immediately scolded him, "Nonsense, there hasn't been any gunfire." "But really, there are people in grey uniforms coming this way," the child protested. Others too began to see, grey uniforms? They're marching this way in formation. Had it not been for the people next to them starting to shout hooray, some might have run away. The grey uniformed figures then came into everyone's view. The Prussians marched down the street in formation, all covered in rotten eggs and mud. They carried no weapons, walking with heads lowered in a dejected manner, while the proud soldiers in black strode alongside them. N/O/vel/B/n.C//OM. It's the prisoners? The general has sent back prisoners. Someone shouted out. As if awakened from a dream, everyone immediately cheered, hooray. In the next moment, all sorts of things were thrown at the prisoners. One old lady, while throwing things, shouted, "You've been captured too. Serves you right? Serves you right. Hand them all over to the judge? Let them have a taste of our harshness. Get out of our country." Facing the overwhelming rage, the prisoners wilted like overstored vegetables. The crowd quickly tired though because they realized the line of prisoners was too long. Someone muttered in surprise, "Just how many prisoners has the general captured? There must be thousands of them, right?" "No, look how long the line is, it must be tens of thousands. Remember, that's General Rokossovsky? He blew up 9 of the enemy's generals." In the time it took for this conversation, the crowd added a 0 to the number of prisoners and believed it to be accurate. And the number of enemy generals that General Rokossovsky had killed had successfully risen to 9. Just as everyone had grown tired of watching the prisoners, someone shouted, "Look! It's the enemy officers." The crowd, having rested, immediately got excited again at the sight of the group wearing large caps and pelted them with rocks, flower pots, and mud as if in a violent storm. An officer, wearing an aides aiguillette, was even used as a projectile at the highest ranked among them, which incited even greater anger, and the rocks flew more abundantly. At that moment, a priest finally stepped forward. "Stop this? Injuring them will lower the effectiveness of the interrogation. Leave them to the judges." The priest shouted several times before the crowd's fury gradually subsided, while the Prasen officers supported each other and quickly made their way through the angry mob. Following close behind were the cannons pulled by mules, with the black-coated soldiers driving them looking proud and haughty. Someone asked loudly, "Soldier, where did that cannon come from?" "It's a trophy of war," the soldier said happily. "We captured more than a dozen of them. Tomorrow they will be firing shells onto the enemy's heads." After the cannons came the ammunition carts, and other wagons full of various spoils of war, including all sorts of Prasen canned food. A child called out to a black-coated soldier sitting on the wagon, "Can you give me a can? I want to try it." The soldier immediately fetched a can and tossed it to the child. "You're welcome." He went home happily. Soon after, there came a child's wail from inside the house, "It's so salty ah." The laughter of everybody on the street rose when they heard this crying. Wang Zhong watched as the naval infantry drove mule carts loaded with a large amount of war trophies past him, and he shouted, "If there's a radio, give it to me, understand?" The naval infantry driving the cart pointed back, "The communications company has been entirely captured by us, it's in the back. There's also a machine with lots of rotors." Wang Zhong, an Enigma machine. Naval infantry, I don't know what it's called, but it's a big box with a lot of rotors. At first, we thought it was a kind of gearbox, but then we found a keyboard, and it can type. Wang Zhong slapped the KV's turret steel plate. "It's the Enigma machine. What about the codebook? Did you capture the codebook?" "It's all in the back, General." Wang Zhong waved his hand to let the naval infantry drive the cart away. Soon after, Wang Zhong saw a half-track vehicle approaching, covered with antennas, obviously a Prasen communications vehicle. "Wang Zhong, where's the cipher machine you captured?" A naval infantry inside the half-track lifted a box. This was the first time Wang Zhong saw a real Enigma machine, and his first reaction was, "Isn't it a bit small?" It looked like a slightly larger typewriter. Wang Zhong, "Hand it over for me to look at." The naval infantry stood up, took a brisk step, and leapt from the half-track's carriage onto the flatbed, then agilely climbed onto the KV's hull, placing the Enigma machine in front of Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong opened the case to inspect the machine inside. The keyboard almost identical to that of a classic typewriter, where the rolls would normally be placed. There were 5 rotors, with a complex linkage mechanism nearby. Additionally, there was a manual revolving knob next to the rotors, which seemed to be used to adjust the position of each disk. Using the Enigma machine was simple. To encrypt information, one only needed to type on the keyboard, and it would automatically transform into an encrypted string. To decode, one simply had to type in the string in reverse, and out would come the content of the information. But to accomplish decryption, merely having an Enigma machine identical to the sender's was not enough. It was essential to accurately know the initial position of each rotor during encryption, as well as the wiring pattern on the circuit board below. Even if an Enigma machine was captured, based on the rotor positions one could decrypt messages for a day, but if the enemy changed the rotor positions the next day, decryption would no longer be possible. Wang Zhong inspected the cipher machine closely, again recalling something he had once considered, creating an estate, gathering a group of mathematicians, and cracking the Procen code. During Earth's World War II, that's exactly what the British did at Bletchley Park. Once the Sturmtiger's code was broken, the losses of the Wolfpack tactics skyrocketed because the Royal Navy knew when the Wolfpack was coming, where it would assemble, and where it would resupply. Wang Zhong looked at the machine, closed the lid, and handed it back to the Navy. Make sure to keep it safe, and ensure it's delivered to the judge intact. This machine is very important. Hand it over to the judge. Wang Zhong, yes, but we're keeping this communications vehicle. Also, how many walkie-talkies did we capture? You know, the radios that a single person can carry. 5, General. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. Great, great. Deliver them all to the division headquarters. Once the battlefield cleanup is nearly done, we will begin to retreat. On September 24 at 1500 hours, the Procen Army's Asgard Knights 1st Army headquarters. Giles looked at his watch. The enemy hasn't launched an armored assault. Could we have been deceived by the enemy? Felice cursed. This White Horse General. There will come a day when we won't believe anything he says over the radio. Giles, if that's the case, won't the enemy have succeeded? If we don't believe anything he says, then he can simply call out his moves in clear text. No, we still need to monitor the enemy's radio communication. The anti-people are poor at radio technology and prefer telegrams and telephones, but this White Horse General clearly favors radio. At that moment, the Chief of Staff came in. We've clarified the situation. The White Horse General brought a division and an armored train, suddenly charged over, and then occupied our completed trenches. Giles frowned. A division? Did High Command's intelligence err again? Aren't we supposed to have just one reinforced division on our front? The room fell into uneasy glances. Giles shook his head. No, there can't be that many. The White Horse General conducted a surprise attack. It's our troops who have mythologized him, turning into a case of startled birds. This can't continue. Order all units to emphasize to the soldiers that the White Horse General is just a man. He doesn't have divine power, nor is he some sorcerer. Felice, it seems, the problem lies in the continuous propaganda strategy we've used, claiming we are from the Aesir tribe. But in the mythology, the Aesir tribe ultimately faces Ragnarok. The fire giant Surtur brandishes a massive sword, challenging the gods. Giles, enough. Even though night is about to fall, we must launch an attack immediately. Our tank forces may not excel at attacking the fortified region across the river, but if we can't take over the trenches on the plains, then it wouldn't be fitting. Before night falls, I want full control of the positions. On September 24 at 1600 hours, Wang Zhong was opening a can of Procen canned food in the headquarters bunker. After opening the lid of the can, he stared at the contents for a long time and said, "Is this a pig's trotter?" Vasily picked up the can and looked at the text on it. This is pickled pig's knuckle. It seems to be a famous Procen dish. Wang Zhong, what a pity. No noodles, otherwise I could make a bowl of pig's trotter noodle soup. How do you eat this thing? Vasily, cut it up and eat? I'm not too sure. My Procen is pretty fluent, but that's all because that old man forced me to learn. I haven't really had much contact with Procen things. Wang Zhong decided to cut a piece to try it out. He poured the pig's knuckle from the can onto a plate and picked up a knife and fork. The skin of the trotter was hard, and it took Wang Zhong a long time to cut off a piece with the help of the fork, and when he chewed it, he immediately frowned. This pig's trotter is too salty. How can it be so salty? No wonder it's called a pickled pig's knuckle. He reached out and grabbed Nellie's arm. Water. Nellie quickly brought him a cup of water from the side. Wang Zhong took a big gulp before letting out a long sigh of relief. What kind of dish would need such a salty pig's trotter? Wang Zhong asked Vasily, puzzled. Vasily, I don't know. I told you I don't have experience living in Procen. That old man might know. He studied music there. Wang Zhong then turned his head to ask Nellie, do you know? Nellie, I only know how to cook anti-dishes. But I heard the cook say that Procen dishes are famously unpalatable. Even the United Kingdom makes fun of them. If the United Kingdom was making fun of them, it must be quite bad indeed. But before he crossed over, Wang Zhong and his dorm mates had been to a place called either Scheider or perhaps Funfter, for roasted pig's knuckle and dark beer, which was quite delicious. There were also German sausages, which weren't bad either. What's up with this pickled pig's knuckle? Wang Zhong picked up the can and stared at the text, displaying an expression as if he was pondering a philosophical question. Pavlov then mixed the cut pig's knuckle and pickles and put it in his mouth. Not bad. Just as well we opened so many cans of pickles for fake mines. Vasily clicked his tongue. I always feel it's going to be ineffective. After all, they launched the attack last time stepping on the lids. Finally, Wang Zhong put down the can and looked again at the pig's trotter on the plate with a corner cut off. Nellie, shall I make some sausage and cucumber soup? Maybe that'll go well with it. Wang Zhong, yes, yes. Vasily, wait a minute, this seems to be a soup can, let me open it. He took the can opener, inserted it into the edge of the can, and then kept turning the knob of the can opener, using mechanical force to cut a circle around the can, just enough to cut open the lid. Then the can opener had a special structure that clamped the lid, so when you pull the can opener out, it would bring the lid with it. Vasily placed the opened can on the table. Inside was a mush that seemed like a mix of green and yellow paint. Wang Zhong looked at the contents and shared his impression. Indian mush. We're opening procen cans, not those of the United Kingdom, right? Vasily stirred in the can with a spoon, and the substance underneath came up. Green peas, red carrots, possibly onions, and meat, as well as a lot of yellow mush. Wang Zhong, what's that yellow stuff? Vasily picked up the can, looked at the ingredients list, should be potatoes. The ingredients are peas, potatoes, onions, bacon, carrots, and cabbage. After reading, he looked into the can. I guess this green should be the stewed cabbage, and the yellow is the potatoes. Wang Zhong stared at the mush in the can, which, due to the presence of green, didn't quite look like human waste. Conversely, without this hint of healthy green, it would resemble something from a person with digestive issues. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Vasily tasted a spoonful. Hey, it's quite tasty. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily. Have you developed a resistance from picking through dung? Vasily, it really tastes good. Although I hate the procen education my dad that old man gave me, this is actually not bad. Wang Zhong, somewhat skeptical, picked up a spoon and scooped up a spoonful into his mouth. Indeed, it tasted all right. But speaking of flavor, it was entirely that of potatoes stewed with meat. Wang Zhong, I'd rather have potatoes stewed with beef. Just then, an explosion came from across the river. Wang Zhong stood up, came to the observation window, and looked at the positions being bombed on the opposite bank, muttering, don't they send someone over to scout before they bomb? We all pulled out. Vasily, if they don't bomb, they would encounter our buried mines. They probably plan to blast away the mines with artillery, then send in the infantry. Makes sense. At that moment, Popov entered the bunker. The captured Enigma machine seems to be usable, but the judge tried decoding the transmissions afterward, and none of it made any sense. It must be that the enemy's communication soldier scrambled the settings of the machine before being captured. Wang Zhong, have we received any garbled enemy telegrams? We have been receiving them continuously, but we simply can't decode them. Popov spread his hands. Now the judge is trying to get the communication soldier to recall the machine's settings before he scrambled them. Wang Zhong, I hope he can remember. If we can find out what orders the enemy transmitted this morning, it might be somewhat beneficial to the war effort. The question is, when will he be able to recall? Vasily, do you think this guy will be tough to crack? Wang Zhong, no, I think he might genuinely have forgotten this morning's settings. After all, once the Enigma machine is set, it can be used continuously until the other side changes the settings. Cryptographers have no need to remember the initial positions. Popov cursed, the enemy has indeed come up with something troublesome. Wang Zhong, don't worry, as long as we gather enough mathematicians, we will always be able to break the code. He changed the subject and asked, how many prisoners of war have we captured in total? 1,100, answered Popov, but the word on the streets is that we've captured 11,000 prisoners. It's also being said that you killed yet another general. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue, I'm already used to it. I suspect it won't be long before even more ridiculous stories emerge. So, these 1,100 prisoners are now at the depot awaiting transport? Have enough guards been assigned? Of course. Popov patted his chest. I had the judge set up machine guns on the platform at the depot, guaranteeing no one dares to make a move. However, speaking of which, these Prussian prisoners of war are very disciplined. They even maintain formation during escort. Wang Zhong, this indicates that their confidence has not been crushed. They firmly believe the empire will win and will be able to retrieve them so that they may return home in triumph. Don't worry, their confidence won't last much longer. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, the sound of artillery fire outside changed, clearly beginning to extend shooting. Vasily looked outside with the artillery periscope and said, they must be preparing to attack now. Let's see if the altered can lids and our modified mines will be effective. At that moment, the extending shooting reached the bunker and then gradually moved to the east bank, exploding into sprays of water. Wang Zhong also observed from in front of the window, watching the barrage move toward their position and then past them. The enemy's intended front line was 2 kilometers away, totally outside Wang Zhong's range of visibility, so he could only push Vasily aside and use the artillery periscope to look across the riverbank. Through the artillery periscope, Wang Zhong saw the enemy's tanks and infantry carefully approaching the position in mixed formations. Then, to his surprise, they began firing machine guns and high-explosive shells at the deserted position. Wang Zhong watched the enemy's performance with relief. Vasily complained at his side, you've taken my spot, I can't see anything. Wang Zhong, step aside, I'm enjoying the view. Just then, Wang Zhong saw someone step on a fake mine and then stop with a grim expression. Unfortunately, even with the artillery periscope, he couldn't get a close view, and could only see a rough outline. He saw the Prussians scatter, and then someone who might be an officer came over, crouched beside the person who stepped on the mine, and took out a multi-purpose knife. At the same time, the enemy's infantry line came to a halt, possibly having received the message that the mine did not explode. Then the officer, with the multi-purpose knife, dug out the mine, checked the firing mechanism, and cautiously extracted it. Then both the person who had stepped on the mine and the officer trying to remove it flew into the air. Wang Zhong patted Vasily's shoulder. Your trick mine got someone. Vasily, really? Are you just comforting me? Wang Zhong let him use the artillery periscope. See for yourself. Vasily's eyes lit up as he glued them to the periscope. Oh, it looks like chaos. Hang on, are the enemies preparing to clear mines? This is just too funny. They never even noticed my fake mines last time, and just walked on by. Wang Zhong, bring the captured radio over. I want to broadcast a clear message. Tell them to watch out for the mines. Pavlov, isn't that a bit childish? Wang Zhong, if it doesn't work, I'll stop doing it, but if it does, of course, I'll do it more. A broadcast message. Giles frowned. What did he say? The signal officer. He said he's planted a lot of ingeniously designed trick mines and hopes we'll enjoy them. Giles' frown deepened, and his aide, Feliz, started cursing. What the hell? It's like stepping on someone's toes during a childish fight, utterly despicable and amateurish. Giles turned to the chief of staff. Any reports of trick mines from our troops? Yes, the chief of staff answered gravely. Over a dozen soldiers have already been killed by trick mines. They have deployed a new type of mine that isn't triggered by pressure. It explodes when we attempt to disarm them. Giles, how is that possible? Our military science academy tried to develop mines that wouldn't detonate with pressure and all attempts failed? How did they manage it? The anti-empire shouldn't have such technology. At that very moment, nobody at the 1st Army headquarters considered the fact that those pressure-insensitive mines completely lacked fuses. They wouldn't explode even if you hit them with a hammer. The chief of staff, that's just the report from the front line, which also states that the mines are mixed in with a large number of metal discs, making it very difficult to clear them. Giles, send in the engineers, they'll handle it. The staff officers in the room exchanged glances. In the end, all eyes fell on Feliz. Feliz, General, the majority of the engineers, have been captured by the enemy. Giles stared at Feliz for a few seconds, sighed, and did not order anyone to go out. Have the troops temporarily halt their advance, spread out on the spot, and dig artillery shelters. We'll wait for the engineers to be brought in from behind to clear the mines. The chief of staff suggested. The divisional engineers can still be used, especially for clearing this amount of mines. Another staff officer suggested. Actually, there's a combat engineer battalion that made it out. After reorganization, they can be sent up to clear the mines, considering they are engineers too. Giles, fine, we'll do it both ways. I want to see the enemy's new mines by tonight. About 6 hours later, the new mines were brought before Giles. Giles wanted to approach, but was stopped by his aide-de-camp, Feliz. Feliz stepped forward first to carefully examine the device and then turned to look at the engineer captain with a puzzled gaze. The insignia on his collar had an ornament, indicating he was a combat engineer, not a regular one. Feliz, how does this thing detonate? The detonation works through a pull rope underneath. The other end of the pull rope is buried deep in the ground. The engineer immediately explained, so if you cut the pull rope, it won't explode. I mean, how does it detonate when infantry step on it? Feliz raised his voice. The captain, it won't detonate. The pressure plate on this thing is a decoy. It's completely inert, but it simulates the sensation of stepping on a mine. Infantry who step on it dare not move, luring mine-clearing personnel to approach, and then it can be detonated using a simple pull rope. Feliz's mouth gaped open, and for a moment, he forgot to close it. Giles concluded, so the enemy has exploited our fixed ways of thinking, resulting in dozens of casualties on our side. The chief of staff added, and wasted 6 hours of our time. By the way, while we were stalled in the open, we came under artillery fire, resulting in a few hundred casualties. Giles' eye twitched. Feliz immediately stepped in as Giles' mouthpiece, cursing loudly. These enemies only know how to play sly tricks. Coming up with things as perplexing as brain teasers? Are these things useful? Can they prevent them from losing the war in 3 months? Giles rebuked. Don't be like that. The enemy's cunning is to be respected. We have to admit when we've been outsmarted. He then asked, what about those iron discs used to cover these mines? Are they specialized equipment? This thing, the engineer captain picked up the disc placed next to the mine. You can see it has a groove on one side. We believe it might be a bottle cap. A bottle cap. Feliz exclaimed. How can they use such things in warfare? Giles patted Feliz on the shoulder. Don't be like that. A good soldier must be able to skillfully use anything at hand. Even if all they have is a pencil, they have to figure out a way to kill the enemy. The White Horse General has delayed us with these rudimentary things. We should reflect on it carefully. So, have the troops now recaptured the lost positions? The engineer captain replied, I'm only responsible for transporting the discovered items to headquarters. I don't know the situation at the front. The chief of staff answered, the troops have entered the positions. In line with your instructions, the railroad has been dismantled, and the anti-tank artillery battalion has also been deployed. Giles, how long before we can start digging in? Engineer captain, we're combat engineers, good at clearing mines. For trench advancement, we need digging equipment and dedicated engineering experts, all of whom have been captured by the enemy. Giles, not a single expert remains. Not one remains. We even lost the trench arrangement plans drawn up by the previous Bauman Brigade commander. It will take time for a new expert to come and redraw the arrangement plans. Giles put a hand to his forehead. Damn it, hurry up and get the troops up from behind. At that moment, the chief of staff suggested, the commander of the Ampula division, Kluge, suggests building an artillery observation post on the slope at the front line to guide the artillery bombardment. How far is the breakthrough from our lines? Giles inquired. The chief of staff, it's just south of our current trench. We can start building now. No, we can start building tomorrow. After checking the time, he amended his statement again. We can start building today, it's light now. Giles waved his hand grandly, let him build it. The next day, on September 25th, 914, Wang Zhong entered the bunker yawning and first greeted the night shift Popov. Hello. How's everything? Popov, fantastic. There were mine explosions even in the middle of last night. But this morning, the report from the bridgehead says the enemy was observed on the positions we abandoned. Wang Zhong stepped up to the observation window and picked up the binoculars for a pretense of a look. Indeed, from a bird's eye view, the trench was filled with the enemy. Popov, I never expected these fake mines to delay the enemy for that long. Wang Zhong hummed a response. This means that the time it takes for the enemy to dig through will be pushed back another day. By the way, have the prisoners been sent back to Yefort? Popov, they've already been crammed into a sealed railcar and taken away. Additionally, the interrogation of the enemy's cryptographer by the judge has concluded. Wang Zhong, did he talk? Popov, no, the person was rushed into the emergency room and just got resuscitated. The tribunal sent a telegram scolding us about this matter, demanding that the individual be sent to Yefort immediately, where professionals from the tribunal headquarters will take over. Wang Zhong, so, they were stuffed into a train instead. No, Yefort dispatched a plane to pick him up, and he's already on the plane and gone. After Popov finished, Pavlov entered the bunker. So, what's the situation like? He asked. Wang Zhong repeated what Popov had just said. Pavlov laughed heartily. That's great. I'd really like to see the face of the enemy commander when he sees what Vasily has made. Wang Zhong, I would too, it must be quite a sight. He paused, looking across the river. I guess the enemy is bringing up their anti-tank guns now. Within Wang Zhong's field of vision, there were no highlighted anti-tank gun units, so he added, we should have the Air Force look for them. Pavlov, that's possible. Maybe the Prussians forgot to camouflage them. After all, there were no camouflage nets in the war materials you seized with your assault yesterday. Indeed, during previous Air Force reconnaissance, it seemed like the Prussians had been careless and forgotten to install camouflage nets. It wasn't until yesterday's charge, capturing the enemy engineer brigade headquarters, that we realized the enemy didn't have any camouflage nets at all. It was unclear whether they discovered the anti-infrastructure was too poor after arriving, requiring a change in their supply plan that delayed priorities, or if they simply never thought they needed camouflage nets in the first place. Wang Zhong himself picked up the telephone receiver. Connect me with the Air Force. More than 2 hours later, a call from Harlemov came in. We've discovered at least 1 battalion of anti-tank artillery troops. We strafed them, but I can't say for sure how many we killed. After all, everyone would lie down when the machine guns sweep over. Wang Zhong, that means they're all well-trained Prussian soldiers. Of course, Harlemov didn't catch the movie reference in Wang Zhong's remark and agreed. Indeed, many recognized the direction of our attack and knew to quickly move out of the strafing area. It's difficult to judge the effect of our attack just with our eyes. So we were about to call you and arrange for another artillery strike when the enemy air force showed up. Wang Zhong, no worries, it's good that you made it back safely. Harlemov, I've had someone send over a map with the enemy anti-tank artillery battalion positions marked. It should be arriving soon. Also, if you were thinking of another armored train sortie, I'm telling you there's no chance. The enemy has torn up the rails on their side of the front. As soon as the other side finished, a staff officer came in leading a messenger. Report, a messenger from the airfield has arrived. Wang Zhong, the map is here. Harlemov. I'll hang up now. All right, good luck hitting the enemy hard. I will. Wang Zhong put down the receiver and said to the messenger, the map. The messenger didn't respond, but directly took out the map and handed it to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong glanced at the map and handed it to Pavlov. Artillery strike according to this. As Pavlov was giving the orders to the artillery, Vasily said, looks like another boring day today. It would be great if we could make a charge like yesterday. Why don't we do it again? Wang Zhong, not possible. Aerial reconnaissance just reported the enemy has destroyed the rail track. This kind of armored train assault can't be used anymore. Vasily, not giving up? Then let's organize a pure armored assault. Use ferries to transport the tanks across, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wang Zhong, no, the western ferry docks are full of enemy tank traps in the water. Ferries can't dock there anymore, and small boats can't carry tanks. Vasily, frowning, are we just going to stand here and watch then? After some thought, Wang Zhong said, here's an idea. We can organize people to shout across to the other side with loudspeakers, mocking them for their slow advance. By the time they have dug their way across, it'll be raining and they will be stuck in the mud. Vasily, that sounds pretty good. The Navy should have loudspeakers. I'll see if I can get hold of one. Wang Zhong, go on then. And be careful, the enemy has routine artillery bombardments. Vasily immediately rolled up his sleeve to show off his watch. I have this, taken from a dead enemy's wrist. Now, this watch is going to shine for the anti-empire. Wang Zhong, you rascal, hoarding spoils for yourself? And you even dare to pull it out in front of the bishop. Popov, normally, we wouldn't actively deal with soldiers taking war trophies, but showing them off in front of me is a different story. Remember to remind me to confine you to a month in solitary when we leave the battlefield. Vasily exclaimed, a month. Popov, yes. Vasily immediately looked like he was on the verge of tears. Popov went on, the main thing is to maintain discipline in the army. We can't all start hunting for war trophies as soon as we take an enemy position. Then, if the enemy counterattacks, we might lose the position again. Vasily turned and ran off with a doleful face. Wang Zhong, I was sitting on a tank the whole time yesterday, so I didn't have time to pick up any war trophies. Otherwise, I would have wanted a Prussian-made scope. As he finished speaking, the artillery began their attack on the anti-tank gun positions, with the sound of shells flying overhead. September 25th, this day can only be described as boring with the time remaining. The Prussian bombardment was punctual as always, but it had no effect because everyone hid before the appointed time. And the Prussian Air Force seemed to have forgotten about the city of Shostka, not even conducting a level bombing with their heavy bombers. Wang Zhong, in the division headquarters bunker, yawned mightily while listening to the taunting broadcasts from the loudspeakers set up by Vasily outside. Pavlov, if you're tired, go to sleep. Once the real fighting starts, you'll probably have to stay in the division headquarters bunker all day. Wang Zhong, I'm starting to wonder if a real battle could even happen. We caught so many officers yesterday, all with engineer insignia, and seized so many of their tools. Enemy engineering advancement capabilities must be severely compromised. Maybe if we just sit here quietly until it starts raining, we can retreat. Pavlov frowned. Do we still have to retreat even if we hold out until it rains? Wang Zhong, right now, the enemy's supply line isn't long enough. Although the rain will lead to chaos, I believe we still need to retreat to stretch out their supply line. Saying this, he walked up to the frontline map. Besides, look at the enemy's northern offensive. Even though it's slower than we anticipated, it is still progressing. The day before yesterday, they advanced 25 kilometers, yesterday, 28 kilometers. It's slow, but they are indeed moving forward. From the start of their offensive on the 20th, the enemy has advanced 110 kilometers in 5 days. Pavlov, looking at the map, what on earth is the northern line doing? Since we're not under much pressure here, the Western Front Army has moved all its troops to the north. Why has the enemy been able to advance 110 kilometers in 5 days? Wang Zhong, regarding this, I also heard some things when I was interacting with the officers at Yefort. Mainly, blind expansion of the military has led to a severe shortage of equipment. Tank divisions lack everything except tanks, and infantry divisions even lack tanks. Prussian infantry are equipped with machine guns down to the squad level, while our infantry divisions only have 2 to 3 machine guns per company, and papashas are sometimes even rarer than machine guns, with only platoon leaders each having one. Pavlov, thinking about it, aren't we an incredibly wealthy division? We captured so many machine guns. When we retreated to Luchtov, everyone had submachine guns. Wang Zhong, you only realize this now? Look at our artillery, 36 heavy guns. Which other division has such artillery configuration? I met an officer at Yefort whose division had a total of 4 122mm guns, 4, and only 4 76mm regimental guns. Pavlov, looking at the map, when you think about it, the equipment of our 3rd Rear Amur group is also very poor. Only divisions have regimental guns. Wang Zhong, right. Prussian infantry groups have a bunch of 75mm infantry guns, and divisions are well supplied with 105mm and 150mm guns. Even if the enemy only launches infantry attacks, the artillery fire density alone could break through our lines. Our problem, in a nutshell, is one phrase: insufficient firepower. Popov chimed in at this point. I thought it was a shortage of tanks. Wang Zhong, having tanks alone is useless, you need a combined arms approach. Look at the enemy, a tank division has everything: sufficient artillery, strong infantry, accompanying engineers, and anti-aircraft artillery battalions, as well as motorized reconnaissance battalions. Look how many motorcycles and trucks we captured yesterday. As Wang Zhong said this, he also remembered the sailor who sped past on a motorcycle yesterday, with his large lapels and streaming ribbons. At this moment, the telephone rang. Pavlov picked it up. Division headquarters. Who's this? I'll put him on right away. Passing the receiver to Wang Zhong, Pavlov said, it's a call from Ekaterinburg fortress. Wang Zhong took the receiver. This is Rokosov. A grave and steady voice came through from the other side. Rokosov, you've done very well. Wang Zhong couldn't immediately remember who the voice belonged to and was about to ask who the hell are you when he suddenly realized, with a jolt, that the person likely to speak like this was probably Belinsky, the Grand Patriarch. He quickly said, Your Excellency, the Grand Patriarch, hello. The other side burst into laughter, clearly very pleased. As soon as Popov heard it was the Grand Patriarch, he immediately stood up. The voice on the phone said, We have already received the gift you sent. Wang Zhong, you received the Enigma machine, then. Get the mathematicians on it for decoding right away. The Grand Patriarch paused for a moment, hold on. Then, presumably, he moved the receiver away from his ear, but Wang Zhong could still hear the Patriarch's voice. The Enigma machine sent by Rokosov? Did the High Command Intelligence Services Cryptography Department receive it? Why wasn't I told? All right, I understand. The Grand Patriarch's voice came through clearly again, obviously with the receiver back to his ear. There's been a bit of an issue. It seems that the High Command thinks decoding ciphers is within their jurisdiction. But the cryptographer is currently with the judge. After being rescued, we'll make him talk. Wang Zhong, actually, the key is mathematics. We should organize the mathematicians, let them focus on studying the patterns of the enemy's telegraphs to establish a mathematical model. The Enigma machine itself doesn't enable us to decode the cipher. We need to know the key, which is the initial position of the rotors. Belinsky, thank you for your suggestion. We will gather the best mathematicians we have here in Ekaterinburg Fortress. What we're discussing is another gift. Wang Zhong immediately understood. You mean the prisoners? Yes, there have always been rumors saying that despite proclaiming various great victories, not a single prisoner has been seen. Now we have prisoners. If you hadn't sent the prisoners, we would have had to dress people up in Prussian uniforms. We already had their uniforms half-made. Such imposture certainly carries risks. If word got out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now that we have actual prisoners, everything becomes much easier. Wang Zhong, that's great to hear. By the way, make sure that Federation's reporter Mike and his photographer partner come to see them and write a good report. Of course, Belinsky paused. Can that reporter be trusted? He should be, Wang Zhong answered. Is there something wrong with the news he sent back to the Federation? No, that's not it. But I haven't had contact with that reporter, so I'm ultimately unclear on the details. Since you think he can be trusted and he has produced authentic reports, then let's arrange for him to have a good visit. St. Yekaterina Fortress, September 25, 914 AD in the afternoon. Reporter Mike from the Federation and his partner, the photojournalist Robert Kappa, were taken to Yafort Street by several judges after receiving a phone call. Mike looked around with confusion. The pedestrians on the streets of Yafort were far fewer than a few weeks ago. One could see labor camp workers piling sandbags by the street, and in the distant park in the center of the street, one could spot an 85mm heavy anti-aircraft gun hidden inside. Robert, however, was happily taking photos, especially fixated on a lady making a purchase, snapping away incessantly. Then the judge spoke in the Anglo language of the Federation. You might want to save your film. Robert, I can speak anti. Save my film? Why? The judge smiled slightly. You'll see something exciting in a moment. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from afar. Mike and Robert turned their heads and saw several ladies at the far corner dropping their things and running as if insane, fleeing away from the intersection. The lady who had just passed by Robert looked on in bewilderment, staring blankly toward the distance, unsure whether to keep going forward. She was originally heading in that direction. Then, the Prussian army turned the corner. The lady, still observing, let out a scream, dropped her things and turned to run, but was grabbed by a judge. Don't worry, ma'am, look closely, those are prisoners. The woman turned her head, gazing at the Prussians. Robert, they are tied up with ropes. They are prisoners. He hurried towards the marching column of prisoners. Mike glanced at the judge, and seeing a gesture to proceed, he started walking to catch up with his partner. Robert was already rapidly going through his film rolls, the smoke from the flashbulbs drifting into Mike's nostrils. Mike closely observed these prisoners and noticed that half of them wore the patches of engineers while the rest were clad in uniforms darker than the standard Prussian uniform, with different collar patches. He suddenly pulled his partner. Focus on their collar patches. That's where the real news value lies. Robert, collar patches. Mike, see, the Zeus with the lightning. These people are the Asgard Knights, the elite of the elite. Prussian propaganda says this unit is invincible. Robert, I don't remember that, but if you say so, then it must be. Plus, this patch, it really does catch the eye. Saying this, he took his camera, got close to the infantryman with patches, and pressed the shutter. The flash powder smoke spewed out of the flashbulb. Mike, take several shots. After instructing his partner, he switched to Prussian and loudly asked, Are you the Asgard Knights? Who defeated you? All the prisoners glared at Mike with resentment. And Robert, as if having found treasure, frantically photographed these people's expressions. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. At that moment, the anti-people began to react, starting to curse at the prisoners and hurling various objects from all directions at the column of prisoners. Mike still repeated, Are you the Asgard Knights? Who defeated you? Who captured you? I'm a reporter from the Federation. Who can give me an interview? Just then, a man who looked like an officer suddenly raised his head. Obs stürmt oder schneit, ob die Sonne uns lacht. Mike understood Prussian, knowing it meant whether it storms or snows, or if the sun smiles at us. This was the anthem of the Prussian armored troops. The next moment, the previously disheartened prisoners puffed out their chests and raised their heads, singing loudly in unison. Like the roaring of an engine, as swift as lightning, we confront the enemy, under the cover of tanks. In front of our comrades, we charge, we fight alone, and thus we deeply pierce into the enemy's lines. The anti-people increased their efforts in hurling objects, but this did not stop the Prussians. No, it seemed that in defiance of the anti-people's outrage, they sang even louder. If Lady Fortune abandons us again, if we can no longer return to our homeland, if bullets target us, ending our fate and halting our lives, at least our loyal tanks will grant us a steel tomb. Mike, watching the Prussians' defiant attitude, had already thought of the first sentence for his report. These prisoners, as if they were not prisoners at all but rather here to occupy the city. This is the first group of Prussian soldiers to enter Ye fort. On September 29, at the 2nd Armored Cluster Command of Prussia, General Heinz Wilhelm von Mach had just entered the command center when his adjutant hurried over and said, "A call from Marshal von Bock of the Central Army Group." "General Mach, I know. Make me some coffee." After speaking, he walked over to the maps table and picked up the receiver. "This is Mach. What's the matter, Marshal?" Being able to actually ring through to your command post is quite the novel experience. Previously, General Mach's armored forces had been attacking very swiftly, always advancing, and thus their cluster command post also had to be moved forward constantly, without enough time to lay phone lines. The current scenario, where the command post had remained in the same place for 9 days, was indeed unprecedented. General Mach explained, "We've encountered firm resistance at the Duva River. We have been relentlessly attacking the 51st Army of Anti. They've taken heavy losses, but they received reinforcements from the 55th Army, and additionally, the enemy's army artillery has been taking good care of us. If the 1st Army of Asgard could launch an attack, and share some of the pressure of our assault, I believe it's only a matter of time before we break through the enemy's defense." Marshal von Bock sighed. His Majesty is very displeased. After all, the offensive on the northern front is going very smoothly, yet you are at a standstill. Yesterday a newspaper from the Federation was delivered to His Majesty, then he was so furious that he sent it to us by plane overnight. I dispatched a motorcycle to bring it to you. It should arrive shortly. You'd better push Giles to launch an attack as soon as possible. General Mach, I will. If you cannot spur the Emperor's favorite into action, you'll just have to break through the defense line and then strike General Rokossovsky's division from the flank. Wouldn't there be political consequences? General Mach asked, puzzled. Marshal von Bock, you just need to let that young brat Giles have the credit. For instance, surround Rokossovsky and then move your forces forward. As long as Ye fort is conquered in the end, the glory will go to the defense army. General Mach put his heels together. Yes. I will strive to break through the defense line within a few days. No sooner had he finished than the other party hung up the phone. Putting down the receiver, General Mach turned to his adjutant. The Marshal mentioned a Federation newspaper. Have we received it? The adjutant, no, not yet. It takes time from the Central Army Group command to get here. General Mach raised an eyebrow. Never mind, forget about it. Today we continue the assault. At this moment, the staff officer came in with 2 military officers wearing motorcycle core leather jackets. Upon seeing General Mach, the 2 officers snapped to attention and saluted. "General, Marshal von Bock has sent us to deliver this newspaper to you. Hand it over to me." General Mach said while picking up a pair of tongs, opened the sugar jar, took a cube, and tossed it into his coffee cup, then gently stirred with a spoon. The leather-clad officer took out a newspaper from a briefcase and handed it to the adjutant. The adjutant frowned upon seeing the front page photo and began to read the headline news. "General Mach, what does it say? These prisoners, looking as if they are not in fact captives, but rather conquerors of this city. These are the first group of Prussian soldiers to enter Ye fort. General Rokossovsky captured them and assured that they will be the last Prussians to enter Ye fort. Our reporters have learned that these Prussian soldiers come from the Asgard Knights, so hyped by the Prussian Imperial Propaganda Department, and they were annihilated by General Rokossovsky acting in full formation. While paraded through the streets, the prisoners tried hard to maintain morale, but at the mere mention of General Rokossovsky's name, they immediately shrank like frightened mice. They attempted to sing to chase away the fear, but this effort clearly failed. Rokossovsky has shattered their will to fight. These soldiers, they dubbed General Rokossovsky as Surtur, the king of the fire giants who brings about the destruction of the Aesir in Ragnarok. The adjutant could no longer read. The Asgard Knights is our army composed of civilians drafted from the cities, right? They would never utter such things that swing enemy morale and sap our own prestige. General Mach clicked his tongue. Not everything in newspapers must be true, especially not the ones from the Federation. Let me have a look. The adjutant unfolded the newspaper and smoothed it out on the desk in front of the general. The general looked at the photo on the front page. The uniform of the Asgard Knights has indeed been captured very clearly. The adjutant, won't many in the defense army be happy? How could this possibly be cause for joy? You said it yourself. The Asgard Knights are also part of the defense army. This is our brothers being insulted. It's time to launch a decisive attack. We must break through the enemy facing us today. General Mach lifted his head. Attack. A determined attack. On the morning of September 29th, General Kashuk's army was subjected to a ferocious attack by the enemy. Of course, the enemy's attacks these days had never been anything but ferocious. Yesterday, the Prussians had attempted to build a pontoon bridge over the river, and Kashuk's artillery had struggled to prevent the enemy's bridging efforts. Today, it seemed, the enemy was trying the same tactic again. With the arrival of smoke, Kashuk ordered his chief of staff, "It's another bridging operation, send in the Dare to Die squad." The Suicide Squad's mission was to crawl to the river with a telephone and wire, observe the enemy's bridge-building location on the opposite side, and direct artillery fire. Kashuk's military defensive front was very wide, and the entire ferry crossing area was suitable for building a bridge. If they were to cover the entire area with artillery fire, the consumption of ammunition would be too much. Taking into account that they still had to hold this position for more than 10 days, Kashuk resorted to this desperate measure. After the suicide squad set off, Kashuk's chief of staff whispered to him, "The engine noise of the enemy tanks has been constant across the river. Will there be any significant moves today? At our section of the defense line, there are no breakwaters like Shostka, so if the enemy troops come across the river under the cover of smoke, should we arrange a barrage of blind firing, just like General Rokosov did?" Kashuk thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No, our ammunition supply is already critically low. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. If the enemy attempts an armed river crossing, their heavy machine guns won't keep up with them, so the pressure on us won't be that great." Just then, the telephone rang. The chief of staff picked it up. "Hello? What? Suicide squad members killed? Enemy infantry emerging from the river? Then open fire? Open fire!" As the chief of staff roared, the sound of gunshots popped like firecrackers on the defense line. The chief of staff had just hung up the phone when it rang again. He answered, shouting, "Hello? Corps Command? The 27th Division? You need reinforcements? The reserve forces went up there yesterday. If you call for reinforcements again, all that's left will be us." After slamming the receiver onto the phone, the chief of staff looked up. "Maybe we should call Major General Kiriyenko. Have his army group send a few more divisions up here." Kashuk was still hesitating when engine noise came from outside. Right after that, guards from the division headquarters ran in. "Commander, the reinforcements have arrived, it's a tank." Kashuk immediately rushed to the bunker's door, pushing past the guard to step outside, and indeed saw the dust raised by advancing tanks. A behemoth T-34 tank halted in front of Kashuk's command post, and the tank commander popped out of the hatch. "General sir, we've come to reinforce you on the orders of Major General Kiriyenko." "Kashuk, how come your tank is different from the other T-34s?" The tank commander laughed. "This is a secretly produced commemorative model tank, just like General Rokosov's number 422, and they all have radios? Although the radios occasionally go haywire, they all have them. Let us go and fight the enemy." "Kashuk, good. The enemy is currently attacking the 27th Division's position. Go and support the 27th Division." Armored Cluster Command. "Report. Our offense is stalled. The enemy has engaged tank forces in a counterattack, and for now, we only control the beachhead position," said the communications staff officer, standing in place waiting for orders. "General Mach, the infantry need not insist on occupying the entire riverside position, just hold the beachhead until the bridge-building troops complete their mission." Chief of Staff, what tanks counterattacked us? Communications Staff Officer, it's a model not seen in the identification chart, suspected to be a T-34, but with a larger turret. General Mach lifted his head. "A T-34 with a larger turret? Rokosovsky has come to our front. Shostka isn't under pressure, so he's come straight over here." Communications Staff Officer, the front lines didn't report seeing the red flag. Shall I have them confirm it? Have them confirm. Mach finished speaking, and the Communications Staff Officer turned and left. General Mach's adjutant said, "General Rokosovsky's forces are in Shostka. Him coming over here, does it make sense? Could it be that after Rokosovsky achieved success using a T-34 with a large turret, the anti-side urgently produced some tanks with larger turrets?" General Mach, that's possible. Bring up the 88mm guns to the riverbank, ready to fire. The smoke should be dispersing soon. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Riverbank, 27th Division position. The division commander laughed heartily, watching the enemy forces retreat under the power of tank fire. "This is fantastic. Now it's your turn to feel the burn." The division chief of staff patted the commander on the shoulder. "The smoke is about to clear." The division commander promptly turned his binoculars. "Indeed, once it clears, our tanks will be able to unleash their firepower and completely obliterate the enemy's bridge-building troops." As the smoke gradually dissipated, a loud boom suddenly came from the opposite side. The commander of the 27th Division had never heard the sound of an 88mm gun firing, so he looked on in confusion. But an oval orb of light had already struck a new model T-34. The tank's turret immediately stopped rotating. No tank operators ran out of the tank. The division commander thought the tank operators had just been stunned and even breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, the tank's engine caught fire, followed by a fierce explosion that sent the turret flying into the sky. The commander's eyes widened, and before he could speak, another shell came flying in. With the supporting tanks being blown up one after another, the infantry of the 27th Division also began to waver. Fortunately, at that moment, new troops arrived from behind. "We are the 210th Infantry Division. We've come to support you by order of Major General Kiriyenko." The reinforcements steadied the troops' morale, and the fierce beachhead struggle continued. While the neighboring units were engaged in a ferocious meat grinder of a battle, Shostka was relatively calm. It wasn't necessarily calm, though, as both sides exchanged heavy artillery greetings daily. The artillery firepower of the Guard's 1st Motor Rifle Division certainly couldn't compare with that of an enemy army, especially one that had been lavished with attention by the Plathin Emperor as the Nouveau Riche army. But Shostka's sturdy reinforced concrete structures withstood it all. On October 2, 914, Wang Zhong was observing the enemy's engineering progress when the telephone suddenly rang. Pavlov picked up. "This is the division headquarters. Please hold." After speaking, he handed the receiver to Wang Zhong. "Major General Kiriyenko, Wang Zhong took the receiver and his first words were, "No problems on my end. Do you need me to dispatch troops to support Kashuk?" Kiriyenko, it seems you're aware of the situation. The enemy has launched relentless attacks on Kashuk's position. Some of the surface positions have already been flattened. Kashuk has lost the beachhead, and it's only by blasting the enemy's pontoon bridges with artillery fire that they've been stopped from advancing further. Your air force at the airfield also played a significant role. I never knew our interceptors could drop bombs before. Wang Zhong, actually, it's my first time knowing that too. But it seems they quite enjoy these kinds of missions. By the way, I also learned about the situation on Kashuk's side through the air force. Kiriyenko, I've already sent up all the reserves, and even adjusted the defense sectors of other units, abandoning some non-critical positions. Any troops I could spare, I've already sent to Kashuk. What does the front army say? Wang Zhong asked. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. You take one look at the situation to the north and you can pretty much guess what they'd say. Kiriyenko's wry laughter came through the phone line. Wang Zhong glanced at the map on the division headquarters wall. To the north, a massive salient had penetrated deep into the defensive area of the entire Western Front Army. Incidentally, on the Western Front Army's main line, the enemy's infantry units had also launched an offensive, firmly pinning down the other units of the Western Front Army in their positions. As a result, the Western Front Army could only continue sending follow-up troops to the north, trying to block the enemy's overwhelming assault. Apart from defense, the Western Front Army had also launched an offensive aimed at cutting off the enemy's long fangs at the root, which, unsurprisingly, failed, costing a large number of troops. It appeared that the current state of the entire anti-army was insufficient to launch an attack. To defeat the Prussian army, troops had to be tempered in blood and fire. Wang Zhong, I can dispatch a battalion, no, a regiment. Kiriyenko, come on, do you really think I called you for just a regiment? No, General Rokossovsky, now is the time to use your connections. I don't know if you should call Her Highness the Princess or His Holiness the Grand Patriarch. I don't know who can bring in troops. But you need to do something, send a telegram, make a call, or fly directly to Yafort. Do something? You are the star of victory. Of course, I won't leave it all to you. I'm heading to the commander of the Western Front Army's headquarters right now to plead our urgent case. The headquarters of the Western Front Army was not located in Yeburg City but in Tula. It would take about a day's drive from Kiriyenko's headquarters to get there. Yes, a day. That's how vast Anti was. Wang Zhong, I understand. I'll make the calls, and you keep up the good work. Let's all keep up the good work. If we really collapse, just pull back to my headquarters. Given your division's equipment, you should be able to hold out for a while, plus the rain starting might be a lifesaver. Hanging up now. After saying that, Kiriyenko hung up. Wang Zhong placed down the receiver and looked at Pavlov. Pavlov, Kashuk can't hold out. Wang Zhong, the reserves are almost depleted, including Kiriyenko's reserves. In retrospect, we should have been deployed to defend the ferry below since we have such powerful firepower. Instead, we're here in a standoff with the enemy, while Kashuk's less well-equipped army faces a direct onslaught from the enemy's heavy forces. Pavlov shrugged. Who could have predicted this? Now, it was impossible to move Wang Zhong's division down there because such a parallel change of guard would cause significant confusion. The enemy wasn't close enough for a switch, but making such a move with the enemy in sight was tantamount to suicide. So, a mistake in troop allocation could only result in the current situation. Of course, it wasn't Pavlov who made the decision to deploy Wang Zhong here but the Western Front Army's headquarters. Wang Zhong thought to himself that when he commanded large troop formations in the future, he must conduct more reconnaissance to accurately assess the enemy's main direction of attack as much as possible. At that moment, Popov said, "You can't say that. If the enemy is undertaking trench work, isn't it because our division's firepower hit them hard? They lost so many tanks just on the first day. If Kashuk's forces came here, perhaps they would face a relentless assault too, and we might be bored watching the enemy's trench work in Kashuk's current position." It was indeed a possibility. Wang Zhong, in any event, Kiriyenko has handed over command to his chief of staff and is now going to Marshal Semyon of the Western Front Army to request troops. And I need to place a call to the Grand Patriarch. Our line can directly reach the capital, right? Pavlov, yes, we can use the civilian long-distance lines. The military lines are more complicated, they must first go through the Front Army's switchboard. Wang Zhong, should I just get us connected to the civilian line? Yes, now all the jack points are at our switchboard. Wang Zhong picked up the receiver. This is Rokossovsky, connect me to the civilian line, to Yafort. The operator on the other end asked, which part of Yafort? The Great Cathedral of the Eastern Holy Church. Understood. Wang Zhong held the receiver, waiting to be connected, as his gaze shifted back and forth between Pavlov and Popov. Soon, the other side replied, Great Cathedral switchboard, who may I ask is calling? Wang Zhong, this is General Rokossovsky. Is this Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky? Yes, it is. Are you looking for His Eminence Grand Patriarch Belinsky? Yes, I am. One moment, please. Another waiting period ensued, and Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov and suddenly asked, why aren't you two speaking? Pavlov and Popov exchanged a glance, saying, we were afraid of disturbing your call for reinforcements. Popov, right, just in case we scare off the reinforcements with our chatter, that wouldn't be good. Wang Zhong wanted to retort to the two of them, but then that voice came through. Rokossovsky here, what's the matter? Wang Zhong, the situation is this, Kashuk's unit downstream has exhausted their reserves. Kiriyenko's reserves have also all been committed. Without new troops for support, the situation on the southern line will be very dangerous. Belinsky was silent for a few seconds, then asked, I only have the Guardian army here, would that be okay? They have weapons, but that's about it. Do you understand? Wang Zhong, I understand, I've fought side by side with them. Belinsky, I see, I will arrange for the Guardian army to be transported to the front line. I'll send the ones of better quality. After gaining some battle experience, perhaps they can be reformed into regular troops like the 5th Bishansk Regiment. Wang Zhong, thank you very much. What's there to thank me for? I'm also fighting for the country, just from a different position. Hold the line, the weather department predicts based on current observations and records from the past 40 years that it will rain in about a week. Wang Zhong, understood. I will pass this on to Generals Kashuk and Kiriyenko. So, he was about to say goodbye when he suddenly remembered something and asked, what's the situation at High Command? Ever since Marshal Semyon went to the Western Front Army, we have been left with Chief of Staff Takayev. The Grand Patriarch, Takayev has calmed the Emperor down, at least we don't have to worry about him issuing impromptu orders for now. If the situation on the northern line is indeed terrible, a retreat order is likely to be issued. Wang Zhong, even if a retreat order is issued, it should be after the rainy season begins. We are better suited for mud, plus our supply lines are shorter. Once the mud comes, the enemy will hardly be able to pursue us, and we can retreat safely. Belinsky, I remember. But High Command doesn't listen to me. Maybe you should discuss this issue with Her Highness the Princess. Wang Zhong, she still has influence over such matters. Belinsky, from what I've heard, she isn't allowed in High Command's operations rooms and map rooms, but she's been staying with General Tijana at Military Command, so she should be able to exert some influence. Wang Zhong, I see. I'll reach out to her if necessary. At that moment, the Grand Patriarch said hold on, put down the receiver, and spoke with others. After a while, his voice returned, it's settled, the first batch of the Guardian army will leave tonight and should arrive at the train station controlled by your army group by tomorrow afternoon. How to use them will be up to your army group. Wang Zhong, thank you very much. Ah, that's a personal thanks. The Grand Patriarch, then I accept your thanks. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong let out a long breath and said to Pavlov, inform the army group that the reinforcements from the Guardian army will arrive tomorrow. I don't know the exact number, but whatever it is, it will be useful. Wang Zhong turned to look out the observation window. The enemy's sappers were not advancing as quickly as they were at the beginning, clearly influenced by Wang Zhong's recent strike. Popov joined Wang Zhong, glancing at the enemy while speaking. The engineer corps estimates that by October 10th, the enemy will have dug up to 50 meters from the bridgehead. Before that, we need to find the right time to retreat and blow the bridge. Otherwise, once the enemy reaches the shore, installing explosives will be inconvenient. Wang Zhong, install the explosives tonight. Begin the setup at dusk. Now that the nights have grown longer, it should be finished before dawn, and then we'll retreat from the bridgehead at the darkest time before dawn. Popov, that works. It's a pity, such a fine anvil, and the enemy isn't taking the bait after being hammered twice. Wang Zhong sighed, indeed. And we even have to blow up the bridge over Duva River. Now looking at this bridge, what a fine one it is. It was at this moment that Wang Zhong truly understood that line from the famous movie The Bridge. October 3rd, early in the morning. Pavlov maintained his position holding the receiver and said, the troops at the bridgehead have completed their retreat, and the explosives are installed. Wang Zhong, detonate. Pavlov, detonate. The next moment, the top cover of the bridgehead bunker on the opposite bank was completely lifted off by the explosives, and the approach section of the big bridge collapsed into the river with a loud crash, like building blocks pushed by a naughty child. The remaining sections of the bridge, yet to be detonated, were twisted by the enormous blast, but the next moment the explosives on the bridge also detonated, blasting the rails into many pieces, which flew into the air before falling back into the water. From Wang Zhong's overhead view, all the highlight targets in the enemy trenches that had been motionless suddenly sprang into action, clearly startled by the consecutive booms. Watching the little red highlighted figures running about in the trenches, Wang Zhong found a touch of childhood innocence he hadn't felt in a long time. Unfortunately, he didn't have a mineral water bottle to pour water into the trenches now. Pavlov put down the receiver. Next, we'll see how fast the enemy advances through the trenches. Based on the current pace, they're estimated to reach the bank by October 9th. If we're optimistic, it should start raining by then. Wang Zhong observed the opposite bank and, hearing the footsteps of the communications staff officer, turned around to see the staff starting to update the full map of the front line on the wall. Generally, division-level command posts do not update their frontline status maps immediately because commanders can't control other units' situations, so they compile intelligence over a period before updating all together to reduce the staff's workload. Thus, division-level command posts can be updated by just 2 or 3 staff officers. If it's the front army headquarters, more than a dozen staff officers would be continuously busy updating the map with verified intelligence, and several dozen more staff officers would be in charge of verifying all sorts of miscellaneous messages. Wang Zhong looked at the staff updating the map and suddenly noticed something. The enemy on the northern line didn't advance yesterday? Was there a unit that stopped them? The staff officer, it's the enemy who stopped advancing, probably to resupply fuel and ammunition. Wang Zhong laughed. The enemy's supply line is starting to break down. They have advanced so far on the northern route, but their logistics can't keep up. Pavlov's gaze swept from the extreme left, the westernmost point on the map, to where the enemy vanguard was now situated. That's nearly 1,000 kilometers. It's normal for something to go wrong. Wang Zhong, after the rain, bigger problems will arise. He looked out of the observation window again. Fall, rain, fall. However, up until October 9th, there was still no indication of rain. On the morning of October 9th, as soon as Wang Zhong entered the divisional bunker, he saw Popov, who had been on the night shift, answering the phone. The enemy currently has no intention of crossing the river, and we are closely monitoring them. Yes. Oh, he's here. I'll hand the phone to him. After saying that, Popov passed the receiver to Wang Zhong. Major General Kiriyenko. Wang Zhong took the receiver. Hello, General. The situation is a mess, Major General Kiriyenko blurted out. If it wasn't for the continuous support of the Guardian Army, our front line would have already collapsed. The good news is, the enemy's northern spearhead has stopped for 2 days. Wang Zhong, yes, the northern enemy forces probably can't keep up with the supplies. They need progress from the southern route to complete their pincer movement. So the pressure is greater on us. Kiriyenko, it's not just a question of us being under more pressure. Did you know that Kashuk's headquarters was overrun yesterday? He himself only sustained a scratch, but his staff are nearly all dead. Even if his forces retreat now, I doubt they can do it properly. If we don't get rain soon, we might not be able to pull back. Wang Zhong, no, that won't do. The enemy facing us has a short supply line and has been holding back here for so long. If it doesn't rain, they will catch up to us. Kiriyenko, damn the weather. Some places should have started raining on the 7th in past years. Wang Zhong, telling me that doesn't help. What can I do? Conduct a ritual and pray for rain for you. What? Kiriyenko's confusion was palpable even over the phone line. It seemed that the Anti people did not have the custom of praying for rain. They were never short of water. The territory of Anti was laced with many rivers, but all these rivers ran from south to north. Despite the abundance of water in these rivers, they could not support east-west cargo transportation across their long and narrow territory. Wang Zhong, I mean, pray to God for rain. You forgot we are the secular faction. The secular faction believed that all miracles had scientific explanations, they just hadn't been discovered yet. Therefore, the secular faction would not pray for rain but would predict it based on meteorological data. Kiriyenko, according to past data, it might not rain until October 20th at the latest, so we'll have to be prepared to fight and retreat simultaneously. The good news is, since the northern enemy stopped, we'll soon have reinforcements from the regular army. Additionally, the Western Front Army is building a second line of defense behind us. Wang Zhong was about to respond to Major General Kiriyenko, when suddenly the sound of artillery shells falling pierced the sky. The explosion quickly followed, shaking the bunker with a shockwave that sent a plume of dust onto Wang Zhong's head. Pavlov stumbled in. Damn, it's heavy artillery. The enemy is probably planning a major assault. Wang Zhong looked outside. The enemy's trenches had been dug to about 20 meters away from the river's flood banks. Meaning, if they launched an attack, the enemy would need just a few steps out of the trenches to enter the river. With the aid of his outsider advantage, Wang Zhong had already seen the enemy's pontoon unit transporting bridge materials to the riverbank through the trenches. He immediately ordered Pavlov, prepare the artillery battalion, implementation of Firepower Plan 4. The fourth fire plan was to bomb the riverbanks, potentially damaging the bridge equipment that had been moved to the edge of the river. As Pavlov was giving orders on another telephone, Kiriyenko asked Wang Zhong beside him, has it finally started over there too? Yes, the enemy has advanced to the riverbank and is about to begin a forceful river crossing. But I am prepared for close combat with them. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Good luck, Kiriyenko said before hanging up the phone. Wang Zhong put down the receiver, and Popov said, they're finally here. The soldiers have been getting impatient. We can definitely hold them off in today's attack. Just then, as Pavlov had finished giving orders to the artillery, his expression changed abruptly, and he shouted, artillery, artillery. He hung up the phone, turned his head and yelled, signals officer, the line has been cut by a bomb? Send someone to check the wires immediately. Although the enemy was in the middle of preparing their firepower, under these circumstances, it was necessary to send someone to check the wires and restore communication immediately, even if it meant putting the signalmen in great danger. If they delayed much longer, they could miss a crucial opportunity in the battle. Wang Zhong, at least we still have the radio as a backup. If you use the radio, the other side will know everything. Wang Zhong, in a critical moment, who cares about that? As he said this, he looked across the river. On the other side, besides the trenches, about a kilometer from the riverbank, there was an artillery observation post. Wang Zhong had been keeping an eye on that post, hoping for some high-ranking officers to show up. However, it seemed the Prussians might be cautious because all that had appeared after so many days was a junior officer leading the post. Wang Zhong no longer wanted to waste shells on a junior officer. Prussian Army, Asgard Knights, 1st Army Headquarters. Giles, I want to personally oversee the attack at the front line today. We must break through the defense in one day. Feliz, that must not be done. The White Horse General likes to behead. First, we now have solid shelters. Second, the White Horse General's 2 beheadings might just be a coincidence, Giles said seriously. And if my soldiers are willing to die bravely and I, as a commander, am not willing to face any danger, how can such an army win? Feliz, but the White Horse General almost blew up the headquarters last time? It was your tin soldier that took the hit. Giles laughed, opened the flap of his officer's coat, and revealed a key hanging at his waist. I have repaired the tin soldier, and if need be, he can take the hit again. That's it. Inform Major General Kluge of the Ampla Division that I want to personally supervise his division. When Kluge heard the order from headquarters, he frowned deeply. If the commander dies on my front, I'm finished. He turned to his chief of staff and asked, is there a relatively safe place with a view of the front line? Maybe some high ground or something. The chief of staff looked at the map. There's an artillery observation post that's well concealed and has not been bombed by the anti-people so far. I think we could arrange for the army chief to supervise from there. Kluge nodded. More than a kilometer from the riverbank. Good, let's choose that place. Prepare the car, I'll go check whether the observation post is safe. Kluge's aide immediately turned to get the car ready. About 30 minutes later, Kluge's car hurried to the artillery observation post. He did not head straight to the post but got out of the car about a kilometer from the post and moved toward it through the trenches. The Prussian soldiers he encountered along the way all looked at him with surprise and snapped to attention to salute. And so, Kluge walked right into the artillery observation post. The captain guarding the post was shocked. Division commander. Kluge waved his hand and approached the observation window from the shade, carefully peering outside. Both banks were in plain sight. It was indeed an excellent observation spot. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The only remaining question was whether Rokosov would bomb this place. Kluge had seen Rokosov blow up the former commander of the Ampla division in disguise, leaving him fatally injured. He decided to wait here for Major General Giles. Wang Zhong had not been paying much attention to the artillery observation post a kilometer away from the Duva River. He was busy identifying the enemy's main direction for crossing the river to position the reserve troops correctly. It was then that he took a quick glance at that artillery observation post and was startled. Damn, there's a division commander. Ever since he had located that artillery observation post, Wang Zhong had measured the firing parameters for his artillery, just waiting for a fat pig to present itself. Now the pig had finally arrived. While it didn't want to hit the tree itself, the tree could come looking for it.